You're clearly the young sect master, high and mighty, yet you're mocked by the entire sect for your pathetic mana stage cultivation. Even the sect's top genius is about to publicly strip you of your position. Get off the stage if you don't want to die. Ching, cold and aloof, draws her sword and points it straight at your forehead. The spiritual pressure of her core stage cultivation silences the 10,000 disciples below. Everyone was waiting to see you impale through the heart, but you simply ran a hand over your newly purchased core stage cultivation, which had just been credited to your account, and a maniacal grin curled at the corners of your mouth. Just as she summoned 100 zhang-long icy dragon and lunged at you with divine might capable of crushing everything in its path, you didn't even draw your sword. Instead, you simply curled your fingers into a claw and tore fiercely at the ferocious dragon's head. Crack! Amid the deafening sound of shattering ice, that ice dragon revered as a divine miracle was torn to shreds by your bare hands, powered by your primal physique, sending a shower of ice shards flying into the sky. Truck parking lot. Tiansong Continent. Xian State, Cloud Guild. This is fucking ridiculous. Inside a small palace, a young man with a black eye and a swollen face lay on the bed, his gaze vacant. She never imagined that all he'd done was make a wish on his birthday. May I strike it rich the moment I step outside? And the result? A heavy truck summoning spell. Wish granted. That very night, he was treated to a big stroke of luck. From his body's memories, he learned that he was now the young master of the Cloud Guild, with a cultivation level at the mana stage. A talentless, good-for-nothing second-generation immortal who just coasted through life. A few days ago, he'd been caught peeping on the Grand Elderess daughter while she was bathing. After taking a brutal beating, he ended up looking as pathetic as he did now. Peeping on the Grand Elderess daughter while she was bathing? You beast. Sheena's face darkened. Just as he was cursing, a sudden loud crash echoed through the room. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. A middle-aged man in a black robe, his face contorted with rage, strode in. Upon seeing the man, a strange expression flashed across Sheena's eyes. Possessing the original hostess memories, he recognized the man's identity at a glance. The leader of the Cloud Guild, Woody, the father of the body he now inhabited. By then, Woody had already reached the bedside, his gaze fixed on Sheen. His face, already brimming with rage, now bore an added hint of disappointment at his son's failure to live up to expectations. You little bastard, you're still alive? Sheen was speechless as he sat up in bed. What was that? What kind of talk was that? After a brief internal struggle, he spoke somewhat awkwardly, Father. Stop it, I'm not worthy of that title. You're my father. Woody quickly raised his hand to stop him, then launched into a tirade. I really don't know how, in all my wisdom, I could have sired a beast like you. If I weren't the sect master, you little bastard would been sliced to pieces long ago. With spit flying everywhere, he looked nothing like the leader of a sect. Sheen silently wiped the spit off his face, feeling as if a herd of wild horses were galloping through his mind. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the other man waved his hand to cut him off. Woody took a deep breath, and his expression returned to calm. He looked at this wayward son, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I've discussed this with the sect elders, and we've decided you're no longer fit to be the sect's heir. The new young sect master will be selected in 3 days' time during the sect's grand competition. Although it was a bitter pill to swallow, the Cloud Guild was, after all, not a family, nor was it a one-man show. Given this little bastard's talent, coupled with this recent incident, he was indeed no longer fit to hold that position. Stripped of it? Sheen let out a loud exclamation. So he'd just traveled through time, hadn't he even had time to settle in, and already the position of junior sect master was gone? At that moment, Woody spoke softly to comfort him. It's okay. It's just the title of junior sect master, isn't it? As long as your old man is still alive, I won't let you suffer. Just stay put. In a little while, I'll get you a few stepmoms. He patted Sheen on the shoulder, paying no heed to Sheen's face turning increasingly dark, then turned and walked out of the room. Get me a few stepmoms? Sheen felt a strange itch in his head, as if a brain were about to grow there. Damn it, could it be that he thinks this main account of mine is a total bust and is planning to start a new one? Now that I've lost the position of junior sect master, my father-s going to create a new account just so he can live the good life at my expense? Holy shit! He instantly felt his future grow pitch black. But just then, a beautiful voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Hey, kid, wanna get stronger? Huh? That voice. Tone. Tonesy? Sheen was taken aback at first when he heard the voice, but then his face lit up with excitement. The book's readers weren't lying to me. The system always shows up at the most critical moments. Ding, it's me. I arrived the moment you were getting scolded. System, save me. Sheen blurted out immediately, automatically filtering out the system's follow-up remark. Ding, this is the invincible top-up system. The host can directly use mana stones or other energy-infused artifacts to top up and trade items in the shop. Cultivation levels, martial arts manuals, servants, battle slaves, spirit pets, mounts, absolutely everything. As long as you have mana stones, you can become stronger. As the system's voice faded, a slightly translucent electronic panel appeared. A curvy, well-behaved lowly with animal ears, 100 mana stones. A hard-working, unpaid worker who puts in continuous overtime, 1 mana stone. Mana stage cultivation, first level of spiritual chi 10 mana stones, second level of spiritual chi 20 mana stones. Kingdom realm cultivation, first level 1000 mana stones, second level 2000 mana stones. Note, cultivation levels cannot be exchanged across realms. To exchange for a higher realm, you must first exchange for the preceding lower realm. The Sutra of Purifying the World, a sage's scripture. Host is too poor, we'll discuss this later. The Heavenly Sutra of Reincarnation, a great emperor's scripture. Host is too poor, we'll discuss this later. Great Emperor Realm Servant, broke. Goose. Goose Factory System? Sheen was a bit dazed. Staring at the densely packed descriptions on the interface, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Especially that Great Emperor Realm Servant. Those 5 short words instantly sent his heart racing to 180 beats per minute. Can I really exchange for a Great Emperor Realm Servant? Ding, as long as the host has mana stones, I can even snag you an immortal. That's so bold. I love it. Sheen's eyes lit up, and a storage ring instantly appeared in his hand. With a thought, a dense array of mana stones, elixirs, and ores materialized on the ground before him. 20 years of savings, he pulled out his entire fortune. How much cultivation can this redeem? Ding, 20,000 mana stones. The other elixirs and ores are worth 7,300 mana stones, for a total of 27,300 mana stones. The host can spend 25,890 to exchange for core stage cultivation. Do you wish to exchange? Core stage? Sheen's heart skipped a beat, then he was overjoyed. Exchange. Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations, host, on attaining core stage cultivation. Since this is the host's first top-up, the system is awarding a first top-up gift pack. Primal Physique, Primal Physique. This bloodline's physical form is peerless. Once physical prowess reaches perfection, it can rival even a great emperor. A single strand of hair could crush countless star systems. Now fusing with the host. To prevent any anomalies from revealing our presence and attracting prying eyes, the space within a 1 li radius has been sealed off. Boom! A buzzing sound echoed in his mind. Instantly, Sheen felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy welling up from deep within his body. Driven by this spiritual energy, his cultivation level began to soar at rocket-like speed. Mana stage, 4th tier. Peak of the 9th level of spiritual chi. C stage. First level of the core stage. It wasn't until he reached the core stage that his cultivation stabilized. At the same time, his heart pounded violently, and pale golden blood flowed from it, devouring and assimilating his original blood. A vague vision slowly emerged from behind him. A full moon rose from the golden sea of suffering. A blue lotus blossomed from the chaos. An immortal king sat majestically atop the 9 heavens. An incredibly powerful blood energy surged upward, causing the air around his body to warp. Primal physique. What a powerful physique, what terrifying blood energy. Sheen felt the volcanic, searing heat of the blood energy and was filled with immense excitement. He clenched his fist and struck the empty space before him. Boom! The golden blood energy roared, and a massive boom echoed. The entire palace shook, and countless array patterns lit up all around, only to vanish almost entirely moments later. Fierce cracks rapidly spread across the floor and walls. The palace, engraved with a defensive formation capable of withstanding attacks from the spirit infant realm, was nearly destroyed by this single punch. This. Awesome! Sheen took a deep breath, staring at the palace on the verge of collapse, his mind reeling with shock. It was just a casual punch. He hadn't used any spirit techniques, yet it possessed such terrifying power. Ding, host, don't get too excited. As long as you have mana stones, you can become even stronger. So, young man, go make some money. Make money? Sheen muttered to himself, his intense gaze fixed on the area outside the palace. The most urgent task now was to secure his position as junior sect master. Does coming in first in the grand competition mean you become junior sect master? I wonder what would happen if I took first place. 3 days later. Hey, have you guys heard? The sect is suddenly holding a tournament. Seems like they're going to elect a new junior sect master. Serves him right for peeping on Sheen while she was bathing. They're being too lenient not to cut him off. Exactly. Early in the morning, the entire Cloud Guild was in an uproar. Countless disciples flocked to the central square, and such whispers filled the air everywhere. At that moment, a massive arena stood prominently in the square. Surrounding it were rows of seats, rising in height from the bottom up, encircling the arena. At the very front sat more than a dozen figures exuding powerful auras. The one in the center was none other than the Guildmaster. Woody. Woody's face was expressionless as he turned his head slightly toward a burly middle-aged man beside him. Senior Elder, we may begin. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Yes, Sect Master. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Then, with a flash, he appeared directly above the arena. His gaze swept over the dense crowd of disciples below as he spoke in a resonant voice. Sect Tournament, core stage disciples may enter the arena. Hold the arena until no one remains to challenge you. That is how you become the champion. The winner will receive 10,000 mana stones, be named Junior Sect Master, and receive the sect's full support for cultivation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive roar erupted across the entire square. Every disciple's eyes lit up. Setting aside the title of Junior Sect Master, the 10,000 mana stones alone were enough to drive them wild. After all, even core stage disciples could only receive 30 mana stones from the sect each month. 10,000 mana stones was a fortune to them. Immediately, 2 core stage disciples charged forward and landed on the arena. Without a word, a fierce battle erupted. Blades flashed and swords clashed as surging spiritual energy crashed in all directions, but it was all blocked by a protective barrier surrounding the arena. 10,000 mana stones. In a corner at the edge of the square, Sheen stood quietly, a faint smile in his eyes. The disciples around him were all fixated on the arena and didn't notice him. However, he had no intention of stepping onto the stage just yet. The main character always makes their entrance last. Those currently on the arena were all core stage first and second tier core disciples. Going up there now would be a waste of time. Time passed slowly, and evening soon fell. In the afterglow of the setting sun, many disciples had taken the stage. In the end, only a graceful figure clad in a blue gauze dress remained. She had delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, skin as white as snow, and a mane of black hair that fell to her waist, tied at the ends with a blue silk ribbon. Xing Qing of the Cloud Guild, the top disciple of the younger generation. 5th tier core stage cultivation. The central figure in the peeping incident. Her expression was cool and serene, like a blue lotus, as she stood in the center of the arena, radiating an immensely powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Her gaze swept over the sect disciples below the arena. Those she looked upon immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. It seems the outcome of this grand competition has already been decided. That girl Qing, she truly lives up to the name Qing of our sect. Witnessing this scene, someone in the elders section immediately spoke up. Quite right. Whether in talent or character, this girl is far more suited to be the sect's heir than that good-for-nothing Qing. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. None of them were particularly surprised by this outcome. Holding the grand competition was merely a formality. Woody sat in the center, his face darkening. These guys saying things like that right in front of him, it was truly a stab in the heart. Why isn't the sect master smiling? Don't you like to smile? The Grand Elder looked at Woody with a touch of schadenfreude. Haha, that LL teach your good-for-nothing son to mess with my daughter. Woody's mouth twitched, and his face grew even darker. The elders around him wanted to laugh but dared not. These two had been at odds ever since their days as disciples. Even now, with one serving as sect master and the other as Grand Elder, their rivalry persisted. Humph. Woody snorted and spoke in a flat tone, since no one has challenged me, let us announce the results. With that, he closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, out of sight, out of mind. He. The Grand Elder grinned widely, his face beaming with joy as he stood up. Just as he was about to declare the grand competition over and announce that his own daughter had become the junior sect master. In the distance, at the edge of the square. It's my turn to show off, spit, it's my turn to step in. Sheen rolled up his sleeves, shoved aside the disciple blocking his path, and strode toward the central arena. As he moved, countless eyes in the crowd instantly turned to him. Sheen? The former junior sect master? What is he doing? He isn't planning to step onto the arena, is he? No way. Him? I could beat him with one hand. Seeing that it was Qin, the disciples all wore expressions of astonishment. When they realized he was heading straight for the stage, their surprise and suspicion only deepened. The Grand Elder's smile faded, replaced by a grim expression. He glared at Qin, seething with hatred. It was this good-for-nothing brat who dared to set his sights on his precious daughter. But the very next moment, he seemed to notice something. His eyes widened, and a look of immense shock flashed across his face. Ha! This little bastard's cultivation level, how could it be? With his peak divine palace realm cultivation, he could see right through Qin's current strength at a glance. Core stage 6th tier? How is that possible? At the same moment, the other elders also rose from their seats, their faces filled with disbelief. That bastard. Woody's face was a sight to behold, alternating between red and black as he struggled with a mix of excitement and confusion. Just a moment ago, he was nothing but a worthless scumbag at the mana stage. How could he suddenly become a core stage prodigy? Meanwhile, Sheen paid no heed to the skeptical glances and strode toward the arena in just a few strides. With a light leap, he was already on the stage. Is he really going to challenge Qing? He is crazy. Now, the ordinary disciples couldn't sit still any longer, and they all cast concerned glances at Qin. Who in the entire Cloud Guild didn't know that young sect master Qin was only at the mana stage? What was he playing at? These ordinary disciples couldn't possibly gauge Qin's true cultivation level. They simply thought Qin had lost his mind. Qin, how dare you show your face before me? On the stage, Qing glared coldly at Qin, his fists clenching slightly. Recalling what this guy had done a few days ago, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Why shouldn't I? Qin spread his hands, a nonchalant expression on his face. The one who was peeping was the junior sect master. What does that have to do with me, Qin? Besides, I didn't see a thing that day. I just got beaten up for nothing. You hoof. Qin snorted coldly, struggling to suppress the urge to slice this guy in half. What do you think you're doing? This is the grand competition arena. You have no business being up here. If you don't want to bring shame upon the sect master, get down immediately. Ha ha! Qin chuckled. I hear the grand competition champion gets to become the junior sect master, plus 10,000 mana stones. Too bad for you. I want to be the junior sect master, and I want those mana stones, too. With that, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy swept through the area. The arena, which had remained unscathed through dozens of previous battles, was now stamped with a deep footprint. A dense network of fine cracks radiated outward from the center of the footprint. How is this possible? Core stage 6th tier? Qin, you. On the arena, Qing was visibly stunned. His usual cool demeanor had completely vanished. He stared at Qin, his eyes filled with shock. Just a few days ago, he was still at the mana stage and he'd even gotten a thorough beating from me for peeping. And now you're telling me you're at the core stage? At the same moment, the sect disciples below the arena were in an uproar. Holy shit! What is going on? Impossible. It's an illusion, it's all an illusion. There's something evil here. Everyone stood there with their mouths agape. What the hell is going on? Did they get the wrong script? Make your move. Don't waste time. I'm going to knock you off the stage. I still need to claim my mana stones. Qin paid no heed to their shock, merely gazing impassively at Qing. Upon hearing this, Qing's expression darkened, and in her fury, she laughed bitterly. I don't know what methods you used to attain your current cultivation level. But do you really think you can beat me just because you're at the core stage? As she finished speaking, the aura surrounding her surged abruptly, unleashing an even more powerful wave of energy. Without another word, she raised her hand and slashed her sword at Qin. Powerful spiritual energy coalesced into an icy cold swordlight, slashing down at Qin with overwhelming force. 7th level of the core stage? Qin casually crushed the swordlight with a flick of his wrist. The exploding sword energy didn't even leave the slightest scratch on his hand. The cultivation level Qing had just unleashed clearly reached the 7th level of the core stage. But to him, there wasn't much difference between the 7th level and the 5th level. However, while he felt there was no difference, others did not see it that way. How is this possible? Qing watched the shattered, dissipating sword light, a chill running down her spine. In her view, Qin had only briefly attained core stage cultivation through some external force. That sword strike just now should have been enough to knock him off the stage. Yet the reality before her was clearly not what she had imagined. I refuse to believe it. Qing snapped coldly. She sheathed her long sword and formed hand seals with both hands. Countless ethereal runes appeared, coalescing in the air into 100 zhang-long icy dragon. The massive dragoness body obscured the entire arena, and its overwhelming aura even through the protective barrier caused the sect disciples below to involuntarily stagger backward. Horror was etched on every face. Is this a divine ability? I never would have thought Qing would actually master a divine ability. A core disciple spoke up, his eyes brimming with envy. They were all disciples of various core elders and were naturally no strangers to divine abilities. Many had even attempted to cultivate them, but without reaching the divine palace realm, it was ultimately difficult to master them. Even if one managed to grasp it by a hair's breadth, it would be difficult to unleash even a 10th or a 12th of its true power. But looking at the massive dragon coalescing above, the sheer pressure it exerted suggested that even if it possessed less than half its full power, it was still at 3 or 4/10 of its potential. Qin. First place is mine, and no one can take it away. Qin spoke coldly. Then, her expression grew grave as she suddenly slammed her palm downward. Roar! In the air, the colossal dragon let out a deafening roar, unleashing a chill aura as it lunged downward. Even before it fully descended, the terrifying pressure caused countless cracks to appear on the arena, nearly shattering it completely. However, as Qin watched the massive dragon swoop down, she showed not the slightest fear. Instead, she stomped fiercely on the ground, propelling herself into the air and charging straight toward the dragon. Mid-air, a violent surge of blood energy erupted as she formed her hands into claws and tore out with all her might. Rip! The massive ice dragon was instantly torn apart, shattering into scattered runes. Qin passed through the drifting runes and appeared instantly before Qing. Before she could even react, a single finger was already pressed against her brow. Spiritual energy pulsed from his fingertip, the slightest pressure would pierce her forehead. "You've lost," Qin said calmly. At that moment, the expressions of the sect disciples watching below were, "Huh? Just like that, torn to pieces? Qing lost? Qin, young sect master, your physique is so powerful." Everyone looked utterly incredulous. This was a divine ability. Not just an ordinary spiritual technique. He actually tore it apart with his bare hands? With such a powerful physique, even ferocious beasts or ancient relic species of the same cultivation realm would likely pale in comparison. He was practically a human beast. "I lost. I actually lost." A hint of pallor flashed across Qing's face as she stared at the young man before her, her gaze somewhat dazed. She had never imagined she would lose. And to lose so completely. The divine ability she had worked so hard to master crumbled like paper in his hands, torn to shreds with a casual gesture. Without another word, she gave Qin a lingering look, then turned and walked off the stage. Qin's expression remained calm as he slowly withdrew his arm. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over all the sect disciples below. A calm voice echoed throughout the arena. "So now, I shall become the young sect master. Who is in favor? Who is opposed?" Hearing this, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances. If even Qing had lost, who among the younger generation could possibly be a match for him? For a moment, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the elders' seats. The elders sitting there were the ones with the final say. Among the elders, the Grand Elder wore an expression as if he were suffering from constipation. "Grand Elder, why aren't you smiling? Have you been thinking of something sad?" Woody looked at him, unable to suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned his gaze to the other elders. "Elders, do any of you object to Shour continuing as junior sect master?" Hearing this, the elders nodded. The main reason they previously discussed removing Qin from the position of junior sect master was his cultivation level. Now that Qin had demonstrated strength far surpassing that of the sect's younger generation, they had no reason to oppose it. As for peeping on female disciples while they bathed, they'd just have to discipline him more strictly in the future. If that didn't work, they'd beat him. If one beating didn't do the trick, they'd give him two. Although the Grand Elder was somewhat reluctant, he didn't object. With a flash, he appeared beside Qin and casually tossed him a storage pouch. Qin caught the pouch, a faint smile spreading across his face. 10,000 mana stones that meant he could further improve his cultivation. Just then, the Grand Elder's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "You little brat, stay away from my Qingqing from now on. Otherwise, I'll slice you up." Qin quickly turned his head to look at the Grand Elder beside him. Just then, he saw the other man staring menacingly at his crotch. Whoa! Qin instantly felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively clamped his legs together. The Grand Elder reverted his gaze and turned to face the crowd below. "I hereby declare the grand competition concluded. Young Sect Master Qin has taken first place. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit the scripture hall, and the sect will prioritize providing all resources necessary for your cultivation." As his words fell, the disciples below erupted into an uproar, their faces brimming with envy. The scripture hall houses the majority of the sect's cultivation techniques, spiritual arts, and divine abilities. Unrestricted access to the scripture hall means one can cultivate at will. Add to that the promise of priority access to resources. These two factors alone mean that a vast amount of the sect's resources will be directed toward him. However, while they were envious, they did not harbor any jealousy. This was earned through strength. They could only blame themselves for not being powerful enough to secure such immense wealth and privilege. Qin was also somewhat surprised. He thought to himself, "I'll ask about it later. I'll start by asking for 100 or so million mana stones." Inside the sect's council hall, the joint trial of the three halls. Qin stood in the center of the hall. Before him, Woody and a group of elders stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed intently on him. "Are you really Qin? My son?" Woody's expression was extremely serious as he scrutinized Chin from head to toe. It was no wonder he asked this Chin had changed so drastically. A guy who used to just coast through life had suddenly leaped to become the sect's top disciple. He even began to suspect that his own son might have been possessed by some ancient monster. "Didn't you already check me?" Chin remained completely calm, his expression not changing in the slightest. Just moments ago, after the grand competition ended, he had been summoned here alone. First, Woody had scanned him with his divine sense, then, several elders had set up a formation to examine him for quite some time. Fortunately, after all that hassle, they hadn't found a single thing. Otherwise, he would likely have been sliced into pieces on the spot and boiled down to make lamp oil. True. Woody withdrew his gaze. They had already examined him earlier and found not a single issue. "You're one tough guy, kid. You've hidden your true abilities better than anyone." Standing nearby, the Grand Elder looked disgruntled as he spoke with a touch of bitterness. Hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. This kid had kept the entire sect in the dark. If it weren't for his impending removal from the position of junior sect master, his true abilities might never have been exposed. At the same time, they were curious how could Chin have concealed his cultivation so perfectly that even they couldn't see through it. Chin gave an awkward smile and said nothing. "Hidden? Hidden my ass." He really was a waste before he's just on a cheat code now. Seeing this, the Grand Elder and the others didn't ask any further questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. In the cultivation world, once you have no secrets left, you'll soon be a dead man. "Grand Elder, you may all step down for now." Woody waved his hand. "Yes, sect master." The Grand Elder and the others nodded upon hearing this. After casting a meaningful glance at Chin, they turned and walked straight out of the council hall. Soon, only the father and son remained in the hall. Woody looked at his son standing before him, that handsome face, just like his own when he was young, and suddenly a grin spread across his lips as he burst into laughter. "Ha, you're quite the kid. You're truly my son. I knew from the moment you were born that you'd amount to something. Whatever you need for your cultivation in the future, just ask Dad, we'll get it for you." As he spoke, he extended his huge hand as wide as a palm fan and patted Chin's shoulder a couple of times, a loving father's smile spreading across his face. "Ah." Chin's mouth twitched, and he took a subtle half-step back. "Is this shameless middle-aged guy really my dad? The head of a sect? A few days ago, that's not what you said." Grand memory restoration spell. Looking at Woody, who was still grinning widely, Chin suddenly thought of something, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, he spoke earnestly. "I want mana stones. Just give me 100 or so million mana stones." The air suddenly fell silent. The smile on Woody's lips froze, and he scratched his ear uncertainly. "The wind was too strong just now, I didn't catch that." "Say it again. How many mana stones?" 1 million? Chin asked tentatively. "You look like 1 million to me." Woody's face darkened, and his fatherly smile vanished instantly. "People say some ask for the moon, but with you, it's like you're a 4-legged gold-devouring beast." "Father!" Chin called out, trying to rekindle what little paternal affection remained. All right. Since the sect said they invest heavily in your cultivation, they won't go back on their word." Woody tossed him a simple, antique-looking ring. "Here are 5,000 top-grade mana stones, along with some cultivation pills. Consider this an investment the sect is making in you, kid. If you break through to the spirit infant realm within a year, you'll receive even more resources." 5,000 top-grade mana stones? Chin caught the storage ring and quickly tucked it into his robe, as if afraid Woody might change his mind. He only meant to provoke Woody, he hadn't expected him to actually give them. And not just any mana stones, but 5,000 top-grade ones which, converted to standard units, amounted to a full 500,000. For him right now, that was a massive sum. After all, his savings from the past 20 years hadn't even reached 30,000 mana stones. Woody watched Chin's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. In reality, the sect had only allocated 2,000 top-grade mana stones. The remaining 3,000 came straight out of his own pocket. In the past, he thought this kid lacked talent and never imagined he could become a powerful cultivator. But now that Qin had demonstrated such extraordinary cultivation talent, as his father, he naturally had to give his full support. It was just that Xian's state was too barren. The Cloud Guild possessed only a single top-grade spiritual vein. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him just 5,000 high-grade mana stones. I've given you the mana stones. Go back and cultivate. Aim to break through to the spirit infant stage as soon as possible. After offering this advice, Wudi turned and left. Inside the small palace, Qin sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by a pile of elixir vials and shimmering mana stones. 5,000 top-grade mana stones, 10,000 mana stones, and 10 bottles of elixirs. Looking at the resources piled before him, a smile spread across his face. First, he picked out 2 bottles of healing elixirs, then summoned the system in his mind. System, I want to top up. Ding, estimating item value for the host. 8 bottles of elixirs, worth 320 top-grade mana stones. 10,000 mana stones convert to 100 top-grade mana stones. Total value, 5,420 top-grade mana stones. Over 5,000 top-grade mana stones. Upon hearing this, Qin nodded. Instead of immediately exchanging them for cultivation levels, he waved his hand to open the system interface. After all, cultivation was only one part of combat power. There were many other factors, such as divine abilities and formations. Looking at the items displayed on the interface, he began to browse them carefully. Core Stage, 7th layer, 70 top-grade mana stones. Spirit Infant, 1st layer, 100 top-grade mana stones. Spirit Infant, 2nd layer, 200 top-grade mana stones. Piercing Illusion, a divine eye technique capable of seeing through all illusions, including formations, an enemy as cultivation realm, and clothing. An essential skill for tomb raiding, escaping danger, spying, and acting as a mole all in one. On sale for only 1,800 top-grade mana stones. Divine Palace Realm, 1st tier Servant, permanent 900 top-grade mana stones. Mythical Emperor Realm Servant, broke. Pierce Illusion? That's a good one. Qin's gaze immediately locked onto it. The description of this eye technique made his eyes light up. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to redeem it on the spot. Qin, I solemnly declare that I'm not redeeming this just to spy on people. In addition to the eye technique, he spent another 1,500 high-grade mana stones to redeem 2 more divine abilities. Shrink the earth to an inch, brings the farthest horizons within arm's reach. Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist, a martial art that harnesses brute strength to work miracles, capable of unleashing double his physical power. After completing these exchanges, seeing that he still had over 3,100 high-grade mana stones remaining, he spoke directly. System, convert them all into cultivation. Ding, host has spent 3,040 high-grade mana stones to increase cultivation, reaching the 7th level of the Spirit Infant realm. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Qin felt a surge of spiritual energy within him. He had ascended to the 7th level of the Spirit Infant realm in a single leap. 7th level of the Spirit Infant realm. Qin savored the surge in his cultivation, feeling a sense of awe. In just a few short days, he had gone from a lowly mana stage novice to his current status in the Spirit Infant realm. At this cultivation level, he was already more powerful than some ordinary inner sect elders, and his combat prowess far surpassed that of many. Just as he was pondering how to obtain more mana stones, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the hall's entrance. The next moment, an anxious voice rang out from outside. Young sect master, know something's wrong. Those brats from the Purple Flame sect have come to cause trouble. Purple Flame sect? Qin's expression shifted slightly. His figure vanished from where he stood and instantly appeared outside the hall. A disciple in green robes stood at the doorway, his face filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Qin appear, he visibly let out a sigh of relief. Young sect master, it's bad. Spit it out. What's going on? Qin frowned. Can't you speak properly? What does young sect master, it's bad even mean? Young sect master, high-ranking figures from the Purple Flame sect have set up a fighting ring right at our sect's entrance with their young master in tow, boasting that they'll challenge every young disciple in our sect. So far, quite a few of our sect members have been injured. Before I arrived, Cheng had already started fighting them. The Grand Elder told you to hurry over. The green-robed disciple rattled off the events in a rush. Ever since the arena was set up, quite a few core disciples had stepped onto the platform, only to be knocked down by the opponents within moments. Finally, Cheng intervened and managed to halt the losing streak, but as the battle continued, Cheng gradually began to lose ground. Seeing defeat looming, the Grand Elder sent him to find Qin, hoping Qin would step in to subdue the opponents. The Purple Flame sect set up an arena right at our doorstep? Qin's expression darkened. Xian State had 3 top-tier sects, the Cloud Guild, the Purple Flame sect, and the Black Slaughter Valley. They formed a 3-way stalemate, with none willing to yield to the others. Each sought to outdo the others and claim sole dominance over Xian State. Consequently, relations between the 3 major sects were far from friendly. Now the Purple Flame sect had actually set up a challenge ring right at their doorstep. This was outright provocation. In any case, as the young master of the Cloud Guild, there was no reason for him to ignore such an incident. Besides, his strength had recently improved, and he needed a target to test his skills. Qin said no more and soared directly toward the sect's mountain gate. At that moment, outside the sect, a dense crowd of Cloud Guild disciples had gathered, surrounding 100 zhang high arena at the center. Every face was etched with anger. On the arena, 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Fiery red spiritual energy and icy cold swordlight clashed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. One of them wore a long green gown and exuded a cool, aloof aura. It was Qing. The other was a young man in brocade robes with a soft, feminine appearance. The young master of the Purple Flame sect, Bai Liyan. Qing, with your 7th tier core stage cultivation, there's no way you can defeat me. Ridiculous. The Cloud Guild claims to be one of the 3 great sects, yet it doesn't even have a single man? How dare they send a woman like you to face me? Bai Liyan's face was full of scorn as he struck out with a palm, sending Qing flying. His gaze swept over the Qingyun disciples watching below, his expression one of disdain. You little bastard, how dare you insult us like this? I'm so angry. It's all because we didn't train hard enough back then. That's why we're suffering this humiliation today. The faces of the Cloud Guild's core disciples flushed red the way they glared at Bai Liyan. They looked as if they wanted to devour him on the spot. Unfortunately, with their cultivation at the 3rd or 4th levels of the core stage, charging at him would only result in them being effortlessly defeated and suffering even greater humiliation. Seeing this, Bai Liyan grew even more contemptuous. Meanwhile, high above the mountain gate, 2 figures stood facing each other. One of them, a middle-aged man with gray hair, spoke up at that moment. Fellow Taoist Lushan, my young sect master speaks too bluntly. Please do not take offense. However, the young sect master is not wrong. Your Cloud Guild truly, each generation is worse than the last. The sarcasm in his words couldn't have been more obvious. The gray-haired middle-aged man was Wu Yang, the Grand Elder of the Purple Flame sect. Acting on the orders of the Purple Flame sect master, he had brought the young sect master to the Cloud Guild to provoke them. This was also a way to demonstrate their strength to Xian State. Humph. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, his expression growing somewhat grim. However, as an elder, he couldn't very well intervene in this clash between disciples. Otherwise, even if they won, the Cloud Guild would suffer a complete loss of face. For now, he could only pin his hopes on Qin, hoping the young man would arrive soon and defeat his opponent. On the stage, Qing took a palm strike and retreated to the edge of the platform. At that moment, her face was slightly pale, and her breath was shallow and unsteady. She stared coldly at Bai Liyan, saying nothing, but instead quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Countless runes coalesced, and a powerful aura swiftly filled the space. Roar! A deafening roar echoed. High above, a colossal ice dragon materialized out of thin air and plunged downward with a deafening roar. Under the icy aura, the entire arena froze in an instant, solidifying into thick, solid ice. Compared to last time, the ice dragon conjured this time was even more massive, clearly exceeding 100 zhang in length, and its power was even more terrifying. Humph, a divine ability? Then let us see whether your Cloud Guild's divine ability is more formidable, or if my Purple Flame sect has the upper hand. Bailey Yen watched the diving ice dragon and snorted coldly. Immediately, he formed seals with both hands as well. Crimson runes rose, and a massive flaming magical sword materialized out of thin air, slashing toward the dragon. Boom! Amid a massive roar, countless wisps of white mist erupted instantly. The ice dragon was shattered, and the flaming magical sword gradually dissipated after passing through it. Hoof! With her divine ability violently shattered, Qing's face grew even paler. She let out a muffled groan as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Originally, she had sustained some minor injuries after her earlier skirmish with Qing. This time, having unleashed her divine ability at full power only to have it violently shattered, her injuries were even more severe. Qing, you'd better just admit defeat. Compared to this young master, you're still not quite up to par. But with your talent, you'd make a fine woman for me. Why not marry into the Purple Flame sect? I guarantee I'll provide you with abundant cultivation resources. Bai Li Yen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression haughty. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding area fell noticeably silent. Qing's expression turned icy, and intense spiritual energy fluctuations surged from her body. Damn it, what did he just say? How arrogant! He clearly doesn't give a damn about our Cloud Guild. The onlookers from the Qingyun sect all looked furious and began cursing loudly. In the air, the Grand Elder's face darkened. He was on the verge of losing control and crushing Bailey Yin to death. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, where the hell is that little bastard Qin? Beside him, Wu Yang's eyes were guarded as he stared intently at the Grand Elder, clearly afraid the Elder might lose control and strike. What do you think? If you're willing, I can grant you a Mana Stone's vein as a betrothal gift. Seeing that Cheng remained silent, Bailey Yin continued. As the Grand Elder's own daughter and the Cloud Guild's foremost prodigy, if Qing could be secured in exchange for a single Mana Stone's vein, it would be well worth it both for him and for the Purple Flame sect. But he didn't receive a reply from Qing. Instead, a calm voice drifted out from within the Cloud Guild's mountain gates. I can decide to accept the spiritual vein, but as for her marrying into the Purple Flame sect, I don't think that's necessary. Bai Li Yen's expression darkened slightly, and his gaze instantly turned toward the source of the voice. At the same time, the numerous Qingyun disciples all turned their heads in unison. Qin, meeting everyone's gaze, slowly stepped out from within the sect. He looked at Bai Li Yen on the platform, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. 9th level of the core stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. It's the young sect master. The young sect master has arrived. All the Qingyun disciples looked thrilled. Although they didn't know Qin's exact cultivation level, the fact that he had previously effortlessly shattered Qing's divine ability with just his physical body alone showed that he must be far stronger than Qing. Dealing with Bai Li Yen would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Unlike these disciples, Bai Li Yen on the stage wore an expression of utter disdain. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Such big talk. So it's you good for nothing. Although he was a bit puzzled as to why the crowd below had suddenly become so excited, he didn't give it much thought. After all, Qin's reputation as a good-for-nothing was common knowledge within the three great sects. A good-for-nothing? Below the arena, the Qingyun disciples froze, then looked at Bailey Yen as if he were an idiot. What do you mean, a good-for-nothing? The young sect master had simply been keeping his true strength hidden all along. Just you wait, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I'll consider you lucky. Bailey Yen, you set up this challenge at the entrance to my Cloud Guild. Do you want to walk out upright, or carried out sideways? Qin stepped onto the stage, looked at Bailey Yen, who still wore a mocking expression, and spoke slowly. Carried out sideways? Haha, ridiculous. Do you even have the strength for that? With Cheng? Or you? Bai Li Yen snorted derisively, his face full of contempt. At the 7th level of the Qin core stage, he was no match for him at all. As for Qin, even though he was the Cloud Guild's young master, his talent was trash. He could crush him with a single finger. Exactly, I'll do it myself. Qin nodded, his expression serious. Ha? You? You're a waste of space. Just forget it. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you, and then the Cloud Guild would have no one to carry on the legacy. Ha! Bailey Yen thought he must have heard wrong and burst out laughing. But the next moment, he stopped laughing and looked at Qin with a mocking expression. But then again, I could play along with you, but there's got to be a stake involved. A mana stone vein. If you lose, the Cloud Guild must cede a mana stone vein to my purple flame sect. After saying this, he looked at Qin mockingly, eager to see him make a fool of himself. A young sect master with average talent, how could he possibly have the authority to use the sect's mana stone vein as a wager? He made this demand precisely to corner Qin. However, upon hearing this request, Qin's eyes lit up slightly. Heh, this was a godsend. He had just been wondering how to legitimately claim the mana stone's vein, and now the opportunity had presented itself? Alright, I accept. Qin didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly agreed. His tone was so eager, as if he were afraid Bai Li Yen would change his mind. Not only that, but he also reached into his storage space, pulled out 2 sheets of paper, and wrote down the terms of the wager. Come on, let us draw up a contract first, just in case your purple flame sect tries to back out. As he spoke, Qin suddenly walked up beside him. She spoke hesitantly, Qin, using a spirit vein as a wager, isn't that? She was a bit worried and felt that Qin didn't have the right to do this. Although she knew Qin was more skilled than her and possessed formidable combat power, he was still only at the core stage. That was a full 3 minor realms below Bailey Yen's 9th level of the Xiandan realm. If he were facing an ordinary cultivator, she believed Qin could overcome that 3 sub-level gap. But Bai Li Yen was no ordinary cultivator. As the young master of the Purple Flame sect, he was also a renowned genius in Xian state. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Facing Qin's objections, Qin's expression remained completely impassive. On their way out, his father, Wudi, had already sent him a telepathic message, telling him to go all out. As long as he didn't cause the sect any loss or bring shame upon it. Upon hearing this, Qin fell silent for a moment, said nothing more, and turned to walk off the arena. Since young sect master Qin is so generous, then young sect master, why don't you play along with him? I'm sure the Cloud Guild, being such a large and influential organization, won't renege on its debt. Wu Yang's voice rang out from above, signaling Bai Li Yen and Qin to draw up a contract. A mana stone vein delivered right to their doorstep, why pass it up? It now seemed that this young sect master of the Cloud Guild not only possessed mediocre talent but also lacked common sense. At this, the Grand Elder merely furrowed his brow. After glancing toward the sect's inner quarters, he did not voice any objection. All right. In that case, I'll take this spirit vein. Bai Li Yen nodded. Upon hearing this, his expression appeared calm, but his voice betrayed a hint of excitement. He then flicked a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the paper. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Qin, his eyes brimming with disdain. I'm letting you go first, just in case. Image from the web, remove if infringing. Smack. Before Bai Li Yen could finish speaking, a hard slap landed squarely on his face. He was sent flying, spinning 3,600 degrees like a top as he flew off the ring and landed in the crowd. A few bloodied teeth fell from the air, hitting the ring and bouncing a few times. That's it, we're done. Qin clapped his hands and let out a long sigh. That felt so good. After listening to the other guy blather on for so long, he'd been bottling up a lot of frustration, and that slap finally let it all out. I shit, a type of plant. Young sect master, you're so fierce. I'd call you the sect's #1 badass. Like a little heifer riding a rocket, he has gone off the charts. Ha, that little bastard from the Purple Flame sect, he got what he deserved. Below the ring, the crowd of Qingyun disciples froze for a moment before erupting into a deafening cheer. That was so damn satisfying. They expected a 300-round battle, but it turned out to be just one slap. At that moment, in the eyes of these disciples, Qin's figure loomed larger than ever. He had truly surpassed Qing to become the sect's number one. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bai Liyan lay sprawled out in a daze, one side of his face swollen so high it looked as if his head had grown a whole size. He seemed unable to process what had happened, his entire being in a state of stupor. He, Bai Liyan, the young sect master of the Purple Flame sect, its top prodigy, with cultivation at the 9th level of the core stage. Had he been slapped to the ground by a universally acknowledged good-for-nothing? Hearing the mocking laughter around him, Bai Liyan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation welling up inside him, and a bestial roar erupted from his mouth. "Beast, you bastard!" Amid the roar, a frenzied aura burst forth from his body. He leaped into the air and instantly returned to hover above the arena. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him. His entire being resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Shut up! You can't even speak clearly, and you dare to try to kill me?" Qin raised his palm and gently clenched it toward the sky. In an instant, a gigantic palm materialized above Bai Liyan's head, grasping him firmly within its grip. The next moment, the palm slammed down onto the arena with brutal force. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, and the arena collapsed in an instant. The surrounding sect disciples were horrified and scrambled to retreat. Staring at the arena shrouded in dust and smoke, their eyes were filled with shock. Such a simple and brutal display of power truly shook them to the core. A moment later, the dust settled. Amid the ruins, Qin stood with his hands behind his back, not a speck of dust on him. Bai Liyan, however, lay among the rubble, his body covered in blood, his form contorted, and completely motionless. Whoa! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The look they cast at Qin unconsciously took on a hint of awe. One disciple looked hesitant but spoke up anyway. He is not moving. He hasn't been killed, has he?" Although they were eager to see Bai Liyan dead, he was, after all, the young master of the Purple Flame sect. If he were to die like this, a major war between the two sects would likely be inevitable. "He is not dead, he is not dead." Someone chimed in. Bai Liyan looked terrible, but he was clearly still alive. Amid the ruins of the arena, Qin looked down at the half-dead Bai Liyan, his expression utterly impassive. A mere 9th-tier core stage cultivator, he could crush him with a single gesture. He stepped forward, snatched the opponent's storage ring, then turned to leave. But just then, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. A furious shout rang out. "You beast! This was a friendly sparring match on the arena. How dare you strike so viciously? Your character is vile. You may well become a scourge to the cultivation world in the future. Today, on behalf of the Cloud Guild, I shall teach you a lesson." Wu Yang was both shocked and enraged, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Everything had happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the young sect master had been beaten to a pulp. But before he could act, an even louder roar of anger rang out from nearby. "How dare you! Wu Yang, watch your tongue. The young sect master of my Cloud Guild is not someone you have the right to discipline." The Grand Elder was surrounded by terrifying spiritual energy, and a massive shadow flickered behind him, almost materializing. At the same time, several figures materialized from within the sect, all of them core elders. Their expressions were grim, their gazes fixed intently on Wu Yang. If Wu Yang dared to make a move, they wouldn't hesitate to take him on one-on-one. "You lot fine, very fine." Wu Yang looked at the figures before him, who were eyeing him with predatory intensity, and his expression turned wary. He actually saw a hint of anticipation in their eyes, as if they were waiting for him to make the first move. Before he realized it, his aura had weakened considerably. Standing right at the gates of the Cloud Guild, if a fight broke out, he would surely be in for a world of trouble. Besides, the young sect master needed immediate medical attention, otherwise, he might not survive even 2.5 minutes. After weighing his options, he finally picked up Bai Liyan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, stuffed a few pills into his mouth to keep him alive, and prepared to leave. "Don't forget you still owe me a mid-grade spirit vein. I hope the Purple Flame sect can complete the handover within 3 days." Standing amidst the ruins, Qin offered a friendly reminder. He certainly didn't want anything to go wrong with the spirit vein that was practically in his grasp. Humph. Wu Yang's face darkened. He snorted coldly but gave no reply. Holding the already unconscious Bai Lian, he shot Qin a piercing glance before stepping into the air and flying away. He is holding a grudge against me. Qin watched the figure fade into the distance, a flash of golden light passing through his eyes. However, he wasn't afraid. If the other really wanted to die, he wouldn't mind sacrificing him outright. Or even the entire Purple Flame sect along with him. Just then, several elders descended from the sky and landed beside him. Ah, good lad, well done. The Grand Elder was delighted. Thinking of that old fool Wu Yang's furious expression, he couldn't suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As a result, his gaze toward Qin became much more favorable. A strange thought even crossed his mind: perhaps this brat and Xingqing wouldn't be such a bad match after all. Qin sensed the Grand Elder's peculiar gaze. His heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason, and he instinctively stepped back a little. Only after he felt safe did he offer a brief bow to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder flatters me. In 3 days, I'll need the Grand Elder to accompany me to take control of that mid-grade spirit vein. He suspected that the Purple Flame sect wouldn't hand over a mid-grade spirit vein easily, so he was giving them advance notice. With the Grand Elder's peak Divine Palace realm cultivation, he'd be just the right person to command the situation. Although he had a system that allowed him to directly exchange for and purchase powerful servants, didn't he that require mana stones? Little Qin, rest assured. With Senior Uncle Lu here, the Purple Flame sect won't be able to renege on this spirit vein. Get some rest. I'll go with you in 3 days. The Grand Elder folded his arms behind his back and gave him a confident look. Even if Qin hadn't said anything, the sect master would surely have arranged for him to go along. Otherwise, given the talent Qin had demonstrated, it wasn't impossible that the Purple Flame sect might resort to underhanded tactics. Qin nodded slightly. After bidding farewell to the elders, he headed straight back to the sect. In no time, he returned to his palace. After closing the main gate, he flipped his hand to produce the storage ring he'd just acquired. A powerful divine sense surged forth, breaking through the mark left by Bai Lian. Instantly, a space nearly 100 ping in size appeared before his eyes. Mana stones piled high like small mountains, vials of elixirs scattered everywhere, and jade slips containing cultivation techniques. And in the center lay a long, pitch-black banner exuding a chilling aura. With a thought, he retrieved the black banner and grasped it in his hand. The moment they touched, a cold and malevolent aura seeped through his palm and into his body. Humph. Qin snorted coldly. His golden vital energy trembled slightly, dispersing the invading malevolent energy. He gazed at the black banner, shrouded in swirling black mist and from which faint, eerie howls seemed to emanate, his expression growing solemn. The 10,000 Souls banner? The 10,000 Souls banner forged by slaughtering living beings. It takes 10,000 living souls just to complete its initial forging. It is undoubtedly an evil artifact. In the cultivation world, a saying has been passed down since ancient times. If you don't work hard at cultivation, you'll end up as a brother in the 10,000 Souls banner. How could Bai Lian, the young sect master of the Purple Flame sect, possess such a heretical artifact? Could it be that he dared to violate a major taboo by using ordinary mortals to forge it? After scrutinizing it for a moment, Qin shook his head and decided not to dwell on it further. His divine sense swept over the items inside the ring, and he spoke indifferently. System, convert all items into top-grade mana stones. Ding, system scanning estimating item value. Purple Flame sect. The Grand Hall. Cloud Guild. Very, very well indeed. A voice brimming with rage echoed through the hall. A middle-aged man in a crimson robe, his eyes filled with malevolence, glared intently at the two figures below him. The middle-aged man in the crimson robe was none other than the leader of the Purple Flame sect, Bailey Changkong. Standing below him were Wu Yang and Bailey Yen, who had just returned. By now, Bailey Yen had regained consciousness, and his limbs had been reattached, though his face remained deathly pale. He looked as if he'd been a groom 10 times in a single night. He could barely stand. Father, are we really going to cede a mid-grade spirit vein to the Cloud Guild? Bailey Yen's voice was weak, and his eyes betrayed obvious reluctance.
Humph. Bailey Changkong snorted coldly.
A mere mid-grade spirit vein Arzian sect can afford to lose that. However, we can't let the Cloud Guild have it so easily. At this point, he paused, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Wu Yang.
Elder Wu, send someone to the Cloud Guild and tell them I've agreed. Tell them they may go to the Luyun Mountains in 1 month to take possession of a mid-grade spirit vein there.
Remember, it's 1 month from now.
1 month?
Wu Yang was puzzled.
That's right. Bailey Changkong nodded coldly. The Cloud Guild wants a spirit vein, doesn't it? Then I'll give them a depleted one. Gather the sect's disciples.
Within 1 month, mine as many mana stones as possible. Don't worry about damaging the spirit vein's source.
1 month from now, even if you can't mine them all, you must render the spirit vein useless. Yes, sect master. Wu Yang's eyes lit up slightly.
That's right, they had lost a spirit vein, but it hadn't been specified whether it was a good one or a worthless one. After responding with a bow, he hurriedly turned and left the grand hall.
Father, I want to personally oversee the excavation of the mana stones. Bailey Yan suddenly spoke up.
Above, Bailey Changkong frowned upon hearing this and shook his head in refusal.
Yan you should focus on recuperating.
Elder Wu was more than capable of handling this.
No, father. Bailey Yan's expression was resolute.
I will destroy this spiritual vein myself and present a worthless mine to the Cloud Guild. He had lost all faith at the Cloud Guild this time, and it was all thanks to Qin. He was eager to see the look on Qin's face when he saw the worthless mine. Just thinking about it brought a sense of satisfaction to his heart. For this, he was even willing to brave his injuries and go in person.
Very well, go ahead.
Seeing his son like this, Bailey Changkong waved his hand in resignation.
Thank you, father.
Bailey Yan's face lit up with joy as he staggered away, taking 3 wobbly steps at a time.
As the two left, Bailey Changkong was left alone in the grand hall.
His gaze swept across the hall, fixing on the direction of the Cloud Guild. A voice laced with intense murderous intent emerged from his mouth.
Cloud Guild, Qin. Woody, what a clever move. Your son's talent is so extraordinary, yet you've kept it hidden for all these years, deceiving everyone in Xinzhou.
A calm voice emerged from his lips, yet it was laced with boundless murderous intent. For a moment, it seemed as though a gust of wind had swept through the hall.
Cloud Guild.
Inside a small palace, Qin sat cross-legged on a jade bed with his eyes closed, while strange phenomena swirled behind him. Golden blood energy radiated from his body, filling the entire palace with a terrifying aura. This aura was several times, even dozens of times, more powerful than it had been just a day ago. First level of the Divine Palace realm. Qin opened his eyes, and a faint golden light shot from his pupils, like a sharp sword, slicing through the void before him with a hissing sound. The day before yesterday, after exchanging all the items in by Li Yan's storage ring, he had obtained over 2,000 more high-grade mana stones. This was just enough to elevate his cultivation to the first tier of the Divine Palace realm. With my current cultivation, combined with the power of the primal physique, I fear no one, not even a peak Divine Palace realm cultivator.
A calm voice echoed through the space, radiating overwhelming confidence.
Just then, a voice came from outside. Young sect master. The people from the Purple Flame sect have arrived.
The sect master requests your presence in the council hall.
The Purple Flame sect has arrived? A sharp gleam flashed in Qin's eyes.
So soon?
To prevent any unexpected incidents, he had demanded that the Purple Flame sect hand over the spirit vein within 3 days.
But it had only been 1 day. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared at the palace entrance.
After nodding to the disciple who had delivered the message, he stepped into the air and departed. A few breaths later, he landed outside the council hall. Stepping into the hall, he glanced around and saw only Woody and the elders. There were no outsiders present.
Greetings, father, and all the elders. Qin bowed, a look of confusion in his eyes. Weren't they supposed to have sent someone from the Purple Flame sect? They've already left. Woody spoke in a calm tone, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Qin's cultivation level.
At that single glance, his eyes widened instantly. He vanished from his seat in a flash and reappeared beside Sheen.
Show her your cultivation level. Divine Palace Realm?
Woody gripped Sheen's shoulders with both hands, his immense divine sense surging as he scrutinized him thoroughly.
What? Divine Palace Realm?
Inside the hall, the elders all stood up in unison. At first, disbelief crossed their faces, but once they clearly saw Sheen's current cultivation level, they all wore expressions of utter disbelief.
First it was the Mystic Pill Realm, then yesterday's revelation of the Spirit Infant Realm. Though these had shocked them, they weren't entirely unacceptable. But now Divine Palace Realm? This is fucking. Which of these elders hadn't been a prodigy in their youth? Yet even after cultivating for hundreds of years, they only reached the Divine Palace Realm.
You, a kid who has been weaned for no more than 20 years.
Reaching the Divine Palace Realm in 20 years, did that mean their hundreds of years of cultivation had been a complete waste? For a moment, the elders felt their spiritual resolve waver. Actually, the Divine Palace Realm is my true cultivation level.
Sheen looked at their expressions and spoke with a sigh of resignation.
It seemed he'd have to acquire a treasure to conceal his aura.
Otherwise, with his cultivation rising so rapidly, he wouldn't know how to explain it next time. Kid, are you sure this is your true cultivation level? Woody's eyes were filled with suspicion. He didn't even call him son anymore.
For real, for real.
Sheen nodded repeatedly. He really hadn't been hiding his cultivation level at all.
To change the subject, he asked, the envoys from the Purple Flame sect, is this about that spiritual vein?
Hearing this, Woody and the others nodded, shifting their attention away from Sheen's cultivation level. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and spoke calmly.
That's correct.
The Purple Flame sect has agreed to seed a spirit vein in the floating cloud mountains, but they requested that we wait a month before going to take possession of it. Their reason is that they need time to evacuate their disciples and the mining slaves.
A hint of disdain colored Woody's voice.
Even a fool could see that the Purple Flame sect was stalling for time.
So, Father, do you think we should wait? Sheen wasn't particularly surprised.
He had long suspected that the Purple Flame sect wouldn't simply hand over the spirit vein so willingly. After all, each of the three great sects of Shenzhou possessed only a few mid-grade spirit veins. Losing even one was a significant loss.
Ha! By then, I'm afraid all that will be left for us is a barren vein.
Woody shook his head with a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the group as he issued his orders. Show her, you, the first elder, and the second elder are to set out immediately for the Luyun Mountains. Don't worry about damaging the spirit vein, simply bring it back to the sect. If anyone from the Purple Flame sect dares to interfere, suppress them on the spot. The first elder and second elder were both at the peak of the Divine Palace Realm, more than capable of subduing the Purple Flame sect's powerhouses and bringing the spiritual vein back. As for Sheen, he would treat this as a trial by fire.
With the two elders present, he was confident there would be no danger.
We obey your orders, the first elder and a stern-faced middle-aged man replied in deep voices.
Sheen also nodded slightly. This aligned perfectly with his own thoughts.
Regardless of anything else, they must first retrieve the spirit vein. The three exchanged glances and walked straight out of the grand hall. Behind them, Woody watched the trio depart, his eyes flickering slightly. Moments later, his figure vanished from the grand hall and reappeared deep within the sect, outside the entrance to a small secret realm.
Ancestor, Woody requests an audience. The Luyun Mountains. Shrouded by towering trees, sounds echoed continuously from within a mine shaft. Dig faster, dig faster. We can't leave a single mana stone for the Cloud Guild.
Use your spiritual energy to blast through. Don't worry about damaging the spiritual vein, as long as the mine shaft doesn't collapse. The young sect master has ordered that everyone will be handsomely rewarded once this is over. Inside the mine, a large group of cultivators clad in crimson robes were frantically pounding the stone walls. Amid the surging spiritual energy, the rocks shattered, revealing irregularly shaped mana stones, each about the size of an egg. Everyone, be careful, don't cause the mine to collapse. Bailey Yen, his steps unsteady, patrolled the mine despite his injuries. Looking at the chaotic scene inside the mine, where spiritual energy was leaking out in vast quantities, a faint blush crept across his pale face. He couldn't wait to see the expression on the Cloud Guild's face when they discovered this abandoned mine. Young sect master, this is merely a temporary setback. You should be focusing on recuperating now, striving to break through to the spirit infant realm so you can avenge that single strike, not meddling in these trivial matters. Standing nearby, Wu Yang looked at Bai Li Yan's demeanor with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The young sect master had always had it too easy now. Faced with just a minor setback, he had lost his resolve. Elder Wu, I'm confident I'll break through to the spirit infant realm within a month. By then I'll definitely trample that guy underfoot and let him taste the humiliation himself. I, Bai Li Yan, am the greatest genius in Xian State. Bai Li Yan's expression turned grim at the thought of Qin, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. However, upon hearing this, Wu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The day Qin had intervened, he had already assessed the other's cultivation level. 7th level of the spirit infant realm. This cultivation level far surpassed that of the younger generation in Xian State. Even if the young sect master broke through the spirit infant realm, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, while he knew this, he wasn't foolish enough to say it outright. Otherwise, the young sect master's Dao heart would truly shatter. In any case, he would simply find an opportunity later to quietly eliminate that kid from the Cloud Guild.
At this thought, a faint glint of murderous intent also flashed in Wu Yang's eyes.
Meanwhile, high above the Luyun Mountains, 3 streaks of light sliced through the sky. 3 figures stood in the heavens, looking down upon the lush mountain range below.
So this is the Luyun Mountains?
Qin spoke in a detached tone, his gaze filled with wonder. The mountain range, covered in towering ancient trees, was shrouded in mist, exuding an air of primeval wilderness. After all, this was his first time venturing out since his transmigration, so it was only natural that he felt a sense of wonder. However, he quickly regained his composure. With a sweep of his divine sense, he easily located the spiritual vein. Elders, let us head down. With a call to his companions, the 3 prepared to descend into the mountains. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from below. This is a restricted area of the Purple Flame sect. No trespassing. As the voice faded, a figure rose from the mountains below, stepping through the air. Qin looked at the approaching figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recognized the man as the important figure from the Purple Flame sect he'd encountered a few days earlier. Beside him, the first elder and the second elder also exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise as they cast a subtle glance toward the mountain range below. So it's the members of the Cloud Guild. This elder recalls having already sent word to your sect that the handover is scheduled for 1 month from now. You 3, have you arrived early? Wu Yang's gaze swept over Qin and the second elder before finally settling on the Grand Elder, his expression somewhat ambivalent. Qin remained composed, his expression showing not the slightest change. Beside him, the Grand Elder stepped forward and spoke calmly. We are not early. This elder has come precisely on the sect master's orders to take possession of the spirit vein. If the Purple Flame sect is unable to withdraw its personnel, this elder would be happy to assist. However, faced with the first elder's words, Wu Yang did not back down in the slightest. There is no need to trouble you with this matter, fellow Daoist. I will handle it myself. You need only return in a month's time. Having said that, he actually turned on his heel and prepared to leave, heading back into the mountains. Just then, Qin's voice rang out, laced with a hint of derision. Come back in a month? By then, all that'll be left for us is a depleted mine, I suppose? What do you mean, young sect master Qin? Wu Yang spun around abruptly, his piercing gaze fixed on Qin. What do you mean? Aren't you, Elder Wu, simply trying to buy time so your sect's disciples can strip the spirit vein bare? Qin scoffed. Although the entire vein was shrouded by an array, he had easily seen through it using his piercing illusion, divine ability. Hundreds of Purple Flame sect disciples were violently mining mana stones. What? You've got some nerve.
The Grand Elder and the other elder roared in anger upon hearing this. Although they were surprised that Qin could see through the inner workings of the spirit vein, they harbored no doubts. Astonishing auras erupted from their bodies, bearing down on Wu Yang across from them. It seemed they were about to strike directly and subdue him. Oof. I'll see if you have what it takes. Wu Yang's expression turned icy as he unleashed an aura at the peak of the Divine Palace realm. The three auras collided, instantly churning the void. At that very moment, from the mountain range below, 6 figures shot skyward and landed beside Wu Yang. Their powerful auras swept through the air like a storm, subtly encircling Qin and his 2 companions. More powerful cultivators? The Grand Elder's expression darkened slightly as he looked at the 5 who had suddenly appeared. Counting Wu Yang, there were 2 at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, 1 at the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm, and 3 at the 7th level. Although he and the second elder weren't afraid, the young sect master was only at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm. If they were held up, the young sect master would be in danger. The 2 exchanged a glance and, in unison, took a step back, shielding Qin behind them. Lu Shan, I advise you to leave peacefully. In a month's time, our Purple Flame sect will hand over the spirit vein of our own accord. Wu Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of scorn on his face. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he had long since stationed the sect's strongest cultivators here to guard the area. As it turned out, he had made the right decision. Young sect master, a wise man doesn't take a loss when it's right in front of him. The first elder, feeling the urge to retreat, transmitted his voice to Qin. He planned to return to the sect first to rally reinforcements, summon a grand elder at the Takuo realm, and then come back to crush them. Qin shook his head and took a step forward under the astonished gazes of the 2 elders. There's no need to worry. Just keep those 2 at the peak of the Shingon realm occupied. Leave the rest to me. Young sect master, you mustn't be reckless. The second elder, who had remained silent until then, spoke up to dissuade him. Although the young sect master was highly enigmatic and possessed formidable combat prowess, it was highly unlikely he could bridge 6 or 7 minor realms to face such an opponent. It's fine. A mere 8th-tier Divine Palace cultivator, I may very well be their match. Qin waved his hand, and a heavy aura radiated from his body. Whoosh! The sound of crashing waves echoed from the void behind him. A slightly ethereal golden ocean materialized, and above it, a full moon slowly rose. Bathed in its cool, crisp light, everyone suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Even the Grand Elder and the others who were at the peak of the Divine Palace realm were no exception. This is a physical anomaly? The Grand Elder and the other elder looked stunned, their eyes wide with shock. In the cultivation world, an extremely small number of people are born with constitutions that differ from the norm. Some are naturally attuned to the Tao, cultivating at a speed 1,000 or even 100 times faster than others. Others possess physical bodies so powerful they can withstand 100 calamities without perishing. Or perhaps. In any case, those with special constitutions are invariably the pride of heaven, achieving far more than their peers. When they fight, they can even manifest physical anomalies, causing their combat power to surge dramatically and granting them terrifying destructive power. It's actually a special constitution. Across from them, the members of the Purple Flame sect also wore expressions of shock. An intense murderous intent flared in Wu Yang's eyes. It wasn't just the constitution. He also noticed that Qin's cultivation level was actually at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm. Yet just a few days ago, he had clearly seen him at the 7th level of the Spirit Infant realm. To make such a massive leap in just 2 or 3 days, the only possibility was that he had been concealing his true strength all along. Damn it! This boy must not be spared. Wu Yang's gaze turned cold and ruthless. Reaching the Divine Palace realm at such a young age, coupled with a special constitution if left to grow unchecked, he would inevitably become a major threat to the Purple Flame sect. Perhaps in a few decades, Xian State would be under the Cloud Guild's control. At this thought, the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be contained. Kill them! A chilling voice, brimming with murderous intent, erupted from his mouth. Wu Yang charged forward first, heading straight for the Grand Elder.
Seeing this, the other powerful figures of the Purple Flame sect also sprang into action. A fierce battle erupted in an instant, and terrifying spiritual energy filled the entire void.
Trouble! Second Elder, stop them! The Grand Elder's face turned pale. Damn it, the Purple Flame sect was desperate enough to do anything. However, the moment the two made a move, they were immediately engaged by Wu Yang and another peak Divine Palace Realm expert.
Kill that kid now!
While furiously attacking and keeping the Grand Elder tied up, Wu Yang bellowed at the remaining few. He had gone mad. He was willing to risk a full-scale war between the two sects just to kill Qin.
Ha.
Boy, die. An elder of the Purple Flame sect, at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, sneered. Spiritual energy coalesced into a massive crimson palm, radiating an aura capable of incinerating everything in its path, and slammed down toward Qin.
So what if he has a special constitution? Until he has fully grown, he is nothing but an ant.
A mere first-level Divine Palace realm cultivator, he could wipe him out with a single palm strike. You beast, how dare you! The Grand Elder and his companion were filled with shock and rage. As they watched the crimson palm strike toward Qin, their murderous intent surged. Alas, they were firmly entangled and couldn't break free, forced to watch helplessly. In contrast to their panic, Qin remained utterly calm as he watched the descending crimson palm. He formed a seal with both hands and pressed down violently.
Hum! A dull sound rang out.
Behind him, the landscape trembled. The golden ocean churned into 10 Shanghai waves, and the bright moon hanging high in the sky was instantly crushed, as if a star had fallen. How is this possible? Elder Wang was at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, and yet he was wiped out with a single strike. Mid-air, the remaining two 7th level Divine Palace realm cultivators of the Purple Flame sect swallowed hard.
They instinctively took a step back, trying to distance themselves from Qin.
Seeing a powerhouse at the same cultivation level as themselves turn into a blood mist in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace of his remains, sent a chill down their spines. They couldn't help but feel relieved that they'd been a split second too slow. Otherwise, they might well have ended up in that blood mist themselves.
Damn it, this kid is truly a monstrous talent.
In the distance, Wu Yang's face darkened, and the killing intent radiating from him erupted like a volcano, shooting skyward.
His body surged forward, charging toward Qin in an instant. Runes coalesced in his hand as a terrifying killing move took shape. What's the rush? Take this, my great sword strike first. The first elder flashed forward, instantly blocking Wu Yang's path.
A giant sword in his hand, nearly a zhang tall and as wide as a door panel, slammed down with tremendous force. Under the terrifying pressure of the sword, the void itself was torn apart, and fine, pitch-black cracks spread out like a spider's web. On the other side, the second elder also launched a sudden attack. His terrifying assault caused the void to tremble, instantly suppressing his opponent. Qin cast only a casual glance at these two battlefields before turning his attention to the remaining three powerhouses of the Purple Flame sect ahead of him. One at the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm, and two at the 7th. Facing these three powerhouses, his face remained utterly expressionless as he stepped through the void, slowly advancing toward them.
With every step he took, the aura emanating from his body grew stronger.
This sight alone shattered the defenses of the three opponents. The elderly man among them, the 8th-tier Divine Palace realm cultivator, roared in anger.
How dare you, you insolent upstart!
Don't think that just because you killed Elder Wang by surprise, you can look down on us. After all, you're nothing more than a mere first-tier Divine Palace realm cultivator. His voice was loud, but to anyone listening, it sounded more like a bark than a growl, all bark and no bite.
Humph! Qin snorted coldly.
He had originally only wanted the spirit vein, but since his opponents had shown murderous intent, he naturally wouldn't hold back.
His footsteps thundered as he stomped down amid a deafening roar in the void. His figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind his opponents.
Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. The space in front of his fist instantly caved in, and an unimaginably terrifying force surged forth.
What? How fast?
The old man was horrified. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively gathered spiritual energy into his palm and struck backward.
Boom!
Fist met palm, and a massive roar echoed through the air. The old man let out a muffled groan. His entire body felt as if it had been struck by a primordial divine mountain, and his arm twisted instantly. After spewing a mouthful of blood, he crashed down toward the mountain range below like a meteorite.
Boom! Rocks crumbled, towering trees were shattered, and a massive crater was blasted into the ground. How terrifying!
The two 7th-tier Divine Palace Realm cultivators, witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat. If they had harbored any doubts about Qin's strength before, that scene had made it crystal clear. He was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined.
Just then, a furious roar echoed from the deep crater below. "Damn you, you upstart! I'll kill you!"
As the voice faded, the old man who had just been sent plunging into the ground reappeared. His hair was disheveled, his clothes in tatters, yet he radiated a ferocious aura. He hurled a bronze seal, which rapidly expanded in midair, growing to the size of a small mountain in the blink of an eye as it bore down directly on Qin.
A Divine Palace Realm magical artifact? Perfect time to test my divine ability.
Qin's expression remained cold as he clenched his fist. A terrifying surge of blood energy burst forth from his body as he unleashed a punch.
Countless golden runes appeared instantly, and faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls could be heard. Divine technique, tiger roar, dragon fist. Rumble. Boom.
The void shook. Under the old man's horrified gaze, the massive bronze seal was sent flying. It spun several times before rapidly shrinking and finally crashing into the mountain range below.
How is this possible?
Blood trickled from the corner of the old man's mouth as he suffered a severe backlash. He looked at the two 7th-tier Divine Palace Realm cultivators nearby and roared, "Attack together!
Kill him! Otherwise, we'll all..."
Before he could finish his sentence, Qin's figure had already appeared before him. In the next instant, the old man was struck and reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, the two 7th-tier Divine Palace Realm cultivators felt their knees go weak.
Run!
Without a moment's hesitation, the two activated their divine abilities and fled in opposite directions, one to the left and one to the right. At that moment, they wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs.
They're splitting up to escape?
Qin watched the fleeing pair and furrowed his brow slightly. Then, he chose one at random and gave chase.
Ha, excellent.
Wu Yang, it seems the powerhouses of your Purple Flame sect aren't all that impressive after all.
On the distant battlefield, the Grand Elder roared with laughter.
While inwardly shocked by Qin's combat prowess, he launched an even more ferocious assault against the two-peak Divine Palace cultivators under Wu Yang's command.
Damn it, how can that kid be so powerful? Wu Yang's face turned ashen, his expression utterly grim.
In just a short moment, the Purple Flame sect had lost 2 Divine Palace level experts. These were the sect's high-tier combatants. Watching Qin give chase, his eyes flickered. The next moment, he unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, recklessly firing off several divine techniques. After repelling the Grand Elder, he didn't dare linger for a moment. He turned and fled immediately.
He was afraid.
He was afraid that Qin would return and join forces with the Grand Elder to take him down.
"Elder Wu Yang, wait for me."
Another peak Divine Palace cultivator, who had been battling the second Elder, saw this and likewise unleashed a powerful divine technique, temporarily forcing the second Elder back. But just as he was about to flee, the Grand Elder's figure blocked his path. Meanwhile, Qin channeled his divine power to shrink the distance to an inch, quickly catching up to that unfortunate Divine Palace Realm 7th-tier cultivator. In just a few moves, he cut him down.
What a pity!
Qin turned, his gaze falling on the other fleeing Divine Palace Realm 7th-tier cultivator, and furrowed his brow slightly. In that brief moment, the other had already vanished completely. Even his divine sense could not detect him. Even with his ability to shrink the earth to an inch, he could not catch up.
However, one can run but not hide. Purple Flame sect.
A cold, sharp voice emerged from his mouth. Qin turned and left, soaring toward the battlefield above the mountain range. A few breaths later, he appeared above the mountain range.
By then, the fierce battle between peak Divine Palace realm cultivators had subsided, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Elders, how did it go? Sheen swept his gaze across the battlefield, then turned to the Grand Elder and the other elder. They got away. The first elderess expression was grim as he flung a severed arm he was clutching. He and the second elder had torn it from the back of one of the fleeing opponents while fighting together. Never mind. If they escaped, so be it. Sheen waved his hand dismissively. He had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, they were all at the same cultivation level, and since the enemy was determined to escape, it wasn't so easy to hold them back. The senior elder and his companion nodded, then turned their gaze to Sheen and asked, after a moment's hesitation. Young sect master, the extraordinary phenomenon you displayed just now. The two were extremely curious about what kind of constitution Sheen possessed, one that granted him such terrifying combat power, allowing him to effortlessly slay enemies despite a gap of 6 or 7 minor cultivation levels. It's just an ordinary constitution. There's no need for you two elders to be surprised. Sheen replied casually, without elaborating. An ordinary constitution? Are you kidding us? Hearing this, the two thought to themselves. Could an ordinary constitution really possess such combat power? As one of the 3 sects, the Cloud Guild also had 2 spirit constitution cultivators within its ranks. His daughter, Sheen, was one of them, possessing the Ice Spirit constitution. But even so, she could only kill enemies by transcending 4 minor realms at most, and even then, only at a low realm like the core stage. The higher one goes, the harder it becomes to transcend realms. To cross 6 minor realms at the Divine Palace realm and kill an opponent with a single strike was simply unthinkable. However, since Sheen didn't want to explain, they didn't press the issue. Still, a hint of awe inevitably crept into their eyes. Alright, let us secure the spirit vein first and return to the sect as soon as possible. Delay could lead to trouble. Sheen turned his gaze toward the mountain range below and said calmly. Then, he extended both hands, conjuring a massive palm out of thin air, which reached toward the spirit vein hidden within the mountains. Boom! The earth shook violently, cracking open with terrifying fissures. A luminous white dragon, hundreds of zhang long and radiating dense spiritual energy, was torn from the ground. Roar! A faint roar echoed through the air. Retrieve! Sheen barked softly. He flipped his palm, and the massive spiritual vein vanished into thin air, absorbed into his inner world. In the cultivation world, when cultivators reach the Divine Palace realm, in addition to condensing a divine soul, they also open their own inner world. As their cultivation level rises, their inner world evolves accordingly. It is said that in its final stage, it can become a true world of its own. The spiritual vein has been retrieved. Let us go back to the Cloud Guild. Sheen turned to look at the Grand Elder and the other elder. The two nodded slightly, tactfully refraining from asking about the spiritual vein's ownership. However, just as the 3 summoned a worship and prepared to leave, the void ahead suddenly split open. A colossal aura of pressure poured out. An aged, emotionless voice rang out through space. You killed our sect's elder and seized our sect's spiritual vein. Do you really think you can just leave like this? A spatial passage, a Taishu realm cultivator. Sheen stared at the torn open space, his expression hardening slightly. Only those who had reached the Taishu realm possessed the ability to tear open space, construct spatial passages, and travel through deeper layers of space. Beside him, the Grand Elder and his companion braced for battle, stepping forward in unison to stand in front of Sheen. Any step-through void cultivator appearing at this moment was obviously from the Purple Flame sect. Even a fool could tell that. He just hadn't expected the enemy to act so quickly. Under their watchful eyes, an elderly man in gray robes stepped forward from the center. The old man had a head full of white hair, yet his stature was exceptionally imposing. His terrifying aura made him resemble an ancient divine lion. Sheen looked at him, narrowing his eyes. In his eyes, streams of information became crystal clear. Bailey Hun, ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, sect master of the 2nd generation ago. Cultivation level, 2nd tier of the Taishu realm. Age, 1782.
Cultivation techniques and abilities. Ancient scripture of the Crimson Flame, Fire Dragon Devour, Soul-destroying Demon Sword. At that moment, Bailey Hunn's gaze also fell upon Sheen, and a hint of surprise flashed briefly in his eyes. First level of the Divine Palace Realm. Young upstart, is it you who killed several elders of my Purple Flame sect? Although he had learned everything from Wu Yang before arriving, seeing Sheen in person still left him stunned. After all, he had never before encountered a prodigy capable of defeating an opponent at the 8th level of the Divine Palace Realm while only at the 1st level himself. Upon hearing this, Sheen said nothing but immediately summoned Tonzi in his mind.
Tonzi, exchange all the mid-grade spirit veins for cultivation.
Ding, since the spirit veins have been more than half mined, they are now worth 2 million mana stones. Exchanging all for cultivation, the hostess cultivation has risen to the 6th level of the Divine Palace Realm. As the system's voice faded, a colossal surge of spiritual energy welled up from deep within his body, propelling his cultivation at the 1st level of the Divine Palace Realm upward. As if injected with adrenaline, it soared instantly to the 6th level of the Divine Palace Realm, saving him 2.5 years of grueling effort.
6th level of the Divine Palace Realm. That's enough.
A faint smile crossed Sheen's face. Though he had only advanced a few minor levels, he was quite satisfied. At the 6th level of the Divine Palace Realm, he was confident he could hold his own against his opponent. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least escape unscathed.
Youngster, what are you laughing at?
Bailey Hunn's expression darkened as he glared at Sheen and spoke coldly.
Is laughing a crime? Has that rule in Xian State been revoked?
Sheen shrugged.
You're asking for death.
Bailey Hun snorted coldly and raised his palm, ready to strike Sheen down. But in the next instant, he seemed to think of something and lowered his raised hand. I'll spare you out of consideration for the hardships of your cultivation. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you swear an oath with your Dao heart to become a battle slave of the Purple Flame sect, I'll spare your life.
With several elders of the Purple Flame sect dead, relations had already broken down completely. There was no way they could let these people go back. However, if they could recruit him as a battle slave, it would be a decent option. Moreover, the youngster before him possessed a powerful constitution. If he could be put to use by the sect, he could help make up for the lost combat strength. Become a battle slave of the Purple Flame sect?
Sheen muttered to himself, his expression gradually turning cold. That old guy is really playing his cards close to his chest. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore. A voice, unusually laced with anger, rang out in his mind.
Ding, that's way too arrogant. This is an insult, a blatant insult.
Host, this system has decided to grant you a loan of 500,000 top-grade mana stones to boost your cultivation to the peak of the Treading the Void realm, so you can crush the scum.
A loan? Sheen's expression turned peculiar.
He was about to agree, but then something didn't sit right. System, reaching the peak of the Taishu realm shouldn't require 500,000 top-grade mana stones, should it? According to his calculations, advancing to the peak of the Taishu realm should only require a little over 470,000 top-grade mana stones. Ding, over 20,000 in interest.
Fine.
Approved.
Sheen was speechless. The system was still the same old system.
But he didn't refuse either. With that cultivation level, would he have trouble getting mana stones? A mere 20,000 plus in interest was just a drop in the bucket. Ding, Hosto's 500,000 top-grade mana stones cultivation level has risen to the peak of the Taishu realm.
Boom! In an instant, terrifying power surged through his body.
His cultivation, which had only just reached the 6th level of the Shenggong realm, skyrocketed once more. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the peak of the Taishu realm. Feeling the terrifying spiritual energy within him, Sheen felt as though he could tear space apart with a single gesture. A mocking smile spread across his face as he looked at Bailey Hun across from him.
You want me to be your battle slave? Let us see if you're even qualified.
You refused the kind offer and now face the consequences.
Bailey Hun's expression turned icy as he snorted coldly.
With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a chain of talismanic runes that streaked through space, binding toward Sheen.
Once I bring you back to the sect, I'll imprint the slave mark upon you. Young sect master, flee at once, the Grand Elder roared angrily. The second elder's expression was equally grim.
The two stepped in front of Qin, just as they were about to intervene and block the talismanic chain at the cost of their lives, only to be pushed aside by a single hand. Qin pushed the two aside, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the talismanic chain. He raised his hand and crushed it to pieces.
Ha! The Grand Elder and the second elder's eyes widened, and they blinked hard.
The stream of curses that had been on the tip of their tongues was abruptly cut off when Qin shoved them aside.
Holy shit, what's going on? A talismanic chain condensed by a void-treading realm expert crushed with a casual flick of the wrist?
Even Bai Li Hun across from him wore a look of shock. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, with his cultivation at the second level of the void-treading realm, even a divine ability casually summoned was not something a first-level divine palace realm cultivator could withstand. What kind of special constitution could bridge an entire major realm? He didn't believe it. Youngster, are you concealing your cultivation level? Bai Li Hun's expression darkened, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. For some reason, a sense of foreboding was rising within him at that moment.
Whether I'm concealing my cultivation or not, why don't you try and find out?
Qin spoke indifferently, looking completely unconcerned. This feeling of being a higher cultivator, looking down on his opponent. It felt great.
Humph, try it and you'll die. Do you really think I'd be afraid of a mere junior like you?
Bai Li Hun sneered, spreading his arms wide as terrifying spiritual energy surged from his body, instantly whipping up a storm in the void. The sky turned red as thick clouds of fire coalesced overhead, and massive fire dragons writhed within the clouds. In the next instant, the fire dragons plunged downward, their terrifying heat instantly setting the mountain range below ablaze. Giant trees turned to ash, and rocks melted.
Damn it, that's terrifying.
We're screwed. The Grand Elder and his companion were horrified. Watching the countless fire dragons swoop down, they wanted to block them, but under the terrifying pressure, their bodies felt as if they were stuck in quicksand. Even the slightest movement was incredibly difficult. All they could do was turn their gaze toward Qin, praying that he could still withstand this blow.
Young upstart, die.
Bai Li Hun's face was filled with murderous intent as he growled. By now, he no longer intended to take Qin back to the Purple Flame sect as a battle slave. With a prodigy like this, he wouldn't feel secure even if he implanted a slave mark. The only solution was to kill him outright. Ha, you know nothing of true power. Qin gazed at the ferocious fire dragons swooping down, intent on incinerating everything in their path, and smiled faintly. Then he raised his palm and slashed through the void. Boom! Terrifying spiritual energy split the void in two, and a pitch-black spatial fissure spread to the very edge of his vision. All the fire dragons were torn to shreds in an instant by this single strike. High above, a terrifying fissure split the sky in two. All the fire dragons were severed in two with a roar. They reverted to spiritual energy and dissipated into the heavens and earth. The void, which had been a blazing red and intensely hot just moments ago, instantly became clear and bright. Apart from the rift spanning the sky, everything seemed as if nothing had ever happened.
Sliced to pieces? Young sect master, how terrifying. He is simply not human.
The Grand Elder and his companions stared at the pitch-black fissure overhead, their expressions a study in astonishment. This was truly like an old sow wearing a mask of ferocity. Just when they thought they'd seen it all, another surprise would follow. Just when they thought they'd gauged Qin's true strength, he would, in the very next moment, begin to redefine the boundaries of his cultivation realm. On the other side, Bai Li Hun was dumbfounded, his eyes wide as copper bells, his face etched with disbelief. He stared at Qin and couldn't help but bellow.
Impossible. How can you possess such terrifying power? His divine ability, unleashed at full strength, one that could hold its own against even a third-tier void-treading realm cultivator, had been effortlessly obliterated by a single palm strike? And this was supposedly just the first tier of the divine palace realm?
Bai Li Hun sent out his divine sense, his eyes blazing with intensity as he sought to peer into Qin's true cultivation level. However, his probing divine sense vanished without a trace, swallowed up by an unknown force before it even neared Qin.
This unexpected turn of events made his expression grow even more grave. "Old man, it seems your strength isn't up to par. In that case, it's time for you to meet your end."
Sheen spoke indifferently, his face cold and impassive.
With that, he no longer bothered to look at Bailey Hunt's grim expression. He raised his palm and gave a casual wave toward his opponent. Hum!
A muffled rumbling echoed through the void. And a terrifying force materialized out of thin air, trapping Bailey Hunt along with the surrounding space. Immediately afterward, the confined space began to crack, like a mirror on the verge of shattering, as terrifying fissures appeared one after another.
As the cracks spread, countless gashes were torn into Bailey Hunt's body, leaving him drenched in blood in an instant. "Damn it, you think you can kill me? Break this for me!"
Bailey Hunt roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying aura as he attempted to shatter the confined space and escape. However, even though he unleashed all his cultivation power, his body remained firmly confined, unable to move even an inch.
"No, it's impossible.
I am a proud second-tier treading the void cultivator, the patriarch of the Purple Flame sect, and one of Xian State's top powerhouses. How could I possibly be unable to break free from your confinement?" Bailey Hunt roared, fear finally flashing in his eyes.
"Nothing is impossible."
Sheen's voice was cold as he clenched his fist with all his might.
Boom!
The restraining space shattered, and Bailey Hunt at its center was instantly torn into countless pieces. Not even his divine soul could escape, and he perished completely. Then, with a flick of his hand, several streaks of white light flew out from the shattered space and landed in his palm. A small pile of mana stones radiating dense spiritual energy, a long sword, several jade slips, and over a dozen vials of elixirs.
What a pity!
Sheen looked at the items in his hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. With his current cultivation level, he could only extract these items from his opponent's inner world. As for the rest, they had all been obliterated along with the inner world itself. In the distance, the Grand Elder and the other elders stared blankly at the chunks of flesh that had fallen to the ground, their expressions one of utter shock.
"Just like that, dead?" "Second Elder, hit me." The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Smack! Ouch! "Second Elder, did you hit me that hard?"
The First Elder clutched his swollen cheek, his voice brimming with anger.
"If it hurts, then it's not an illusion."
The Second Elder tucked his hands behind his back and shook them.
It was real, not a dream.
The ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, a powerhouse at the Treading the Void realm, had truly been crushed to death by the young sect master. As if he de-crushed a little chick and left no body behind. Think about it, the two of them had cultivated for hundreds of years and still hadn't managed to reach the Taishu realm. Yet now, their own young sect master had casually crushed one to death. Unconsciously, the awe in their gaze toward Sheen deepened, mixed with a hint of strangeness.
At that moment, Sheen took a step forward, his figure appearing beside the two of them. "Elders, let us go. It's time to return."
"Yes, we must return to the sect immediately." The two nodded, their expressions somewhat grave. Having killed several powerful cultivators from the Purple Flame sect in quick succession, including one at the Treading the Void realm, the Purple Flame sect would surely go berserk. They had to return to the sect as soon as possible to make early preparations. Seeing the grave expressions on their faces, Sheen merely smiled.
"Ha! Purple Flame sect. Even if they didn't come after him, he would seek them out himself."
Now that he made a start, he naturally had to uproot the problem completely. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he waved his hand, tearing open a rift in space.
He swept up the Grand Elder and the other man and stepped into it. After the group had departed, the void rippled, and amid the distortion, an aged figure emerged. The aged figure looked at the healing spatial passage with excitement. "What a terrifying talent!
Our Cloud Guild has produced a monster." Outside the Cloud Guild's mountain gates. High above, the void split open, and three figures emerged from it.
"Back already? That was fast."
The Grand Elder gazed at the towering mountain gates, feeling a sense of awe.
The abilities of a void-treading realm expert were indeed formidable.
It had taken them nearly half a day to reach the flowing cloud mountains, yet now they had returned in the blink of an eye. As the three landed on the ground, the mountain guardian elder immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, "Young sect master, elders." Sheen nodded slightly, then walked straight through the mountain gate. Behind them, the mountain guardian elder watched their retreating figures for a long time before finally looking away. If he hadn't misjudged it just now, the three had emerged from a spatial passage. Opening a spatial passage requires at least the treading the void realm. Was it the first elder or the second elder? The mountain guardian elder muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with envy. He didn't suspect Sheen. After all, Sheen had only recently revealed his spirit infant realm cultivation level. The sect's council hall. By the time Sheen and his two companions entered the hall, Woody had already been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Senior Elder Lushan stepped into the hall, he let out a loud cry.
"Sect Master, there has been an incident."
Above, Woody sat in his chair, his expression darkening instantly.
Couldn't he phrase that any better? He was sitting here perfectly fine. Where exactly had an incident occurred?
Sheen also turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder. He couldn't shake the feeling that this phrase sounded familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Just as he pushed that thought aside, the second elder, standing nearby, chimed in.
"Sect Master, someone is dead." "What do you mean, someone is dead?"
"Second elder, speak properly."
Woody's expression darkened even further.
Seeing this, the second elder twitched the corner of his mouth.
He then recounted everything that had happened in the Luyun Mountains exactly as it had occurred. 2.5 minutes later.
"What?
Sigma. You killed 3 Divine Palace Realm cultivators and 1 Void Treading Realm cultivator from Ziyin? You're not lying to the Sect Master, are you?"
After hearing this, Woody's face was a picture of shock, and he fixed his gaze intently on the three of them. It wasn't us. The young Sect Master did it all by himself.
The first elder added. The second elder nodded. "You little brat, you." Woody turned his gaze toward Sheen, his eyes brimming with questioning. It was simply too shocking. He knew his son's true capabilities all too well. He didn't seem like the type who could kill someone at the Taishu realm. Unless. As if a thought had struck him, the light in Woody's eyes grew even brighter. Sheen felt uneasy under that gaze. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he kept feeling as though green light was emanating from the other man's eyes. He quickly cleared his throat to change the subject. "Ahem.
Father, now that several powerful figures from the Purple Flame sect have been killed, they're likely to go berserk.
You'd better make preparations early." Upon hearing this, Woody nodded in agreement. "We certainly must prepare."
With that, he turned his gaze to the First Elder.
"First Elder, issue the sect's decree, recall all disciples and elders currently outside the sect. Our sect will go to the Purple Flame sect to demand an explanation." Hearing this, the First Elder's eyes lit up. "Sect Master, you are wise."
With that, without a moment's delay, he turned and left the Grand Hall with the Second Elder. Sheen watched the First Elder and the Second Elder depart, then turned his gaze toward Woody.
After a moment's consideration, he spoke. "Father, I'd like to visit the treasury.
I've recently broken through in my cultivation and need quite a few mana stones." Upon hearing this, Woody didn't hesitate for a moment. He waved his hand generously.
"No problem. Take as many as you need. As long as it helps you break through, it wouldn't matter even if you emptied the treasury."
As he spoke, a greenish gold jade token appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Sheen.
Sheen was already capable of killing a second-tier treading the void cultivator if he broke through. Wouldn't he be even more terrifying?
Perhaps after his breakthrough, the Cloud Guild could use this to become the dominant power in Xian State. After all, Xian State was barren. Even the strongest members of the 3 major sects were merely at the lower stages of the treading the void realm.
Sheen caught the jade token, a strange look flashing in his eyes.
He wouldn't go so far as to empty the treasury. At most, he'd take just a tiny bit. Without another word, he turned and left the Grand Hall, the jade token in hand. Soon, following the route he remembered, he arrived at the foot of a massive mountain deep within the sect's territory. As soon as he drew near, he sensed more than a dozen powerful divine senses sweeping over him. The next moment, two aged figures materialized, blocking his path.
This is a restricted area of the sect. No unauthorized entry.
Sheen didn't waste words, he simply tossed the jade token in his hand toward the two men. Although, with his cultivation level, he could have forced his way in, this was, after all, his own property. If it got damaged, he'd have to pay for the repairs.
Ahead, the two men caught the jade token.
After carefully verifying it, they turned toward the mountain peak and cast countless talismanic seals. Amid a burst of light, a gateway about a zhang high appeared.
Sheen didn't hesitate, he stepped straight through the gateway.
Instantly, an incredibly dense wave of spiritual energy washed over him. What met his eyes was a vast chamber where mana stones were piled into small mountains. Countless jade vials and boxes were arranged on wooden shelves, from which wafted the faint, sweet scent of elixirs. In addition, numerous magical artifacts lay piled in the corners like trash. However, Sheen merely cast a casual glance at these mana stones and low-grade magical artifacts, showing not the slightest interest. He made his way straight to the depths of the treasury, where two small mounds of mana stones were piled high, emitting an even more intense aura of spiritual energy.
High-grade mana stones.
Sheen looked at the two mounds of mana stones before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. In the next instant, he swept his large hand through the air, and one of the mounds vanished instantly. Ding! Host has topped up 1 million high-grade mana stones.
Meanwhile, outside,
in a major city 1,000 li away from the Cloud Guild. Hey, you guys don't know yet, but something huge has happened. I heard the Cloud Guild snatched a mid-grade spiritual vein from the Purple Flame sect and killed quite a few people. Inside an inn, a gaunt middle-aged man, looking excited, whispered to his companion beside him. He seemed to be relishing the spectacle. That's right, I heard it too. Apparently, even several elders at the Divine Palace realm were killed.
Someone chimed in.
As soon as those words were spoken, the tavern fell instantly silent, and shock flashed across everyone's eyes. The Divine Palace realm in Xian State, these were considered top-tier powerhouses. Losing several of them at once would be a blow even one of the three sects couldn't withstand.
Now, wouldn't the Purple Flame sect go berserk?
Just as everyone was reeling from the shock of the news, a pot-bellied middle-aged man sitting nearby suddenly spoke up.
Your information isn't complete. My third uncle's second maternal great-uncle's grandson's boyfriend works as a janitor at the Cloud Guild. He told me a couple of days ago that the young sect master of the Purple Flame sect, Bailey Yin, lost a spirit vein to the Cloud Guild. The Cloud Guild didn't steal it, they just took back what they bet. The portly middle-aged man held his head high, looking quite proud. These words instantly caught the attention of the diners in the tavern, and in an instant, everyone crowded around him. Brother, tell us more, what's going on? When did the Purple Flame sect lose a spiritual vein to the Cloud Guild?
Waiter, bring out the food, serve up everything delicious in this place. 100,000 li away from the great city, amidst a cluster of volcanoes. Within the Purple Flame sect. In the grand hall, a dozen or so figures stood, each with a grim, utterly grim expression. No one spoke a word, the air was thick with a stifling atmosphere. Sect Master Bailey Chongkong sat high above, clutching a shattered soul tablet in his hand, his arm trembled slightly. 3 characters were faintly visible on the soul tablet, by Li Hun. Sect Master, the Cloud Guild has gone too far. They've killed several of our sect's elders, we absolutely cannot let this go. A powerhouse at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm spoke, his voice icy and sharp. This powerhouse was none other than the one who had escaped from Qin's grasp. As he spoke, he seemed to recall Qin's terror once more, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Standing beside him were Wu Yang and another elderly man at the peak of the Divine Palace realm. Upon hearing this, he stepped forward and said in a firm voice, "Quite right. That little beast from the Cloud Guild, I don't know what kind of constitution he possesses, but at the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm, he can slaughter those at the 8th level as easily as cutting through melons and cucumbers.
Such a monstrous talent must not be spared."
As soon as Wu Yang finished speaking, the others in the hall nodded in unison, their eyes blazing with intense murderous intent.
"Quite right, that boy must die. If he possesses such combat prowess at the first level of the Divine Palace realm, wouldn't he become invincible in Xian state once he breaks through to the Treading the Void realm?
Before he fully matures, we must summon an ancestor of the Treading the Void realm to eliminate him. In an instant, numerous voices rang out, and the air thickened with murderous intent. The temperature in the hall dropped noticeably. Listening to the elders' voices, Bailey Changkong, seated above, grew increasingly grim-faced. Finally, he waved his hand impatiently and bellowed, "Enough! I already have a plan for this matter." He turned his gaze to Wu Yang and said in a deep voice, "Elder Wu, first recall all elders and disciples currently outside the sect to guard against an attack by the Cloud Guild." "Sect Master, shouldn't we summon the ancestor of the Treading the Void realm to eliminate that little brat?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yang did not leave but looked at Bailey Changkong with a puzzled expression. In his view, they should immediately summon the ancestor and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, given Sheena's terrifying talent, who knows when he might break through again, at which point even the ancestor wouldn't stand a chance against him. "I have my own plans. Elder Wu, you need only recall the sect elders who are currently outside." Bailey Changkong waved his hand impatiently. Why wasn't the ancestor summoned? After receiving Wu Yang's message, he had immediately summoned the ancestor to intercept and eliminate the target. However, the ambush had clearly failed. Even the ancestor Bailey Hun had perished. As he thought this, he unconsciously tightened his grip. The soul tablet hidden in his hand instantly crumbled to dust, scattering through his fingers. "Sect Master." Wu Yang wanted to say more, but sensing Bailey Changkong's gaze grow noticeably colder, he swallowed hard and turned to leave the grand hall. Seeing this, the others followed in silence. Once everyone had left, Bailey Changkong remained silent for a long moment before turning to look at a side hall to his left. "Come out." As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure emerged from the side hall. The figure was cloaked in a loose, black robe that covered even their head completely. "Well, what have you decided, Sect Master Bailey?" The black-robed figure spoke, a chill in their voice. Bailey Changkong's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on the black-robed figure, hesitating to speak, as if struggling with a difficult decision. Seeing this, the black-robed figure let out a soft chuckle. "Ha, the esteemed patriarch of the Purple Flame sect, a great cultivator of the Treading the Void realm, when did you become so indecisive?" Bailey Changkong, as the head of a sect, you should be well aware of the situation in Xian State. On the surface, Xian State is a three-way stalemate, but in reality, as we both know, the Cloud Guild is the most powerful of the three sects and has already surpassed both of our sections. Now, with Woody as son thrown into the mix, it won't be long before there's south no place left for us in Xian State. If we wish to ensure the continuity of our lineage, we must first annihilate the Cloud Guild. Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike last and suffer the consequences. Surely Sect Master Bailey is well aware of this principle? The man in black spoke with an icy, ruthless tone, his words brimming with boundless murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Bailey Changkong fell silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. A moment later, a chilling aura suddenly surged from his body. "Very well. Let us join forces to wipe out the Cloud Guild." As the two major sects recalled large numbers of their elders and disciples from abroad, this sudden turn of events quickly sent shockwaves throughout Xian State. Some well-connected minor clans and sects, having caught wind of the events in the Luyan Mountains, also recalled their disciples from abroad, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Shenzhou, which had previously been relatively peaceful, became a place of heightened tension due to the actions of the two sects, with a palpable sense that a storm was brewing. In a major city 1,000 li away from the Cloud Guild. "Hey, you guys don't know yet, but things are about to change in Shenzhou. I heard it's because the Cloud Guild stole a mid-grade spirit vein from the Purple Flame sect and killed quite a few people." Inside the tavern, a gaunt middle-aged man, looking excited, whispered to his companion. He seemed to be relishing the spectacle, the more dramatic the better. "That's right, I heard it too. Apparently, several elders at the Divine Palace realm were killed." Someone chimed in. As soon as those words were spoken, the tavern fell instantly silent, and shock flashed across everyone's faces. The Divine Palace realm is considered the pinnacle of power in Xian state. Losing several such experts at once would be a blow even one of the three sects couldn't withstand. No wonder both sects are frantically recalling their disciples. A war is about to break out. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock of the news, a pot-bellied middle-aged man sitting nearby suddenly spoke up.
Your information is incomplete. My third uncle's second maternal great-uncle's grandson's boyfriend works as a janitor at the Cloud Guild. He told me a couple of days ago that the young sect master of the Purple Flame sect, Li Yin, lost a spirit vein to the Cloud Guild. The Cloud Guild didn't steal it, they just took back their wager. The portly middle-aged man held his head high, looking as if to say, my sources are the most reliable. Unsurprisingly, these words instantly caught the attention of the diners in the tavern, and in an instant, everyone crowded around. Brother, tell us more. What's the story? When did the Purple Flame sect lose a spiritual vein to the Cloud Guild? Waiter, bring out the best dishes the place has to offer. Amid a tense atmosphere, several days quickly passed. During those days, nearly all of the Cloud Guild's disciples who had been away had returned. Unlike the outside world, everyone within the Cloud Guild was itching to get into the fray, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Just a few days ago, Li Yin had set up a challenge at the gate, causing them to lose face. Now that they heard the sect master was leading them to take on the Purple Flame sect, how could they not be thrilled? However, while the majority of disciples were preparing for the great battle, one person within the sect appeared remarkably at ease. On Qingmu Peak, in a small courtyard, Qin lay in a rocking chair, with a table beside him piled high with all manner of spiritual fruits. Standing beside him were three female disciples, one serving tea, one handing him fruit, and another massaging his shoulders. Ah, this is what life as a second-generation immortal is all about. Qin bit into a spiritual fruit and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. At that moment, he showed not the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura. He was just like an ordinary mortal, simply enjoying life. Young sect master, they say you killed a Shingong realm elder from the Purple Flame sect. Is that true? Behind him, the female disciple massaging his shoulders suddenly spoke, her voice soft and tinged with reverence. At the same time, the other two also looked at Qin, their expressions filled with curiosity. Over the past few days, rumors of Qin's incredible feat fighting 4 opponents alone in the Luyan Mountains and slaying 3 Purple Flame sect elders had been spreading like wildfire throughout the sect. But how old was the young sect master, anyway? 20 years old. Even if he started cultivating in the womb, that was still way too unbelievable. It's just the Divine Palace realm. Is it so hard to believe I killed a few of them? Work hard at your cultivation, and you'll reach that level someday, too. Facing the 3 curious girls, Qin merely replied casually. In the end, he didn't forget to dangle a carrot in front of them. We can reach the Divine Palace realm too? Hearing Qin's words, the 3 young girls shuddered slightly, their faces lighting up with an inexplicable glow. He. Qin smiled and said no more. Just then, a slender figure appeared in the distance, walking straight toward the courtyard. Chang? What is she doing here? Qin watched the approaching figure. His expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but sit up straight in his rocking chair. Surely she wasn't here to pick a fight with him over that peeping incident? Had she forgotten just how powerful he'd become? By then, Cheng had already entered the courtyard. She looked at the 3 disciples attending to Qin and furrowed her brow, seething with anger. She had trained diligently, possessed no shortage of talent, and had always been the top young cultivator in the sect. This guy in front of her did nothing all day, just coasting through life, yet his cultivation was actually higher than hers. It was truly unjust. Young sect master Qin, you sure are taking it easy. After causing such a huge scandal, you still have the nerve to sit here enjoying the breeze and sipping tea. Although she knew Qin's cultivation was far higher than her own, the moment she saw him, she couldn't help but recall how he spied on her. Because of that, she couldn't muster even a shred of respect for him. So he really is here to pick a fight? Hearing these somewhat sarcastic remarks, Qin raised an eyebrow. Aren't you pretty idle too, Cheng? You even have time to drop by and visit me. Qin didn't hold back, firing a sarcastic retort right back.
He knew exactly what Qing was referring to. It was nothing more than the matter involving the Purple Flame sect. However, this issue, which Qing seemed to regard as a colossal crisis capable of sparking a full-scale war between the two sects, was, in his eyes, of no real concern. In truth, with his strength, he could have wiped out the Purple Flame sect long ago. The only reason he hadn't acted yet was to give them some time to recall their elders and disciples stationed elsewhere, making it easier for him to wipe them out all at once.
Cut the grass and uproot it, leave no future threats. Just as you beat the egg yolk until it's smooth, you must split the earth dragon vertically with a single stroke.
Without doing so, no matter how high his cultivation might be, it would be difficult to exterminate every last member of the Purple Flame sect.
However, these were merely his inner thoughts, others were unaware of them. Seeing Qing's nonchalant demeanor, Qing's expression turned cold. "The sect master has sent me to deliver a message. You are to report to the sect plaza immediately."
After leaving those words, she didn't linger for a moment, turning directly and walking out of the courtyard, heading down the mountain.
Go to the sect plaza?
Qing watched Qing leave, his eyes gradually brightening.
Being summoned to the sect plaza at this moment. Could it be that preparations have already been made to cause a disturbance at the Purple Flame sect, to demand an explanation?
With a few days having passed, I imagine most of the Purple Flame sect's elders and disciples who were away have returned by now. Qing muttered to himself, waving his hand to dismiss the three disciples standing nearby. Amid a ripple in space, his figure vanished into thin air from the rocking chair. The next moment, he had already arrived above the square. At that moment, the entire sect square was packed with people. The convergence of so many powerful auras caused the spiritual energy above the square to become chaotic.
Qing's appearance instantly caught everyone's attention. As if paying a salute, gaze after gaze turned in unison toward the figure in the sky.
It's the young sect master. What a powerful aura! I feel like the young sect master could crush me with a single hand.
He is so cool. Voices rang out among the disciples.
Their gazes toward Qing were filled with awe. High above, Qing's figure flickered as he landed at the front of the square. His gaze swept across the crowd, and his eyes narrowed slightly.
Is this pulling out all the stops?
In his eyes, there were no fewer than 100 Divine Palace realm experts on the square at that moment.
Both the first elder and the second elder were among them.
In addition, there were 9 figures with snow-white hair, whose auras were even more powerful than that of the first elder.
Void-treading realm.
9 void-treading realm experts. They brought out every single one the sect possessed.
Above, Wudi stood suspended in midair.
He cast only a brief glance at Qing before turning his gaze to the crowd on the square, his expression unusually grave. Without further ado, only a few simple words escaped his lips. "Let us go, Purple Flame sect." A massive warship sailed out of the sect's grounds.
At the bow, Qing and Wudi stood side by side.
Behind them, the 9 void-treading realm cultivators sat cross-legged. Further back were nearly 100 Divine Palace realm experts. For this mission to the Purple Flame sect, the minimum cultivation level required was the Divine Palace realm. As for the disciples below the Spirit Infant realm, they were left to guard the sect. They wouldn't be of much help anyway. You little brat, a sect-wide battle is different from a personal duel. If things really come to blows, watch your back. I won't be able to look out for you. At the bow of the ship, Wudi suddenly turned to look at Qing and admonished him with a serious expression. In his view, although Qing possessed formidable combat power, he was still young and lacked combat experience. Coupled with the incident at the Luyun Mountains, he would easily become a target. If a fight really broke out, it went without saying that he would inevitably become a primary target for the Purple Flame sect. Just take care of yourself. Faced with his stepfather's concern, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Qing's mouth. On this ship, it seemed he was the one least likely to be in danger.
Seeing his son's nonchalant demeanor, Wudi couldn't help but frown.
You little brat, don't underestimate the Purple Flame sect too much. Even though you killed one of their treading the Void Realm ancestors, there is more than just one treading the Void Realm cultivator in the Purple Flame sect. Upon hearing this, Qing merely smiled and said nothing. With his cultivation level, even if the entire purple flame sect attacked together, he could wipe them out with a single flick of his wrist. As the conversation ended, silence fell upon the warship, with only the whooshing sound of the wind remaining. Several hours later, a faint wave of heat gradually emerged in the void, and a range of crimson mountains appeared on the horizon.
The Crimson Flame Mountains arrived.
On board, the Grand Elder and the other Divine Palace Realm cultivators gazed at the Crimson Mountain range ahead, their expressions startled. Soon, the warship came to a halt at the edge of the mountains, and everyone stepped out onto the void.
Sect Master, should we charge straight in? Or? The Grand Elder approached Woody and asked in a low voice.
No need.
They're here. Woody waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the center of the Crimson Flame Mountains. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than a loud roar echoed from within the mountains. Cloud Guild, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As the voice faded, dozens of figures materialized, and a powerful aura swiftly filled the space. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a crimson robe, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a face radiating ferocity. It was none other than the leader of the Purple Flame sect, Bailey Changkong. Woody, I never thought you'd actually dare to come to my Purple Flame sect. Bailey Changkong's gaze was icy as he swept it over the members of the Cloud Guild. Especially when he saw Qin, a chilling, murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Why wouldn't I dare come?
You old fools of the Purple Flame sect at the Treading the Void realm actually dared to ambush and kill my son.
I've come to demand an explanation.
Woody's voice was icy. The Purple Flame sect had first come knocking to set up a challenge, and after losing the spirit vein, they resorted to underhanded tactics. After being counterattacked, they even dispatched an ancient relic from the Taishu realm to ambush his son. All of this had thoroughly enraged him. Today, he might just raze the Red Flame Mountains to the ground.
Fine, demand an explanation indeed. However, I fear you lack the strength to do so.
Bailey Changkong's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a sinister expression.
Just then, from the mountain range below, dozens of powerful auras surged upward once more.
These figures were clad in black, their bodies brimming with intense Insha energy. They lined up on either side of the Purple Flame sect disciples, forming a pincer movement that trapped the Cloud Guild members in the center.
Black Slaughter Valley?
Woody watched the black-robed cultivators appear, his expression suddenly turning grave, though upon closer inspection, he did not seem particularly surprised. It seemed he had anticipated this very scene all along.
Woody, don't blame me for this. The Cloud Guild is growing too fast.
If this continues, there will be no room left for our two sects in Xian State. One of the Black Slaughter Valley's powerful figures spoke up. It was an elderly man, gaunt and thin, with sunken cheeks and eyes as cold and menacing as those of a venomous snake. This man was none other than the Valley Master of Black Slaughter Valley, He Ming, at the second level of the Treading the Void realm.
Woody, I admit that your Cloud Guild is indeed stronger than either of our two sects alone.
But when faced with our combined forces, the Cloud Guild has no choice but to face annihilation.
However, debts must be repaid to the rightful creditors.
If you hand over your son, I can spare the Cloud Guild from this catastrophe. Bailey Changkong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of absolute confidence on his face. As he spoke, his icy gaze fixed on Qin. Combined, the Purple Flame sect in Black Slaughter Valley boasted a total of 150 Divine Palace Realm cultivators and 15 stepping into the Void Realm cultivators. With this kind of strength, as long as they were willing to pay the price, they could easily wipe out the Cloud Guild.
I'll hand over your grandmother. Die for this sect.
Woody roared coldly. The next moment, his expression hardened as he raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike.
Boom!
The void suddenly roared as a massive runic hand materialized out of thin air, engulfing Bailey Changkong along with a dozen or so people around him.
Charge! Kill them!
Seeing their sect master had already struck, the Cloud Guild members behind him instantly erupted into chaos. No one knew who let out a howl, but everyone surged forward in a chaotic rush, charging straight at their opponents.
Surprisingly, in addition to the original 9 void-treading realm cultivators, 5 white-haired old men emerged from the void.
Exuding the aura of the treading the void realm, they charged toward the practitioners of that realm from both sects.
Woody, you're asking for death.
Bailey Changkong roared furiously, swinging a fiery red fist that shattered the giant hand descending from above. At the same time, he was utterly shocked. The Cloud Guild actually had hidden treading the void realm cultivators, and as many as 5 of them. By that count, including Woody, the Cloud Guild now had a full 15 void-treading realm cultivators. After all, his Purple Flame sect and Black Slaughter Valley combined had only 15 such cultivators. Now, aside from having a few more Divine Palace realm cultivators, they held no other advantage. High above in the void, Sheen watched the elders swarming toward the opposing side and couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. If he hadn't known these were elders from his own sect, he would have thought they were bandits from somewhere. This sect war looked more like a brawl between hooligans. Surprisingly, in addition to the original 9 void-treading realm cultivators, 5 more white-haired old men emerged from the void. Radiating the aura of the void-treading realm, they charged toward the Purple Flame sect's void-treading realm cultivators. Counting Woody, there were now 15 void-treading realm cultivators in total. With 2 or even 3 against each opponent, they instantly overwhelmed the enemy, leaving them unable to lift their heads. The same was true on the Divine Palace realm battlefield. In fact, some couldn't even find a single opponent to fight, so they turned their gaze directly toward the inner sanctum of the Purple Flame sect.
It's over. It's all over. The sect master is dead.
The elders and grand elders are as good as dead too. Cloud Guild, how could the Cloud Guild possess such terrifying power?
Run! Run for your lives!
Inside the Purple Flame sect, the lower-tier disciples looked ashen-faced. Led by some, they immediately fled toward the sect gates. Some of the more powerful elite disciples even struck ruthlessly, slaying fellow disciples blocking their path, all to escape the sect faster.
How could this happen? This can't be real. How could that little bastard be so terrifying? It must be an illusion.
In the crowd, Bailey Yen's eyes were bloodshot as he muttered to himself incessantly. His gaze was fixed intently on the figure in the void, the very one that had plunged the entire Purple Flame sect into despair. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had killed his father and wiped out every member of the Black Slaughter sect. Gradually, madness welled up in his eyes, and he became hysterical. Bailey Yen had gone mad. He simply couldn't accept it. Just a day ago, he had been fantasizing about how, after annihilating the Cloud Guild, he would hang Sheen at the foot of the Purple Flame sect's mountain gate, letting the sect disciples humiliate him day after day. But in the blink of an eye, it was he who was about to be wiped out. Even his powerful father had been killed with a single slap from his opponent. He blocked the entrance to the sect gates and roared at the fleeing disciples, "Stop right there, all of you! Whoever dares to run, this young sect master will not spare you." As his roar died down, the rioting crowd fell instantly silent. The next moment, a murderous intent flared up.
"Get out of the way!"
A cold command rang out from the back of the crowd, and a chilling sword light instantly sliced Bailey Yen in half. The young sect master of the Purple Flame sect was slain on the spot by a disciple of his own sect. Amid the spatter of blood, all the disciples fled once more, without so much as a second glance. They even trampled over by Li Yen's corpse as they rushed toward the mountain gate. However, just as these people thought they were about to escape with their lives, a sword beam sliced down from the void, slaying every fleeing figure. Immediately afterward, several powerful figures descended, like tigers among sheep, pouncing on the remaining disciples of the Purple Flame sect. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. It's either you die or I die, that's the world of cultivators. High above, Sheen watched the carnage below. A faint flicker of emotion passed through his eyes, only to vanish the next moment, leaving them calm and still. He turned his head slightly to glance at the battlefield where Woody and the others were fighting. After confirming that no problems would arise, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above a mountain peak belonging to the Purple Flame sect. His divine sense swept through the interior of the mountain. In the next instant, a massive hand reached out, runes flashing in its palm, and grasped toward the peak. Boom! The ground cracked, the mountain shook violently, and then disintegrated, sending countless boulders the size of houses plummeting downward. A vast space, shrouded in an array and shimmering with a rich, precious radiance, appeared. Held aloft by a terrifying force, it soared toward the sky. The purple flame sect's treasure vault. Sheen gazed at the treasure vault he had extracted, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But in the next instant, his expression suddenly turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, he waved his hands through the air, instantly condensing countless runes that firmly enveloped the treasury's space. Just as he finished doing this, a black figure darted out from within the treasury, tearing through the surrounding formation and slamming heavily into the runes. Boom! The runes flashed violently, sending the black figure flying back.
Is that a dog?
Sheen watched the black figure being bounced back, a strange expression crossing his face. For it was clearly a black dog the size of a calf. The black dog stood on its hind legs, its coat as smooth as silk, jet black and glossy. In each of its front paws, it clutched a spirit ginseng root as thick as an arm, its surface still bearing tooth marks. Woof! Just then, the black dog let out a strange yelp, glanced at Sheen, and a human-like smile appeared on its face. It then summoned a square stone platform as space warped. It tore through the Tao-patterned barrier and vanished into the treasure vault.
Ha!
Sheen's expression darkened as he watched the dog vanish right before his eyes. He swept his divine sense through the interior of the treasure vault and, upon confirming that the contents were still there, felt slightly relieved.
What kind of strange creature is this? A demon? Or perhaps...
And that stone platform had actually managed to penetrate my Tao-pattern seal. Sheen muttered to himself, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He could tell that the dog's cultivation level was inferior to his own. This was evident from the creature's single-minded focus on escape. The reason it was able to teleport away was thanks to that small stone platform. That stone platform, it must be, at the very least, a powerful artifact crafted by a great being.
Sheen speculated inwardly.
Back in the Cloud Guild treasury, he had spent 1 million top-grade mana stones not only to repay his debt to the system but also to elevate his cultivation to the second level of the Enlightenment realm. If the restrictions he had set up at that level of cultivation could still be so easily breached, then the grade of that stone platform must be at least that of a great power artifact. Those in the Enlightenment realm are known as regional rulers, while only those in the heaven-gazing realm are considered ancient great powers.
You little brat, what's wrong? Did something happen?
Woody appeared, his gaze fixed intently on the treasury space. The battle above had largely concluded after a round of beatings. He had sensed that something seemed amiss here with Sheen, which was why he had rushed over.
It's nothing.
Sheen shook his head and casually tossed the treasure vault toward Woody. Woody caught the treasure vault, but didn't he put it away instead, he said. Well, you little brat, how about you keep this treasure vault for now? He couldn't gauge Sheen's cultivation level, but he knew for certain it wasn't just the first level of the Divine Palace realm. To wipe out all the Black Slaughter sect's powerhouses in a single strike, one would need at least high-tier treading the void cultivation. Cultivators at this level require vast amounts of resources to advance further, which is why he wanted to leave the treasure vault with Sheen.
No need.
The sect needs resources to sustain itself, too. Otherwise, we won't be able to distribute stipends and benefits next month, and you'll make a fool of yourself, Father.
Sheen waved his hand.
He had already checked the treasury contained less than 1 million top-grade mana stones. Apart from that, there were only a few magical artifacts, low-grade elixirs and spiritual herbs, and some mana stones. He would consider these as repayment for the mana stones he had previously taken from the sect. Besides, there was still one Black Slaughter sect branch left to deal with. That place also held a wealth of resources. However, upon hearing this, Woody was somewhat puzzled.
What did that mean?
The sect's reserves were substantial. They had over 1 million high-grade mana stones, enough to pile up into 2 small mountains. How could they possibly fail to provide stipends and benefits? Still, though puzzled, he accepted the treasury. These resources would allow the Cloud Guild to nurture even more prodigies. Seeing his father accept the treasure trove, Gene turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, his eyes turning icy in an instant. I'll leave this place in the hands of Father and the elders. I'm going to take a stroll through Black Slaughter Valley. With that, his figure gradually faded and then vanished.
That kid. Woody watched Gene disappear, feeling somewhat exasperated. Wasn't he the kid being a bit disrespectful to him?
Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward the battlefield above, where the battle had already ended. He bellowed at the sect elders, "Take everything of value, then we'll head to Black Slaughter Valley."
"Yes, sect master." Above, the elders responded in unison.
Then, nearly 100 Divine Palace Realm cultivators rushed into the Purple Flame sect.
Some were carrying away entire houses.
Some were uprooting spirit trees. Some were collecting storage rings from the bodies of dead Purple Flame sect disciples.
Some were, at that moment, hundreds of thousands of li away,
in a vast valley filled with a sinister aura. Inside a black stone hall, a dozen or so figures had gathered, each with an expression of anticipation on their face. They were all elite warriors held in reserve by Black Slaughter Valley, every one of them at the Divine Palace realm or higher. This time, Black Slaughter Valley and the Purple Flame sect had conspired in secret, dispatching the majority of their elite forces while leaving behind only one treading the Void Realm cultivator and 10 Divine Palace Realm cultivators here.
Just then, one of them spoke up.
"I wonder how the Valley Master and the others are faring." As soon as the words left his mouth, the others burst into laughter. Hee, with the combined strength of Black Slaughter Valley and the Purple Flame sect, even if the Cloud Guild is incredibly powerful, they won't be able to turn the tables. By my estimation, news will reach us within 3 days. By then, we can dispatch disciples to claim the Cloud Guild's resources. I hear that Woody's son, that hothead, is a prodigy. Despite his young age, his combat prowess is off the charts, and he has even killed several elders of the Purple Flame sect.
I wonder if the Valley Master left any survivors.
If we could capture him and tame him into a battle slave for the Valley.
The crowd continued to discuss the matter, their words betraying no doubt whatsoever that the Cloud Guild would be annihilated.
They had even begun to ponder how to divide the spoils with the Purple Flame sect to secure the greatest possible benefit.
"Enough, everyone, be quiet."
From above, the sole elder at the Treading the Void Realm spoke up, silencing the entire assembly. He then addressed a middle-aged man below. "Elder Chen, you make the arrangements.
Gather all disciples in the valley at the core stage and above.
As soon as the Valley Master sends word, head immediately to the Cloud Guild."
"Yes, Grand Elder."
The middle-aged man, known as Elder Chen, nodded immediately upon hearing this. But just as he turned to leave, a figure stumbled into the hall, shouting in panic.
The sect master, he."
Instantly, everyone furrowed their brows, their eyes flashing with displeasure.
Elder Chen rebuked him in a stern voice, "Running in such a flustered state, what kind of behavior is this?"
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to ask, "Did the sect master send a message?" The disciple froze for a moment upon hearing this, then cried out, It's the Valley Master's soul tablet has shattered. And, Elder, the soul tablets of the Grand Elders have all shattered as well." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell instantly silent.
The very next moment, boom!
A terrifying aura erupted, and the elderly man from the Taishu realm above instantly appeared before the disciple.
He lifted him up as if he were a little chick. His icy gaze pierced the disciple. "What did you say? Say it again for me."
Faced with the elder's gaze which seemed capable of devouring him whole, the disciple was momentarily paralyzed with fear. It took him quite a while to snap out of it. Then, with a mournful expression, he cried out, the sect master's soul tablet and theirs have shattered.
They're dead. They're all dead."
"Impossible," the old man roared in fury.
Wasn't he the Valley Master leading a force of elite warriors, joining forces with the Purple Flame sect to attack the Cloud Guild? How could they be dead?
His figure burst through the stone hall and instantly appeared outside. He was heading to the ancestral shrine to see the soul tablets enshrined there with his own eyes. The others in the hall also wore grim expressions as they soared into the sky in hot pursuit. But the moment they stepped out of the stone hall, before they could make a move, the skies above them suddenly turned turbulent. The previously clear sky abruptly darkened, and a colossal hand large enough to engulf the entire Black Slaughter Valley reached out from the clouds. Wreathed in terrifying might, it came crashing down.
What is this? No! Which noble is striking this blow, intending to annihilate our Black Slaughter Valley?
The elderly man at the treading the void realm, who had been the first to charge out, was horrified, his face ashen. He stood frozen in midair, staring at the descending giant hand, not a single thought of escape crossing his mind.
The sky, why has it gone dark?
Inside the valley, the ordinary disciples looked up in bewilderment.
The next moment, boom! The colossal hand struck down.
The palace collapsed, flesh and blood turned to dust, and the entire Black Slaughter Valley was instantly wiped off the face of the earth. Then, the giant hand curled, pulling a treasure vault and several luminous spirit veins from deep beneath the earth, before retracting back into the sky. Black Slaughter Valley, you were the ones who plotted against the Cloud Guild first.
You have no one to blame but yourselves.
From within the clouds, Sheen stowed away the spirit veins and the treasure vault. He cast a glance at the massive palm print embedded in the earth, then turned and floated away into the sky. It wasn't until several hours later that some cultivators, having heard the commotion, rushed to the scene. As they looked upon the completely vanished Black Slaughter Valley and the terrifying palm print that had caved the ground in, they all gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror.
Whoa! That's terrifying. What kind of terrifying entity did Black Slaughter Valley provoke?
Someone muttered, every hair on their body standing on end. Just looking at that massive palm print was enough to make one feel as if they were suffocating.
After a brief silence, someone seemed to think of something and flashed downward.
Behind them, the others realized what was happening and followed closely behind.
With Black Slaughter Valley destroyed, there might be some treasures left behind.
If they could get even the tiniest bit, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Sure enough, just a moment later, someone burst out laughing. Ah, it's a storage ring. Ha ha.
A young man stood at the edge of the pit, having dug up a storage ring from the ground, his face beaming with excitement as he laughed heartily. One after another, more and more people unearthed magical artifacts, storage pouches, and jade slips containing cultivation techniques. As time passed, an ever-growing number of cultivators rushed to the scene, drawn by the commotion.
A new wave of bloodshed unfolded amidst the ruins as they vied for the treasures.
Sheen was unaware of this, nor did he care. After leaving, he headed straight back to the Cloud Guild.
Xingmu Peak, inside a small palace.
Sheen sat cross-legged on a warm jade bed, with a sphere of light floating before him. Inside the sphere were the Black Slaughter Valley's treasury and 3 spirit veins. Looking at the small space before him, Sheen waved his hand and retrieved the top-grade spirit vein from it.
System, how many mana stones is this top-grade spirit vein worth?
Ding, since the spirit vein has been depleted and forcibly extracted, the system estimates its value at 2,100,000 top-grade mana stones.
2,100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Sheen nodded slightly. He was fairly satisfied. He did the math, adding the top-grade mana stones from the Black Slaughter sect's treasury, plus those he obtained from slaying Haiming and the others. He now had over 3,500,000 top-grade mana stones. At this thought, a faint smile involuntarily spread across his face. He then waved his hand, and a slightly translucent system interface appeared.
His gaze shifted directly to the row listing magical treasures. Ever since that black dog had used a magical treasure to escape while he was at the Purple Flame sect, he'd been thinking about acquiring a few powerful treasures of his own. Skipping over the low-tier magical artifacts, he looked directly at the descriptions for those at the Enlightenment realm level and above. Wind Thunder Wings, a sovereign-grade divine weapon capable of increasing the user's speed by 1.5 times.
300,000 top-grade mana stones.
Soul-Slaying Blade, a great power heavy weapon, a single-use forbidden artifact. When used properly, it can instantly annihilate the divine soul of a peak-peering heaven realm powerhouse.
2 million high-grade mana stones.
Heavy Prison Peak, a holy weapon containing a miniature world. It can imprison and confine powerhouses below the level of a sage.
An essential holy artifact for kidnapping, extortion, and acting as a henchman. 500,000 mana stones.
Banner of 10,000 souls, a holy weapon-level artifact containing billions of malevolent souls. It can devour saints, but it can also reunite families and bring friends together.
500,000 mana stones. Void Realm, a replica, a quasi-emperor artifact. Broke. Heaven-devouring demon jar, an emperor artifact. Broke.
Sheen read all the way to the end, his expression growing darker and darker. He had originally thought that with over 3 million top-grade mana stones, he was at least a small landowner. But this? Looking it over, it seemed he'd only have enough to trade for a few king-level weapons from the Enlightenment realm. Ding, the system has a lottery feature. The host may spend 100,000 top-grade mana stones to perform a 10 draw. Prizes may be any item, and there is even an extremely high chance of drawing a holy weapon or an emperor artifact. High risk, high reward. A 100,000 top-grade mana stones draw, with a chance to get an emperor artifact? And an extremely high chance at that? Sheen narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the system interface in front of him. That sounds very familiar. Although he suspected the system was trying to rip him off, he knew that with the mana stones he had on hand, he wouldn't be able to buy any decent magical artifacts anyway. His gambleress instinct gradually took over, and with a sweeping gesture, he sent 100,000 mana stones flying. I'll top up 100,000 first and give it a try. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the catch. Ding, ding, the mana stones turned into an emperor artifact. Ding, host has topped up 100,000 high-grade mana stones, redeeming 110 pull from the system. Draw beginning. Congratulations, host. You've won one system blessing. Tonesy wishes you the best of luck wherever you go. Congratulations, host. You've won one system blessing. Tonesy wishes you the best of luck wherever you go. Congratulations, host. You've won one system blessing. The system wishes you the best of luck wherever you go. UFING little cutie. As Sheen listened to the system's string of blessings, his face darkened at a visible pace. This blessing was completely unnecessary. Soon, the results of the 10 draws appeared on the interface. 1 rusty iron sword, and 9 blessings. F me. Sheen cursed silently to himself. The system is so damn unfair. Sure, the draw is risky, but 9 blessings? Come on. Top up another 100,000. Ding, the system wishes you good luck on your way out. 100,000. Ding, the system wishes you good luck. 100,000. Ding, hit. A barrage of blessings made Sheen's head spin. After a full 10 draws, aside from a dozen or so bottles of low-tier elixirs and 3 or 2 worthless magical artifacts, everything else was blessings. I'm not buying it. Sheen gritted his teeth and topped up another 100,000. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a system blessing 1. The system wishes you good luck wherever you go. As Sheen listened to the system's heartfelt blessings, his expression actually grew calm. After hearing the 8th blessing, he snapped his hand back and closed the system interface. I'm done with this. It's not even fun. Oh. Just as he stood up, preparing to head to the roof for some fresh air, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the combat weapon Omen Blade. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the divine ability Swap the Heavens and Earth. Ha! Sheen's body stiffened for a moment, and his steps came to a halt. Did I win a prize? Not a blessing? He hurriedly waved his hand to open the system interface. Sure enough, aside from the 8 blessings he'd heard earlier, the bottom 2 entries on the interface displayed a blade and a jade tablet. Upon seeing this, Sheen immediately checked the descriptions of the 2 items. Blade of the Unknown, Grade Unknown. Grows stronger against stronger foes. 1 strike cures tetanus, 2 strikes send you to meet your ancestors. Steal Heaven and Swap Day, a divine ability created by the Grand Saint of the Heaven Stealing sect, imbued with the laws of space. With a mere wave of the hand, it can steal any item within the range of your divine sense. It's an essential skill for becoming the sixth man and striking it rich. With this divine ability in hand, the world is mine. The blade of the unknown, steal heaven and swap day? Sheen stared at the two descriptions, his eyes sparkling. With a slight thought, a blade instantly appeared in his hand. The blade was 3 chi long, with a cutting edge of just over 2 chi. It looked similar to the Tang swords from his previous life. However, the entire blade was covered in rust, and faint cracks could be seen along the blade's surface. Is this it? And it's supposed to grow stronger against stronger foes? Sheen was a bit dumbfounded. Staring at the unremarkable, rusty blade in his hand, he strongly suspected he'd run into a scam. If this world had phones, he'd be dialing the system report hotline right now. Ding, system produced no junk here. The host will know once he tries it. Try it? Sheen looked thoroughly skeptical. Staring at the scrap metal in his hand, which showed no energy fluctuations whatsoever, he felt that the moment he channeled even a wisp of spiritual energy into it, the thing would be shattered into dust. With that thought, a wisp of spiritual energy traveled down his arm and into the blade. But the very next moment, clang! The rusty blade vibrated, and the surrounding space instantly split apart. A fierce, blood-red glow erupted from the blade, and its terrifying edge instantly cleaved the grand hall in two. It even sliced off nearly half of Qingmu Peak beneath him. Sheen looked up at the split palace, a look of surprise crossing his face. Judging by the aura that had just erupted, this blade was at least a king-class divine weapon. Although he didn't know if it would, as Tonzi had said, grow stronger when facing a powerful opponent, it was certainly no piece of junk. He sheathed the rusty blade, opened his palm, and an ancient jade slip appeared in his hand. It was the other prize, the divine ability Steal Heaven, Swap Day. Staring at the jade slip, he didn't hesitate. He extended a wisp of divine consciousness into it. Boom! Amid a deafening roar, a massive hand appeared in his mind, reaching straight toward him. In the next instant, the hand shattered, transforming into countless insights that flooded his mind. It was a good while before Sheen opened his eyes, a look of delight and surprise flickering within them. He extended his hand and grasped at the void. The space before him rippled faintly, like the surface of water. A jade-white spirit fruit materialized out of thin air in his hand. At the same moment, inside the cave residence of an elder of the sect. Ugh! The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of stone dust, staring blankly at the rock in his hand. He was clearly eating a spirit fruit. How could it have turned into a rock the moment he bit into it? Was there something impure in it? His eyes swept the room in shock and suspicion as his divine sense instantly enveloped the entire cave residence. Elsewhere, inside the palace, Sheen looked at the spirit fruit in his hand with great satisfaction. Stealing heaven and swapping day, it truly lives up to its name. Wherever his divine sense reached, he could steal at will. Of course, if an item's cultivation level was far too high compared to his own, he would be detected. However, spending 1.1 million top-grade mana stones to obtain these two items was already a huge profit. Looking at the remaining 2.4 million mana stones, he paused to consider his options, then spent another 500,000 to purchase a jade pendant capable of masking his aura. After doing this, he still had over 1.9 million left. System, convert all the remaining mana stones into cultivation points. Ding, host has topped up 193,000 high-grade mana stones. Spend 1.8 million cultivation level raised to the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm. The 6th level of the Enlightenment realm. Sheen felt his cultivation surge once again. He extended his palm and clenched it lightly. Boom! A section of space in front of him instantly collapsed, and a powerful storm burst forth from it. But before it could wreak havoc, he flipped his hand to suppress it. Nodding in satisfaction, Sheen gazed through the grand hall toward the outside of the sect. Judging by the time, Father and the others should be returning by now. His figure vanished from the palace and appeared outside the mountain gate. Sure enough, after only a short while, numerous powerful auras appeared on the horizon, and one figure after another walked through the air.
Woody led the way, each step spanning vast distances through space.
Behind him, numerous elders followed, some holding up massive palaces, others cradling treasure vaults, and still others clutching spirit veins. Unlike their low-key departure, they made a point of passing through several major cities on their return, flaunting their presence to the extreme. They even accidentally spread the news of the Purple Flame sect's annihilation. Soon, everyone descended before the mountain gate, and the palaces, spiritual veins, and other items they had been holding were all retracted into their inner worlds.
Father! Sheen stepped forward. Ha ha ha, good lad. We struck it rich.
Woody slapped Sheen's shoulder with his large hand, laughing heartily.
Behind them, the numerous elders and grand elders also wore excited expressions.
However, the looks they cast at Sheen were tinged with deep astonishment. After plundering the Purple Flame sect, they had also gone to Black Slaughter Valley. Even now, recalling the massive handprint they'd seen there, they couldn't help but shudder. Yet despite their shock, they had still ransacked the place thoroughly,
going so far as to scrape away 3 layers of soil. Not a bad haul.
Sheen found it somewhat amusing to picture the elders earlier, struggling to support the palace's spiritual vein. He then took out the Black Slaughter Valley treasure vault, along with 2 mid-grade spiritual veins, and handed them to Woody. These items weren't worth much even if exchanged for high-grade spiritual veins, so he might as well leave them to the sect.
You little brat, this is perfect. Come with me to the treasure vault and put these resources inside. Woody didn't hesitate, casually taking them. He then strode into the sect, heading toward the treasure vault. To the treasure vault? Sheen's expression grew slightly peculiar. He wondered if, upon discovering so many high-grade mana stones missing from the vault, they would suspect they'd been robbed. Several days had passed. After Woody and his group paraded through the streets, news of the destruction of the Purple Flame sect in Black Slaughter Valley quickly spread. Every major and minor faction in Xianzhou was left in shock. 1,000 li away from the Cloud Guild, in the same great city, at the same tavern. I just can't believe it, the Cloud Guild actually wiped out the Purple Flame sect, and in just one day. Several cultivators sat together, their eyes filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison. Just the day before yesterday, I specifically took the teleportation array to the Crimson Flame Mountains. TSK, it was brutal, absolutely brutal. The entire sect was wiped out, every last member, down to the last one. They even roasted the ant nests with spirit fire. A tall, thin companion spoke up. Recalling the Azura eating noodles in the Red Flame Mountains still sent a chill down his spine. As one of the 3 great sects, the disparity in strength was so vast that if it hadn't actually happened, he would never have believed it. And then there's Black Slaughter Valley, rumor has it someone saw it get wiped out by a giant hand. Who knows what kind of cultivator could possess such power? Similar discussions were popping up in major cities throughout Xian State. Some people had a vague feeling that the destruction of Black Slaughter Valley was also connected to the Cloud Guild. After all, both events occurred on the same day, and afterward, powerful members of the Cloud Guild had appeared in Black Slaughter Valley. However, no matter what, from now on, Xian State would be the Cloud Guild's domain. The smart ones had already packed their gifts and were rushing to the Cloud Guild. In a private room at an inn, 2 figures sat facing each other. Listening to the chatter outside, one of them, an elderly man in blue robes, wore a look of disdain. The Cloud Guild. At least they haven't disgraced the Holy Land. As the elderly man in blue spoke, his gaze shifted to the person across from him, and the disdain on his face instantly gave way to reverence. Your Holiness, since the sage's tomb has yet to emerge, why don't we pay the Cloud Guild a visit? Across from him sat a young man known as the Holy Sun, clad in a moon-white robe. His face was as fair as jade, and his demeanor was otherworldly. Even as he sat quietly, spiritual energy from the surrounding space flowed into his body of its own accord. Upon hearing this, he cast a glance at the old man. A moment later, he rose to his feet, and a calm voice emerged from his lips. Very well. This Holy Sun also wishes to see if there are any talents worth noticing in this barren land. As he spoke, his tone exuded an air of superiority, as if he held Xian State in no regard. As soon as his words fell,
the two vanished from the private box. At the same time, at the Cloud Guild. On Qingmu Peak, Qin opened his eyes and gazed toward the great city, a flash of sharp insight gleaming in his eyes.
A cultivator at the Enlightenment realm?
Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed an aura of the Enlightenment realm tearing through space from afar, rushing toward the sect.
Just as he suspected.
The next moment, two figures passed through the sect's protective array and materialized directly within the sect grounds.
A powerful aura radiated out, enveloping the entire sect.
Humph!
Qin snorted coldly. With a single stride, he appeared before the two.
He waved his hand to dispel their aura, then fixed them with a cold, piercing gaze.
Lin Zhengtian, Holy Son of Azure Sanctuary. Cultivation level, 3rd tier of the Enlightenment realm.
Techniques and abilities: Azure Heaven Emperor Sutra, Secret Art of Slaying the Heavens, Soul-Destroying Sword Chi, a hair's breadth from the ends of the earth.
Lin Ao, Elder of the Azure Sanctuary. Cultivation level, Peak Void Treading Realm.
Techniques and abilities: Ancient Vajra Sutra, Sky Shrouding Great Hand Seal, Blood Refining Secret Art.
Azure Sanctuary?
Qin looked at the information provided by the system and furrowed his brow slightly. The Eastern Wasteland domain, where Xian State is located, is home to two colossal powers: the Azure Sanctuary and the Supreme Holy Land. Both Grand Saint Stage sanctuaries had once given birth to mythic realm great emperors who had reigned over the Tiansong continent. Even now, though the great emperors had long since passed away, they remained colossal powers, held in check by a quasi-emperor guarding the Nine Heavens barrier.
Why have you two trespassed into my Cloud Guild?
I am an elder of the Azure Sanctuary, accompanying His Holiness the Holy Sun on an inspection tour of the Cloud Guild.
Have your guild master come out to greet us at once?
Lin Ao looked at Qin, a flicker of surprise in his eyes.
He was at the peak of the Treading the Void realm, yet the aura he emitted was effortlessly dispelled by the young man before him.
This left him somewhat stunned. He never would have imagined that the Cloud Guild harbored such a powerful figure.
An inspection?
Qin furrowed his brow, watching the two without speaking. Although Azure Sanctuary was the dominant power in the Eastern Wasteland realm, it did not have a subordinate relationship with the Cloud Guild, so what business did they have conducting an inspection?
Just then, several powerful auras rose from within the sect.
Wuti, the first elder, the second elder, and several grand elders at the Treading the Void realm all stepped out of thin air simultaneously.
Wuti's expression was extremely grave. Looking at the two, he said in a deep voice, "I am Wuti, the master of the Cloud Guild. Fellow Taoists, are you from the Azure Sanctuary?" Fellow Taoists? Lin Ao repeated, a look of obvious disdain on his face.
Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhengtian, standing beside him, raised a hand to stop him. Lin Zhengtian merely glanced at Wuti before turning his gaze to Qin.
Wuti was merely at the second level of the void treading realm. He wasn't even worth his attention.
Qin, on the other hand, was someone he couldn't fathom. As his divine sense swept over him, the other man seemed shrouded in a layer of mist.
I am Lin Zhengtian. I am passing through Xianzhou on this training journey.
Having heard that the Cloud Guild has ascended to the position of Overlord of Xianzhou, I have come specifically to pay a visit. Lin Zhengtian wore a smile, yet his tone consistently conveyed a sense of superiority. Although he couldn't gauge Qin's cultivation level, he didn't believe the other was stronger than himself. After all, he was the Holy Son of the Azure Sanctuary, enjoying the boundless resources of a sacred land. How could a barren place like Xian State compare? Qin sized up Lin Zhengtian, scoffing inwardly.
Lin Zhengtian, is it? Let us not beat around the bush. The way you two are acting doesn't exactly look like a friendly visit. A visit?
They barged right in without so much as a greeting. It was already generous of him not to treat them as enemies.
Lin Zhengtian frowned, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. How dare you address the Holy Son by his given name?
Lin Ao roared angrily, his aura erupting and sweeping toward Qin like a giant wave.
Oh no!
Wuti's face paled, while the Grand Elder and the others standing nearby looked utterly horrified. Although it was merely a burst of aura, it was so powerful that anyone struck by it would be seriously injured, if not killed.
Humph! Qin snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force dispersed the aura. The residual force slammed heavily into Lin Ao, instantly sending him flying out of the sect and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. My friend, isn't this going a bit too far? Watching Lin Ao fly backward and disappear from view, Lin Zhengtian's pupils suddenly contracted.
At the same time, his expression turned icy in an instant, and a chilling, piercing aura radiated from him, directed straight at Qin.
Going too far?
This was merely a small lesson.
Qin's expression remained calm, without a trace of fear.
He knew his limits. He had only sent his opponent flying just now, not intending to kill him. At most, Lin Ao would sustain only minor injuries. Sure enough, in the space of just a few breaths, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rose from the horizon.
It was accompanied by Lin Ao's furious roar. Damn it, how dare you hurt me?
Amid the furious roar, Lin Ao surged down from the sky, reappearing before the group. At that moment, his face was pale, and his aura felt somewhat unstable, unlike its previous steadiness.
You dared to lay a hand on me? Lin Ao's expression was grim. He was, after all, an elder of the Holy Land. To be casually sent flying nearly 10,000 li by a junior in this remote Xian state. If word of this got out, how could he possibly show his face in public? However, having witnessed Qin's terrifying power, he could only vent his anger with words and dared not strike again. Standing nearby, Lin Zhengtian's expression grew calm.
After giving Qin a deep look, he said indifferently, Elder Lin was in the wrong this time. I, the Holy Sun, will let it slide. If you intend to strike again next time, fellow Taoist, you'd best think about your own sect first. After all, in the eyes of the Holy Land, a mere place like Xian State is no different from an ant.
Ha! Qin chuckled lightly. They'd come right up to his doorstep to bully him, and he wasn't even allowed to fight back?
If it weren't for his respect for the Holy Land's status, he would sent that old man into reincarnation right then and there. Just then, Wudi, standing nearby, seized the opportunity and quietly tugged at Qin's sleeve. He then stepped forward, looked at Lin Zhengtian and the other man, and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, my Cloud Guild is a small sect. Even Xian State doesn't register on the Holy Land's radar. If you have no business here, we won't keep you for dinner. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengtian turned to look at Wudi and let out a soft chuckle.
Ha!
Sect Master Qin, after all these years, the Cloud Guild has finally produced a decent genius. With that, he turned his gaze back to Qin.
This Holy Sun is very much looking forward to the day you enter the Azure Sanctuary.
Having said that, he made no further delay. His gaze casually swept over the large crowd of disciples gradually gathering below, and he chuckled. Then, with a single stride, his figure gradually faded and finally vanished.
Humph! Lin Ao snorted and immediately followed suit.
Qin watched the two depart, deeply puzzled.
What did the other party mean by those final words? Why did he need to go to the Azure Sanctuary?
Likewise, the Grand Elder and the others standing nearby were also filled with confusion. As the sect's Grand Elders and even Supreme Elders, they had no idea what connection existed between the Cloud Guild and the Azure Sanctuary.
Sigh. You all, follow me. Wudi's expression shifted as he sighed and turned to leave.
Seeing this, Qin followed directly behind Wudi.
Let us go. The Grand Elder gave the signal, and the other elders hurriedly followed.
Everyone was deeply curious about the connection between the Cloud Guild and the Azure Sanctuary, two factions that seemed worlds apart. Soon, the group followed Wudi to the very depths of the sect, an area shrouded in white mist.
The ancestral tomb Forbidden Zone?
A Grand Elder at the Treading the Void realm spoke up, his eyes filled with even greater confusion.
The Forbidden Tombs were the final resting place for the Cloud Guild's successive generations of powerhouses at the Divine Palace realm and above.
Beyond that, it also served as a secluded cultivation site for them, the Grand Elders at the Treading the Void realm. On one hand, it was sufficiently quiet, and the spiritual energy there was the densest in the entire sect. On the other hand, it was their duty to guard the tombs and prevent anyone from entering to dig for relics.
Wudi said nothing. He simply walked straight into the forbidden area without pausing once.
He passed through the areas where the supreme elders practiced in seclusion, then walked past one grand tomb after another. Finally, at the very deepest part, he stopped before a massive rockery. Gazing at the rockery, Woody took a deep breath, his expression turning exceptionally reverent.
Ancestor, Woody requests an audience.
Ancestor? Hearing this, the entire group looked startled. Especially the few supreme elders, they had no idea the sect still had an ancestor. The Cloud Guild had been established for over 3,000 years, and to date, the oldest surviving members were likely only these supreme elders. Those even older had all passed away after exhausting their lifespans. Could it be that someone had secretly survived, and they didn't know about it? Just as everyone was speculating, the space in front of the rockery began to warp, and a void portal about 1 jung tall appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Woody didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and walked through the portal first. Sheena's expression was somewhat strange. He glanced at the portal and followed him inside. After passing through the portal, a small space came into view. It wasn't large visually, it measured only a few hundred jang. Within this small space, numerous unidentified spirit trees were planted, exuding an incredibly dense aura of spiritual energy. It was denser than anywhere else within the sect. In the center of all the spirit plants, a mound of earth rose up, upon which sat an elderly man in black robes. The old man in black did not emit any powerful aura. He appeared just like a mortal in his twilight years. Woody pays his respects to the ancestral patriarch. Woody strode forward and bowed respectfully to the old man. Behind him, the elders exchanged glances and followed suit. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Sheen also clasped his hands in a bow, his gaze fixed on the old man with a look of profound puzzlement. For he could tell that this old man was not truly alive. To be precise, he was merely a soul form. At that moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed. Instantly, Sheen felt an immense pressure bearing down on him.
Terrifying. Sheena's heart sank. Little Woody, is this the Sheen you told me about?
The old man first glanced at Woody, then turned his gaze to Sheen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His voice was soft, like that of a kind-hearted old grandfather.
Ancestor, you have a keen eye. Woody nodded respectfully.
Child, you're quite impressive. The old man looked at Sheen with great satisfaction. He had discerned Sheena's cultivation level, the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm. To reach the Enlightenment realm at such a young age, even in his own youth, he hadn't been able to match that.
Ancestor, you flatter me.
Sheen clasped his hands in a bow, his face radiating humility. The old man merely smiled and said nothing more.
The space instantly fell silent.
Behind them, the elders and grand elders of the sects kept their heads bowed, even slowing their breathing. Finally, it was Woody who spoke up to break the silence.
Ancestor, the people from Azure Sanctuary have arrived.
Hearing this, the old man snapped back to attention and looked at Woody.
I know.
He then turned his gaze back to Sheen.
My boy, you must be curious now. How did the Cloud Guild come to be connected to a sacred land?
Indeed.
Sheen nodded in agreement.
At the same time, the elders behind him all pricked up their ears, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Up ahead, the old man seemed to have drifted into a reverie. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. I was the holy son of the Azure Sanctuary 3,000 years ago. In that era, the sanctuary produced 2 holy sons. I was defeated in my contest with him for the position of holy ruler, and my Tao foundation was damaged, leaving me with no hope of attaining the rank of sage. As a loser, I left the sanctuary and later established this lineage here in Xianzhou. The old man's voice was very calm, as if he were recounting events unrelated to himself. However, when he mentioned his damaged Tao foundation, a faint flicker of emotion crossed his eyes.
The holy son of Azure Sanctuary from 3,000 years ago?
Sheen looked at the old man, astonished. He never imagined his sect had such a background. Beside him, with the exception of Woody, all the sect elders stared wide-eyed, their pupils dilated with shock. At that moment, the old man glanced at Sheen and continued. Before I left the Holy Land, I made a solemn vow to cultivate a prodigy even more extraordinary than I was back then. To compete once more in my stead.
Cultivate a prodigy to compete at Azure Sanctuary once more? To vie for the title of Holy Son? Or perhaps Holy Lord?
Qin looked at the old man, recalling Lin Zhengtian's earlier words, and a suspicion began to form in his mind.
Sure enough, the old man's voice rang out again.
He looked at Qin, his tone calm. I was about to give up, but your appearance has given me hope once more. My child, Shen State is too small, it can no longer support you. If you wish to pursue the great Tao and achieve greater heights, you must venture out into the world. However, I won't force you after all, competition within the sacred land is far too perilous, one false move could cost you your life. After speaking, he gazed quietly at Qin, waiting for a response. Upon hearing this, Qin fell silent. He did not answer immediately but began to ponder deeply. To be honest, he was deeply tempted. The old man was right, Xianzhou was too small and its resources too meager, it could no longer sustain him. Azure Sanctuary, as the colossus of the eastern wastes, possessed terrifyingly vast resources. Once he succeeded and became the Holy Son, he would have the opportunity to obtain a vast amount of resources. At that point, he could easily attain the rank of sage, a quasi-emperor at the ninth heavenly realm, or even a great emperor. Yet he also had reservations.
He was all alone.
Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Jingtian, the Holy Son, the fact that the other had secured the position of Holy Son meant that, aside from his talent, there must be someone backing him. If some old monster were to step forward to target him, that would likely be quite dangerous.
Amid this tense atmosphere, Wudi and the other elders remained silent, watching Qin anxiously.
This was a momentous decision concerning Qin's future. Even Wudi, as the sect master and Qin's father, did not dare utter a single word at this moment. After a long while, Qin exhaled deeply, and a look of relief suddenly appeared on his face. All right, I'll go with you to the Azure Sanctuary. Fortune favors the bold. As long as he obtained enough mana stones and resources, his cultivation could rise without limit. He had no reason to fear those old fossils. Upon hearing Qin's agreement, a smile instantly spread across the old man's face.
Ha ha ha, excellent. You truly live up to being my descendant, you do have some guts. Don't worry.
Within the sanctuary, our branch still has a few old fossils of our own. Anyone who tries to bully the weak, the Qin clan isn't one to be pushed around. The old man roared with laughter, his eyes brimming with satisfaction as he looked at Qin. He'd been testing him earlier. If Qin had been afraid and dared not enter the Azure Sanctuary, he would have given up immediately. If he lacked even that kind of courage, even if his cultivation was decent now, his future achievements wouldn't be great, let alone suppressing the current Holy Son of the Sanctuary.
When do we enter the sanctuary? Qin asked. Now that he'd made up his mind, he no longer held back. No rush.
The old man waved his hand dismissively. There's a great opportunity awaiting in Xian State. It will emerge within this month. Seize that opportunity first. It won't be too late to head to the sanctuary afterward.
A great opportunity?
Qin paused, instantly thinking of Lin Zhengtian and the other.
Exactly. Xianzhou harbors a Grand Saint stage cultivation site. Judging by the timing, it should open soon within this month.
The old man spoke calmly. As he spoke, a hint of longing flashed in his eyes.
The Grand Saint stage. A realm so lofty that countless cultivators dared not even dream of it.
Likewise, it was precisely because of that cultivation site that he had chosen to remain in Xianzhou, founding a sect to pass down his legacy.
A Grand Saint stage cultivation site?
Qin's body trembled slightly, and his eyes lit up with delight. At the same time, Wudi and the others standing nearby also drew in a sharp breath, their eyes widening as a vivid green glow flared within them.
Could Xian State really be hiding such a heaven-defying opportunity?
As major powers in Xian State, they had been guarding this great treasure for thousands of years without even knowing it existed. However, at that moment, the old man cast a glance at the group.
The Grand Saint stage training ground isn't that easy to enter.
Unless you've reached the Enlightenment realm, you'll most likely die if you go in. Wudi and the others froze, their faces turning sheepish.
Is he calling us out?
But the next moment, as if a thought struck them, their gazes suddenly turned to Qin.
The ancestor said anyone below the enlightenment realm would die if they went in, yet he told Qin to seize this opportunity. Doesn't that mean Qin's cultivation is above the enlightenment realm? Holy crap! The group secretly swallowed hard. Wudi, in particular, was utterly stunned. He, the father, was only at the second level of the treading the void realm, yet his son had actually become a king? The old man paid no heed to the crowd's thoughts and turned his gaze back to Qin. The current holy son of the blue sky has appeared in Xianzhou most likely because of this Taoist retreat. You can fight him right now. I'm confident that with your cultivation, you won't lose to him. If you seize this opportunity, it will greatly benefit your future growth. As the old man spoke, a speck of glow appeared in his hand and drifted toward Qin. Qin reached out to catch it, and in the next moment, his expression froze in surprise. The glow faded, and a three-dimensional map appeared in his mind. The map was incomplete, only half of it remained, but he could vaguely make out that it depicted a massive underground palace. What is this? Qin looked up at the old man. This is the map of that Taoist training ground, only the first half. Make good use of it. Go now. The old man waved his hand. A ripple spread through the space, instantly teleporting Qin and the others out of the small chamber. The outside world. At the edge of the sect's forbidden zone, Qin glanced back at the space shrouded in white mist, a puzzled expression on his face. Then, he turned to Wudi standing beside him. Father, if it's truly as the ancestor said, and the Grand Saint stage training ground emerges in a month, it's bound to cause a huge stir. It's highly likely that powerhouses from the nearby major states will swarm here. If the sect wishes to stay out of it, it would be best to seal off the mountain. Seal off the mountain? Wudi frowned. Upon hearing this, the group of Tai Shan elders at the Taishu realm also hesitated, seeming reluctant to speak. After all, the Cloud Guild had only just become the dominant power in Xianzhou. If they sealed off the mountain because of this, wouldn't that make them a laughingstock to the powers of other major states? Furthermore, although the ancestor had warned that the Grand Saint stage training ground was dangerous, they still harbored their own thoughts on the matter. Even if they didn't enter it, just taking a look from the outside would be enough. Seeing their expressions, Qin raised an eyebrow. Father and the elders, you need only remain at the sect. As for the Grand Saint stage training ground, I'll handle it on my own. He didn't want to discourage them. The training ground hadn't even been unveiled yet, and it had already attracted Lin Zhengtian, the Saint's son, and there might even be Guotian realm powerhouses lurking in the shadows. It was even possible that a sage might descend. Such a spectacle was absolutely not something a few Taishu realm cultivators could participate in. They wouldn't even be fit to serve as cannon fodder, they'd be wiped out the moment they showed their faces. Wudi's expression shifted, and he finally sighed in resignation. Ah! Our cultivation levels are indeed far too low. As he spoke, he turned to the Grand Elder and the several Supreme Elders. As Shoer said, the sect will seal off the mountain starting today. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder did not hesitate. I'll go issue the order right away. He was merely at the peak of the Divine Palace realm and dared not even entertain thoughts of such an opportunity, so he agreed readily. Seeing this, Qin nodded in satisfaction. After going over some details with the others, he tore through space and departed. He already knew the location of the Dao field and planned to go scout it out first. Tens of thousands of li away, at the foot of a massive mountain shaped like a rooster's comb. You damn dog, is this formation any good? This cost this old Taoist nearly all his savings. If it can't teleport us into the training ground, I'll be out of pocket big time. The voices echoed from a small valley surrounded by giant trees. An emaciated old Taoist, clad in tattered robes, stood on a boulder, looking somewhat nervous. Before him, a black dog the size of a calf stood on its hind legs, one paw constantly etching patterns into the ground, occasionally sending out streaks of light that embedded themselves into the earth. You worthless Taoist, this king's mastery of formation arts is divine, even an emperor couldn't hold a candle to it. A mere Grand Saint stage training ground's restrictions? I can break them with a flick of my wrist. The black dog turned its head and shot the old Taoist a disdainful glance.
Its paw never stopped. Countless intricate Taoist runes took shape, gradually outlining a massive formation diagram. Above the flowing clouds mountain range, the tranquil space suddenly warped, then tore apart, and a figure stepped out from within. So it's here. Sheen looked down at the mountain range below, a scene of utter devastation still bearing the scars of a great battle, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. According to the map information he obtained, the Grand Saint Stage cultivation site was located within this mountain range below. He recalled that not long ago, he'd taken a mid-grade spirit vein belonging to the Purple Flame sect from this very place, yet at the time, he hadn't detected the slightest anomaly. Of course, it might have been because his cultivation level was too low back then. As he thought this, his divine sense surged forth from his soul sea, enveloping the mountain range below. A moment later, Sheen furrowed his brow, and his expression instantly grew grave. Deep underground, an invisible barrier blocked his divine sense's probe. A terrifying power shrouded the barrier, instantly devouring and annihilating his divine sense the moment it made contact. It's here, just as I thought. A Grand Saint Stage training ground. Sheen muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the ground below with a hint of anticipation. Although his divine sense had been obliterated, that brief contact had allowed him to gather some information. The barrier's power was waning. Within half a month at most, it would weaken to the level of the Enlightenment realm. For the next half-month, all he needed to do was wait patiently. Suddenly, Sheen whipped his head around to look toward his left front. The next moment, the space ahead split open, and 3 figures emerged from within. Leading the group was a woman dressed in a long purple gown. She had a graceful figure, and her jade-like feet, as if carved from white jade, stood barefoot in mid-air. Although her face was veiled in a light gauze, obscuring her features, her eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Behind her, 2 maidservants in green robes held gauze parasols aloft as they stood respectfully. The woman in purple cast only a fleeting glance at Sheen before looking away, then glided through the void toward a nearby mountaintop. Behind her, one of the maidservants reached into the void and produced a small palace, which materialized on the mountaintop. The trio then walked into the palace. The Taichu Holy Land has arrived as well. Sheen looked at the palace on the mountaintop, a strange expression flashing across his eyes. With the Tongzi cheat code, he could see all of her information at a glance. Yi Qingyu, Holy Maiden of the Taichu Holy Land, 4th level of the Enlightenment Realm, Red Bodice. Tongzi, next time, don't look at things you shouldn't. Sheen's face darkened as he thought of the flash of red he'd just seen, cursing silently to himself. Ding, isn't it a bit inappropriate to just be looking at her bodice? I'm not that kind of Tongzi. Sheen froze, nearly choking on his breath. He stopped talking to Tongzi, found a mountain peak on his own, and closed his eyes to regulate his chi. Time passed, and in the midst of waiting, half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. During that half-month, more powerful figures arrived one after another. Some were at the Enlightenment Realm, others at the Treading the Void Realm, and there were even a few at the Divine Palace Realm. Several Divine Palace Realm cultivators gathered together, full of excitement, though it was unclear how they heard the news. However, Sheen paid no attention to any of this. What caught his attention was that Lin Jingtian had arrived as well. Sheen raised his gaze and looked toward a neighboring mountaintop. There, Lin Jingtian stood with his hands behind his back, perched on a large boulder. At that moment, as if sensing Sheen's gaze, he looked over in this direction. For a moment, their eyes locked. A faint, enigmatic smile flitted across Lin Jingtian's face as he turned and said something to Lin Ao, who was standing behind him. Immediately afterward, Lin Ao gave a slight nod and stepped through the air toward Sheen. This action instantly captured the attention of every powerful figure present. Even from within the small palace, a maidservant stepped out, gazing curiously in Sheen's direction. Sheen, however, remained cross-legged on the boulder, showing not the slightest reaction to Lin Ao's approach. He simply watched calmly as the other man traversed the space to stand before him. "What is it?" Sheen asked indifferently. Lin Ao looked at the young man before him and, this time, dared not be disrespectful. He clasped his hands in a bow and said expressionlessly, "My holy son sent me to deliver a message. Though the opportunity is great, it is also extremely perilous. In consideration of the ties between the Cloud Guild and the Holy Land, once the training grounds open, you may follow in the Holy Sun's footsteps. Should you truly face danger, His Holiness the Holy Sun will be able to save your life. Whether intentionally or not, Lin Ao's voice was loud enough to reach the ears of other powerful figures outside the arena.
Qin gave Lin Ao a penetrating look and remained silent for a full moment before speaking.
Go back and tell your Holy Son that he need not worry about my safety. He'd do well to focus on himself instead. If he were to meet his end in the training grounds, it would be a laughingstock.
Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's expression darkened instantly.
He glared at Qin and snorted coldly.
You're ungrateful.
It is your honor that the Holy Sun has allowed you to serve him. Don't think that just because you've achieved a little, you can rival the Holy Sun. The Holy Land's depth of power is beyond your imagination.
Oh? The Holy Land's depth of power?
Qin narrowed his eyes. He raised his palm, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed Lin Ao. At the same time, a cold, sharp voice rang out from his mouth. The Holy Land's heritage is indeed formidable, but that doesn't mean you can speak to me in such a sarcastic tone. I'll give you 3 breaths, get lost, or I'll test the depth of your own heritage. Since the other party had come looking for trouble, he certainly wouldn't hold back.
Follow in Lin Zhengtian's footsteps?
What a joke!
Was he supposed to trail behind and watch as the other swept up all the treasures and opportunities?
You enveloped by this overwhelming aura, Lin Ao's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively took a step back. Back at the Cloud Guild, he had already witnessed Qin's terrifying power.
With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin had sent him flying. His cultivation was undoubtedly at the Enlightenment realm or higher.
Now, seeing Qin lose his temper, fear immediately gripped him. He didn't dare utter a single harsh word and turned to slink away in disgrace.
Who is this man?
How dare he be so disrespectful to an elder of the Azure Sanctuary? I can't gauge his cultivation level. This young man is likely no ordinary figure. He has ties to the Azure Sanctuary. He must be a peerless genius from one of the great clans. In the distance, several treading the Void Realm cultivators had gathered and, upon witnessing the scene, immediately began whispering among themselves. Their gazes toward Qin were filled with curiosity. Outside the small palace, the maidservant cast a few more glances at Qin before turning and walking back inside, presumably to report what had happened.
Holy Sun! Lin Ao returned to Lin Zhengtian's side and called out respectfully. Since he is unwilling, then so be it.
Lin Zhengtian didn't even turn his head as he replied indifferently. Your Holiness is still far too kind-hearted. As I've said, someone so ungrateful would be nothing more than a clown. Even if he reached the sacred land, it would be better to let him die here.
Lin Ao snorted.
Clearly, Qin's words from earlier had infuriated him.
Elder Lin, there's no need to get angry. He is just a nobody.
Lin Zhengtian chuckled lightly upon hearing this. He didn't think much of Qin. The reason he had Lin Ao say those words was merely as a form of charity. With his cultivation even at only the 3rd level of the Tao realization realm, he could easily slay any sovereign below the 7th level, thanks to his physique and various divine abilities and prohibitive techniques. Even if he encountered a peak sovereign at the 9th level of the Tao realization realm, he could hold his own. With a small sacrifice, he could even slay them. And that's without even factoring in the magical treasures and weapons he possessed. As for Qin, a mere cultivator from a barren land, no matter how gifted he might be, could his true depth of cultivation possibly match that of a holy sun like himself? On the other hand, Qin paid this no mind whatsoever. After sending Lin Ao away, he closed his eyes once more and pretended to doze off. However, just as he closed his eyes, a sudden upheaval occurred.
Boom!
A massive roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The mountain beneath their feet shook violently, the ground shattered, and terrifying cracks appeared everywhere. A terrifying aura rose from beneath the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire mountain range.
What is this? The sudden turn of events caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock.
A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Zhengtian's eyes. Inside the small palace, the Taichu holy maiden slowly stepped out.
Qin also rose from the boulder.
Everyone watched the ground gradually collapse, a single thought filling their minds.
The Grand Saint's stage training ground has opened.
The ground continued to sink, and a cloud of dust and smoke engulfed the entire area.
All the cultivators rose into the air, leaving the ground behind.
It took more than an entire hour for the ground to stop shaking. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared before everyone's eyes. Within the crater stood a colossal bronze gate, 100 jung tall, its surface shimmering with light.
An overwhelming aura instantly bore down upon the crowd. A bronze gate. It's the entrance.
The Grand Saint stage training ground has opened, haha.
Someone spoke, their voice brimming with excitement. The Grand Saint stage training ground, what an overwhelming aura.
Sheen stared at the bronze gate beneath the ground, muttering to himself, a look of interest flashing in his eyes.
Tonesy, is this bronze gate worth anything?
Ding, the bronze gate is connected to the entire training ground. Since it's made of ordinary materials, it's worth only 100,000 mana stones.
100,000 mana stones? Sheen's breath caught in his throat.
100,000 mana stones converted to top-grade mana stones, that's a full 10 million. Such wealth was enough to rival the entire collection of the Cloud Guild.
And this was considered an ordinary material?
Meanwhile, in the void, in the direction of Lin Zhengtian and his companion. Holy Sun, now that the dojo has emerged, that bronze portal must be the entrance.
Shun Ti Wei.
Lin Ao gazed at the massive bronze portal and spoke in a low voice.
No rush. Being the first to enter isn't necessarily a good thing.
To seize this opportunity, we must rely on our own strength. Lin Zhengtian shook his head slightly, his gaze deliberately glancing toward Sheen.
Sheen sensed Lin Zhengtian's gaze but chose to ignore it.
He kept his eyes fixed on the bronze gateway below, calculating in his mind how he could take the entire training ground gate and all with him. Amid a strange atmosphere, everyone remained wary of one another, and for a time, no one dared to step through first. Thus, another moment passed.
Ha ha ha.
Since none of you fellow cultivators dare to go in first, then this old man will take the liberty.
From the top of the giant tree, a sinister-looking old man burst into laughter.
He then reached out and seized several nearby Divine Palace Realm cultivators, transporting them all to the front of the bronze gateway.
You go in first.
The sinister-looking old man tossed the group onto the ground and spoke indifferently.
He wasn't too stupid. Sending someone in to scout would reveal whether there were any dangers inside.
Elder. The Divine Palace Realm cultivators scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with fear.
Even those at the Enlightenment Realm didn't dare to enter first. If they, at the Divine Palace Realm, went in and encountered danger, wouldn't they be as good as dead?
Do
you have any objections?
The sallow-faced old man's voice turned cold, and a wisp of icy killing intent flashed. Enveloped by this killing intent, the group's faces instantly turned pale.
I will go in.
After speaking, they exchanged glances and summoned spiritual energy shields to envelop their bodies. Gripping their magical artifacts tightly, they cautiously made their way toward the bronze gate.
Above them,
Qin, Lin Jingtian, the Taichu Holy Maiden, and the rest of the Enlightenment Realm cultivators simply watched silently, making no attempt to stop them. The strong prey on the weak, the strong reign supreme, such are the laws of the cultivation world. Soon, under everyone's watchful gaze, the several Divine Palace Realm cultivators reached the threshold of the bronze gate. One of them took a deep breath and cautiously reached out to push it open. The moment his hand touched it, a stream of light flared across the bronze gate, and a ray of radiance traveled along his palm, seeping into the cultivator's body.
The next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out.
Before everyone's very eyes, the Divine Palace Realm cultivator's body was instantly drained dry, reduced to a skeleton.
Whoa!
Beside him, the remaining few watched this horrifying scene, their faces turned deathly pale as they screamed and retreated frantically. Energy fluctuations of the Enlightenment Realm. High above, Qin muttered to himself. He had discerned that the radiance which had flashed from the bronze door moments ago had barely reached the level of the Enlightenment Realm. Likewise, the shadowy old man below had also noticed this. He took a step forward and raised his palm to strike out. Spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive palm before him, which slammed heavily against the bronze door.
Boom! The bronze door erupted with a terrifying roar. Countless runes on its surface flashed violently before fading into darkness.
The massive door was pushed open a crack about a zhang wide, revealing a pitch-black space within, from which waves of chilling energy surged out. The shadowy old man looked at the open doorway but did not rush inside. Instead, he turned his gaze to the several divine palace realm cultivators standing nearby.
Elder.
The group understood the old man's meaning. Though fear gripped their hearts, they steeled themselves and edged toward the opening. Going in didn't guarantee death, but staying out meant certain death at the hands of the King of Hell. As the group gradually stepped through the portal, everyone grew tense. A surge of aura rose from each of them as they fixed their gaze intently on the interior,
waiting only to confirm there was no danger inside before swarming in. After a few breaths,
not a single sound came from within the portal. The few divine palace realm cultivators vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. Seeing this, the somber-faced old man's expression hardened. He took the lead, his figure flickering as he stepped into the portal.
Let us go.
Lin Jingtian and the Taichu Holy Maiden followed closely behind with a single step, their figures vanished into the air. The portal is wide open, opportunity lies right before us. The remaining powerhouses all sprang into action, rushing downward. Finally, only Qin remained in the void. Qin watched as everyone entered the portal, his face showing not a trace of anxiety. With measured steps, he descended from the void to the portal's threshold, reached out with both hands, and gripped the edge tightly.
The next moment, a terrifying force erupted, and golden blood energy surged from his body. Boom!
The earth trembled as the bronze gate was forcibly torn open by several inches. The rocks behind it tumbled down, revealing a wall also forged of bronze. However, in the very next moment, countless runes appeared on the gate, and an incredibly heavy aura descended, as if the heavens were collapsing. Instantly, the gate, which had just been lifted several inches, sank back down.
What is going on?
The tremendous commotion carried into the interior of the gate, startling the many powerful figures who had just entered and putting them on high alert. Fortunately, the tremor lasted only an instant before gradually subsiding. Only after confirming there was no danger did the group relax and resume their exploration of the training ground. Outside, Qin had already removed his hands from the bronze door. At that moment, his face was slightly pale, and his arms were covered in fine cracks from which threads of golden blood seeped out.
I let my guard down.
It seems I'll need to improve my cultivation before I can dismantle this thing. Qin exhaled deeply, his vital energy surged through his body, drawing the blood back into his arms, and the cracked wounds healed in an instant. The bronze door was connected to the entire Taoist hall. With his current cultivation level, he clearly couldn't yet shake the entire structure. Since that was the case, he didn't linger any longer but stepped directly through the door into the Taoist hall. In an instant, a chill aura swept over him. Before him lay a vast underground chamber, with numerous small rooms lining the perimeter. At the very front were two passageways, one on the left and one on the right. On the wall of the left passageway, a single character was carved. Life. The right passageway bore the character Death. Qin glanced at the two corpses at the entrance to the left passageway and, without hesitation, walked toward the right passageway. As for the small rooms, he didn't even bother to look at them. According to the half-map given by the ancestor, there were no treasures left on the outskirts of the training ground. It seemed to have been ransacked long ago. All he had to do now was follow the map to the depths of the training ground. That was why he was willing to waste time breaking down doors on the outside. The passageway was filled with an aura even more chilling than the space outside. A faint black mist drifted through the air, as if alive, trying to seep into Qin's body. A Mirian spirit at the treading the void realm dares to covet my flesh and blood? Qin snorted coldly, his blood energy surged, and golden flames engulfed his body.
Ah! A faint, agonized scream echoed through the space.
Qin glanced at the dissipating black mist, then, without warning, reached out and grabbed toward the front.
Boom! Space shattered, and a frail, aged figure was torn from the void. Isn't that Elder Lin? What? Hiding in the shadows, were you planning to ambush me?
Sheen looked at the figure he had pulled out, a smirk playing on his lips,
disarming a blade with bare hands. You're asking for death.
Lin Ao sneered coldly as he swung the sacred weapon horizontally, aiming to sever China's entire arm.
Clang!
The sacred weapon collided with his palm, erupting in the clang of metal striking metal. The void shook violently as pitch-black cracks spread out from the two of them. Countless patterns lit up on the walls on either side, neutralizing the destructive energy generated by the impact.
Sheen held the holy weapon between two fingers.
Destructive energy raged all around him, but it was all blocked outside his body, unable to harm him in the slightest.
This is impossible. How could you possibly catch a holy weapon with your bare hands?
Lin Ao's eyes widened as he stared at the holy weapon dagger held between two fingers, his face etched with disbelief. Even as an elder of the Holy Land, he had never seen anyone at the Tao realization realm block a sacred weapon bare-handed. He unleashed an even more terrifying surge of spiritual power, attempting to pry the dagger loose and sever China's fingers. But no matter how hard he struggled, the sacred weapon remained firmly in place, as if welded to his fingers, not budging an inch.
You're in the Taxu realm. Do you really think you can kill me with a broken holy weapon? Sheen's expression was cold as he flickered his palm, effortlessly snatching the holy weapon dagger away.
If it had been an intact holy weapon, it might have taken some effort, but a broken one was no match for him.
You.
As the sacred weapon changed hands, Lin Ao was horrified. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of light, aiming straight for China's face. Without waiting to see the outcome, he immediately retreated violently, fleeing toward the other end of the passage.
Damn it!
If the sacred sun hadn't forbidden him from refining it and left a mark on it, how could he have failed to unleash the sacred weapon's power, leading to this situation?
You think you can escape?
Sheen tilted his head slightly to dodge the strike. Then he raised his palm and clenched it toward the fleeing Lin Ao.
Space warped, and several order divine chains burst forth from the void, instantly binding him to the spot. No. I am an elder of the Holy Land. You cannot kill me.
Let me go, and I guarantee the Holy Land 1T holds you accountable. Lin Ao was terrified out of his wits and struggled frantically, his powerful spiritual energy surging through the air.
Ha! Sheen sneered coldly and suddenly clenched his fist. Boom!
A mist of blood erupted in the air, and a terrifying pressure instantly crushed Lin Ao to pieces. Ever since they first met, this old man had always maintained a haughty, aloof demeanor, and now he even attempted to assassinate him.
How could he possibly let him go?
He lifted his foot, calmly stepping through the mist of blood, and continued deeper into the passage. Following the incomplete map in his mind, he wound his way through the passage, gradually venturing deeper. Along the way, the occasional reckless ghost attempted a sneak attack, but he vanquished them one by one. Soon, he passed through the end of the passageway and entered a grand hall. His gaze swept across the room, where several figures were divided into three groups, each wary of the others. Lin Jingtian, the primordial holy maiden Yi Qingyu and her two maidservants, and four cultivators at the Enlightenment realm led by the shadowy old man. Hovering in the air at the center of the group were two weapons, a purplish gold warhammer and a 3-chi long blue blade, both radiating a faint aura of sacred might. They were clearly two sacred weapons.
Sheen's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention.
Yi Qingyu's expression remained impassive, while the four led by the shadowy-faced old man wore looks of disdain. Only Lin Zhangtian's expression visibly darkened slightly. Sheen raised his gaze, casting a glance at the two sacred weapons, and a strange expression flashed across his eyes. According to the map, there shouldn't be any treasures in this outer region. How could this be? Seeing Sheen's gaze fixed on the two sacred weapons, the gloomy-faced elder's eyes grew cold. However, in the next moment, Sheen withdrew his gaze, walked around the crowd, and continued deeper into the area.
Hold on!
A sharp, cold voice rang out. Lin Jingtian flashed forward, blocking his path.
What is it? Sheen raised an eyebrow. Fellow Daoist, have you met Elder Lin of our sacred land?
Lin Jingtian stared directly at Qin for a moment before speaking slowly.
Elder Lin? I don't know him. I've never met him. Qin replied indifferently. With that, he walked right past Lin Jingtian and continued deeper into the hall. You. Lin Jingtian stood rooted to the spot, his expression turning utterly icy. Just then, a sudden upheaval erupted in the hall. The shadowy-faced old man struck first, conjuring a gigantic palm that reached out to seize the purple hammer sacred weapon suspended in midair. Almost at the same moment, Yi Qingyu and several other Enlightenment Realm cultivators also sprang into action, each channeling their divine abilities to vie for the sacred weapon. Among them, Yi Qingyu swung her sword, unleashing a terrifying blade of light that cut through the others' divine abilities, allowing her to be the first to seize the 3-chi-long green blade. Next came the shadowy-faced old man, whose 7th-tier Enlightenment Realm cultivation overwhelmed his 4 allies, enabling him to snatch the massive purple hammer. Ha ha ha, excellent! What a magnificent sacred weapon!
Clutching the purple gold hammer, the shadowy-faced old man felt the terrifying power contained within it, his face brimming with excitement.
Damn it! Let go!
Lin Jingtian's face was as dark as water. He formed his fingers into a sword, and a surging swordlight slashed toward the shadowy-faced old man. These bastards actually took advantage of his split-second distraction to strike first and snatch the sacred weapon. Yi Qingyu was a successor of the sacred land. Just like him, it would have been one thing for her to claim a sacred weapon, but this old man, merely at the 7th level of the Enlightenment Realm, dared to lay a hand on it?
Humph! The shadowy-faced old man's expression turned icy. He raised the purple gold hammer and struck the swordlight with a simple, brutal blow. Boom! Intense sacred might crashed down, instantly shattering the sword beam. The residual force even sent Lin Jingtian flying, slamming him hard against the wall.
Damn it! Lin Jingtian's face turned grim as the runes on his white robe swirled, emanating a faint aura of sacred might. Truly worthy of the sacred son of the Azure Sanctuary, even your clothes are sacred artifacts.
However, I no longer fear you.
The sinister-looking old man shook the purple gold warhammer in his hand, a smug expression on his face. Yet his joy lasted less than 2.5 seconds before the smile on his face suddenly froze. The warhammer in his hand had inexplicably vanished, replaced by a piece of rotten wood.
What is going on? Where is my hammer?
The sudden transformation of the sacred weapon into a rotten piece of wood left everyone in the hall wide-eyed and stunned.
Damn it, my sacred weapon! Who did this? Come out!
The sinister-looking old man crushed the piece of wood in his hand and swept his grim gaze across the crowd. First, his gaze fell on the 4 elders at the Enlightenment Realm closest to him, followed by Lin Jingtian and the primordial holy maiden, Yi Qingyu. But when his eyes landed on Yi Qingyu, his expression visibly faltered. She, too, was clutching a piece of wood in her hand. The sacred long sword she had seized had vanished without a trace. Meeting the gloomy old man's gaze, Yi Qingyu's expression grew cold as she casually tossed the wooden stick aside.
Clatter!
The stick hit the ground with a jarring clatter.
Holy maiden, this!
Behind her, 2 maidservants gasped in shock, staring at the wooden stick on the ground with looks of utter disbelief. Who could be so terrifying? Even with her holiness's cultivation level, someone had managed to snatch her holy weapon without a sound.
While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. What a masterstroke! Let us go!
Yi Qingyu's voice was cold. Without so much as a glance at the crowd in the hall, she turned and darted toward the passageway at the back of the hall. Clearly, she had already sensed who had taken the holy weapon. Seeing this, the shadowy old man lifted his foot to follow.
But just then, a shout brimming with murderous intent rang out. Stay right there for this holy son! Lin Jingtian's expression was grim.
He waved his hands, and countless ethereal sword lights coalesced out of thin air, slashing toward the shadowy old man. Having been blasted away by the old man's hammer just moments ago, he naturally had to restore his dignity. He could kill this old man first, then go after the sacred weapon. There was still time for that.
Humph! How presumptuous of you, young upstart!
Even if you are the sacred son of the Azure Sanctuary, do you really think you can stop me with just the 3rd level of the Enlightenment Realm? The shadowy faced old man's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he struck out with a palm strike, shattering the sword lights. At the same time, his aura surged violently, bearing down on Lin Jingtian. With his sacred weapon stolen, he had no intention of wasting time here. Merely the 7th level of the Enlightenment realm, watch as the sacred sun slays you.
Enveloped by the overwhelming aura, Lin Jingtian showed not a trace of fear.
Forming seals with both hands to channel his divine abilities, he charged directly at his opponent.
You're asking for death.
The sinister-looking old man was furious, but seeing Lin Jingtian charging toward him, he had no choice but to summon his own divine abilities to counter.
In an instant, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire hall.
The divine chains of order pierced through space, countless traces of energy flashed into existence and vanished, while a terrifying storm surged backward from the shattered fabric of space. Meanwhile, as the two battled, a certain old six was darting at breakneck speed toward the depths of the training ground.
He. Commander, how many mana stones are these two sacred weapons worth?
Sheen held a purple gold warhammer in his left hand and a 3-chi long green blade in his right, a faint smile playing on his face. The Steel Heaven, Swap Day divine ability was indeed effective. He managed to snag two sacred weapons without lifting a finger. Ding, these two sacred weapons are worth 200,000 mana stones.
Does the host wish to trade? Only 200,000 mana stones? Sheen's breath caught in his throat.
These were sacred weapons, after all. Were they really worth so little? Ding, the system requires only 100,000 mana stones to exchange for the first level of sage cultivation.
All right.
Hearing this, Sheen had no further objections. According to the system, this really wasn't a bad deal. After all, exchanging for the cultivation level of a first-tier sage only cost him 100,000 mana stones. No matter how powerful a sacred weapon might be, it was still just a weapon. It couldn't possibly be more valuable than a living, breathing sage. Just as he was pondering whether to make the trade, a fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the passage ahead. Several auras were rapidly approaching, and two of them were so powerful that they sent a chill down his spine. Sheen furrowed his brow, his gaze gradually turning wary. However, due to the restrictions within the Taoist hall, his spiritual sense couldn't extend very far, so he had no choice but to stop in his tracks, his eyes fixed intently on the front. In just a few breaths, two figures appeared in his line of sight, charging toward him at breakneck speed. One was a gaunt old Taoist with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, and a dog.
A large black dog standing on its hind legs, running upright like a human.
On the shoulders of both the man and the dog, each carried a withered figure, what appeared to be a corpse.
That dog?
Sheen stared at the large black dog, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, the man and dog across from him also spotted Sheen. A hint of surprise flashed across the black dog's face. It had clearly recognized Sheen as well. The next instant, its expression darkened, and it charged toward Sheen at breakneck speed. Before the dog even reached him, a howl rang out. "Get out of the way, kid.
Don't block my path." At the same moment, the old Taoist's voice rang out, "That heavenly venerable Wu Yang."
Sheen's expression remained impassive as he stared at the pair. With a casual gesture, he raised his palm and unleashed a palm strike.
Boom!
A massive, pale gold palm strike almost filling the entire passageway crashed toward them.
Woof, damn it.
Boy, are you trying to kill this king? The black dog roared, hoisting the withered skeleton with both paws and using it as a weapon to shatter the palm strike in a single blow. Infinite Heavenly Lord, fellow Taoist, you have chosen the path to your own demise. The old Taoist also raised the skeleton, and a faint aura of sacred might radiated from it. In an instant, a terrifying sense of oppression filled the passageway. The remains of a sage. Sheen looked at the two skeletons, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. A faint golden light emanated from his body, warding off the pressure. "Get out of the way, kid," the black dog roared, his body trembling slightly. The pressure emanating from the sage's remains subjected him to constant, terrifying strain.
"It's too late." Sheen's expression remained calm as he spoke calmly.
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Roar!
A chilling roar rang out, and two figures shrouded in black mist materialized out of thin air.
In an instant, a boundless, icy, and terrifying aura engulfed the group. Black ice crystals rapidly formed all around the passageway.
It's over, the damn thing has caught up with us. The old Taoist looked at the two black figures that had appeared, his expression grim.
Kid, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have been caught?
The huge black dog looked furious, glaring at Qin. However, as it spoke, it shifted its feet slightly, as if trying to hide behind Qin.
What a powerful, vengeful spirit! Qin stared at the two figures shrouded in black mist and murmured in awe.
The black shadows were not solid, their facial features shifted between real and ethereal, but one could vaguely make out a resemblance to the sacred corpse that the man and the dog were carrying. Clearly, these two spirits had spawned from the sacred corpse.
Roar!
At that moment, the two spirits let out a howl and pounced in unison. One lunged at Qin, the other at the old Taoist and the black dog. A sky-peering realm specter, this is the perfect opportunity to test my current strength.
Qin exhaled deeply, clearing his throat, and took a step forward. Boom!
Boundless, terrifying blood energy surged from his body, transforming into towering flames that swept toward the charging specters.
Ah!
The specter screamed as it was scorched by the golden flames. Yet the look in its eyes as it gazed at Qin revealed nothing but greed and lust. To it, the powerful blood energy emanating from Qin was a potent elixir. If it could devour it, it might even be able to advance beyond its current realm. Meanwhile, the old Taoist, watching another ghost lunge toward them, shouted,
"You damn dog!
I've heard black dog's blood wards off evil spirits.
Quick, let it bleed and feed it."
As he spoke, a green lamp appeared in his hand. With a single breath, he blew out a stream of eerie green flame that swept toward the charging ghost.
Woof!
The eerie green and golden flames swept through the air, accompanied by the occasional bark. "You old fraud, just wait until I get out of here, I'll tear you to pieces." The big black dog glared fiercely at the old Taoist. It flung the sacred corpse far away, then swiped its paw, causing a fist-sized bead to appear before it. Inside the orb, a Buddha seemed to be seated in meditation, accompanied by the faint, ethereal sound of Buddhist chanting.
In the next instant, a dense Buddhist light flared up, illuminating the dim space. Roar!
The ghostly spirits lunging at the two let out a howl as they sizzled and smoked, scorched by the Buddhist light and the blue flames. On the other side, Qin stood quietly to the side, watching the man and the dog battle the ghostly spirits. The aftershocks of the battle surged toward him but dissipated on their own as Zhang away. He wasn't particularly surprised that the two specters had ignored him. After all, having sprung from the sacred corpse, they retained some memories from their previous lives. Those two unlucky fellows had stolen the sacred corpse. They were nothing short of audacious. Still, upon seeing the magical artifacts in their hands, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Sacred weapons of the Buddhist order. With Qin's keen eye, he could easily discern the origins of the two magical artifacts. However, though Buddhist sacred weapons were powerful and effective against spirits and other dark, evil beings, those two had far too low a cultivation level to unleash much of their true power. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed his mind, one of the spirits let out a howl and began forming a hand seal. The sound of crashing waves filled the air as the illusory form of a vast, pitch-black river coalesced, its icy aura instantly dispelling the Buddhist light and the azure flames.
"Those who trespass upon this monastery shall die."
The soul let out a shriek and lunged at the two men once more. At the same time, countless pitch-black chains, radiating a chilling aura, materialized in the air and lashed out toward them. Before they could reach them, a thin layer of ice crystals had already formed on the two men's bodies.
"Damn it! You dead dog!
I told you long ago not to touch those two sacred corpses, but you wouldn't listen." The old Taoist was horrified and held the blue lamp in front of him. The blue-green flame formed a wall of fire before him, while a faint aura of sacred might swept out, sending all the chains lunging at him flying into the void.
"You old fraud!
You weren't exactly idle while I was moving them either." The black dog bared its teeth. If the occasion hadn't been so inappropriate, it would have left a few bite marks on the old Taoist's body. But as several chains hurtled straight toward it, it had no choice but to hurl the Buddhist prayer beads in its hand. Golden Buddhist light showered down, completely enveloping it. The moment the coiling chains touched the Buddhist light, they began to sizzle and smoke, reduced to ashes in an instant. Though they had narrowly escaped disaster for the time being, neither of them looked pleased. With cultivation levels at only the first or second tier of the Enlightenment realm, they could barely sustain the power of their sacred weapons for much longer. In just a few short moments, they had already depleted more than half of their spiritual energy. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were torn to shreds by the two vengeful spirits. The old Taoist grew impatient and shouted at the black dog once more. "You damn dog, consider this a favor from this old monk, hurry up and bleed on them. Once we're out of here, I'll give you an extra 0.5% of the treasure." "You old liar," the black dog roared in fury. Although it possessed a unique constitution, and its bloodline had a natural resistance to such evil entities, it still depended on what it was facing. These two spirits, both at the great power realm, were a full realm higher than it. Even if they drained it of all its blood, it wouldn't do much good against such beings. As these thoughts raced through its mind, it suddenly spotted Qin, strolling leisurely in the distance. "Kid, are you planning to just stand by and watch? If we die, these two ghostly things won't spare you either." Beside him, the old Taoist hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Ah, right. If the three of us join forces, we're sure to escape with our lives. Besides, all the treasures within the Taoist retreat are already in our possession. If we die, the inner world will be destroyed along with us. You don't want to end up with nothing, do you? If the three of us join forces, once we leave the Taoist retreat, I'll be the one to decide how to divide the treasures among you." The old Taoist's voice carried a faint undertone of coercion. At the same time, he felt a sense of helplessness deep down. If they dragged this out any longer, even if these two vengeful spirits didn't kill them, they'd be torn to pieces by the people coming in from behind. In the distance, upon hearing this, Qin looked at the man and his dog, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. From the moment he'd seen them emerge from the depths of the Taoist retreat, especially with the two sacred corpses they were carrying, he'd already had a vague suspicion. He just hadn't expected these two to have completely ransacked the entire retreat. No wonder every stone chamber he'd encountered since entering the depths had been empty. "Fellow Taoist, if we don't act now, we'll all die." Seeing that Qin remained silent, the old Taoist grew even more anxious. His face was now pale, his body had begun to tremble, and beads of sweat were pouring down his forehead. The exertion of channeling the sacred weapon had already taken a heavy toll on him in such a short time. He could only swallow pills by the handful to barely keep the blue lamp's flame burning. Qin watched the man and the dog struggling to hold on, the flickering blue lamp and the Buddhist prayer beads all seeming on the verge of being extinguished completely at any moment. He took a leisurely step forward, his voice calm. "Naturally, I won't let you die here." As soon as the words left his mouth, boom! A powerful aura surged forth, and a massive yin-yang diagram materialized behind him. Yin embracing yang, yang embracing yin, a powerful suppressing force instantly enveloped the two yin spirits. At the same moment, the blood energy within him surged, bursting forth from his body to transform into golden flames that rushed into the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, the suppressing power of the yin-yang diagram grew even stronger. The golden flames of blood energy covering its surface burned the yin spirits so fiercely that they howled in agony. "Ah!" The two yin spirits let out a howl, and the black mist surrounding them weakened considerably. Their forms, which had been solid and lifelike, now seemed to grow faint and ethereal. Blood energy, such powerful blood energy. "Ha, ha, ha! We'll devour you! Devour you!" Intermittent voices emerged from the mouths of the two specter souls, their cold and greedy gazes fixed intently on Qin. They were specter souls that had sprung from the holy corpse, inheriting some of its former sentience. They knew that devouring Qin would bring them great benefit. "Ha, devour me? Well, let us see if you have what it takes." Qin sneered coldly, raising his palm and then slamming it down. In an instant, the yin-yang diagram above him descended, threatening to envelop the two specter souls within it. Devour you!" The specter souls growled lowly. Their ethereal forms burst into a brilliant black glow as they swung their hands like beast claws tearing toward the yin-yang diagram.
Humph.
Qin snorted coldly, forming seals with both hands. One by one, divine chains of order extended from the yin-yang diagram, wrapping around the spectre-esque claws.
Boom, 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 boom. A series of cracking sounds rang out.
Most of the divine chains of order shattered, but several still wrapped around the two spectre souls, dragging them toward the yin-yang diagram.
Roar!
Kill, 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 kill. The yin spirits roared, unleashing a powerful surge of yin sha energy that sent the surrounding void shattering instantly. The coiling divine chains of order developed fine cracks, but in the next instant, they healed instantly, pulling the two yin spirits into the yin-yang diagram.
Whoa!
That kid is so powerful. He actually.
Is this the yin-yang diagram of life and death?
In the distance, the old Taoist and the big black dog looked stunned. The old Taoist, in particular, stared intently at the yin-yang diagram, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had traveled across the continent, visiting countless grand tombs and the ancestral burial grounds of ancient sects and major religions, and had witnessed this kind of phenomenon before. All right, the yin spirits have been temporarily subdued.
Let us go.
Qin stepped in front of the two, a benevolent smile spreading across his face.
Right.
Let us go, let us go. The old Taoist nodded repeatedly and darted out of the Taoist hall first. The big black dog, meanwhile, looked at Qin with a gaze filled with gravity and wariness. Then it hoisted the sacred corpse it had dropped earlier and, transforming into a streak of black light, followed closely behind the old Taoist. Once outside the Taoist compound, it could use the array platform it had prepared in advance to teleport away instantly. And so, the two men and the dog hurried along another passageway, racing toward the exit of the compound. However, before they had gone very far, a colossal beam of swordlight slashed down from ahead. Immediately afterward, the figures of Lin Zhengtian and his companions emerged.
Thinking of running? Leave the sacred weapon behind. Lin Zhengtian?
Ha, you're pretty fast. Qin looked at the group that had appeared, somewhat surprised but not entirely taken aback. Although he possessed a map of the front half of the Taoist compound and had avoided many detours, the earlier battle had wasted some time, so it made sense that these people had managed to catch up. Unlike him, however, the old Taoist priest and the big black dog at his side looked rather grim. Their hands instinctively tightened, clutching the sacred corpses even more firmly.
Their movements successfully drew Lin Zhengtian and the others' attention.
Those two corpses, what an overwhelming aura! Are they sacred corpses? The sinister-looking old man's face was somewhat pale, his clothes were tattered, and he looked rather bedraggled. He had suffered considerable losses during his earlier struggle with Lin Zhengtian. He now stared intently at the two desiccated corpses, his expression one of shock, as a faint green glow flared in his pupils. As a practitioner of evil cultivation techniques, he had a particular fascination with the skeletal remains of powerful beings. The remains of a sage were an immense temptation to him. If he could obtain even one and refine it into a battle puppet, the sage's terrifying physical form would be more than enough to crush all powerhouses below the peering heaven realm. Hand over the treasure, and I'll let you leave. Lin Zhengtian's expression was icy as he stared at Qin and his two companions. However, when his gaze fell upon the yin-yang diagram above Qin's head, a hint of apprehension clearly flashed in his eyes.
Fellow Taoist.
Kid, you go. The old Taoist and the big black dog both stepped back in unison, shielding Qin with their bodies.
They knew their own limits.
With cultivation at the first or second level of the Tao realization realm, coupled with the immense energy they expended fending off the two yin souls moments ago, facing Lin Zhengtian and his group now would mean they'd be subdued in no time. Qin ignored the two of them, stepping forward as his gaze swept over them one by one. Lin Zhengtian, the sinister-looking old man, the other three Tao realization realm cultivators, and the Taichu holy maiden, Yi Qingyu. As he looked at them, a faint, ambiguous smile played on his lips. Are you sure you want the treasure? The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the arena shifted instantly.
Everyone's gaze fixed intently on Qin.
The old Taoist and the black dog's heart sank, fearing that Qin was about to hand them over. However, at that moment, Yi Qingyu on the opposite side took a step back, and her ethereal voice rang out through the space. My fellow Daoist, you've misunderstood. Since you've obtained the treasure, I naturally take it from you. However, I hope you'll tell me honestly, did the Butian Grand Saint Stage leave any legacy at this Daoist retreat? Butian Grand Saint Stage? Legacy? Upon hearing this, Qin turned his gaze toward Yi Qingyu. This stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a long purple gown with her jade-like feet bare, hovered half an inch above the ground, her gaze fixed on him. That's right. If you have obtained the legacy, I am willing to pay an equal price to trade with you. Yi Qingyu's expression was serious, yet her eyes couldn't help but glance at the yin-yang diagram above Qin's head. The aura emanating from it filled her with deep apprehension. Qin observed her expression, a pensive look in his eyes. It seemed she already knew what lay within. The Grand Saint Stage of mending the heavens, a legacy. With that thought, he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the old Taoist and his companion. Qin, as long as you hand over the legacy, I'll forego everything else. Lin Jingtian spoke up at that moment, his voice still cold and sharp. In the distance, the four disheveled, sinister-looking elders, upon hearing this, also revealed a murderous glint in their eyes and began to stir restlessly. They weren't interested in any legacy. As soon as a fight broke out, they would certainly be the first to snatch the two saint corpses. Qin turned her head back to look at Lin Jingtian and the group of sinister elders, then suddenly laughed. Treasures? How well, then, you'd better be ready to catch them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the yin-yang life and death diagram trembled, and a pitch-black, chilling aura surged forth. Roar! A spine-chilling roar echoed through the air, and two figures, bound by order divine chains, were hurled through the air. Without the yin-yang life and death diagram to contain it, the terrifying aura instantly filled the space. Are these yin souls? Lin Jingtian's expression changed drastically. Although he had long sensed that something was trapped within that strange phenomenon, he never expected it to be two yin souls. Moreover, judging by their aura, they were both at the peering heaven realm. Youngster, what are you trying to do? The shadowy old man was horrified. Staring at the two yin souls in midair, he instantly had a bad feeling. What am I doing? Don't you want the treasure? Qin sneered and snapped his fingers. Click. With that sound, the divine chains of order shattered and snapped. Roar! The yin souls broke free, letting out terrifying roars. They cast a fearful glance at Qin, then, enveloped in overwhelming malevolent energy, pounced on the shadowy-faced old man and his companions. Ha 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 ha! So much blood to feast on. Intruders die. Run! A chill ran down Lin Jingtian's spine, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. On the other side, Yi Qingyu was even faster. She grabbed two maidservants and, transforming into a streak of purple light, vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Before the shadowy-faced old man and his companions all felt their souls tremble. They were a step too slow. After Lin Jingtian, Yi Qingyu, and the others had escaped, the two specters fixed their gaze squarely on them. Stared at by those greedy eyes, he felt his legs go weak. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a companion beside him, hurled him toward the specter, and turned to flee outward himself. Seeing this, the other two were horrified, but with no time to think, they hurriedly followed behind him, racing for their lives toward the exit. Ah! Yin Shan, you've betrayed me. You won't get off easy either. I'll be waiting for you in the cycle of reincarnation. The cultivator at the Enlightenment realm who had been hurled aside didn't even have time to resist before he was seized by the two ghostly spirits. Amid piercing screams, he was drained dry in the blink of an eye, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Leaving the unfortunate soul behind, the two ghostly spirits turned their bloodthirsty gazes toward the last two fugitives, then transformed into beams of black light and gave chase. A few breaths later, two faint screams echoed through the air. Gulp! The old Taoist listened to the screams, glanced at the desiccated corpse on the ground, and swallowed hard. These ghostly creatures are truly ferocious. If they hadn't been lucky enough to run into Qin, the skeletal remains on the ground would surely have included their own. Let us get out of here first.
The big black dog looked at Qin with a strange wariness in its eyes. With that, it hoisted the sacred corpse onto its back and headed straight for the exit. "Fellow Taoist, Little Black is right, we should get out of here first." The old Taoist called out to Qin, then hoisted the sacred corpse onto his own back and followed closely behind the black dog. He didn't dare linger any longer. If those two wraiths returned, Qin might not be afraid, but the two of them certainly were. Behind them, Qin watched as they left and followed suit. The two men and the dog wound their way through the training grounds, eventually coming to a stop in front of a bronze wall. "Fellow Taoist, we've reached the exit." The old Taoist let out a sigh of relief and turned to say to Qin. "Ha? The exit?" Qin looked down at a gap in the bronze wall, about half a person's height, and gave it a strange look. "Kid, what's with that look? This is a gap this king worked hard to break open." Dahai noticed the look on Qin's face and immediately grew angry. "Ahem." Qin coughed twice, thinking to himself, just as I expected. "Fine, kid. Since you look down on it, this king and that old con artist will head out first," Dahai suddenly said. "Sounds good." The old Taoist master gave a nonchalant shrug and was the first to crawl through the dog hole. Dahai eagerly followed right behind him. Once they emerged on the other side, a sinister grin spread across both their faces simultaneously. "Ah, kid, you're still too young. We'll meet again someday." Dahai roared with laughter as an array platform appeared in his hand. The figures of the man and the dog began to blur, ready to teleport away. "Ha!" Qin laughed as well. He raised his right hand, and a teleportation platform also appeared in his palm. At the same moment, the platform in Dahai's hand dissolved into a pile of loose sand that scattered to the ground, and the two of them solidified once more. "Ah!" Dahai was dumbfounded. Staring at the fine sand scattered on the ground, then glancing at the familiar platform in Qin's hand, he was momentarily at a loss. The old Taoist standing nearby seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock. "Is that the divine ability of the Stealing Heaven Grand Saint stage, Stealing Heaven, swapping the sun?" He looked at Qin with a face full of envy. This was the divine ability he had long dreamed of. Qin ignored the old Taoist's shock, shook the array platform in his hand, and said calmly, "You two, are you trying to make a run for it? He'd been on guard against that dog all along." "Aha, kid, you've got the wrong idea. I was just trying to see if the array platform still works." Big Black didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. It really did seem like he was just testing the platform. "That's right, just testing the array platform," the old Taoist chimed in. Qin watched the two of them playing off each other, but didn't pay them any mind. He walked through the dog hole, waved his hand to sweep the two of them up, and then activated the array platform. A flash of white light later, the three appeared in a valley. Qin casually set the two down and scanned the valley with his gaze. He then extended his divine sense to cover the entire area but found no trace of the Luyun Mountains, where the Taoist retreat was located. "Here no one should disturb us, right?" "Humph." Dahai snorted upon hearing this, a look of pride flashing across his face. "Of course no one will disturb us. This place is 100,000 li away from the Flowing Cloud Mountains, and I've set up a grand formation. Unless a sage comes in person, no one will be able to locate this valley." "That's good." Qin laughed upon hearing this, though his smile was somewhat eerie. Before the two could react, he took a step forward, his gaze fixed on them. "I'm robbing you." What? Robbing us?" Dahai and the old Taoist froze in unison. They stared at Qin, momentarily unable to process what he'd said. "That's right. I'm robbing you. Hand over everything you're carrying and every treasure hidden in your inner worlds." Qin grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the man and the dog. Back at the Grand Saint stage training ground, the moment he heard they plundered all the treasures there, this plan had formed in his mind. However, the timing hadn't been right back then, and he also feared that the two of them might be killed by the vengeful spirits, causing their inner worlds to collapse, which was why he hadn't acted immediately. "Kid, you really aren't a good person." Dahai's fur stood on end as he leaped 3 zhang into the air.
The old Taoist forced a smile that looked worse than a cry and bowed his hands toward Qin, saying,
Fellow Taoist, let us talk this out.
Actually, the two of us didn't find much of value in the Taoist retreat. The most precious things are these two sacred corpses. If you want them, fellow Taoist, I'm willing to give you both sacred corpses as a token of gratitude for saving my life.
2 sacred corpses?
Qin glanced at the 2 withered corpses and shook his head. Then he held out his palm, spread his fingers wide, and slowly clenched his fist.
2 sacred corpses aren't enough. I want them all.
Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately burst into a tirade. You little brat, don't push your luck.
I'm not made of clay, you know.
Oh?
Not made of clay?
Qin smiled. Without another word, he took a step forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm to crush the 2 men, intending to subdue them first.
Wah-ah!
Kid, are you serious?
Da-hai and the old Taoist screamed in horror.
Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 of them hoisted the sacred corpses, using them as projectiles, and hurled them at Qin. Then they shot upward into the sky. The black dog tore through the void with a swipe of its paw, about to make a clean getaway.
You little brat, this Taoist has traveled all across the Tien Sun continent. Is there a family's ancestral grave I haven't visited? Even some of the ancient clans and major sects don't dare to offend this Taoist. You'd better not let this Taoist find out where you live.
High in the sky, the old Taoist had 1 foot already stepped into the spatial passageway. He glanced back down at Qin below, a look of smug satisfaction and vindication on his face.
Is that so? Qin's expression remained calm.
A massive purple gold hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed the 2 sacred corpses away. As their sacred auras collided, the void shattered. Terrifying energy instantly leveled the entire valley, revealing a bottomless crater. The 2 figures high above were also blasted away, and the spatial passage they had opened collapsed under the force of this energy.
How is this possible? That kid actually has a sacred weapon too? Damn it, we're screwed.
Da-hai howled in despair, unable to fathom how Qin could also possess a sacred weapon. Meanwhile, the old Taoist priest nearby pulled out the green lamp and blew on it with all his might. The nether green flame swirled downward, sweeping toward Qin. But in the next instant, the green flame was shattered by a golden hand. Immediately afterward, the weight in his hand vanished. The green lamp disappeared, replaced by a withered twig.
The Taoist master's sacred weapon.
The old Taoist priest stared at the withered twig in his hand, nearly spitting blood.
Humph, futile struggle.
Qin snorted coldly as his golden hand struck out, slamming both men down from the void. Giving them no time to react, he whipped out several spirit-binding ropes, instantly binding them tightly.
Boy, let this king go. Let the Taoist master go.
Lying on the ground, the 2 writhed and struggled desperately, like worms.
Now, are you willing to open your inner world and hand over the treasures inside? Qin calmly stepped forward and crouched down in front of them.
As he did so, he removed the necklaces, jade pendants, and other jewelry and magical artifacts hanging from their bodies.
Kid, I want to open my inner world. Give up that idea.
Big Black watched wide-eyed as Qin removed the chain and jade pendant hanging from its neck, baring its teeth in rage. It was gambling betting that Qin wouldn't dare kill it. Once it died, the inner world would collapse immediately, and then Qin would get nothing. As for the old Taoist beside him, he simply closed his eyes and lay motionless on the ground. He looked as if he couldn't care less. Seeing the 2 of them acting as if they were dead pigs unafraid of boiling water, Qin wasn't about to go easy on them. He tossed a handful of mana stones onto the ground, instantly igniting spiritual flames. Then he took out several sword artifacts, crossed them into the ground to form a grill. After finishing this, he nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the big black dog.
Kid, you. What are you up to?
The big black dog looked at the blazing spiritual fire in the swords, then at Qin approaching him, and a bad feeling welled up inside him.
Nothing. Back home, black dogs are considered a great tonic. I've been away for so long, and I'm suddenly craving the flavors of home.
As Qin spoke, He had already walked up beside the big black dog and lifted it up with one hand.
What do you mean? Kid, you dare? Do you know who I am? You. Dahai was starting to panic. From the sound of it, was this kid really going to cook him?
Sheen said nothing. He thrust a long spear between the dog's four legs, hoisted it up, and placed it on the rack made of swords.
Hey, kid, wait. Let us talk this out. Big Black panicked.
Seeing that he was really about to be roasted over the fire, he hurriedly begged for mercy. However, Sheen paid him no mind at all and simply hoisted him onto the fire. The movement was fluid and seamless, leaving the old Taoist standing nearby speechless and covered in goosebumps. Sheen shot him a glance, a smirk playing on his lips.
Stay put. I'll give you a dog leg later. Gulp.
The old Taoist swallowed hard.
Ah, you old con artist, what do you mean by that? Dahai roared in anger. That damn old con artist, was he actually swallowing his saliva? He.
Sheen found it somewhat amusing and casually tossed another handful of mana stones into the fire. Instantly, the spiritual flames blazed even more fiercely, and the sound of boiling filled the large pot. Ouch, this is scalding this king to death. Kid, if you've got the guts, go ahead and really roast this king.
SSH, so hot, so hot.
Dahai, furious, grimacing as the flames scorched him.
Sheen listened to Dahai's rant without getting annoyed.
He simply kept tossing mana stones into the fire, even channeling his own spiritual energy to make the spiritual flames burn even more fiercely. In the end, under the scorching heat of the spiritual flames, even space itself began to crack. Yet even so, Dahai merely screamed in agony and suffered no other actual harm. In fact, his silk-like fur, scorched by the spiritual fire, grew even darker and shinier.
Ha, kid, SSSH, it's so hot, have you lost your mind? This king is no ordinary enlightenment realm cultivator, ouch, it's too hot. This low-grade spiritual fire fueled by your mana stones wouldn't do me any harm even if it burned for 100 years. SSSH, so hot, so hot. Let me go, and I'll give you half of my treasures. While screaming in agony, Dahai haggled with Sheen. Sheen watched as the other's dog-like face turned bright red and he grimaced in pain, but said nothing. The next moment, he silently produced a green lamp. A faint green flame flickered on the wick, instantly burning a hole through the space above. Holy crap!
Seeing the green lamp in Sheen's hand, Dahai's body, which had been writhing in the fire, froze instantly. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the blue lamp, he lost his composure and shouted frantically.
Kid, can't you take a loss? Hey, wait, your majesty, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Your majesty, I was wrong.
Little brother, put that sacred weapon away first.
Dahai wailed. The moment he saw the blue lamp, he instantly backed down. You're wrong? Sheen crouched down, set the blue lamp on the ground, and casually flipped it over for Dahai. Before the blue-tinged flames even made contact, they set his fur ablaze.
Instantly, the smell of burning filled the air.
Ah!
I'll give you all the treasures in the dojo right now. Dahai screamed in agony, writhing desperately on the rack, trying to get as far away from the blue lamp as possible. At the same time, a crack about a zhang long split open in the void above him. A radiant glow shone forth, and countless mana stones tumbled down, piling up into a small mountain on the ground in the blink of an eye.
Thick spiritual energy instantly filled the space.
In addition, there were numerous spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. Even the sacred Buddhist weapon it had been using earlier was among them. All right, I've handed over all of this king's treasures.
Hurry up and take that lamp away.
Take it away, take it away. Having emptied all the treasures from his inner world in one go, Dahai shouted impatiently. That lamp was a sacred weapon. The flames it emitted were far beyond those of ordinary spiritual fire. They could actually roast it to a crisp.
Even though Sheen hadn't activated it yet, the mere aura of flame emanating from the green lamp was already unbearable.
In just a few short breaths, it could already smell the aroma of roasting meat. It was still young, only a few hundred years old, and had no desire to die young. Sheen glanced at the pile of treasures beside him but didn't move the green lamp away. Instead,
he flipped De Hay over again. I heard that inside the Taoist hall there is supposedly some kind of legacy or something. I wonder if it's true. As he spoke, a wisp of spiritual energy inadvertently leaked out and seeped into the green lamp. Whoosh! The green flames surged, and a tongue of fire licked out instantly. Whoa! It's done! It's done! The aroma of roasting meat seemed to grow even more intense. All of the black dog's fur was instantly scorched away, leaving him a bald dog. It was this king who forgot. Indeed, there are indeed some traditions left. Da Hai hurriedly spoke up, no longer daring to harbor any ulterior motives. As soon as the words left his mouth, he opened his inner world once more, and a jade disc about a zhang tall appeared, landing on the ground. The jade disc was pure white throughout, covered in a faint, multicolored radiance, and seemed to be engraved with countless minute Dao inscriptions. However, perhaps due to the ravages of time, those inscriptions appeared extremely blurred. Only the top 3 characters could be vaguely made out. Heaven mending art. Heaven mending art? Is this the legacy? Sheen stared at the multicolored jade disc, a strange gleam flickering in his eyes. It was clear that this must record a divine technique called the art of mending the heavens. But, wasn't the name of this technique a bit too grandiose? The art of mending the heavens, did that mean it could even mend the heavens themselves? That's right. This is the legacy of the Grand Saint Stage Taoist retreat. I've handed over all the treasures. Hurry up and take that lamp. I'm really about to get roasted. Seeing that Sheen was still staring at the multicolored jade disc, looking completely unhurried, De Hay immediately shouted. He felt that if this went on much longer, he'd be completely roasted. Oh, okay. Sheen replied indifferently, withdrew his gaze, and then waved his hand to stow everything away into his inner world. In the process, he flipped De Hay over. Ah, kid, you. De Hay felt like he was about to spit blood. What on earth was going on? Wasn't the deal supposed to be that he'd hand over all the treasures in exchange for the sacred weapon, the green lamp? Why had he just flipped him over? Sorry. It just came naturally. Sheen said sheepishly. My fault. My fault. It really just slipped out of my hands. After putting away the blue lamp, he didn't set the black dog down but instead turned his gaze toward the old Taoist. The old Taoist's face fell, and he forced a smile that looked worse than a cry. He. Fellow Taoist, I'll give it to you right away, right away. He had no choice but to give them. Didn't he see the dead dog nearly get roasted? He certainly didn't want to suffer that fate. He opened his inner world directly and dumped everything inside all at once. A vast number of mana stones, along with elixirs and spirit talismans, as well as some magical artifacts from the Enlightenment realm and the Peering at Heaven realm. Piled on the ground, these items radiated a rich, precious glow. These resources and riches far exceeded what one at the Enlightenment realm should possess. Even those at the Peering Heaven realm might not be able to match them. Sheen didn't stand on ceremony. After just a quick glance, he stowed everything away. These are my life's savings. The old Taoist's mouth twitched as he watched all the treasures being taken away, his face a picture of dejection. Having collected the treasures, Sheen was in high spirits. Seeing the old Taoist's dejected expression, he stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and offered words of comfort. Life, after all, is never smooth sailing. You're bound to encounter some setbacks. You've lost your treasures, but you can always earn more. Only after weathering the storm can you see the rainbow. Hang in there. After saying that, he gave the old Taoist an encouraging look. You. The old Taoist was so furious his eyes rolled back in his head he nearly choked to death right then and there. Is that even human speech? It's pure psychological torture. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even realize you're robbing them. They'd think you're a good person. Hey, are you done yet? Isn't it about time you let me down? We agreed this was just a robbery. You aren't planning to kill the dog and steal the loot, are you? Da Hai bellowed from atop the bonfire. He was still being roasted over the flames. Although he no longer possessed the sacred weapon Qingdang, those spiritual flames no longer harmed him. but it still hurt, all the same.
Every profession has its code of conduct, even ruthless bandits must keep their word. Upon hearing this, Qin glanced at his opponent.
With a casual wave of his hand, the spiritual ropes binding the two of them automatically untied and flew back into his hand.
Freed from the spiritual ropes, De He instantly leaped away from the fire.
At the same time, the old Taoist sprang into action, joining forces with De He.
The man and the dog came to a halt 100 zhang away from Qin, their eyes alert. Spiritual light flickered across De He's body, and vital energy surged from him. In the blink of an eye, the fur that had been burned off grew back even blacker and shinier than before. Qin watched their wary expressions and smiled indifferently.
"All right, be more careful next time you go out. Especially you, little black.
Black dogs are a great tonic, don't let anyone snatch you up to be stewed." Having said that, he cast a glance at De He's hind legs and the spiritual root dangling between them. After withdrawing his gaze, he turned and stepped into the air, departing. It wasn't until Qina's figure had completely vanished from their sensory perception that two heart-wrenching howls rang out in quick succession.
"Ah, damn him to hell! The Tao Master's treasures! That damned brat!
It's always been this king who robs others. Don't let this king find your home, or I'll scatter your ancestors' ashes." They spent a month painstakingly plotting, thinking they could make a killing inside the Grand Saint Stages training ground.
Who would ve thought they'd run into that damn Qin?
Not only were the treasures inside the training ground gone, but more than half of their own life's savings had been stolen as well, leaving them with nothing but the clothes on their backs. If it weren't for the fact that they stashed some of their wealth elsewhere, and that they long since inherited the art of mending the heavens, they truly would have died of sheer rage. In the void, Qin listened to the faint wails drifting toward him, his expression unchanged. He had a specific reason for sparing these two. He had no prior grievances with them. Most importantly, these two specialized in tomb raiding. Keeping them around might give him another chance to rob them the next time he saw them. As for whether they go after the Cloud Guild, he wasn't worried about that either. With that mysterious ancestor presiding over the sect, those two would be nothing more than easy prey if they went there.
At that moment, 1,000 li away from the Cloud Guild, on a mountainside, three figures stood atop a boulder, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Cloud Guild. Holy Maiden, could such a genius truly emerge from a backwater like Xian State?
One of the three, a maidservant standing at the rear, spoke up, her voice thick with skepticism. Yi Qingyu fell silent upon hearing this, seemingly recalling Qin's terrifying strength. She gazed into the distance, as if her vision could pierce through space to see inside the Cloud Guild 1,000 li away. After a long moment, she spoke in a calm tone.
"The Tianshan continent is vast, it's only natural that some prodigies would emerge. Even a sacred land cannot necessarily encompass every genius.
However, a sacred land is, after all, a sacred land. It's not something a small sect can rival." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to another boulder not far away. There, a figure sat cross-legged.
Lin Zhengtian.
High above the former site of the Luyun Mountains. Qin stood high in the sky, his face somewhat darkened, the corner of his mouth still twitching slightly. Before his eyes, the mountain range had vanished completely, replaced by a vast expanse of charred earth. The bronze gateway that had once stood there was also gone, as if swallowed by a colossal beast, leaving behind a massive abyss.
The Bronze Hall. My 100,000 mana stones. Which blind fool moved them before me? Qin looked utterly heartbroken.
He planned to stop by on his way back, figuring he could always boost his cultivation first and then move the Bronze Hall himself.
Who would ve thought someone would beat him to it?
His divine sense swept across the entire mountain range, scanning it inside and out several times. Only after he was absolutely certain the training ground had vanished did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Sigh, what a stroke of bad luck. Qin sighed helplessly and shot back to the sect. The Luyun Mountains were only 100,000 li away from the Cloud Guild. With his cultivation at the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm, he could cover that distance in just a few breaths. Space warped, and in the blink of an eye, a spatial passage opened outside the Cloud Guild's mountain gates. Qin, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly stepped out of it. Looking at the mountain gates ahead, shrouded by a massive protective barrier, he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the sect had followed his instructions and sealed the mountain gates. Just as he was about to send a telepathic message to announce his return so that the protective array surrounding the sect could be dismantled, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to look into the distance behind him. It was at that very moment that a light, ethereal voice reached his ears. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Before the words had even faded, several figures appeared not far ahead of him. It was Yi Qingyu, Lin Zhengtian, and the others who had been stationed 1,000 li away earlier. Qin looked at them, his brow furrowing briefly before smoothing out again.
He asked calmly, "Is there something you need?"
He wasn't surprised that they had managed to escape the pursuit of the Yin souls. After all, they were heirs of the Holy Land, representatives of its younger generation. How could they not possess some skills? In fact, it was quite likely that they had already killed those two Yin souls. As the sky-shrouding palm seal descended, he clenched one hand into a fist. His ferocious blood energy coalesced into a golden fist, shattering the palm seal with a single strike. Immediately afterward, his figure vanished from where he stood and instantly reappeared before Lin Zhengtian. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down with all his might. Space before the long sword seemed as fragile as a rag, torn apart with ease.
A wisp of sacred might descended, causing everyone present to turn pale with shock. A sacred weapon? Lin Zhengtian's face darkened.
He wasn't surprised that Qin had shattered the hand seal, but he hadn't expected his counterattack to be so ruthless. With no time to think, a sacred weapon in the form of a sword materialized in his hand as well, and he swung it backward toward Qin. Clang! The two sacred weapons collided. The surging spiritual energy instantly shredded and obliterated the void. In the next instant, Lin Jingtian let out a muffled groan as his entire body was slashed away, flying like a meteorite and crashing into a mountain peak 1,000 li away. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the mountain collapsed, sending boulders flying in all directions. The dust and smoke that billowed into the sky completely obscured the entire mountain peak. Qin, holding his long sword, blocked the spiritual energy storm that was sweeping toward the sect. He then stood silently in the void, gazing at the area shrouded in dust and smoke at the far end of his line of sight. It wasn't that he didn't want to kick a man when he was down, it was just that. His gaze drifted, intentionally or not, toward a spot in the void, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Yi Qingyu, who had already retreated to a great distance, now fixed her gaze intently on the long sword in Qin's hand, her expression a mix of shock and something else. That sacred weapon. It really is him. The 3-chi-long blue blade in Qin's hand was none other than the sacred weapon that had been taken from her at the training ground. It had been mere conjecture before, but now it was completely confirmed. Come to think of it, that divine ability was truly eerie. Yi Qingyu murmured to herself, recalling the scene when the sacred weapon had been taken from her. She hadn't even had time to react. She merely felt a slight ripple in space before the sacred weapon in her hand vanished, transforming into a withered twig. Just as she was lost in thought, a thunderous roar echoed from a collapsing mountain peak 1,000 li away. A powerful, even brutal aura surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and earth. "You bastard, this holy sun will slay you." The voice, brimming with murderous intent, echoed across the heavens and earth as Lin Jingtian arrived in the blink of an eye. Behind him, a colossal phantom figure wielding a battle sword stood like a supreme sovereign, looking down upon Qin. As Lin Jingtian swung the holy weapon downward, the phantom mirrored his movement, raising its battle sword and bringing it down upon Qin. Without a terrifying roar, a vast abyss tore open silently in the void, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, devouring Qin. Everything in its path was annihilated. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was disintegrating, dissolving into nothingness. A physical anomaly? Humph. Qin fixed his gaze on the colossal phantom and snorted coldly. Immediately, a terrifying surge of blood energy burst forth from his body as he raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. As he moved, a massive phantom rose behind him as well. The phantom, like an immortal king from the 9 heavens, mirrored Qin's movements, extending a palm and striking forward. Boom! The void trembled. With a single strike from the immortal king's phantom,
Lin Jingtian's phenomenon behind him was pierced right through.
The surging, terrifying force even completely obliterated the abyss, forming a massive spatial black hole. Just as it seemed Lin Jingtian was about to be struck down by that single blow, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the shattered space and blocked the immortal king's palm. Then, the figure of an elderly man clad in black slowly materialized. Standing at the center of the shattered void, the raging storm around him instantly subsided, and the fractured space gradually began to repair and heal itself. He looked at Qin, his eyes devoid of any emotion.
A sage. Qin's expression grew grave.
He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. It was as if he were carrying several primordial divine mountains on his back.
Senior Uncle Han.
Lin Jingtian looked at the black-robed elder before him, his expression somewhat grim. The black-robed elder merely waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on Qin. A moment later, he spoke in a calm tone. "Young man, you're quite impressive." His voice wasn't too loud, but to the ears, it was like the toll of a great bell, making one's head spin. As the Saint's son's guardian, he had been hiding within the spatial realm, witnessing Qin's several displays of power. He had also seen with his own eyes how Qin had used a supernatural phenomenon to subdue two souls within the Grand Saint stage training ground. Therefore, he understood all too well just how terrifying Qin's talent truly was.
"Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky. However, Senior, by intervening, are you also intending to vie for this so-called legacy?"
Qin's expression remained calm and unruffled.
He.
Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder's eyes flashed, and he let out a soft chuckle.
"The Grand Saint stage legacy?
It's merely a divine technique. Though it's quite impressive, it's not enough to make this old man lose face by intervening." Although he was tempted by a Grand Saint stage-level divine technique, it wasn't enough to prompt him to step in and seize it. Had he not seen Lin Jingtian in danger just now, he wouldn't even have shown himself. However, upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Jingtian, standing nearby, grew somewhat anxious.
"Uncle Master. Enough."
The old man waved his hand, cutting Lin Jingtian off. He turned to look at him, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Jingtian, as the holy son of the Azure Sanctuary, failure is not something to fear. What is truly terrifying is that you lack the courage to face failure. If you lose your resolve because of a few minor setbacks, you are unworthy of being the sacred son of the Azure Sanctuary." Lin Jingtian's body trembled. The elder's words were like a beam of light, causing his somewhat tarnished resolve to shine brightly once more. He lowered his head in shame, and when he looked up again, he had completely regained his composure. "My senior uncle's words are wise. It is I who was in the wrong." Everything had gone too smoothly for him before. As the Holy Son, he was deeply revered by disciples within the Holy Land and had never known defeat outside of it. Not even the holy sons and holy daughters of other holy lands had ever truly defeated him. Now, having been utterly crushed by Qin, it was this immense sense of disillusionment that had caused his resolve to falter. Seeing this, the old man nodded. He then turned his gaze back to Qin, a smile flickering across his face. "Young man, I look forward to the day you ascend to the Holy Land." As his voice trailed off, he cast a glance toward the depths of the Cloud Guild, then immediately led Lin Jingtian away.
"Ah, what a pity." Qin watched Lin Jingtian leave inside.
His plan to rob him had fallen through. He withdrew his gaze and, catching sight of Yi Qingyu and her two companions in the distance, frowned again.
Why was that woman still lingering here? Fellow Taoist Qin.
Noticing Qin's gaze, Yi Qingyu actually stepped forward through the air, approaching him of her own accord. "I've already said it, I didn't receive any inheritance at the Taoist hall."
"Or are you planning to try and snatch it by force?" Qin asked bluntly.
He had no intention of handing over the heaven-mending art, though he hadn't cultivated it yet. Judging by the attitudes of both Lin Jingtian and the woman before him, it was undoubtedly a remarkable technique. Otherwise, the holy son and holy daughter of a prestigious holy land wouldn't have tried so hard to obtain it time and time again. Behind Yi Qingyu, two maids raised their delicate eyebrows, a clear flash of anger passing through their large eyes.
This man was truly rude. How dare he speak so disrespectfully to the holy princess?
Yi Qingyu, however, was not annoyed. She smiled faintly and said, "Since you are unwilling to part with it, I certainly won't press the matter further. I came here merely to inform you that in 3 months, the Hall of King-making will open.
I hope you won't miss it." The Hall of Enfeoffment?
Qin paused in surprise. Seeing Qin's reaction, Yi Qingyu realized he had no idea what the Hall of Enfeoffment was. She immediately explained.
The Hall of Enfeoffment is a public opportunity on the Tiansong continent that opens once every 500 years.
Any cultivator under 1,000 years of age who has reached the Enlightenment realm may enter.
Could it be that there really is a chance to become an emperor?
Standing alone in the void, Qin stared in the direction Yi Qingyu had departed, muttering to himself. An inexplicable gleam gradually rose in his eyes. He had already made up his mind regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to go and see for himself. However, the King's coronation hall is only accessible to those at the Tao realization realm.
That's a problem.
He stroked his chin, a pensive look in his eyes. On this trip to the Grand Saint Stage training ground, he had gained quite a lot: 4 sacred weapons alone, not to mention 2 sacred corpses and countless mana stones and various treasures. It was truly a bountiful harvest. He was the biggest winner. He had originally planned to return to his sect and improve his cultivation level. Now it seemed he would have to postpone that for a while.
That is fine.
Maybe by then I can find a good buyer for a few of these holy weapons.
A sudden smile spread across Qin's face.
Trading the holy weapons directly with the system was only worth 100,000 mana stones. He always felt that was a bit too little. If he sold them to those major sects, he could certainly get more mana stones. Ding, host, you're really cranking those numbers. However, trading through the system is the safest method. Host, be careful not to get double-crossed by those major sections. The system's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of defiance.
Ha! Qin merely chuckled and said nothing. Just then, the sect's grand formation below dissipated.
A crowd of high-ranking sect officials surged out all at once.
"You little brat, are you okay?" Wudi stepped in front of Qin, scrutinizing him closely.
Only after confirming that Qin hadn't lost any limbs and that all his body parts were intact did he let out a long sigh of relief. Behind him stood the first elder, the second elder, and the sect's supreme elders, each gazing at Qin with expressions of awe and reverence. Although the great battle had ended, the mere recollection of it still filled them with dread. With a mere wave of his hand, the void trembled and space collapsed. That seemed to them, it was nothing short of the apocalypse. Even the slightest leak of energy could reduce them or even the entire sect to ashes. Most importantly, their young sect master had actually displayed such terrifying cultivation. The fact that he could even suppress the holy son of a holy land was what truly shocked them.
"Young sect master, what just happened? How could this be?"
The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask. Although he had seen Lin Jingtian within the sect, the formation's isolation had prevented him from hearing their conversation.
"It's nothing."
The Grand Saint Stage training ground opened, and I gained a small opportunity inside.
"Father, elders, let us return to the sect first."
Qin shook his head and, as soon as his words fell, headed straight for the sect.
Wudi and the other elders stood where they were, exchanging bewildered glances. "And he calls this nothing?"
They chased him right to his doorstep. But since Qin didn't say anything, there was nothing they could do.
The sect's council hall. Qin immediately took out a large quantity of resources and laid them out on the open floor.
There were high-grade mana stones, spiritual herbs and elixirs, and jade slips containing cultivation techniques.
There were even more than a dozen divine weapons of the Enlightenment realm among them.
All the resources were piled together and tossed onto the ground like trash, and an intense surge of spiritual energy instantly filled the entire hall. Wudi and the elders who followed and saw this scene and were completely stunned. One by one, they stared at the pile of resources on the ground, their eyes wide, their breathing becoming somewhat labored.
"Whoa, this! So many resources!
You little brat, did you get all this at the training ground?" Wudi was the first to speak up. He stared at the pile of resources, his eyes glinting with greed. As the head of a sect, he was no stranger to grandeur.
The resources on the ground didn't amount to even 1% of the sect's treasury in terms of quantity.
But in terms of quality, the entire treasury combined couldn't hold a candle to even 1/10,000th of what was here.
Sheen looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and nodded faintly. I suppose so.
These resources should be enough to sustain the sect's development for quite some time. All of these items were looted from Dehe and his gang. They could be considered the training ground's treasures, after all. Although the items he brought out were ones he didn't particularly value, they represented a massive windfall for the sect. The scriptures and magical artifacts from the Enlightenment realm alone were enough to elevate the sect's strength to a whole new level.
Are you saying you're leaving all of this for the sect? Woody asked, sounding a bit uncertain.
Although he guessed that the kid must still be hiding treasures, that what lay on the ground wasn't the whole story. These resources were still far too valuable. He felt they would be useful to Sheen. The other elders standing nearby were also looking at Sheen. Although they were tempted, they also felt Sheen should keep these resources for himself. If he could boost his strength a bit more, it would make his future journey to the Azure Sanctuary a bit safer.
No need. I have more.
Father, please distribute these resources wisely.
Perhaps the sect will one day produce a powerhouse at the Enlightenment realm.
That way, even when I'm not at the sect, I'll be able to rest a little easier.
Sheen waved his hand dismissively.
These resources were of little use to him. Even if he exchanged them all for mana stones, it would amount to no more than 10 or 20,000 mana stones. He still possessed several sacred weapons and over a dozen great power artifacts. Those were the truly valuable items.
Very well.
Then I won't hesitate to accept them, Father. Seeing his son speak thus, Woody made no further pretense of modesty and waved his hand to stow away all the items. The numerous elders standing nearby watched the scene, their minds immediately racing with thoughts. Among them, a grand elder approached Woody, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. Sect Master, now that you've reached the Treading the Void realm, please visit the small forbidden land more often when you have time. Let us sit down, discuss the Tao, and enjoy some tea together. Come to think of it, I even held you in my arms when you were still in diapers.
Ahem ahem.
Woody nearly choked on his breath and coughed violently twice.
All right, fifth senior uncle, no need to say more.
This sect will certainly not be stingy with these resources.
As for how to distribute them, we'll decide after discussion.
With that, he didn't linger for a moment and rushed straight out of the grand hall. It was as if he feared that if he were even a step too slow, he'd be held back by the many elders.
Hey, Sect Master, wait for us.
The elders snapped to attention, one after another rushing out of the hall to follow Woody.
The Grand Elder, in particular, was practically glued to Woody's back.
Cough, cough, Sect Master no senior brother Sheen.
I think that kid Sheen is getting on in years isn't at about time he considered getting married? As for me, junior brother, I think that girl Ching seems like a good match.
Woody, junior brother, you were the one who said my son was a pit of fire. Inside the hall, Sheen listened to the faintly drifting conversation, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside his ear. Boy, come to the Forbidden Zone.
Whom?
Sheen raised an eyebrow slightly. It was the voice of the ancestor. The Forbidden Zone, within the small secret realm.
Ancestor, you were looking for me?
Sheen looked at the old man sitting cross-legged on the earthen slope and called out, feeling a bit awkward.
I am Sheen Yu. By bloodline, I should be your great-grandfather. But if that makes you uncomfortable, never mind, call me whatever you like.
Noticing Sheen's unease, the old man chuckled softly. Then he raised his right hand, and a delicate bronze palace appeared in his palm.
Since you seem interested in this, I've brought it back for you.
Ha!
What is this?
Sheen looked at the bronze palace, feeling a sense of familiarity.
A moment later, as if something had occurred to him, he exclaimed in surprise, the Grand Saint stage training ground?
That's right. Sheen nodded and gently pushed his palm forward. The bronze palace immediately floated toward Sheen. Sheen watched the floating bronze palace and reached out to catch it. When he looked at the old man ahead, his gaze betrayed a hint of surprise. He had actually planned to return and retrieve this training ground earlier, only to discover someone had beaten him to it. It turned out the ancestor had intervened. Come to think of it, he even muttered a curse about someone being blind at the time. He wondered if the ancestor had heard it.
All right. The ancestor summoned you here for another reason besides this.
Shin Yu's voice rang out once more. Please speak, ancestor. Shin stowed the bronze palace away in his inner world and turned his gaze toward the ancestor. The opportunities at the Grand Saint Stage cultivation site have run their course, and you've reaped quite a few benefits yourself.
Sort out matters concerning the sect and yourself. We'll set out for the Azure Sanctuary in 1 month.
Shin Yu tilted his head back slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing across his face. It had been over 3,000 years since he left the Azure Sanctuary, and now he could finally return.
We're setting out in a month?
Shin was taken aback upon hearing this, but he didn't object. He nodded and said, "That I'll take care of everything and come to pick up the ancestor in a month." Unexpectedly, Shin Yu waved his hand and said, "No need to go to such trouble." With that, he stood up, his figure floating in midair. He raised his hand and struck the seated figure. Boom! The small space shook violently, the earth split open, and a coffin rose from beneath the earthen mound. The coffin was entirely blue, seemingly carved from a massive spirit tree, with numerous runes engraved upon it. Unlike ordinary, lifeless coffins, this one radiated an incredibly intense vitality. Inside this coffin lies the ancestor's physical body. As for the ancestor's soul, it can simply attach itself to the coffin. Shin Yu turned his gaze toward Shin as he spoke. His soul settled upon the coffin, gradually fading until it finally vanished. Shin looked at the floating coffin, then at the cracked earthen slope. Only now did he realize this wasn't an earthen slope at all. It was clearly a tomb. The very place where the ancestor had always sat in lotus position was, in fact, the burial site of his own physical body. He put the coffin away, cast a lingering glance at the small space that had already begun to collapse, then turned and left. In a region an unknown distance from Xianzhou, a tower ship was sailing through the void. Inside the ship were Yi Qingyu and the other two who had left earlier. "Holy Maiden, that fellow was so rude to you. Why did you still tell him about the opening of the King's Hall?"
A maidservant looked at Yi Qingyu, her expression indignant.
"Exactly. That guy dares to lay a hand on the conquering heaven holy son just because he has a little power. He is completely oblivious to the danger. He might not even live to see the opening of the Hall of Kings. He'll likely be dealt with by the powerful figures of the Azure Sanctuary." Another maid chimed in, still seething with anger at the tone and attitude Shin had shown toward the Holy Maiden. Yi Qingyu listened to the two maids' words, her expression calm. Her gaze passed through the window of the floating ship, out into the void beyond. She didn't know how long had passed before she withdrew her gaze, speaking slowly. "Foolish. Young Master Qin hails from a backwater like Xianzhou. To have risen through his own talent, how could he possibly be simple? Judging by how he overpowered Lin Jingtian, his combat prowess has already reached the level of a holy son, perhaps even surpassing it. A prodigy like this, especially one who isn't even a disciple of a holy land, isn't he worth befriending?" As she finished speaking, she shot the two maids a reproachful glance. In truth, there was one more thought she kept to herself. That was, without relying on external forces or magical artifacts, relying solely on her own strength, even she lacked the confidence to go head-to-head with Qin. With a genius this terrifying, it was best not to antagonize him if at all possible. But once a feud begins, he must be killed without mercy.
"But, Holy Maiden..."
The two maids wanted to say more, but upon meeting Yi Qingyu's somewhat cold and stern gaze, they immediately bowed their heads. "Remember this, though the Holy Land is powerful, it is not without rivals. Over the countless years of the Tian-Sun continent, there have been holy lands and ancient clans that have fallen.
You may be proud, but you must not be arrogant."
Yi Qingyu looked at the two maids who had grown up with her and admonished them earnestly.
Although she was the Holy Maiden, she never looked down on any opponent.
"Yes, Holy Maiden.
We know we were wrong."
The two admitted their mistake in hushed tones, their heads bowed so low they were nearly buried in their chests. "All right, lift your heads.
Seeing them like this, the stern expression on Yiching Yu's face softened, and a faint smile appeared. Elsewhere, in a land where spiritual energy swirled like mist and a divine mountain reached toward the heavens. Floating islands dotted the landscape, their surfaces lined with palaces. Rare treasures and exotic beasts roamed the grounds, and from time to time, powerful figures streaked across the sky. Deep within an ancient palace, several figures sat cross-legged upon thrones. The aura they faintly emitted caused the space around them to warp. Some were middle-aged, some elderly, and some even appeared to be teenagers. Among them was none other than Senior Uncle Han, who had traveled to Xianzhou with Lin Jingtian. Everyone's gaze was fixed on a figure below. Lin Jingtian stood in the center of the hall, bearing the weight of so many gazes, his breathing somewhat labored. After a long while, the oppressive aura in the space dissipated completely. A voice rang out calmly from above. Zheng Tian, are you saying that a genius has emerged from that sect, one whom even you cannot subdue? Lin Jingtian's expression was somewhat awkward, but he nodded nonetheless. That person's physique is extraordinarily powerful, on par with my supreme battle body. Moreover, I cannot gauge his cultivation level, but I can say with certainty that he is at a higher realm than I am. And most of the opportunities within this Grand Saint stage training ground have fallen into his hands. As he spoke, his fists clenched involuntarily, and he felt a surge of pent-up frustration welling up in his chest. This trip to Xian State had not only yielded absolutely nothing but had also resulted in such a crushing defeat that it had nearly shaken his resolve. Above, several figures listening to Lin Jingtian's account all wore somber expressions. Xianzhou is such a backwater with scarce resources. How could such a genius have emerged from there? Could this really be an unforeseen variable? At that moment, a white-robed youth seated in the center turned his head to look at the saint surnamed Han. Junior brother Hanli. Indeed. Hanli nodded slightly. That young man's cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm, 3 minor realms higher than Zheng Tian's. Furthermore, judging by his physique, it bears a striking resemblance to a certain physique recorded in history. What physique? The people nearby all turned their gaze toward Hanli. Even Lin Jingtian below pricked up his ears, eager to know what kind of physique Qin possessed that allowed him to overpower his own supreme battle physique. Noticing their stares, Hanli took a deep breath and slowly uttered 4 words. Primal physique. What? Primal physique? Impossible. Every single step of growth in the primal physique requires a massive accumulation of resources. The barren Xian State simply couldn't afford to sustain a saintly physique. Not to mention that his cultivation level is even higher than Zheng Tian's. A chorus of gasps echoed through the ancient hall. Several figures rose from their thrones, fixing Hanli with skeptical stares. Among them, the white-robed youth wore an especially serious expression, Junior brother Han. Hanli met their gazes. After a moment of silence, he nodded once more. I've seen him unleash his extraordinary manifestations, the yin-yang cycle of life and death, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, and that golden blood energy. There can be no mistake. As he spoke, a rare gravity permeated his voice. The might of the primal physique is beyond doubt. It can even be called the human race's foremost battle physique. Once perfected, it grants combat power on par with that of a great emperor. Apart from 1 or 2 legendary physiques, such as the chaos physique, no other physique can hold a candle to it. According to the ancient records of Tiansong, over the past nearly 1 million years, only 2 fully perfected holy physiques have emerged on the continent. One of them attained enlightenment twice and, in his later years, even broke through the immortal gate to set foot in the upper realm. The other, though he never attained the title of emperor, was still on par with a great emperor. He forcibly seized half the continent from the great emperor of that era and, together with the great emperor, reigned over the lands of Tiansong for 100,000 years. Since you're certain of this, why not simply subdue him? Could it be that you really intend to let him return to the Holy Land? The white-robed youth demanded in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with cold light. However, upon hearing this, Hanli merely glanced at him. He said indifferently, "After all, that young man has deep ties to the Holy Land. Once he returns, it will be a good thing for the Holy Land as well. Besides, that man is still alive." Do you want me to execute his descendant right in front of him?
As he finished speaking, Hanli's voice suddenly turned icy, and a wisp of sacred might uncontrollably radiated from his body, instantly causing the space around him to crack. He had long been fed up with the factional strife within the Holy Land. Although he was tasked with protecting the Holy Sun, he would not go so far as to target or harm Qin because of it. To him, it made no difference who became the Holy Sun, as long as Qin possessed the necessary strength. However, to the white-robed youth, these words were met with utter disdain.
That one? Qin Yu? Humph. Nothing but a cripple. He has no hope of reaching the saint stage. Even if he is still clinging to life, so what?
Hanli looked at the white-robed youth, whose face was set with arrogance, and spoke in a flat tone, "But don't forget the Qin clan still has people within the Holy Land."
Those two old fossils?
The white-robed youth's expression shifted slightly. As if he just realized something, he fell silent. Yet, a hint of icy coldness shone in his eyes. Below, Lin Zhengtian was drenched in sweat. The divine might that occasionally seeped out from the space subjected him to immense pressure. Even clad in a robe forged from a sacred artifact, he still felt as if his body were about to shatter. Watching the two argue, his heart was far from at peace.
Primal physique. It's actually the primal physique.
He had suspected that Qin possessed some kind of powerful physique, perhaps even one that could rival his own supreme battle physique, but he never imagined it would be the primal physique. This supreme battle physique was widely regarded as the finest among the human race. Although his own supreme battle physique was powerful, it paled in comparison by more than a notch. However, as the son of a saint, he quickly regained his composure, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Primal physique, if I could refine it to nourish my battle physique.
The supreme battle physique will surely break through its limitations and become the true supreme physique of the Tian-Sun continent and indeed, of all the heavens. At that moment, the argument above also came to an end.
The white-robed youth snorted coldly, his figure vanishing directly from the throne as he left the ancient hall.
Following closely behind, the others departed as well, leaving only Hanli behind.
Sigh. Hanli looked at the empty thrones and let out a sigh. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Zhengtian below.
Although your physique is powerful, it doesn't mean everything.
Your battle physique is no worse than the primal physique. Take this time to cultivate in seclusion.
In 3 months, the coronation hall will open, and the holy physique should be there as well.
You'll have a chance to meet again. With that, he too left the ancient hall, leaving Lin Zhengtian standing alone inside. The holy physique. The hall of coronation. A fiery glow burst forth from Lin Zhengtian's eyes. When the hall of coronation opens, he will definitely outshine the holy physique.
He'll make everyone in the Holy Land know that he is the true Holy Son of Azure Sanctuary, a self-taught upstart from the countryside, and nothing more than that.
Cloud Guild. Qin returned to his residence.
As soon as he reached the mountaintop, he spotted a tall figure waiting outside the small palace from afar.
Qing? Qin's eyes flickered. What was she doing here at his palace? Could it be that she was still holding a grudge over that peeping incident and had come to pick a fight with him?
With that thought, he didn't slow his pace and continued walking toward the palace.
Qing, dressed as always in a long blue gown, stood quietly at the doorway.
Upon seeing Qin, a complex expression instantly flashed across her face. She pressed her lips together lightly, her hanging hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her gown. Qin stopped in front of Qing and said, somewhat teasingly,
"Qing, what a coincidence you're coming back to my place too."
Qing looked at Qin, her gaze somewhat unfocused. It took quite a while before a stiff smile finally appeared on her face.
"Father said you've changed a lot. Your cultivation is now higher than even his."
Hearing this, Qin raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit puzzled. From the sound of it, it didn't seem like she'd come to pick a fight.
"Thank you for the senior elder's praise. I've just had a few serendipitous encounters." "Senior sister, is there something you need?"
Qing's tone wavered. Looking at Qin standing before her, she didn't know how to begin.
"Sister, please speak freely."
Even though you've beaten me up a few times before leaving me bedridden for a total of 3 days, 4 hours, and 2 quarters, I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Qin waved his hand grandly, acting as if a nobleman shouldn't hold a petty grudge against a lesser person. He made no mention whatsoever of the reason he'd been beaten so badly in the first place. Qin shot Qin a sidelong glance before speaking slowly. I've broken through to the spirit infant realm but have hit a bottleneck.
My father sent me to seek your guidance. Seek my guidance? Qin gave her a strange look.
Peak core stage. With that level of cultivation, given the senior elderess divine palace realm strength, offering guidance shouldn't be a problem, so why was she here to seek advice from him? Then, recalling the few words she faintly overheard in the council hall, he seemed to understand. Qin frowned as she looked at Qin's peculiar expression.
Excuse me. With that, she turned to leave.
She could actually guess what her father meant. She hadn't wanted to come here in the first place. But she just couldn't get past that old geezer. Leaving now, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before she had taken even 2 steps, Qin's voice rang out. Senior sister, wait. I can help you break through to the spirit infant realm. Qin appeared out of thin air in front of her, blocking her path. When the system converted his cultivation, it also imbued him with all the knowledge pertaining to that realm.
With his cultivation level, guiding a core stage cultivator would be a breeze. What? Are you willing? I did beat you up, you know.
Qing had already been preparing to head back to report, but upon hearing Qin's words, he asked uncertainly.
Of course. Qin nodded slightly.
But the next moment, he added, however, junior brother is quite expensive. I just don't know if Qing can afford the mana stones.
What? Mana stones? Lu Qing was dumbfounded.
Qing's eyes widened as she stared at Qin in disbelief. After all, she and Qin were fellow disciples. Now, just for asking for some cultivation guidance, he was actually charging her mana stones? A moment later, she took a deep breath, her expression turning somewhat cold.
Father said that on this trip, you encountered a great opportunity and left plenty of resources for the sect, and yet you're actually asking for my mana stones? If you're still holding a grudge against me for injuring you back then, just say so.
There's no need to humiliate me like this.
Senior sister, you've misunderstood.
Qin watched Qing's expression change in an instant and chuckled softly.
I'm only looking out for you. After all, you don't want to go back and face the Grand Elder's scolding, do you?
He was doing this simply to show the Grand Elder that he had no designs on Qin, so that the Grand Elder would give up on those petty notions. In the end, after some back and forth, Qing reluctantly handed over a mana stone. And just like that, Qin accepted the position and became her temporary master.
Time flew by in the blink of an eye.
A few days later, under Qin's diligent guidance, Qing achieved the spirit infant stage and even reached the second sublevel of the spirit infant realm in one go.
1 mana stone well worth the price.
Aside from occasionally guiding Qing, he also took the time to exchange 500,000 mana stones for an array diagram in the system.
The 5 elements sword formation.
It could slay any cultivator below the 5th level of the peering heaven realm. Moreover, if the formation diagram self-destructed to unleash a final strike, even those at the peak of the peering heaven realm would suffer severe injuries. As long as they weren't prodigies or monstrous talents equipped with powerful combat weapons, any cultivators below the peering heaven realm who dared to approach would be killed without exception. He cast the sword formation over the sect and handed the control method to Woody. This way, once he left, the sect would have some protection. In the days that followed, Qin occasionally guided Qing and spent his free time having tea with Woody. Amid this relatively peaceful life, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, in the courtyard outside the small palace, Qin and Qing sat facing each other.
Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come anymore.
A jade slip appeared in Qin's hand, and he held it out to Qing.
Why?
Qing was taken aback and did not take the jade slip. She felt that under Qin's guidance, her cultivation had improved rapidly. In less than a month, she had not only broken through to the spirit infant realm but was now on the verge of reaching the 3rd sublevel of that realm. In the past,
this would have been unimaginable. At your current sublevel within the spirit infant realm, you no longer need my guidance. Besides, for just one mana stone, how much longer do you expect me to teach you? Sheen said indifferently, tossing the jade slip toward her. Then he waved his hand, hurry up and leave. Don't even think about staying for a free meal. Sheen caught the jade slip and looked at Sheen with a complex expression. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance these past few days. Xingxing has no way to repay you, so all I can do is… Stop. No need to repay me. Sheen hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt her. Sheen gave Sheen a puzzled look, then bowed slightly before turning to leave. Phew. Sheen watched Xing's figure descend the mountain and exhaled deeply. He stood up, walked to the edge of the courtyard, stood with his hands behind his back, and quietly watched the clouds roll by beyond Xingmu Peak. Ancestor, the sect's arrangements are all set. Let us set out for the Azure Sanctuary. He didn't know when he might return from this journey. Training Xing during this time was, in a sense, cultivating an heir for the sect. The jade slip he just sent contained a fine scripture for the Enlightenment realm. Given Xing's natural talent, his future achievements would surely be impressive. With that, plus the resources he provided to the sect, he was confident the Cloud Guild would thrive. Everything is arranged. Let us set out. Xing's voice rang out of nowhere. Immediately, a map appeared in Xing's mind. It was a map leading to the Azure Sanctuary. All right. Xing nodded slightly, cast a glance at the sect, and then tore open a spatial rift, stepping into it. He didn't notify anyone, he simply left on his own. That brat he has finally grown wings. He leaves without even telling me. On the sect master's peak, Wudi gazed into the distance toward Xingmu Peak, a hint of concern in his eyes. Although Qin was now powerful, the place he was heading to was, after all, a sacred site, and he was going there to compete for the title of Sacred Son. The slightest misstep could put him in danger. Compared to the Cloud Guild, a sacred site like that was a place that truly devoured people without sparing a bone. In the void, Qin sat cross-legged on a small void ship, his eyes slightly closed. All around him, space rushed by, forming streaks of pale gray light. Suddenly, Xing's voice rang out. Kid, are you really going to follow the ancestor to the Azure Sanctuary like this? Aren't you afraid? Within the inner world, Xing's soul form stood atop the coffin, as wisp after wisp of strange energy rose from it and seeped into his body. I'm afraid. But the ancestor is right, Xian state can't support me. Only by going out into the world will I have access to more resources. Xian admitted it outright. However, as long as not everyone in the Azure Sanctuary was out to kill him, he believed he still had the strength to handle the situation. He now possessed 5 holy weapons, nearly 10 powerful artifacts, and over 400,000 mana stones. These resources were more than enough to elevate his cultivation to the saint stage. If he were to go all out, he could even sacrifice his cultivation to exchange for a temporary quasi-emperor to serve as his enforcer. Back when he was at the Cloud Guild, he had already thought through every possible contingency with crystal clear clarity. The void fell silent once more, with only the sound of the small boat cutting through space echoing in his ears. Several days later, a vast expanse, shrouded in white mist, appeared on the horizon. A massive gateway stood between heaven and earth, soaring into the clouds, its overwhelming aura washing over him. Is that the Azure Sanctuary? Such dense spiritual energy. Xian stowed away his void ship and stood in mid-air. Gazing from afar at the region shrouded in spiritual mist ahead, and at the massive gateway that seemed to lead to the heavens, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He sensed that the spiritual energy of this realm was converging ceaselessly toward that place. The sacred land ahead seemed like a colossal beast, devouring all the spiritual energy into its belly. Azure Sanctuary, after 3,000 years, I've finally returned. Xing's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of excitement. Qin listened, feeling a touch of emotion welling up within him. Just as he was about to cross over toward the sacred site, suddenly, a loud shout rang out from ahead. Who dares linger here, spying on my Azure Sanctuary?
Several figures surged upward from the sacred site on the horizon and appeared before Qin in the blink of an eye. The leader was a cold-faced middle-aged man whose piercing gaze scanned Qin from head to toe.
"Why are you lingering here, Lord? How dare you spy on the sacred land?"
The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his tone accusatory.
"Spy?"
Qin furrowed his brow. This place was a full 1,000 li away from the sacred land, and besides, he'd only glanced at it a few times. How could that be called spying? If you have no business here, leave at once. No one is permitted to linger within 1,000 li of the sacred sanctuary. The middle-aged man's face betrayed his impatience as he waved his hand, signaling for Qin to leave. Qin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the man before him, then shifted his gaze to the sacred sanctuary in the distance, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes.
It seemed Azure Sanctuary wasn't exactly welcoming him. Were they trying to use these minions to intimidate him?
Seeing that Qin remained silent, still glaring at him with narrowed eyes, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly, and he barked.
"Kid, can't you understand plain speech? I told you to get lost.
The Azure Sanctuary doesn't welcome." As he reached the end of his sentence, he stopped abruptly.
"What doesn't the Azure Sanctuary welcome?" Qin asked with a smile.
The next moment, his smile vanished, and a powerful aura suddenly crushed down upon the group. The air emitted a dull hum as the men were blasted away without any chance to resist. Stumbling, they retreated hundreds of zhang, nearly plummeting into the void.
"Put! You dare lay a hand on me?"
The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale in an instant. Behind him, his companions wore expressions of sheer terror. Enveloped by that aura moments ago, they all felt as though they'd witnessed a divine being. Qin paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on the sacred land in the distance. The highest cultivation level among these men was merely the divine palace realm within the sacred land. They were nothing more than lowly minions. He was waiting for the people behind them to emerge. Sure enough, no sooner had he looked that way than a figure appeared, stepping through the air toward him. The newcomer was also a middle-aged man, gaunt in build, with narrow eyes that betrayed a cunning glint. "Young upstart, you're from that so-called Cloud Guild in Xian State, aren't you? Have you been ruling over that backwater of Xian State for so long that you think a little power entitles you to disregard the Holy Land? Just for wounding them, I could execute you right now." The middle-aged man in gray was overbearing, his expression full of disdain. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his body, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, crushing down toward Qin. In an instant, the sky darkened, the air grew thick and viscous, and immense pressure filled every inch of space. He intended to crush Qin using the very same method Qin had employed, the intent to humiliate him all too evident. A peak sky-gazing realm expert. Qin's expression turned cold as he discerned the opponent's cultivation level from the aura. He raised one hand, condensed spiritual energy in his palm, and slashed downward. Whoosh! A faint tearing sound rang out as the crushing aura bearing down on him was cleaved in two. The oppressive pressure in the space dissipated in an instant. The middle-aged man in gray gasped in surprise, staring at Qin with a look of shock and disbelief. How could he have broken through his aura so easily? He was, after all, a genuine sky-peering realm cultivator, albeit only at the first level, and the aura he had condensed was not something a Tao realization realm cultivator could withstand. How could this be? Qin looked at his opponent but did not strike again. At the first level of the peering heaven realm, he didn't need to rely on a sacred weapon. He could subdue his opponent with his own strength alone. Just then, Qin Yu's voice echoed from the inner world. "Kid, it seems some people don't want you here. Let the ancestor out. I'd like to see if they'll block me too when they see me." Qin Yu's voice was somewhat cold. He had finally returned to the sacred land, only to be stopped before he even reached the entrance. This made him feel he had lost face in front of Qin, a junior. Upon hearing this, Qin said nothing. He simply opened his inner world and retrieved the coffin. As soon as the coffin appeared, a rich vitality instantly filled the space. Gulp gulp, ah. That feels so good. My injuries seem to be getting better. The disciples who had been crushed by Qin earlier took several deep breaths.
As a wisp of vitality entered their bodies, their pale complexions instantly turned rosy.
The middle-aged man in gray stared intently at the coffin, a look of covetousness clearly visible in his eyes.
Such a rich life force. Youngster, have you even prepared a coffin? Why not hand it over to me? I might even forgive you for the offense of injuring a disciple of the Holy Land.
Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed across China's face.
He had never seen anyone ask for a coffin of their own accord.
He just didn't know if the man would still dare to ask for it later.
Sure enough, just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold voice rang out. You little bastard, you want this old man's coffin lid?
Xin Yue's spirit form materialized from the coffin, clad in black robes, his icy gaze fixed on the middle-aged man.
You're Qin Yu, the Holy Son? How is this possible? You're still alive?
The middle-aged man stared at Xin Yu, his expression gradually shifting from the previous arrogance and disdain to palpable panic. 3,000 years ago, when Xin Yu was still the Holy Son, he had always followed in his footsteps, serving as a sort of attendant. However, later on, Xin Yu lost in the competition and left the Holy Land. For 3,000 years, he had always believed that Xin Yu had died out there. He never expected that Xin Yu was still alive and had now returned to the Holy Land.
Lu Mang, it's been 3,000 years.
I never thought you'd still recognize me.
What, do you still want this coffin?
Xin Yu stood towering above him, looking down at his opponent. After a brief moment of panic, Lu Mang quickly regained his composure. He, too, could see that Xin Yu was currently only a spirit form, and the faint trace of awe that had just begun to form in his heart vanished completely. He said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, When senior brother Qin left the Holy Land, this junior brother thought you had perished long ago.
I never imagined you still had a remnant soul. Still, it's good that you're alive, after all.
As for this coffin, this junior brother certainly wouldn't dare lay a finger on it.
After all, given your current state, senior brother, you might need it at any moment. Ha! Qin Yu laughed.
Whether I'll need it or not is none of your concern.
Now, stand there like a good boy and don't move. Don't hold me up on my way back to the Holy Land.
With that, he swept up the coffin and was about to step through the air to pass over Lu Mang. Seeing this, Qin naturally followed. But unexpectedly, Lu Mang suddenly darted forward and once again blocked his path. Pointing at Qin, he said coldly, Senior brother Qin, you're returning to the Holy Land. I wouldn't dare stand in your way. However, this young upstart injured several disciples of our Holy Land for no reason. We cannot simply let this go.
If we don't demand an explanation, where would the Holy Land's authority stand? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned icy as he glared menacingly at Lu Mang.
The very next moment, he struck without warning.
Get out of the way.
His voice shook the void as a massive hand slammed down toward his opponent. The terrifying force even tore through space, creating a huge hole. Lu Mang was sent flying by the force, crashing like a meteor toward the sacred land 1,000 li away.
Boom! Amid a deafening explosion, his figure slammed into the defensive formation, was bounced back, and plummeted toward the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, he didn't utter a single groan. The nuisance is gone. Let us go.
Xin Yu calmly withdrew his palm, turned to call out, then strode directly through the air toward the sacred land. Those few low-ranking disciples at the Divine Palace realm had long since been petrified by the scene they just witnessed. Now, as they watched the two walk right past them, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Qin followed alongside the ancestor, his gaze fixed on the sacred land ahead, his expression pensive. According to what the ancestor had said earlier, there were still powerful figures from his lineage within the sacred land. Yet now, it was clear that someone was trying to intimidate him. Despite the commotion caused just now, no one from his own side had come forward to intervene. It seemed that during the 3,000 years since the ancestor's departure, some upheaval had indeed occurred within the sacred land. Just as Qin had suspected, Qin Yu's expression ahead of him had grown somewhat somber. The moment he emerged from his inner world, he had already used a secret technique to send a message to the elders of his lineage. However, there was no response at all, and no one had come out to meet him. At the sacred mountain, beneath the massive gates. When Qin and his companion arrived here, they encountered no further obstruction. Some disciples guarding the mountain cast strange glances at the pair, but dared not approach them. Likewise, no one went in to announce their arrival. However, the two didn't need to be announced. They walked straight through the mountain gate and entered the sacred land. Instantly, it felt as though they had entered another world. A surge of spiritual energy several times more concentrated and pure than outside swept over them. The ground was covered with spiritual herbs, and spiritual trees were visible everywhere.
Spiritual beasts lay under the trees, oblivious to their surroundings, breathing in and out the pure spiritual energy that permeated the air.
Qin sensed the air growing slightly damp due to the overwhelming density of spiritual energy. He then took a deep breath and instantly absorbed all the spiritual energy within 100 meters of him.
He marveled.
A sacred site is truly a sacred site. The spiritual energy is so dense it's practically condensing into rain. Compared to this place, the Cloud Guild is nothing more than a small village within a great nation.
And those spiritual beasts, they're so docile.
They must taste delicious. Xinyu glanced over and said indifferently, "There are many spirit beasts in the sacred land, but most are tamed by the elders and their disciples. Don't get too greedy, kid." At the end, as if he just thought of something, he added, "Though, they do taste good." Just as he was speaking, the space ahead suddenly rippled. The figure of a white-robed youth slowly materialized. The youth stood suspended in midair, his indifferent gaze fixed on Qin and his companion. Qin stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the white-robed youth, his brow involuntarily furrowing.
Is this never-ending? Blocking one after another?
Beside him, Xinyu also frowned, staring at the white-robed youth as he spoke slowly, "Lu Dao. It's been 3,000 years since we last met.
I never imagined even you would have attained sainthood. What's the matter? Did you have someone block my path just now because you didn't want me to return to the Holy Land?"
Upon hearing this, the white-robed youth named Lu Dao did not reply, but instead stared at Xinyu for quite some time. Finally, he spoke in a detached tone. "Since you've returned, you should rest and recuperate properly in the Holy Land.
The Holy Land is not what it was 3,000 years ago.
It's best not to entertain thoughts of the impossible." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Qin with a meaningful look.
"You must be the one with the primal physique.
The Holy Land is different from the small sects of Xian state.
Before you do anything, you'd better think through the consequences."
With that, paying no heed to the expressions on their faces, his figure gradually faded and soon vanished.
"Ancestor, who the hell was that?"
Qin turned to look at Xinyu and asked. He didn't seem to take the earlier warning very seriously. "Just some guy who has been showing off since he was a kid," Xinyu said grimly. With that, he strode forward with a solemn expression, traversing vast distances through space as he hurried toward a specific location in the center of the sacred land. By now, he was certain that something had gone wrong within his lineage. The two passed through vast expanses of palaces and floating islands along the way, eventually arriving before a massive estate. As soon as they reached the estate, they saw more than a dozen figures pacing back and forth outside, looking quite anxious. These people included men, women, and people of all ages, with cultivation levels ranging from the spirit infant realm to the peering heaven realm. At that moment, as the two appeared, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to them in unison.
They completely ignored Qin and turned their attention to Xinyu.
A moment later, two exceptionally burly middle-aged men at the very front suddenly stepped forward, their faces brimming with excitement.
"Qin's senior uncle Xinyu?
Qin de Qin heir,
we pay our respects to senior uncle Xinyu. You are the heir?"
Xinyu looked at the two middle-aged men, a look of recognition flashing in his eyes. He remembered that when he had left, the two had been mere adolescents. He never imagined that upon meeting them again, they would already be middle-aged. Their cultivation had also reached the peering at heaven realm, making them powerful figures in their own right.
"It's us, Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin, you're finally back." Qin De and Qin heir were beaming with excitement.
They then turned and called out to the dozen or so people behind them. "Hurry up and come forward to pay your respects to your great uncle Qin."
"We pay our respects to our great uncle."
From behind, the dozen or so people bowed in unison with reverence.
Qin Yu nodded slightly. Then, fixing his gaze on Qin Di and Qin Er, he asked with a grave expression, has something happened at the Holy Land? Upon hearing this, Qin Di fell silent instantly, a surge of anger flooding his face. Standing nearby, Qin Er's expression was equally grim. Uncle Qin Yu, have they been giving you a hard time? Qin Yu looked at their expressions, and his heart sank. Answer me, has something happened at the Holy Land? Why are there only the two of you here? Where are the others? The others?
Qin Di and Qin Er's faces darkened. Behind them, the dozen or so people all bowed their heads in unison. Several of the young men even had reddened eyes, their faces filled with sorrow. Ever since you lost the competition and left the Holy Land, our branch has been constantly subjected to oppression. Many powerful cultivators have been sent to guard strategic locations or explore forbidden zones. Over the past 3,000 years, so many senior uncles and even a few great senior uncles have perished. Either the outposts they were guarding were attacked. It seemed his days at the Holy Land wouldn't be peaceful either. Night. In an antique-style room within the estate. System, use mana stones to raise my cultivation to the peak of the Enlightenment realm. Qin sat cross-legged on the bed, and a pale blue aura materialized before him. Originally, he hadn't planned to advance his cultivation just yet. He intended to save the mana stones in case he faced a major crisis and needed to pull off a big move. However, after assessing his current situation, he decided to raise his cultivation to its current peak first. As for the mana stones he lost, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At the very least, it would still be enough to summon a temporary near emperor. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding, host has consumed 24,000 mana stones and raised cultivation to the peak of the Enlightenment realm. Instantly, Qin felt a surge of even more powerful spiritual energy welling up from deep within his body. Streams of insights regarding the Enlightenment realm were also poured into his mind. Golden blood surged through his body like torrential rivers, emitting a terrifying rumbling sound. Even the slightest leak of this terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to warp. But soon, the aura was suppressed, and calm returned to the area. I've become more than just a few times stronger. Qin gently raised his hand, then clenched it tightly. Crack! The space in the palm of his hand instantly shattered. Then he beckoned with his hand. The dense spiritual energy in the air converged toward him, continuously compressing and liquefying. In the blink of an eye, a droplet of spiritual essence the size of a baby's fist materialized out of thin air, floating above his palm. Gazing at the droplet, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole, then mused. Actually, given how dense the spiritual energy is here, even if I were to cultivate on my own, it probably wouldn't take long before I broke through. One step ahead leads to many steps ahead. The host has nothing to regret. The Holy Land is a wealthy institution. If the host wants to, there are plenty of ways to earn mana stones. If all else fails, you can trade the sacred weapons first. Tonzi will give you 110,000 mana stones per piece this time. Stop. Hold on. The more Qin Yu listened, the more suspicious he became. Was Tonzi raising the price? Just as expected, a greedy capitalist. Earlier, he only offered 100,000 mana stones for his sacred weapon. Still, he wasn't tempted. The Hall of the Crown Prince was about to open. When it did, the scene would be bustling with powerful figures from all factions rushing to the event. Who knows, he might just run into a sucker there. After closing the system interface, he closed his eyes once more to familiarize himself with the cultivation level he just attained. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside another equally massive estate, 4 figures were plotting in secret. One of them, a flamboyant young man dressed in a bright red robe, sat at the head of the grand hall. His almond-shaped eyes exuded a soft, effeminate aura as his gaze swept over the others below. That country bumpkin from Shen State has already taken up residence at the Qin clan's estate. What are your thoughts, everyone? Upon hearing this, a cold-faced young man below immediately stood up and snorted derisively, "Humph. He just from some backwater. Cloud Guild? A minor sect I've never even heard of.
Does someone like that even deserve to compete with the Holy Son for the throne?
Exactly, it's nothing but a pipe dream, another chimed in. He is just some lucky guy who stumbled upon some serendipitous encounter out of nowhere. As far as I'm concerned, there is no need for the Holy Son to get involved, we should just go find him and cripple him ourselves. With senior brother Lin Yuan's cultivation level, I'm sure subduing that country bumpkin would be a piece of cake. After speaking, this person raised his gaze to the young man in the red robe above. They were all top-tier geniuses of the Azure Sanctuary, as well as loyal followers of the Holy Son, Lin Jingtian. Now that someone had suddenly emerged to challenge the Holy Son for the throne, they naturally refused to accept it. Above, Lin Yuan narrowed his almond-shaped eyes, a flash of sharpness gleaming within them.
A moment later, he nodded slightly.
To be frank, Master Taoist, an outsider from another sect, has recently arrived at the sacred land, but our sacred son does not welcome him.
So I'd like to ask you to help me calculate his fortune.
Lin Yuan didn't then he recalled a certain bandit. Ever since he'd been robbed last time, he'd come to a small town not far from the sacred land, intending to retrieve some treasures he'd hidden there. Who would he thought that as soon as he arrived in town, he'd see that scoundrel Lin Yuan emerging from his own treasure cache. The result goes without saying, his hideout had been ransacked. For the sake of his treasures, he'd pretended to befriend the other party, hoping to find an opportunity to get them back.
Damn it! It's all that bandit's fault.
You call yourself a beast, do you? Don't ever let this Taoist master run into you again, or I'll let you taste my bad luck divine art.
The next morning.
Who is Qin? Senior brother Lin Yuan has come to pay a visit.
Come out to meet him at once. A loud shout rang in his ears.
Qin, who was still in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze.
Lin Yuan?
He muttered to himself, his gaze shifting toward the courtyard. He didn't know anyone named Lin Yuan, but from the tone of the voice, it was clear this visitor had come to cause trouble. He extended his divine sense, sweeping it toward the source of the voice, and instantly captured a vivid image.
Ha! Qin let out a soft exclamation, a strange expression crossing his face. Within the range of his divine sense, 5 figures stood outside the estate.
4 young men and an old Taoist priest. The leader wore a bright red robe, had almond-shaped eyes, and skin even fairer and more delicate than a woman's. He looked rather flamboyant. However, Qin paid no attention to him, instead turning his gaze to the old Taoist priest standing beside him. He never would have imagined that he'd actually encounter this tomb-raiding old Taoist here in the sacred land.
Ha! Why do I suddenly feel a bit unsettled? Beast? That beast?
Outside the estate, the old Taoist's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Lin Yuan beside him. Beast, that name sounded so familiar. It's that outsider from the outer sect I mentioned to you yesterday, Master Taoist. Lin Yuan said indifferently. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure emerged from deep within the estate, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. I've heard that Brother Qin possesses astonishing talent to have attained the enlightenment realm in a backwater like Xianzhou. I have come specifically to pay my respects.
Pay your respects? Qin's eyes flickered with disdain.
Judging by the other man's aggressive demeanor, he certainly didn't seem to be here just to pay respects.
Lin Yuan noticed the disdain in Qin's eyes but didn't seem to mind.
He replied casually, of course. Besides paying my respects, I'd also like to spar with Brother Qin and exchange insights on the Tao. No sooner had he finished speaking than, before Qin could respond, a young man standing beside him suddenly stepped forward.
A surging aura pressed down on Qin. Senior brother Lin, why bother saying so much to him?
Only by teaching him a lesson will he understand the gap between cultivators from small towns and disciples of the Holy Land.
Not just anyone is qualified to lay claim to the position of Holy Son. Teach me a lesson?
Qin narrowed his eyes at the other man. He remained completely unfazed by the aura bearing down on him. My junior brother here has just broken through to the enlightenment realm and wishes to spar with Brother Qin.
Brother Qin surely won't refuse, will you?
Lin Yuan did not stop his junior brother.
Nor did he ask Taoist Li Xuanxian to divine the Taoist will.
Upon learning the two knew each other, he harbored a sense of wariness toward the old Taoist as well.
Refuse? Of course not.
However, Qin, have a rule: a sparring match must have a wager. It doesn't have to be much, just bet all the treasures in your inner world. Qin forced down the urge to crush several people to death, his face still wearing a harmless smile.
What did you say? A wager? Ridiculous. You're just a poor cultivator from a backwater. What qualifications do you have to wager against us?
Any single treasure we brothers pull from our inner worlds is something you've never even seen in your entire life. The young man who had been about to attack earlier sneered contemptuously. He didn't think Qin had the means to make such a wager.
Oh? Is that so? Qin didn't get angry.
He flipped his palm, and a dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger was pitch black all over, with a chipped blade tip. It looked like nothing, but before he could finish his sentence, a size 42 foot loomed larger and larger, yet now, he hadn't even had time to react before being trampled underfoot. This stark contrast left him stunned and caused him to take Qin much more seriously.
Going easy? Where did I go easy? Didn't you see I used my foot?
Qin shot. Lin Yuan took a step forward, glaring at Qin with a menacing expression.
Enough. Brother Qin, you're being far too reckless.
Junior brother Wu lost. You can take whatever you want, but humiliating him like this. A terrifying strand of sacred might rose from the seal, crushing down toward Qin.
In an instant, a terrifying pressure engulfed Qin, instantly obliterating nearby objects.
At the same moment, seeing this, the other two disciples from the Holy Land simultaneously hurled a weapon each, joining forces with the seal to suppress Qin. However, the weapons wielded by the two only emitted fluctuations characteristic of the peering at heaven realm. They were not holy artifacts.
Getting desperate?
Qin furrowed his brows as he watched the three weapons bearing.
Not bad.
Qin immediately stowed away the three pieces of spoils.
Damn it! Give back the sacred weapon.
Seeing this, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. When he saw that Qin had actually stored his sacred weapon within his inner world, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a divine ability. A colossal hand, shrouding the sky in radiating boundless terror, slammed toward Qin. In his rage, he didn't even care about junior brother Wu's life or death.
Senior brother, you mustn't.
Two disciples spoke up to stop him. Earlier, when they had deployed their heavy weapons, their intention had been merely to subdue him. They hadn't dared to use their magical treasures to kill. But now, Lin Yuan was clearly enraged beyond reason, and the killing intent in the divine technique he unleashed
was unmistakable.
However, Lin Yuan paid no heed whatsoever to their pleas.
In fact, the sky-obscuring giant hand struck down with even more terrifying force. Mere trifles.
Qin gazed at the massive handprint descending upon him, his expression one of utter indifference. Lin Jingtian had once used this very divine ability against him, and its might had far surpassed what he was witnessing now. With a single punch, he effortlessly shattered the massive palm pressing down on him. The dissipating spiritual energy transformed into a gale, sweeping out in all directions, plunging the heavens and earth into chaos.
The immense commotion immediately alerted the Holy Land. What is going on? How could such powerful fluctuations appear within the Holy Land? Is someone fighting?
Disciples emerged from their cave dwellings, their faces filled with astonishment and suspicion as they gazed toward the direction of the estate. First came an inexplicable, terrifying aura of oppression, followed immediately by such powerful combat fluctuations it was enough to fill them with bewilderment. Although disciples often sparred within the Holy Land, and some combat fluctuations were to be expected,
this time, they distinctly sensed the intense killing intent intertwined within it. This was not something that should occur during a normal sparring session.
Some Holy Land elders at the Enlightenment realm and even the peering heaven realm soared into the air, heading toward the source of the disturbance.
Outside the estate, Qin withdrew his hand and cast an indifferent gaze at Lin Yuan.
In the next instant, his figure materialized directly in front of his opponent. He condensed runes in his palm and pressed them toward the other's forehead.
Get out of the way.
Lin Yuan, filled with shock and rage, summoned a long sword once more and slashed at Qin's arm. Whoosh! A tear opened in space, and the fierce aura sent a chill through one's very bones.
A top-tier heavy artifact?
Qin stared at the slashing long sword, then twisted his palm and grabbed it directly.
Clang!
As palm and sword collided, they emitted a sound like metal striking metal.
The blade of the top-tier heavy artifact struck his hand, yet didn't even break the skin. How is this possible? What a powerful physique!
Lin Yuan, filled with fear, shook his hand as spiritual energy surged, attempting to pull the sword free. But Qin wasn't about to give him that chance. His free hand came down, and a Tao diagram coalesced in his palm. A terrifying force of suppression pinned him in place, rendering him unable to move. Furthermore, chains of order extended from the tips of his 5 fingers, instantly binding him tightly.
Senior brother Lin Yuan.
The remaining 2 disciples from the Holy Land shouted at the sight. But in the blink of an eye, Qin slammed them to the ground and bound them just as tightly. Having finished, Qin clapped his hands and turned to the old Taoist standing nearby.
Ah!
The old Taoist's face immediately fell, but the next moment, he forced a smile.
Ah ha ha.
Master Taoist, no, this humble monk was just passing by. He pulled his robes tighter and backed away nervously. He was terrified that Qin, in a killing frenzy, might rob him again. Master Taoist, there is no need to be nervous.
A kind smile spread across Qin's face.
He glanced at the few Enlightenment realm magical artifacts hanging from the old Taoist.
The next moment. Boom!
That surge of energy slammed directly into Lin Yuan.
Put! Wah!
Lin Yuan spewed blood in great gushes, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body as it cracked like porcelain, forming one crack after another.
It seemed as though he would shatter completely at any moment.
Tisk, tsk.
That was a brutal move.
Qin shook his head at the sight of Lin Yuan's condition, then casually tossed him aside. Just then, several figures appeared high above in the void. They first looked at Lin Yuan, who had been tossed aside like a dead dog, then at the other 2 young men bound hand and foot, and finally at the disciple with his head buried in the ground, unconscious. Their expressions gradually darkened. Among them, a middle-aged man in red looked particularly menacing. With a snap of his hand, he summoned the 4 Lin Yuan and the others from the ground to stand before him. Gazing at the terrifying, cracked wounds on Lin Yuan's body, his cold, fierce gaze pierced Qin like 2 sharp swords. You little beast, how vicious you are. You've only just arrived at the Holy Land, yet you dare to run amok and harm its disciples. With such a wicked heart, I may well have to teach you a lesson today on behalf of Senior Uncle Qin.
Now, follow me to the Hall of Discipline.
As the middle-aged man in red spoke, he raised his hand and gave a wave. Instantly, several fiery red chains pierced through space. Like writhing fire dragons, they lashed out toward Qin, their terrifying heat causing the void itself to warp. Without a word, they were about to seize Qin.
Peak sky-gazing realm.
Qin stared coldly at the chains, the terrifying power deep within his body coiling, ready to unleash. Just as he was about to strike, a chilling blade of light suddenly slashed at him from behind.
Boom! 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 Boom!
As if cutting through rotten wood, all the fiery chains were severed in an instant.
Immediately afterward, 2 exceptionally imposing figures slowly emerged from the estate.
Lin Song, itself not your place to discipline the disciples of the Qin clan. Qin Di and Qin Er wore impassive expressions. Their massive frames stood like 2 city walls simply standing there, they exuded a head. He knew he wasn't a match for me yet still came looking for trouble. I'm just teaching him a lesson now, so he won't be so reckless once he is out in the world. Otherwise, it won't just be you who loses face the Holy Land will too.
You, Si Kong Lian was so enraged he couldn't speak.
He glanced at his beloved disciple, who was still unconscious, and a wave of murderous intent gradually surged from his body.
What? You're in the wrong, yet you still want to fight.
The murderous intent radiating from Qin De was even stronger than that of Si Kong Lian.
He reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him, and a giant sword larger than his own body appeared. Come on. I've had it with you for a long time. Today, we're going to fight to the death, no one is leaving here alive. Shindi's face was fierce, his predatory gaze fixed on the figures above. At the same time, Shin Er, standing nearby, also drew his life-bound weapon, his malevolent aura surging. Over the years, Sikong Lian, Lin Song, and their ilk had done nothing but oppress the Qin clan. Sikong Lian, in particular, relying on his position as deputy hall master of the discipline hall, had become a nightmare for the disciples of their branch. Any disciple with decent talent or even elders from their branch who got into a dispute with others within the Holy Land would be dragged before the discipline hall, regardless of who was right or wrong. They wouldn't be allowed to leave until they'd been thoroughly beaten. Because of this, many of the new recruits joining the Holy Land later on were unwilling to become disciples of their branch. In the past, lacking any powerful backers, they had endured it. But now, there was absolutely no way they would let the other side take Qin away. Above them, Lin Song and Sikong Lian watched Shindi and Shin Er, their expressions shifting between anger and concern. All of them were at the peak of the peering heaven realm. If a real fight broke out, the outcome would be unpredictable. Moreover, this was no longer merely a dispute between disciples. Just as they felt trapped in a dilemma, a commanding voice rang out from above their heads. Enough! As elders of the Holy Land and hall masters of this region, how can you be at odds with one another over a matter between disciples? What kind of example is this? This matter ends here. Disperse at once. The voice was thunderous, like a bolt of heavenly lightning. At the same time, a terrifying aura of might enveloped the entire area. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Lin Song and Sikong Lian respectfully bowed their hands toward the depths of the Holy Land. Yes, we obey the holy command. After speaking, they cast cold glances at Qin and his group below, then grabbed Lin Yuan and the others and left immediately. The many powerful figures who had accompanied them also gave Qin a meaningful look before taking to the air and departing in unison. A sage. Qin stared into the depths of the sacred site, muttering to himself. The terrifying divine aura from moments ago had even made his heart skip a beat. Thinking Qin had been startled by the commotion, Qin stepped forward and patted Qin's shoulder with his palm, which was as wide as a fan. He reassured him, don't worry. The sage maintains his dignity, he won't lay a hand on you. Hearing this, Qin smiled and bowed his hands toward the two men. Thank you both of you. As he spoke, he realized he didn't know how to address them. I'm not much older than you, just 3,000 years older, after all. Just call me senior uncle. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Then thank you both, senior uncles. Qin smiled and bowed his hands. Although he wasn't exactly afraid of those guys, the fact that the two had come out to stand by his side showed that this branch of the Holy Land was still quite united. You're too polite, junior nephew. It's senior uncle who should be thanking you. Those brats, if it weren't for senior uncle not being able to intervene, I would have beaten them so badly their own mothers wouldn't have recognized them. Now, you've avenged us, too. Qin wore an expression of deep satisfaction. That brat Lin Yuan had bullied the disciples of their lineage time and time again. But since he was so powerful, the younger generation of their lineage stood no chance against him. And as elders, the two of them couldn't very well intervene, so they'd been bottling up their anger for years. That's right, you did a great job, kid. You were just a little too merciful. Next time you get the chance, remember to hit him harder. Shin Er chimed in from the side, thinking Qin had gone too easy on him. At the very least, he should have been bedridden for a few months. Wow. Qin looked at his two uncles with a somewhat strange expression. These two guys weren't exactly pushovers either. Of course, it could also be that they'd been crushed so badly by that branch of the sect. Just then, he suddenly caught sight of a furtive figure quietly slipping away. A mocking smile quickly spread across his face. Fellow Taoist Sun Xian, in such a hurry to leave? After all, we're old friends, why not stay and catch up? The old Taoist, who had been trying to sneak away, froze in his tracks.
He turned around and cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times.
Ahem ahem.
Well, this humble monk has matters to attend to at home. I haven't fed my dog yet today.
Feed a dog?
The image of that big black dog involuntarily popped into Qin's mind. He immediately shook his head and asked, "How did you end up at the sacred land, Master Taoist? Are you perhaps a disciple of the sacred land?" He had stopped the old Taoist out of curiosity. How could a tomb raider possibly be at the sacred site?
"My friend, you jest. I'm just a wandering hermit. How could I possibly be a disciple of the sacred site?"
The old Taoist gave an awkward smile and hastily denied it.
"Oh." She nodded in understanding.
"So you're here to raid tombs at the sacred site?
A tomb raider?"
Shenandoah looked at the old Taoist, their eyes turning dangerous.
"Fellow Taoist, please don't say such nonsense.
I am merely a guest of the Holy Land." The old Taoist jumped up in fright, his expression becoming extremely tense.
"You really aren't?" Shen said, sounding a bit disappointed.
He thought the man had even gone so far as to loot tombs within the Holy Land.
Turns out it was a false alarm. But come to think of it, given the Holy Land's power, how could a single cultivator at the Enlightenment realm possibly desecrate their ancestral tombs? I really aren't.
The old Taoist clarified
once more. If he were misunderstood, wouldn't the sacred land boil him down to make lamp oil?
He'd only come to the sacred land to retrieve his own treasure. He certainly didn't want to be wrongly accused to death. Shen could tell the other man wasn't lying, and his interest immediately waned.
He nodded. "Go ahead, Master Taoist.
I have matters to attend to, so I won't be keeping you for dinner."
"Ha?"
The old Taoist was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on and blurted out, "Oh, okay.
I'm not hungry at all."
With that, he bowed slightly to Qinda and Qinair, then turned and ran off without looking back. He had made up his mind to leave Azure Sanctuary that very night. "Young nephew, if there is nothing else, your uncle will be taking his leave." Watching the old Taoist depart, Qinda and Qinair also prepared to return to their cave residence for intensive cultivation. They had already reached the peak of the peering at heaven realm and needed to contemplate the Tao to find an opportunity to break through to the level of a sage. As they were leaving, one of them tossed a bead to Qin. "If you run into trouble in the future, just crush this, and your uncle will come rushing to back you up."
"Thank you both, uncles," Qin said with a smile as he accepted the 2 beads.
He then returned to his own courtyard. And just like that, the commotion had passed. Although he hadn't managed to strip Lin Yuan and his group of everything they had, he had still obtained a saint-grade weapon and 2 major artifacts, plus several magical artifacts and accessories suitable for the void treading and enlightenment realms. Moreover, after this incident, his reputation spread throughout the sacred land. Some who had previously looked down on him and planned to cause trouble immediately abandoned those thoughts upon hearing of the miserable fate that had befallen Lin Yuan and his group. Thus, the next month or so passed in peace. Until this day. The day of the king crowning ceremony arrived. Dawn was just breaking, and a streak of pale white light appeared on the horizon. Within the Azure Sanctuary, powerful auras rose from all directions, converging above the Holy Land. All the disciples of the Holy Land emerged from their cultivation sites and looked up at the ever-changing void. The Hall of Royal Investiture is about to open. I wonder which of the Holy Land's powerful cultivators will be granted the title of king.
But the Holy Sun definitely will.
Although his cultivation level doesn't match that of some of our senior disciples, his supreme battle body grants him godlike combat power. It won't be hard for him to earn the title. In front of a pavilion, several core disciples gazed ahead with eyes full of anticipation and longing. They all knew of the Hall of Royal Investiture.
Royal Investiture. Who wouldn't want to earn their own royal title while in the Enlightenment realm?
Even though they hadn't yet reached the Tao realization realm, it didn't dampen their longing for a title. Suddenly, one disciple seemed to think of something and spoke up. A while back, that newcomer from the Qin clan actually defeated senior brother Lin Yuan in battle.
Do you think he might participate in the Hall of Royal Titles?
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Qin had subdued Lin Yuan and his 3 companions and even seized their sacred weapon, though the Holy Land's higher-ups had suppressed news of this incident. But as core disciples, they were still aware of it.
After a brief silence, one disciple analyzed, "The coronation hall is a grand gathering of Enlightenment realm experts. That person will likely participate.
However, as for earning a title, that's probably impossible." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Even if Qin had defeated Lin Yuan, they didn't hold much hope for him. After all, Lin Yuan was only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. As these disciples were discussing this, deep within a massive palace, Lin Zhengtian slowly emerged, his body radiating terrifying fluctuations of energy. With a light flick of his fingertip, a pitch-black line tore through the space before him. "Fourth level of the Enlightenment realm. I've made progress with the Emperor's scripture as well. At this king-conferring hall, this holy sun will surely shine brilliantly and become a titled king."
And then there's Qin.
Lin Zhengtian muttered to himself. By the end, his voice had grown utterly icy. At the same time, at the estate on the other side, Qin sensed the numerous auras of the Enlightenment realm rising from the sacred ground and slowly walked out of the courtyard. It's been nearly 3 months now. The Hall of the Crown Prince the opportunity to become emperor. When he stepped out of the courtyard and reached the estate's perimeter, he found that Qin De and Qin Er were already waiting outside.
In addition, standing beside them were 2 young people, a man and a woman.
Upon seeing Qin approach, Qin De called out to the 2 young people.
"Tianyi, Qinyao, hurry up and greet your senior brother Qin."
Hearing this, the 2 looked at Qin, a strange expression flashing in their eyes. Then, in unison, they clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother Qin.
You're too kind."
Qin returned the gesture, his gaze turning to Qin De. These are the 2 strongest members of the younger generation in the Qin clan's lineage. They're also heading to the king's hall this time.
Uncle Master would like you to look out for them as much as you can.
If you encounter anything you can't handle, just summon Uncle Master. He'll be there within 3 breaths.
Qin De explained.
They were at the peering heaven realm and had no intention of going. However, she had their communication beads. As long as they crushed one in an emergency, they would arrive immediately.
Rest assured, senior uncles. Qin didn't refuse and nodded. All right, then. You may set off. Tianju Mountain, where the Hall of the Crown Prince is located, is some distance from the Holy Land. Don't be late.
Qin De and Qin Er nodded, then waved goodbye. Qin said nothing more and simply led the 2 of them toward the Holy Land's mountain gate. Within the Holy Land, the creation of spatial passages was prohibited.
"Senior brother Qin, I heard you once captured Lin Yuan and his group. Is that true?" On the way, Qinyao asked curiously.
Beside her, Qin Tianyi also turned to look at Qin upon hearing this. He and Qin Yao were siblings, both prodigies whom the Qin clan had devoted all its resources to cultivating. One was at the first level of Tao realization, and the other at the second. Due to factional differences, they often clashed with Lin Yuan and his group. However, since Lin Zhengtian was backing the other side, they usually ended up on the losing end. Now that they heard of Qin's glorious exploits, they naturally wanted to learn more about the situation. Qin turned his head to look at the siblings and smiled.
"It's nothing, just a friendly sparring match." "A sparring match?"
Qin Yao was skeptical. She heard from her great-uncle Qin that the incident had even drawn the attention of a sage.
Qin said nothing more.
To him, dealing with Lin Yuan and his group wasn't even a sparring match, it was a one-sided rout. It was just a pity that he'd been interrupted before he could plunder their inner worlds. Seeing that Qin didn't want to talk about it, Qin Yao tactfully dropped the subject. The trio stepped out of the massive gateway, tore through space, and headed straight for Mount Tianju. Several days later, in a region tens of millions of li away from the Azure Sanctuary, a massive mountain stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, soaring into the clouds with no end in sight. From the swirling around the mountain, terrifying beastly roars echoed intermittently, and massive figures flickered in and out of view.
Mount Tianju,
the highest peak on the Tianshan continent, with the hall of the Crown King perched atop its summit. At the foot of the mountain, a large crowd had already gathered. Most appeared to be young adults, with only a handful of middle-aged individuals. Each exuded an incredibly powerful aura. The coronation ceremony at Mount Tianzu this time, I might just have to secure a title for myself. At the foot of the mountain, an old Taoist stood atop a boulder, gazing toward Mount Tianzu ahead with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Beside him, a black dog the size of a calf, wearing patterned shorts, stood on its hind legs and snorted disdainfully upon hearing this.
Humph. Just a title only you humans chase after such empty honors. I've come here solely for the opportunity to become an emperor. Dahai's eyes gleamed, and drool nearly dripped from the corners of his mouth. Just as he was thinking this, a spatial portal suddenly ripped open directly above their heads. Immediately afterward, 3 figures stepped out. Dahai's expression immediately darkened. His already dark dog face grew even darker. Which bastard had opened a portal right above his head? This was outrageous. Is this Mount Tianzu? In the air, the 3 emerged from the spatial portal. Sheen gazed at the massive peak soaring into the sky, a look of awe in his eyes. That's right, this is Mount Tianzu. They say the coronation hall is right at the summit. Beside him, Sheen Tian looked up at the mountain peak shrouded in clouds, his eyes burning with intensity. This wasn't his first time at Mount Tianzu. He'd been here before during his training journeys. The thought of climbing this peak soon to claim the title that belonged to him filled him with uncontrollable excitement. Meanwhile, down below, Dahai and the old Taoist were already petrified with fear. Staring up at the 3 members of the Qin group standing right above their heads, they held their breath. The old Taoist, in particular, had a face even darker than Dahai's, so dark it was practically purple. Damn it! What a stroke of bad luck! Why did he have to run into this jinx everywhere he went? Over a month ago, he had left the Azure Sanctuary in the dead of night to find Dahai, wandering outside. He'd arrived at Tianzu Mountain early, hoping to make a killing once the King's Hall opened. Who could ve imagined? What a small world! The man and the dog exchanged a glance, shifting their feet slightly as they tried to slip away before Qin spotted them. Just as they thought they'd managed to slip away unnoticed, a voice rang out, freezing them in their tracks. Where are you 2 headed? What's the matter? Don't you want to see me, Qin? Qin suddenly appeared before them, looking at them with a half-smile. He had spotted the 2 of them the moment they stepped out of the spatial passage. He hadn't intended to pay them any mind, but seeing how they were trying to sneak away, he decided to stop them after all. Ha! He. You're joking, fellow Taoist. I just stood for too long and my legs went numb, so I was stretching, that's all. The old Taoist replied awkwardly. Meanwhile, Dahai, standing nearby, quickly stowed the treasures hanging from his body into his inner world. The reactions of the man and the dog left Qin Tianyi and the others standing behind Qin completely dumbfounded. They looked at their senior brother Qin with a sense of bewilderment. They couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had Qin done to them? Here they were, at the Tao realization realm, yet upon seeing their senior brother, they acted as if they were mice facing a cat. Just as the 2 were speculating, spatial ripples once again rippled through the void. Immediately afterward, 2 enormous spatial passages, each hundreds of zhang wide, appeared. 1 black, 1 green. 2 massive tower ships emerged one after the other. On the bow of each stood over a dozen figures. On the black ship to the left, the leader wore a long red gown and possessed a perfect figure. Unfortunately, her face was obscured by a light veil, making it impossible to see her clearly. On the ship to the right stood a young man in white, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome, yet his face was etched with a look of indifference. It's the Taichu Holy Land and the Azure Sanctuary. Who would have thought that 2 Grand Saint stage realms would arrive at the same time? Down below in the mountains and forests, the numerous cultivation realm cultivators who had arrived earlier gazed at the 2 tower ships emerging from the spatial rift. Their expressions varied. Many of their gazes were fixed on the figure in the red gown standing on the Taichu Holy Land's tower ship, their eyes revealing either awe or admiration. Yi Qingyu, the Holy Maiden of Taichu, not only possessed extraordinary talent but was also said to be one of the few women of unparalleled beauty in the eastern wasteland realm.
For these young prodigies, her allure was undeniably strong. Yi Qingyu, Lin Zhengtian. Perched on a boulder, Qin watched the two figures on the airship, his eyes likewise gleaming with surprise. However, his astonishment stemmed from their cultivation levels. The last time they met, Lin Zhengtian had only been at the third level of the Enlightenment realm, while Yi Qingyu was at the fourth. In just 3 months, both had advanced by one minor realm. It seems they put in quite a bit of effort to enter the hall of the Crown Prince. At that moment, Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu, who were standing at the front of the floating ship, seemed to sense something. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward the boulder where Qin stood. Upon seeing Qin, their expressions both shifted. Lin Zhengtian's face darkened instantly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, paused for a moment before giving Qin a slight nod. "Senior brother, holy son, it's him, that beast. Not only did he injure me and senior brother Lin Yuan, but he also stole our holy weapons." Behind Lin Zhengtian, Wu Ming glared at Qin, his face contorted with rage. The mere thought of being knocked unconscious by a single kick from Qin filled him with unbearable humiliation. If it weren't for the opening of the hall of the Crown Prince, he wouldn't even have the face to show himself in public. Standing beside Wu Ming, Lin Yuan's expression was equally grim. Qin had used him as a sacrificial pawn, and he'd nearly been crushed by his own father's overwhelming aura. It took him a full month of recuperation to fully recover from his injuries. As Lin Zhengtian listened to their words, his expression grew even darker. He had already learned of this incident when he emerged from seclusion. However, with the hall of the king's coronation about to open, it was not yet the right time to clash with Qin. In the end, he merely said coldly, "Rest assured. Once senior brother emerges from the hall of king consecration, he will certainly seek justice for you all. The sacred weapons that were stolen will, of course, be recovered for you as well." With that, he retracted his floating ship and led the group behind him down toward a nearby mountain peak. Over there, the Taichu sacred land's floating ship also vanished at the same time, and Yi Qingyu led her fellow disciples down from the void. They landed on a boulder not far from Qin and his group. Then, Yi Qingyu took a light step forward, approaching Qin of her own accord, and greeted him. "Daoist Qin, it's been several months since we last met, and you look even more distinguished than before." 3 months ago, she had mentioned the hall of the Crown Prince to him. She hadn't expected him to actually come. Moreover, her gaze flickered toward Qin Tianyi and Qin Yao standing behind Qin, a pensive look in her eyes. "I must also thank the Holy Maiden for informing me about the hall of the Crown Prince, otherwise I, Qin, would likely have missed it." Qin replied politely. Although he would have learned of this information upon arriving at the Azure Sanctuary, she had, after all, let him know in advance. Moreover, since the other party seemed eager to be on good terms with him, he didn't feel right turning down a friendly gesture. After exchanging a few more pleasantries on trivial topics, Yi Qingyu turned and left. Their conversation, however, caught the attention. Dehe grinned widely, his doggy face contorted into a human-like, extremely lecherous smile. "Hee, that dead dog's right," the old Taoist chimed in, fully in agreement. "A noble woman seeking danger. This humble monk has high hopes for you." "What? A noble woman seeking danger?" As Qin listened to the two of them, his face grew darker and darker. At the same time, the look in his eyes grew. Above the clouds, a tide of spiritual energy surged as a golden path of light cascaded downward. Countless runes encircled it, resembling a stairway to the heavens. The hall of royal investiture has opened. Ha, this time I shall definitely claim my own royal title. Fellow cultivators, I'll be heading out first. At the foot of the mountain, numerous prodigies at the Enlightenment realm gazed at the descending golden path with excitement. Immediately, some rushed forward, stepping onto the golden steps and climbing toward the clouds. Seeing others take the lead, the remaining powerhouses surged forward in a frenzy. Lin Zhengtian led over a dozen members of the Azure Sanctuary. Before beginning ascent, he cast a deep, icy glance at Qin. "Fellow Taoist Qin, I'll be heading out first." Not far away, Yi Qingyu waved to Qin and, leading the powerhouses of the Taichu Holy Land, stepped onto the golden path. "Let us go too." Qin called out to those behind him and led the way forward. The moment his feet touched the golden path, an immense pressure instantly bore down upon him.
Boom!
A faint explosion rang in his ears, and Sheen furrowed his brow slightly.
But in an instant, he returned to normal.
As if nothing had happened, he continued climbing upward. However, with every step he took, the pressure he endured grew slightly greater. As time passed and the number of steps increased, the pressure he endured gradually surpassed the peak of the Enlightenment realm and began to approach that of the heaven-gazing realm. At the same time, an inexplicable force rose from beneath his feet and seeped into his body, seemingly helping him temper his physical form.
I wonder who built the Hall of the Crown King. What a grand undertaking!
Sheen marveled inwardly as he felt the force seeping into his body. Although it was only a sliver, it didn't have much effect on him. But this was just the beginning. There were countless more steps ahead. Little by little, he believed it would still have some benefit. Senior brother Sheen, he looked so effortless. Behind him, Sheen Tianyi and his sister, who were following him, looked on with a touch of astonishment as they watched Sheen stroll along as if taking a leisurely walk in the garden. They, too, were bearing immense pressure, and were growing stronger with every step they climbed. By now, each of them was enduring a terrifying pressure exceeding their own cultivation level by 2 minor realms. Although they were all prodigies from the Holy Land far stronger than cultivators of the same realm, they were now feeling some discomfort under the pressure of 2 minor realms beyond their own.
Not far from the two of them, the old Taoist in Big Black still appeared completely at ease. It seemed as though they felt no pressure at all, as if they were walking on ordinary ground. De He, in particular, was even gnawing on a spirit ginseng root as thick as an arm. Up ahead, Sheen noticed the change in the brother and sister and slowed his pace slightly. But in the next instant, his expression shifted slightly. He clenched his fist and slammed it out toward the left front. Intense golden light collided with a terrifying blade of light that appeared out of thin air. Boom!
The golden light path shook. The terrifying blade of light was shattered, dissolving into countless talismanic runes that merged into the steps below.
An attack from the 3rd level of the peering heaven realm?
Sheen frowned, his expression growing slightly grave. At that very moment, all the powerful figures on the Great Path were also struck by attacks. Caught off guard, some were sliced off the steps and plummeted from above. Others suffered even worse fates: arms severed, legs lost, a truly gruesome sight.
Damn it! Guarantee we told there would only be pressure. How could there be attacks as well?
One of the surviving powerhouses shouted in shock and anger. Some of them had elders who had previously entered the Hall of the Crown King, and back then, there had been no attacks on the Golden Path.
What is going on?
Sheen Tianyi and his sister wore grave expressions. They, too, were somewhat bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Their great-uncle Sheen had told them about the precautions for the coronation of kings at Tianzhushan, but he hadn't mentioned that the Golden Path would attack people.
Stay away from me, don't get too close.
Sheen turned to look at the siblings and gave them a warning. He feared that another attack might endanger the two of them. An attack at the peering heaven realm, even if it were only a ripple, would pose an immense challenge for them. They might even be knocked off the platform as a result. If they weren't careful, they could even lose their lives.
Yes, senior brother Sheen.
The two nodded earnestly, their gaze toward Sheen revealing a hint of obedience.
Recalling the punch Sheen had just unleashed, whose power clearly surpassed the Enlightenment realm, they couldn't even bring themselves to think of resisting. Seeing them nod, Sheen turned and continued climbing upward.
This time, he proceeded with greater caution.
Sure enough, after climbing only a dozen or so steps, another attack struck. It was even slightly stronger than the previous one. Relying on his formidable physique, he was still able to handle it with ease.
However, the same could not be said for the others. From time to time, figures would plummet from above, knocked off the golden path of light.
Ah!
Ahead, a middle-aged man let out an agonized scream as his defensive magical artifact along with his body was sliced in two, sending him tumbling downward. Sheen watched the blood-soaked halves of the body fall past him, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes.
Everyone says the Hall of the Crown Prince is a stroke of luck for those at the Tao realization realm. Who would have thought that this stroke of luck could also be a calamity?
He shook his head, his gaze regaining its cold detachment, and resumed his climb upward.
Roar!
Suddenly, a terrifying beastess roar rang out, and a massive shadow engulfed him.
Beast demons? Qin's expression turned icy as he gazed up at the clouds above. The next moment, countless massive figures appeared in his field of vision.
They burst through the clouds and, amid a chorus of roars, pounced from all directions on the cultivators and powerhouses on the staircase. One after another, jet black, metallic sheen claws tore through space, exuding a chilling aura.
Damn it, so many demon beasts!
They seemed to know as well that an even more powerful demon beast had yet to appear.
Just then,
screech! A even more ferocious screech, powerful enough to pierce through metal and shatter rock, suddenly rang out. A massive shadow loomed overhead as a giant bird, its entire body ablaze with flames, emerged from the clouds.
Its terrifying aura caused the surrounding demon beasts to scatter in all directions. What a terrifying aura this! What is this? A fire phoenix?
The next moment, with a blood-curdling screech filled with lethal intent, it flapped its wings, whipping up towering flames as it charged toward Qin. Witnessing this scene, the powerful figures remaining above all breathed a silent sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Qin were filled with sympathy.
That kid and that divine manifestation.
On the upper steps, a group of powerful figures who had just been preparing to slip away were startled. Their eyes stared fixedly at. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast expanse of Tao patterns, falling toward the great path below. At the same time, a surge of incredibly powerful and pure energy flowed through the purple gold hammer and into Qin's body.
Qin furrowed his brow.
The threshold to the peering heaven realm was nearly breached by this pure energy. A flash of surprise and doubt crossed his mind, and he hurriedly suppressed the urge to break through. He had slain several Tao Enlightenment Realm demon beasts before, but none had ever bestowed energy upon him in return.
Could it be, because the fire phoenix was in the sky-peering realm?
While he was pondering this, the powerful figures on the celestial staircase below had long since been
left speechless. Excuse me, fellow Daoist, which ancient clan raised such a prodigy? What terrifying cultivation!
That fire phoenix was at least at the 5th level of the peering heaven realm, yet he annihilated it with a single strike. With such strength, even if aided by a sacred weapon, he is certainly on par with the sacred sons of the Grand Saint realm. One of the powerful figures spoke up. Gazing at the figure standing aloft, a hint of awe unconsciously crept into their eyes. Within the Azure Sanctuary formation, Lin Yuan and Wu Ming were also shocked, but they still snorted coldly. He is merely relying on the power of a sacred weapon. If a sacred son were to intervene, he could certainly do the same. As they spoke, their gazes turned toward Lin Jingtian.
Lin Jingtian's expression was grave. He paid no heed to the two.
He stared at Qin's figure, a hint of icy coldness flashing in his eyes. Though he didn't want to admit it, with his current cultivation at the 4th level of the Tao realm, he could have killed this fire phoenix with a single strike even without the power of a sacred weapon. Above, Qin suppressed the surging spiritual energy within him, sheathed his purple gold hammer, and landed back on the steps. But just as his feet touched the steps, a sudden change occurred. The steps beneath his feet burst into brilliant light, and following a flash of white radiance, everyone vanished into thin air.
When they reappeared, they found themselves standing before a massive hall. It was atop Tianzu Peak, on a vast platform carved by human hands.
A gray hall stood there, constructed from enormous, unidentified stone blocks, with 200 zheng tall statues standing guard at the entrance.
Is this the peak? The Hall of the Crowned King? Did we make it up here?
On the platform, the group of powerful cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. Gazing at the massive hall, they were momentarily unsure. They clearly still had a long way to climb. How had they suddenly been teleported to the peak?
Could it be?
Someone scanned the crowd with their eyes, eventually fixing them on Qin. Perhaps it was precisely because Qin had slain that fire phoenix that this had happened.
Seen your brother Qin.
Qin Tianyi and Qin Ya walked over to Qin's side, their expressions filled with reverence.
Let us take a look first. Qin nodded at the two of them.
Then, he turned his gaze toward the powerful cultivators on the platform. Of the nearly 100 prodigies at the Enlightenment realm who had originally been present, fewer than 30 had made it this far. Among them, the two Grand Saint stage cultivators alone accounted for 15 or 16. The remaining few were all prodigies and heirs from major ancient clans and great sects. As for those two, the old Taoist and Big Black, despite being only at the first or second level of the Enlightenment realm, they had somehow managed to make it this far as well. At that moment, the two of them were standing in a corner, their eyes darting around the hall as they surveyed the surroundings, looking rather furtive.
My intuition tells me there must be a great treasure inside. Who knows? Maybe there really is an opportunity to become an emperor.
You old con artist, cast a spell for me and see if I can seize this opportunity. DeHay stared at the hall that occupied most of the mountaintop, his eyes gleaming.
You dead dog, don't do anything rash. If you get killed by someone, don't blame this Taoist master for not warning you.
The old Taoist looked grave, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the massive statue at the entrance of the hall. The 100-zhang-tall statue was clad in battle armor, gripping a battle halberd in its hand. It stood like a gigantic pillar, planted firmly on the ground. Though it did not appear to be a living being, it exuded a heavy, oppressive aura.
Humph.
This prince can seize this opportunity through my own strength alone.
Dahai snorted.
Meanwhile, Qin withdrew his gaze and shook his head.
How could the Hall of the Prince have survived to this day if it were anything but extraordinary?
If it didn't possess some defensive measures, it would likely have been plundered long ago by the continent's mightiest warriors. Even if this dead dog were somewhat special, with his strength at the first level of the Tao realization realm, causing trouble would likely cost him dearly. If he didn't die, he'd certainly suffer severe consequences. Just as he was examining the two statues, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang out above the platform. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first trial.
Welcome to the Hall of the Crown Prince.
As the voice faded, the stone doors of the hall creaked open.
An elderly figure clad in gray emerged from within.
The old man in gray swept his gaze over everyone on the platform, and when his eyes passed over Qin, they visibly paused for an instant. I am the Hall Spirit of the Hall of King Crowning, responsible for overseeing your king crowning trials. A faint smile played on the Hall Spirit's face. Upon hearing this, the group of prodigies looked at the Hall Spirit without much surprise. Clearly, they had all learned of the Hall Spirit's existence from their elders. Only Qin gazed at the Hall Spirit's aged figure, a pensive look in his eyes. If this Hall Spirit was the artifact spirit of the Hall of Enfeoffment, then the Hall of Enfeoffment itself must be a truly extraordinary treasure. As far as the eye could see, he was completely alone. Qin extended his divine sense, and after a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. With the power of his divine sense, which could cover a range of 10,000 li, he detected no one else, not even a single living creature. It seemed as though this wilderness was a vast, lifeless world.
Just then, the voice of the Hall Spirit rang out through the air. The trial begins. Defeat your opponent, or forfeit.
If you forfeit, you may be teleported out of this space. As the voice faded, a figure materialized out of thin air before him.
In an instant, an intense aura of murderous intent engulfed the entire landscape. In the wilderness.
The materialized young man wore an expressionless face, and the iron sword in his hand radiated an incredibly intense aura of murderous intent. Without warning, he raised his hand and swept the sword forward. A chilling blade of light cut through space, slashing toward Qin's head.
A combat phantom of the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm?
Qin raised his hand to shatter the sword light, then jabbed a finger forward, piercing the young man's head. The young man died, and his figure began to fade. At the same time, a stream of pure essence and countless scattered cultivation insights surged into Qin's mind.
These.
Qin furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that slaying these phantoms would actually yield a return of energy. This was strikingly similar to when he had slain the fire phoenix earlier. Although the vital energy wasn't abundant, it was extremely pure. If he could accumulate it, it would be a decent gain. Watching the young man's figure vanish completely, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. If a fire phoenix at the 6th level of the Peering Heaven realm had appeared while he was climbing the golden path, this trial couldn't possibly be that simple. There was bound to be more to come.
Sure enough. Just a few breaths later, the space ahead rippled once more.
two figures slowly materialized from the void. Their appearances were identical to that of the previous young man, but the aura emanating from them was far stronger. Already at the peak of the second level of the Enlightenment realm, he sensed that by slaying just a few more, he could use that energy to break through and step into the third level of the Enlightenment realm. A quarter of an hour later, 8 phantoms at the fifth level of the Enlightenment realm appeared, and a terrifying killing intent raged throughout the space.
The battle raged anew.
At first, everyone remained relatively composed, but as time passed, some gradually began to struggle. Although slaying each phantom replenished their vital energy, the number of phantoms that appeared next time would double, and their cultivation level would rise by 1 tier. This caused many to inwardly groan in frustration. Furthermore, within this special space, they were unable to use magical artifacts and could only rely on their own strength to battle the phantoms. Even though they were all prodigies from their respective factions with formidable combat prowess, this was simply too much to bear. But for the sake of the title and the opportunity, they had no choice but to persevere. They didn't want to give up so easily. However, as the number of phantoms piled up and their cultivation levels grew ever stronger, some of the relatively weaker prodigies were unable to hold out against the onslaught.
Some decisively gave up and were teleported away.
Others, caught in a moment of hesitation, were overwhelmed by a swarm of phantoms and slain on the spot.
Damn it! What the hell kind of trial is this? It's fucking insane.
On the platform outside the hall, a young man began cursing the moment he was teleported out. His pale face, robes torn almost to shreds, and the horrifying scars covering his body all spoke volumes about the brutality inside.
My friend, you're lucky just to have made it out alive.
A few prodigies who had been teleported out earlier spoke up to comfort him. As they spoke, they pointed to the ground not far away. There, half a corpse lay peacefully.
This.
The young man looked at the half-corpse, his expression shifting slightly. Clearly, some unlucky soul had perished in the trial space. By comparison, he instantly felt much luckier. Just then, one of the prodigies who had spoken to him earlier approached the young man and asked,
Fellow Taoist, which round did you make it to? Which round?
Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened slightly, then he replied slowly, the 6th round. He had fought his way through to the 6th round. Facing 2 phantoms, each 5 minor realms higher than himself, he could only slay a few even when giving it his all. If he hadn't been decisive enough to choose to give up at the critical moment, he would likely have perished in there as well.
The 6th round, huh?
The prodigy who had asked the question nodded. They, too, had been unable to hold out past the 6th round.
I wonder how far Saintess Yi and Lin Zhengtian will make it.
With the resources of 2 Grand Saint stage realms behind them, it shouldn't be too hard for them to claim their own titles, right? Someone muttered to himself, gazing at the pitch-black entrance to the hall with a hint of envy in his eyes. And that kid, the one who seems to be on very familiar terms with Holy Maiden Yi. He still hasn't come out.
I wonder if he died in there.
As one person thought of Qin, his face instantly filled with malice. Meanwhile, in the wilderness realm, Qin was already on a killing spree. After the initial few rounds, the phantoms he now faced had risen to the 6th level of the Peering Heaven realm. And there were a full 64 of them. Facing the onslaught, a supernatural phenomenon shone above his head, as if an immortal king had descended upon the world. Golden blood energy surged with every palm strike, another phantom was obliterated.
Subdue!
Qin roared as a full moon rose behind him, casting a terrifying aura that engulfed the entire battlefield. This caused all the phantoms' movements to slow slightly. Immediately afterward, he formed seals with both hands and brought his palm crashing down. High above, a colossal palm materialized out of thin air, as if the 5-fingered divine mountain were descending from the heavens.
Boom!
The earth caved and the terrifying force caused the boundless wilderness to collapse, revealing a palm-shaped abyss before their eyes.
All the phantoms vanished completely under this single strike.
Huff, huff. Qin's breathing was somewhat labored, and his clothes were slightly disheveled. Without the aid of a magical artifact, slaying over 60 practitioners at the 7th level of the Peering Heaven realm was a bit of a struggle even for him. He plopped down onto the ground, pulled out a handful of elixirs, and without worrying about their grade, swallowed them all at once to replenish his depleted spiritual energy. In this desolate wilderness, there was no spiritual energy to draw upon, so he had no choice but to rely on elixirs for recovery. Fortunately, he had stockpiled some when he robbed De Hay in the Old Taoist earlier, otherwise, he would have had to buy them at a high price from Tongzi. However, no sooner had he swallowed the pills before he even had a chance to settle in than a sudden ripple rippled through the space. Immediately afterward, a dense swarm of figures began to coalesce. Ha! Qin sprang to his feet instantly, his expression one of surprise and confusion. Previously, after slaying all the phantoms, there had always been a period of rest. Why had they appeared so soon this time? Just as he was filled with doubt, the voice of the hall spirit echoed out of nowhere. Congratulations on passing the king's sealing trial. You now have two choices. First, you may leave the trial space immediately to claim your own royal title and a portion of your destiny. Second, you may choose to continue and pass the final trial, which offers a chance to obtain a legacy of a quasi-emperor or higher. A legacy of a quasi-emperor or higher? Qin's heart gave a violent jolt. So it was true, the king's sealing hall truly held the opportunity to become an emperor. Trialist, you have 10 breaths to decide. After 10 breaths, you will be teleported out. The hall spirit's voice urged him. Qin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the figures gathering before him. There were no fewer than 100 of them, packed tightly together, their auras incredibly powerful. Just a single glance was enough to make him feel immense pressure. 100 peak sky-peering realm cultivators. Qin fell silent. Even though he possessed the primal physique, boasting immense combat power capable of defeating sky-peering realm cultivators. Facing 100 peak sky-peering realm cultivators without the use of a sacred weapon, the very thought of it made him feel as if he were suffocating. Yet, under this pressure, a surge of madness gradually welled up within him. A faint smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. I accept the challenge. Continues. The trial continues. I hope you survive, the hall spirit's voice echoed. As soon as the words fell, a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted across the wilderness. The phantoms of 100 peak sky-gazing realm cultivators materialized in an instant. Their terrifying auras converged, casting the entire wilderness into darkness. They raised their iron swords in unison and struck down at Qin. Whoosh! A sword light so blinding it shook the heavens tore through the darkness, as if splitting the heavens and earth in two. How terrifying! Qin's heart pounded wildly as he felt the shadow of death closing in. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. His surging vital energy shot skyward, transforming into a whirlwind. A series of mystical visions emerged behind him. The diagram of yin and yang in life and death, the rising moon over the sea, a golden lotus blooming in the sea of suffering, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. These visions no longer appeared separately but gradually merged, transforming into a vast and mysterious scroll. The immortal king stood upon a lotus platform, the diagram of yin and yang suspended behind him, cradling a full moon in his palm. As Qin thrust out his palm, the immortal king within the vision also moved slowly, wielding the full moon in his hand as a weapon to suppress the sword light tearing through the sky. The hall spirit sat cross-legged in midair, gazing coldly at the 3 light screens before him. One of the screens displayed the very scene of Qin's battle. This young man is quite impressive. The primal physique, how many years has it been since it last appeared on the Tiansong continent? Perhaps he can carry on that great one's legacy. After staring at Qin's figure for a moment, he turned his head to look at the other 2 light screens beside him. To his surprise, the 2 screens displayed the spaces where Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyu were located. In the screens, extraordinary phenomena surged behind Lin Jingtian as he unleashed his divine abilities with sweeping movements. He unleashed the sky-shrouding great hand seal and soul-annihilating sword chi with reckless abandon, clashing head-on with 104th-tier sky-peering cultivators only to be crushed in a single blow. Terrifying wounds appeared on his body, he was nearly pierced right through. Damn it! Lin Jingtian roared in fury, expending vast amounts of vital energy as the wounds on his body slowly healed. However, compared to Qin's heaven-mending art, this healing process was noticeably much slower. Then, he channeled the Emperor's Sutra, and one by one, blurry ancient characters materialized around his body. Instantly, a terrifying aura began to permeate the air. He has decent talent, but he doesn't seem very smart. The Hall Spirit shook his head and turned his gaze toward the space where Yi Qingyu was located. Yi Qingyu was enveloped by a massive green lotus and, like Qin, was navigating through a multitude of phantoms. At the same time, countless icy cold swordlights burst forth from the blue lotus, like a swarm of sword dragons, charging at the surrounding phantoms. However, each time she could only repel them and severely wound the phantoms. She was unable to kill them. Only when she found an opening was she able to take one down. This young girl is passable. The Hall Spirit nodded slightly, then added, at least she is smarter than that kid from earlier. After surveying the scene, its gaze turned back toward Qin once more. The main event is about to begin. In the wilderness. Qin continued to weave through the multitude of phantoms, striking down targets from time to time. At first glance, it almost seemed as though he alone was surrounding a vast horde of phantoms. As he hunted them down, the phantoms' numbers dwindled from an initial 100 to fewer than 70. In just a short time, over 30 had been slain. Although he was occasionally struck by the phantoms, thanks to the powerful defense of his anomaly and his own formidable physique, he suffered no more than minor injuries. With the powerful healing effects of the heaven-mending art, he recovered in the blink of an eye. The heaven-mending art consumed vital energy, but in this trial space, vital energy was the one thing he had in abundance. And so, after spending a little less than half a day, he finally slew every phantom in the arena. Huff huff, huff. Qin panted heavily, his aura appearing somewhat drained. This time, he did not take any elixirs. Instead, he directly refined and absorbed the vital energy that had been returned to him to restore himself. After a moment's rest, the next moment, his lips moved slightly, and a cold voice emerged from his mouth. You can't defeat me. The primal physique, the heaven-mending art, the sky-shrouding hand seal, and even your other divine abilities. I possess all of them as well. I am you. How arrogant. Qin listened to the clone's words, a strange expression crossing his face. Everything he possessed, the other had as well? System. Ding, host, don't dwell on such trivial matters. Do you really think that is possible? Qin smiled at the message. If the King's Hall could replicate the system itself, that would be nothing short of a miracle. What are you laughing at? The clone's expression turned icy. Nothing. I was just thinking of something amusing. Qin waved his hand, then his expression grew grave once more. Behind him, the sacred body's aura slowly rose, emitting a terrifying presence. The two auras clashed, forming a dividing line of energy in the center, as if splitting the heavens and earth in two. Humph, the clone snorted coldly. Kill. With a low growl, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Scorching blood energy surged skyward, dyeing the entire world golden. The holy body phenomenon descended, engulfing Qin directly. I'd love to see just how you imposter, plan to kill me. Qin's expression remained cold as he thrust his palm forward. The phenomenon behind him followed his movement, surging forward. In the next instant, the two Grand Saint stage phenomena collided violently. Boom! Rumble! Space trembled, then collapsed in an instant, revealing utter darkness. Towering waves of energy swept through, as if the world were coming to an end. Qin channeled the magical power within him, which surged backward like a river or ocean and poured into the phenomenon. His saintly body erupted with an even more terrifying aura as the immortal king slowly raised his palm, pressing it toward his opponent. The golden lotus platform glowed, sending wave after wave of ripples surging toward the opposite side like a tidal wave, causing the clone's phenomenon to shake violently. However, the clone mirrored the same movement. The two divine manifestations continuously clashed in midair, causing the void to cycle between shattering and repairing itself. Finally, after a deafening roar, both manifestations collapsed. The destructive force rebounded upon them, and their bodies instantly shattered. Terrifying cracks rapidly spread across their bodies, and golden blood stained their robes. They resembled pores on the verge of shattering, as if they would shatter into pieces at any moment. Qin cast an expressionless glance at the cracks on his body, then activated the heaven mending art. In the next instant, the cracks healed, and the blood receded.
The heaven mending art, I know it too.
The clone spoke indifferently, and the injuries on his body were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Then, the two lunged at each other once more, unleashing a terrifying battle. For a time, the wilderness was plunged into a dreadful upheaval. All manner of divine abilities and secret arts erupted. Tao patterns streaked across the sky, and ordered divine chains, like spirit serpents, twisted and slashed wildly through space. Both sustained constant injuries, only to heal in an instant thanks to the heaven mending art. However, as time passed, Qin's aura gradually began to wane. Frequent use of the heaven mending art to repair his injuries had drained a vast amount of his vital energy. Even though he had stored a considerable amount by slaying the phantom earlier, his reserves could not withstand such relentless depletion. The clone noticed this as well, a detached smile appearing on his face.
"You've lost."
"Ha! Don't jump to conclusions before the very end," Qin sneered, showing not a trace of panic. He strained to unleash his divine abilities, channeling his full combat power to clash head-on with his opponent. The clone was violently knocked back, terrible wounds appearing on his body. But he paid it no mind. With a single thought, the wounds healed instantly. He looked at Qin and said coldly, "I have an entire space to sustain me. My vital energy is boundless. As for you, if you keep this up, you'll likely be unable to even maintain your current combat power.
You're just like everyone else, nothing but a failure. Why not let me take your place and go out into the world?"
By the end of his sentence, his voice was as cold as ice, and a terrifying killing intent radiated from
his body. Take my place and go out into the world? Upon hearing this, Qin's expression darkened. Wow, he is really laying his plans out there. Exactly. If I kill you, I can become the real Qin.
A look of vicious greed flashed in the clone's eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure flickered, and he charged at Qin once more.
He intended to clash head-on with Qin, trading injuries for injuries.
Qin made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he directly unleashed his divine power to collide with his opponent. As they clashed again, countless wounds reappeared on both their bodies, only to heal rapidly under the effect of the heaven mending art.
Similarly, Qin's aura grew noticeably weaker.
Seeing this, the clone's heart surged with excitement. As long as he waited until Qin's vital energy was exhausted, he could easily slay him. But he failed to notice that a faint smile was gradually appearing on Qin's face as well.
That kid.
In the mysterious space, the Hall Spirit watched Qin as he furiously exchanged blows, completely unconcerned about his injuries, and his expression shifted slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qin was holding back some major move, and that sensation grew even stronger when he saw the faint smile at the corner of Qin's mouth. Withdrawing his gaze from the light screen, he glanced at the other two spaces. Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu were still battling those ordinary phantoms. By now, both had activated the Emperor's Sutra, and certain forbidden techniques recorded within had caused their combat power to skyrocket. Many of the phantoms had been slain at a glance, fewer than half remained.
The great Emperor's Sutra truly terrifying. It's no wonder it was left behind by a supreme being.
A hint of satisfaction flashed across the Hall Spirit's impassive face, before he turned his gaze back to Qin. Compared to the other two, he held this young man in higher regard.
Meanwhile, out in the wilderness,
Qin and his clone had just managed to create some distance between them amidst their exchange of blows.
It's time to end this.
Since your downfall is inevitable, your struggles are futile. The clone remained calm and composed, the wounds on his body vanishing in an instant. He looked at Qin, whose aura was weak and whose clothes were in tatters, and a faint sneer appeared on his face. There was also a hint of greed and anticipation. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qin nodded in agreement. With a calm expression, he spoke slowly.
Indeed, it's time to end this.
With that, he formed hand seals, and runic patterns swirled around him. His vital energy, spirit, and essence slowly coalesced above his head into 3 flowers of the great Tao.
In an instant, 3 terrifying auras descended from the void, flowing from the flowers of the great Tao into his body. Boom! Qin's aura surged violently. 1-fold, 2-fold, 10-fold. The terrifying aura raged through the wilderness, crushing the clone so that it could not even lift its head. A forbidden technique. 3 flowers borrowing the way. Using his own essence, energy, and spirit as a catalyst, he drew upon the cultivation of his past, present, and future incarnations. What kind of secret technique is this? The clone was utterly horrified. The mockery on his face had long since vanished, replaced by boundless terror. This aura left him unable to even entertain the thought of resistance. But how could this be? He clearly possessed everything about his opponent, yet he had absolutely no idea what this secret technique was. A smile spread across Qin's face. Of course, he wouldn't tell his opponent that he'd used the opponent's own moves against him, then drawn upon the insights gained from previously slaying 100 peak-peering heaven realm cultivators, and refined this technique through strategic calculations during the fierce battle. Watching his opponent's panicked expression, he slowly raised his palm. Aiming it in the direction of his opponent, he gently clenched his fist. No, I cannot lose. The clone screamed in fury, and a strange phenomenon rose behind him once more, attempting to strike down Qin. He wanted to become a real person. He was unwilling to remain trapped in that damned cage any longer. Nothing is impossible. You're just an imposter, Qin said coldly. In the next instant, his palm clenched down abruptly. No terrifying sound rang out, nor was there any scene of destruction. The phenomenon the clone had just conjured collapsed instantly. Immediately afterward, a vast expanse of space including the clone itself was obliterated in a twist of space-time, vanishing into nothingness. Phew, finally got rid of him. Watching the clone die completely, Qin let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, a wave of immense weakness washed over him. Above his head, the 3 Tao flowers also dissipated. Although the 3 flowers borrowing the Tao technique was powerful, capable of drawing upon the power of the Tao from the past and future, such a forbidden technique came with staggering costs. In just a few short breaths, it had nearly drained every last bit of his essence, energy, and spirit. This technique is still unrefined. I'd better use it sparingly in the future. Qin felt completely drained, as if he'd served as a groom a dozen times in a single night. Just as he was about to take out some elixirs to replenish himself, a stream of extremely pure essence surged out of thin air and poured into his body. Ha! Qin's body trembled, and only then did he recall that slaying these illusions would yield a return of essence. What surprised him, however, was that although the clones were clearly only at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, the essence they returned was even more potent than that of the Fire Phoenix at the 6th level of the Peering Heaven realm. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He immediately refined this essence to replenish his own depletion. A full quarter of an hour later, this relatively vast amount of vital energy was completely assimilated, and Qin's pale complexion regained its healthy glow. Although it wasn't enough to fully replenish his vital energy, spirit, and essence, it had restored a significant portion. And just then, a faint ripple suddenly emanated from the space ahead, and immediately afterward, a portal slowly materialized in midair. At the same time, the Hall Spirit's voice rang out once more. Trialist, congratulations on defeating yourself. The trial is over. You are qualified to receive the legacy. Legacy! Qin murmured to himself upon hearing this, his eyes shining brightly. Gazing at the portal in the air, he stepped through it without much hesitation. After a moment of spatial distortion, he found himself in a white expanse. The space was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Not far ahead of him stood a stone statue seated in the lotus position. The statue's face was shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible to see clearly. He could only vaguely sense that it was a young man. However, even though it was merely a stone statue, it faintly exuded a terrifying aura of authority. It gave off a sense of reigning over the ages and subduing all things. This is a statue left behind by a great emperor. Within it lies the legacy he bequeathed. The Hall Spirit materialized out of thin air.
Clothed in gray, his expression was impassive, yet when he looked at the statue, his eyes brimmed with reverence.
A great emperor. Qin's body trembled. The hall spirit turned his head and gave Qin a penetrating look.
The great emperor of the azure sky was a great emperor from 1,000,000 years ago. He attained enlightenment twice, possessed godlike combat power, and once reigned over the Tiansan continent for 100,000 years. In his twilight years, he single-handedly breached the immortal gate which had not yet descended and stepped into the upper realm. Most importantly, he was also a primal physique, the same constitution as you. Primal physique, attaining the Tao a second time.
Qin's mind was shaken to its core.
Primal physique, attaining the Tao a second time, and single-handedly breaching the immortal gate in his twilight years.
Just hearing this made his blood boil. He couldn't wait to revive the clone and crush it all over again. Go! The legacy is right before your eyes. Whether you obtain it or not depends entirely on you. The hall spirit waved his hand, then his figure grew ethereal and gradually faded away.
Qin watched him leave before turning his gaze toward the stone statue.
A holy physique at the great emperor realm. But, how do I receive the legacy?
After a moment of silence, he called out in his mind, "System." It took quite a while before the system's voice finally sounded. The legacy lies within the great emperor's stone statue. The host need only make contact with it using divine sense to obtain it. The system's voice carried a sense of certainty. It seemed that as long as Qin extended his divine sense into the stone statue, he could easily obtain the legacy. Although Qin found the system's tone somewhat strange, he didn't give it much thought. Bracing himself against the pressure, he walked up to the stone statue and sat cross-legged directly on the ground. Then, he cautiously extended a sliver of his divine sense, reaching toward the statue's brow.
The process went surprisingly smoothly. That sliver of divine sense immediately penetrated the statue's brow. Boom!
In that instant, a massive roar echoed in his mind. Before Qin's eyes appeared a vast, boundless golden ocean. In the center of the ocean stood a blurry figure. The figure slowly turned its head and looked at Qin.
"You're here."
The voice was flat, yet it exuded an inexplicable air of authority.
"Huh?" Qin was taken aback. What did "you're here" mean? Did he know who he was? "Are you the great emperor of the azure sky?" "I am Emperor Gu Tsangxiong."
The emperor of the vast sky nodded slightly. He gave Qin a penetrating look, then extended a finger. Amidst a sky filled with golden light, Tao characters began to coalesce in the air. These Tao characters resembled tiny golden dragons, constantly twisting and shifting.
Finally, countless Tao characters coalesced into a single sutra, which surged toward Qin. Boom!
Amid a deafening roar, the golden ocean before him vanished, and Qin, back in the outside world, suddenly opened his eyes. A sutra floated above his sea of souls, confirming the reality of what had just transpired.
The Heavenly Emperor Sutra.
Qin's heart trembled with shock. A fierce gleam flared in his eyes as he was overcome with excitement. This was the sutra best suited for the primal physique. All this time, although he had relied on the primal physique to possess formidable combat power, he had never cultivated a corresponding sutra. The might of the sacred physique had not been fully unleashed. Although the system offered imperial sutras for exchange, the number of mana stones required was an astronomical figure for him. It often ran into hundreds of millions of mana stones. Even if he were to sell himself piece by piece, it wouldn't cover even a fraction of the cost. Now that he had obtained this legacy, it was as if he had instantly saved hundreds of millions of mana stones.
Not to mention that the Imperial Sutra also contained records of certain forbidden divine techniques.
He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Qin stood up and bowed deeply before the stone statue in front of him.
However, crack! Crack!
A crisp cracking sound rang out, leaving Qin frozen in place.
Ah, this!
Qin watched as the stone statue before him cracked and gradually turned to ash. His body stiffened, and he was left dumbfounded.
Could a single bow of his have such immense power?
Just as he was filled with astonishment and doubt, a voice rang out beside his ear. These Tao characters arranged themselves in a special pattern, then one by one, they penetrated into the space.
At that moment, outside. Why hasn't the Holy Son come out yet? Could it be that he's receiving the inheritance?
On the platform, in a clearing at the center, Lin Yuan and the other disciples of the Azure Sanctuary gathered together, their eyes fixed nervously yet expectantly on the entrance to the hall. They had been eliminated long ago. Aside from slaying illusions at the very beginning and gaining some essence, they hadn't received any real opportunities. In fact, 2 disciples, at the second level of Tao realization, had even perished. Not far away, disciples from the Tai Chu Holy Land also wore expressions of tension as they gazed at the entrance.
Their holy maiden hadn't emerged either. And that kid surnamed Qin, it seems he hasn't come out either. At that moment, someone remembered Qin.
Earlier, at the foot of Tianshu Mountain, Yi Qingyu had taken the initiative to speak with Qin, causing many to take notice of him.
Qin?
Among the Azure Sanctuary disciples, Wu Ming's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this.
He immediately sneered, "That damn guy, how could he possibly compare to our Holy Son? He didn't come out, he must have died in there." Now, just hearing the name Qin brought back the memory of being stomped into the ground by him. Even though 2 months had passed, the mere thought of it still sent waves of stinging pain through his head. Dead? Hearing this, the others found it hard to believe. After all, the combat prowess Qin had previously displayed was simply too overwhelming. To kill a sky-gazing realm fire phoenix with a single blow, such power was something none of them could match, except for the 2 Grand Saint Stage Holy Maidens. Wu Ming looked at their expressions and knew exactly what they were thinking. A mocking expression crossed his face as he sneered, "Humph. Don't forget we can't use magical artifacts in there. Do you really think that kid could still display that kind of combat power without the aid of a holy weapon?" Wu Ming did his utmost to convince everyone. He desperately wanted Qin to die in there. That incident had become a stain on his path of cultivation. Perhaps only Qin's death could wash it away. This guy. What did that beast do to him? Over on the other side, a man and a dog sat leisurely on a rock. Watching Wu Ming's agitated state, De He found it a bit strange. He didn't understand what Wu Ming was getting so worked up about. He'd been robbed by Qin before, and he hadn't even reacted as strongly as the other guy. Beside them, the old Taoist, however, understood a bit better. He'd seen with his own eyes how Qin had thoroughly humiliated the other guy. As one of the Azure Sanctuary's top prodigies, to be stomped into the ground right before everyone's eyes and kept there for so long. If it were him, he'd have been too ashamed to show his face in public. Over there, Wu Ming was still hurling insults and belittling Qin. Suddenly, a shift occurred in the space. One by one, golden Dao runes emerged from the void and merged into the 2 massive statues flanking the gateway. Such an unexpected turn of events was immediately noticed by everyone. What is this? Dao runes? What a strange aura. Everyone watched as the runes merged into the 2 statues. Vaguely, a sense of foreboding began to rise in their hearts. Could it be that one of the Holy Sons has obtained the legacy? Lin Yuan watched this strange scene, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. Hearing this, Wu Ming, standing beside him, lit up and nodded immediately. "Senior brother Lin is right. It must be that the Holy Son has obtained the legacy. That's why this sudden change has occurred. Once the Holy Son emerges, even if that kid really isn't dead, the Holy Son can crush him with a single gesture." Wu Ming was getting a bit carried away even now. All he could think about was killing Qin. In the distance, the old Taoist looked at Wu Ming as if he were an idiot. "Senior brother Holy Son, you." Wu Ming shuddered instantly, startled by Lin Zhengtian's terrifying gaze. Lin Zhengtian took a deep breath, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of the hall, his expression grim. He had been battling the phantoms inside after great effort. He'd finally worn down all his opponents and was preparing to receive the legacy. But in the blink of an eye, he'd been teleported out. Where was the legacy? Was this some kind of joke? On the other side, Yi Qingyu also looked grim. She, too, had slain all the phantoms, yet instead of receiving the expected legacy, she'd been sent out as well. What's going on? Could it be that they didn't receive the legacy?
The prodigies from the ancient clan S major sects gazed at Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu from afar, their expressions filled with shock and suspicion.
What was the meaning of that strange phenomenon just now? That kid again? At the edge of the platform, De He gritted his teeth. Looking at Lin Zhengtian's expression, he had a vague hunch. Right now, only that kid was still inside. The opportunity to become an emperor. The opportunity to become an emperor. De He bared his teeth in a grimace. He had also gone inside for the trial, but his strength wasn't up to par, so he'd been knocked out early on. Inside the white space, two figures clad in black stood silently before Qin. Expressionless, they gave off no signs of life whatsoever, not a single trace of a living being could be detected. Puppets at the near Emperor realm. Qin looked at the two figures, a look of great satisfaction spreading across his face. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within these two bodies. More importantly, they could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth on their own, storing it as a source of power. This meant Qin no longer needed to expend mana stones or spiritual energy to power them. It could be said that, aside from lacking independent consciousness, they were essentially no different from normal cultivators. After examining them closely, he gave a slight mental command, causing the two puppets to merge into the spatial realm. With the two puppets serving as guards, hidden within the spatial realm, they would be ready to intervene at any moment should he encounter any unexpected danger in the future. Having done this, Qin did not rush to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged once more. Previously, he had put his cultivation on hold to focus on the King's Hall. Now that the trial was over and he had obtained the legacy, it was time to advance his own cultivation. He opened his inner world and retrieved all the valuable items he had acquired earlier. 6 sacred weapons, 2 sacred corpses, a bronze palace, and 13 major artifacts of the Peering Heaven realm. In addition, there were nearly 400,000 mana stones. System. Here. Calculate how many mana stones these items are worth. Ding, system scanning. 6 sacred weapons, 5 are intact, worth 550,000. 1 is defective, worth 50,000. Total value, 600,000 mana stones. 2 sacred corpses, the bronze palace, and 18 major artifacts, total value, 500,000 mana stones. Total value of all items, 1.1 million mana stones. Does the host wish to trade? 1.1 million. Qin nodded slightly. This was roughly what he had expected. He still had nearly 400,000 mana stones in his inner world, bringing the total to nearly 1.5 million. Although selling these sacred weapons to the ancient clans and major sects would undoubtedly net him many more mana stones, it would be far too time-consuming. Moreover, now that he had 2 quasi-emperor bodyguards, he felt there was no need to waste any more time on that. With his current strength, earning mana stones would be a breeze. Exchange. Use all my mana stones to boost my cultivation. As Qin spoke, he withdrew all the mana stones from his inner world as well. Ding, host has topped up 1,470,320 mana stones. 1,450,000 mana stones consumed. Cultivation level elevated to the 4th tier of the Saint stage. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept through the area. A massive amount of spiritual energy coalesced out of thin air and surged into his body, while countless insights into the Tao appeared in his mind. The Emperor's scripture began to circulate on its own, and divine characters of the great Tao coalesced one by one, swirling around his body. A faint aura of saintly might radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to warp under its pressure. At the same time, his heart pounded violently within his chest, emitting a rumbling sound like thunder from the heavens. His blood, which had originally been golden, began to slowly fade, with a faint trace of red appearing. 4th tier of the Saint stage. Qin opened and closed his eyes, from which a faint golden glow burst forth. His body trembled, and a terrifying divine aura, like a towering tidal wave, swept across the entire space. How is this possible? That's divine aura. When did you reach the Saint stage? Shouts of astonishment rang out, and the Hall Spirit's figure materialized out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, countless divine chains of order materialized in the space, stabilizing it.
He looked at Qin, his eyes filled with astonishment. Ever since Qin had retrieved those sacred weapons and the remains of the saint, he had been keeping a close watch. He simply never expected that Qin would suddenly stow away the sacred weapons and remains, only to then unleash the might of a saint. This, even after living for countless years, he had never witnessed anything like it. Qin withdrew his sacred might and, looking at the stunned hall spirit, casually remarked, "It's just a side effect of the great emperor's legacy." He had chosen to cultivate here in the first place with no intention of hiding it from the hall spirit. As for whether the other believed this explanation or not, that was none of his business.
Side effect? The hall spirit's mouth twitched. But upon reflection, such an explanation seemed plausible. After, even when he was outside, he already had his sights set on the king's sealing hall. Outside. "Qin, whether it's you or not, it's time we settled our scores."
Lin Jingtian sat cross-legged at the entrance to the hall, his gaze icy as he stared into the pitch-black interior. He learned from the disciples of the Holy Land that Qin hadn't emerged yet. He didn't believe for a second that the other had died inside. So he was going to wait here for him to come out. By then, he might even be able to figure out exactly what had happened inside the hall of the king's coronation. Why had he been mysteriously teleported out? Time passed. Amid a tense and oppressive atmosphere, several hours quickly slipped by. Lin Jingtian sat cross-legged in front of the hall, his expression growing increasingly grim. Beside him stood the members of the Azure Sanctuary, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the pitch-black interior of the hall. Just then, Lin Yuan, dressed in a bright red robe and acting in a flamboyant manner, stepped forward and whispered, "Senior brother, Holy Son, that guy might really be dead in there. Why don't we just head back to the Holy Land first?" Like Wu Ming, he harbored a grudge against Qin. Deep down, he was more inclined to believe that Qin had already perished inside. On top of that, having sustained significant injuries during the trial inside, he wanted to return to the Holy Land as soon as possible to recuperate. "If you don't wish to stay, junior brother, feel free to leave." Lin Jingtian cast him an expressionless glance, then closed his eyes again, ignoring him. Lin Yuan's face paled slightly. He had no choice but to step back and continue waiting. On the edge of the platform, in an open area not far from Di He and the others. "Brother. Senior brother Qin should be alright, right? Given senior brother Qin's combat prowess, perhaps he really did obtain the legacy, which is why he hasn't come out yet." Qin now gazed toward the entrance, her expression betraying a sense of unease. Beside her, Qin Tianyi remained silent upon hearing this, instead fixing his gaze on Lin Jingtian and his group blocking the doorway. His eyes betrayed deep concern. Even if senior brother Qin really wasn't dead and meant to come out from inside, he would likely be harassed by Lin Jingtian and his group, or worse, he might even face an even more dangerous situation. However, if Lin Jingtian were to attack, he would never stand by and watch. Even if his cultivation was inferior to his opponent's, he would fight to the end. At this thought, a chilling aura involuntarily rose from his body. Just then, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out. Tap 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 tap. The footsteps were light, but to the ears of everyone on the platform, they sounded like thunderclaps. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the direction the sound came from. From within the pitch-black doorway, a figure gradually came into view. "Senior brother Qin. It's that kid. It's that beast. He is actually still alive." A chorus of voices rang out as everyone stared at Qin, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Qin glanced at the crowd, completely ignoring them, and walked calmly out of the hall, heading straight toward Qin Tianyi and his sister. Just as he passed in front of Lin Jingtian, a loud shout rang out. "Stop right there!" A figure flashed into view, blocking Qin's path. "Our holy son's senior brother has questions for you. You can't leave just yet." Wu Ming stared at Qin with a cold expression. At that moment, the other members of the Azure Sanctuary also reacted, rushing forward one after another. On the other side, the powerful figures from the Taichu Holy Land also made a move, but were stopped by Yi Qingyu. "Holy Maiden?" Someone looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion. If Qin had truly obtained the legacy,
wouldn't the Azure Sanctuary be the first to claim it?
Yi Qingyu shook her head without saying a word.
She simply watched Qin with a grave expression. What do you think you're doing? Do you really think the Qin clan is so easy to bully?
In the distance, upon seeing this, Qin Tianyi and his sister instantly flashed into the center of the arena, their eyes fixed coldly on Wu Ming.
Humph.
Qin Tianyi, I advise you not to meddle in this.
Sometimes it's better to turn a blind eye, it saves you from a grim fate.
Wu Ming showed no fear. In fact, he looked at the two with a touch of disdain.
His cultivation was inferior to Qin Tianyi's. He couldn't even defeat Qin Yao.
But with the Holy Sun's senior brother behind him, he had absolutely nothing to fear.
No matter how powerful Qin Tianyi was, could he possibly be more powerful than the Holy Sun?
With that, he ignored the siblings and turned his gaze back
to Qin. Didn't you hear what I said? The Holy Sun has a question for you.
At that moment, Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wu Ming.
Boom!
In an instant, Wu Ming felt as if a bolt of heavenly thunder had exploded inside his head, causing his soul sea to churn violently. His face turned pale instantly, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. A flicker of fear passed through his eyes as he looked at Qin.
What did you do?
From that single glance, he felt as though he'd been locked in the gaze of some terrifying, supreme being.
Get out! Qin spat out a single word.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of energy swirled up out of nowhere in the air.
Pfft, ugh!
Wu Ming's eyes widened instantly as a stream of blood spurted from his mouth.
He was then swept up by the shockwave and hurled off Tianzhashan. Whoa! That's terrifying. He just told him to get lost, and he was gone. Sounds of gasps filled the air.
On the platform, everyone stared at Qin in utter disbelief, their faces filled with shock.
After all, Wu Ming was a cultivator at the Enlightenment realm. And he was taken out just by a few words?
Those with keen eyes even saw that at the sound of that shout, Wu Ming's body had cracked open, splintering into terrifying fissures.
Senior brother Qin.
Beside Qin, the siblings Qin Tianyi and Qin Tianli swallowed hard. They were standing close by, and in that split second, they sensed an inexplicable aura of authority flash across Qin's body. Just then, another cold voice rang out.
Qin! You've gone too far.
Junior brother Wu is, after all, an important disciple of the Holy Land.
To injure him like this. To turn against a fellow disciple, aren't you afraid the disciplinary hall will hold you accountable once you return to the Holy Land?
In the midst of the group of Holy Land disciples, Lin Zhengtian slowly stood up, gazing at Qin with an icy expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the prodigies from the ancient clans and major sects all fixed their gaze on him. Surprise flashed in their eyes. Only now did they realize that Qin was, in fact, a disciple of the Azure Sanctuary. Yet, they had never heard of such a powerful prodigy before. Could it be that the Azure Sanctuary had kept him hidden all this time, and he had only emerged now that the Hall of Kings had opened? Qin listened to the murmurs around him, his face utterly calm. He looked at Lin Zhengtian indifferently and said nonchalantly, "It was just a minor punishment. If you go down and find him now, you should still be able to save him. As for the Hall of Discipline, let them come." With that, he paid no further attention to his opponent and turned to face the towering hall. He had agreed to the Hall Spirit's request inside. Now he was about to pack up the Hall of Enfeoffment and take it with him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Zhengtian suddenly darted forward and blocked his path. "Qin, regarding the matter of you injuring junior brother Wu, once we return to the Holy Land, the powerful figures of the Hall of Discipline will certainly come to settle accounts with you. Now, this Holy Sun demands an answer from you. Did you obtain the legacy inside? And were you the one who caused that commotion earlier? Where are those two statues now?"
Lin Zhengtian's expression was fierce, his eyes were fixed intently on Qin.
At this thought, madness gradually welled up in his eyes. A brutal aura rose from his body, and a colossal vision of a battle body slowly coalesced above him. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire area. Is that the supreme battle body vision? truly worthy of the mightiest battle body on the Tian-Sung continent. What a terrifying sense of oppression.
Everyone, step back quickly. Lin Zhengtian is losing his mind. Amid the onlookers' gasps of shock, they hurriedly retreated.
They feared that if Lin Zhengtian lost control, they might be caught in the crossfire.
Senior brother Qin, watch out.
Qin Tianyi and his sister did not retreat with the crowd. Instead, they stepped forward and stood beside Qin.
A faint aura flickered around them, their eyes alert as they stared at Lin Zhengtian as if facing a formidable enemy.
You bastard! This holy sun will kill you! Lin Zhengtian roared, gripping his holy weapon. His terrifying holy might surged forth, ready to fight Qin to the death.
With half his face drenched in blood, he now looked like a vengeful ghost.
There was not a trace left of his former handsome appearance.
Qin's expression remained calm.
Just as Lin Zhengtian lunged forward, he casually raised his palm and pressed it down toward his opponent.
The surrounding space froze once more, and an overwhelming pressure descended, instantly pinning him to the ground. Boom!
In an instant, dust billowed into the air, the ground caved in to form a massive crater, and terrifying cracks spread out in all directions.
Holy shit! What just happened?
On the platform, the crowd who had retreated to a safe distance froze in shock once again. They had expected Lin Zhengtian to go berserk, anticipating a fierce, tit-for-tat battle.
Who would have thought it would end like this?
Defeated with just a flick of the wrist? The way these people looked at Qin had completely changed. If the first time, Qin could have been suspected of a sneak attack. This time, Lin Zhengtian had struck first.
He had a holy weapon and displayed supernatural phenomena, yet he was still knocked down with a single move. It was nothing short of a dimensional strike. That level of power must surely belong to someone at the peak of the Tao realization realm. Cough cough cough. A sage? You're a sage? Impossible. How could you possibly be a sage? Lin Zhengtian was pinned to the ground by an overwhelming pressure, unable to move even an inch.
His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to lift his head, his frenzied gaze fixed on Qin. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed a wisp of a sage's majesty emanating from Qin. Only the majesty of a sage could subdue him with such effortless ease. A sage? Ha, Lin Zhengtian, if you're going to make excuses for yourself, at least come up with a better one. On the platform, the onlookers heard these words and immediately looked skeptical. Only those at the Tao realization realm could enter the King Consecration Hall. If Qin were truly a sage, how could he possibly have participated in the King Consecration trial? Even the disciples of the Azure Sanctuary gathered at the foot of the wall were skeptical. The sage son was simply making excuses for his own failure. Look, none of them believe you. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Qin looked at Lin Zhengtian with a smirk. You. Put. Lin Zhengtian's face flushed red, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Sigh, what a poor attitude. Qin shook his head, then tapped his palm lightly. Several chains materialized out of thin air, binding Lin Zhengtian tightly and pulling him close. Qin, what are you trying to do? Senior brother Lin is the holy son of Azure Sanctuary. Don't make a fool of yourself. Seeing this, the disciples of Azure Sanctuary were instantly stunned and shouted in alarm. Among them, Lin Yuan even instinctively took a few steps forward. Qin didn't waste any words, he simply waved his hand. Knocked them back, bound them up one after another. Then, he tossed them all together with Lin Zhengtian. Such fluid, seamless movements left the entire crowd dumbfounded. What the hell is he doing? Did the disciples of Azure Sanctuary just come to the aid of their own sacred son and fellow disciples? Won't Azure Sanctuary be in an uproar when they get back? Only on the periphery did one man and one dog wear expressions of utter exasperation. This scene was all too familiar to them. Especially to Big Black. Just watching it made him feel a burning pain coursing through his body. In the center of the arena, Qin paid no heed to the expressions on these people's faces. After dispatching these nuisances, he turned his gaze toward the hall standing before him. In the next instant, he waved his hands, condensing talismanic runes that floated forward.
Upon touching the hall, they surged directly into it.
At the same moment, within the hall's white interior, the hall spirit performed the exact same action.
It condensed talismanic runes, which merged into the space. Gradually, strands of ordered divine chains began to manifest within the white space.
The divine chains extended from the space, densely packed and crisscrossing in every direction, seemingly locking the entire hall down tightly. But as the runes merged with the space, cracks began to appear in these divine chains of order.
Crack, crack.
A series of cracking sounds echoed through the space, and a smile gradually spread across the hall spirit's aged face.
Outside, on the platform. What is he doing?
The gathered powerhouses and prodigies stared at Sheen, their expressions filled with astonishment and suspicion. At the same time, some recalled the two stone statues that had vanished earlier. It seemed that the scene back then was just like this one now. As the connection dawned on them, their eyes suddenly widened with shock.
Could he possibly be trying to move this entire hall?
However, just as that thought crossed their minds, the entire King's Hall suddenly began to tremble. Then, under everyone's utterly horrified gaze, it instantly shrank, transforming into a miniature hall mid-air before landing in Sheen's hand.
This. Holy shit. Sigma. It really is.
Everyone stared blankly at the tiny hall in Sheen's palm, momentarily speechless. They had come here for the trial simply to earn their own titles and seize their opportunities.
But this guy? He has not only taken the spoils, he has taken the whole thing. He even packed up the entire hall and took it with him. Senior brother Qin, you.
Qin Tianyi stood there in a daze, staring at the miniature hall cradled in Sheen's hand, hesitating to speak.
Isn't this a little too? That's incredible.
Beside him, Xin Yao's face was filled with admiration. Senior brother Qin was truly no ordinary person. Not only had he obtained the legacy, but he also packed up the King's Hall.
He was truly a role model for our generation.
Qin glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Let us go." He'd taken everything he needed, there was no point in staying any longer. With that, he raised his hand and summoned Lin Zhengtian and his group, who were bound on the ground, teleporting them into the hall of the Crown Prince. Once that was done, he stepped into the air and departed without hesitation. With the hall of the Crown Prince, the near Emperor guards, and the great Emperor's statue all gone, the restrictions enveloping Tianzhushan naturally dissipated completely.
With no restrictions remaining, they could now leave by stepping into the air.
Seeing this, the brother and sister hurried to follow. On the platform, someone instinctively tried to intervene, but upon recalling Qin's terrifying combat prowess, they instantly abandoned the idea.
Holy Maiden, are you just going to let them leave like this?
Within the Taichu Holy Land's formation, a young man watched Qin and his two companions as they were about to vanish, then turned to ask Yi Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu shot him a cold glance.
Can you stop him? Or do you think I can?
The young man was at a loss for words. He was only at the first level of the Tao realization realm, not even at the peak of that level.
If he went up there, wouldn't he be wiped out in a single blow?
Thinking of Lin Jingtian's pitiful state, the young man shuddered and felt a stinging pain in his face. Yi Qingyu snorted, her gaze shifting back to the direction Qin had departed. A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. Just because she didn't have the strength to stop Qin didn't mean others couldn't. Leaving with the legacy wasn't going to be that simple.
At that moment, in the void 1,000 li away.
After leaving, Qin didn't head straight for the Azure Sanctuary. Instead, he walked slowly, looking relaxed and at ease. He even stopped from time to time to admire the scenery, leaving the brother and sister trailing behind him utterly baffled.
Senior brother Qin, aren't we going back to the sanctuary?
Xin Yao couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with confusion and a touch of worry. She didn't understand, having obtained both the legacy and the King's Hall, two opportunities that defied the heavens, returning to the sanctuary now would be the safest course of action. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the powerful figures from the primordial sanctuaries and the great sects came knocking on their door. Given their current strength, facing the older generation of powerhouses would be a daunting task. If a sage were to show up, they'd be finished. Qin halted his steps, turned to look at the two of them, and gave a faint smile.
There is no rush.
There are some people I've been waiting for far too long, I simply must meet them.
As he spoke, his gaze drifted, seemingly by chance, toward a distant, void-like expanse. Waiting for someone?
The siblings were taken aback at first, but then realized what he meant, and their eyes darted nervously around them. Just then, a soft chuckle rang out.
Young man, you're quite clever. Amid the laughter, a figure clad in black materialized out of thin air.
An odd smile played on his weathered face as he stared intently at Qin.
Seen your Uncle Hanli? Qin Tianyi and his sister looked at the old man and exclaimed in surprise.
At the same time, a vague sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. After all, Uncle Hanli was Lin Zhengtian's guardian. If he found out about Lin Zhengtian's pitiful state, he might very well make things difficult for senior brother Qin. Hanli cast a brief glance at the siblings, then turned his gaze back to Qin.
Young man, you've done well.
That opportunity at the King's Hall on Tianzhong Mountain for countless years, countless prodigies have longed for it but never attained it.
I never expected you to actually obtain it.
Now, hand the legacy over to me.
Keeping it on your person might attract unwanted attention.
The great Emperor's legacy is of great importance to the Holy Land. Once we return, I will report this to the Holy Ruler, who will bestow a reward upon you. With this achievement, it's not impossible for you to become the Holy Son. Han Li's voice was full of praise as he immediately demanded that Qin hand over the great Emperor's legacy. As for the fate of Lin Jingtian and the others, he didn't mention a single word. Qin listened impassively, gazing at him indifferently, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. I obtained this legacy myself. It has nothing to do with the Azure Sanctuary, does it? Why should I hand it over to you? That's right, Uncle Hanli, the brother and sister chimed in hurriedly. Qin had only just arrived at the Holy Land after all, he wasn't yet a true disciple of the Holy Land. Apart from their own Qin clan, none of those people had ever acknowledged Qin. Now that they saw the great Emperor's legacy, they were rushing out to demand it. It was simply too shameless.
Humph. Hanli snorted coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Qin Tianyi and his sister. When did it become your place to interrupt me?
As he spoke, his gaze turned back to Qin, and he said coldly. The extreme Dao legacy concerns the future of the Holy Land. It is not something a junior like you can possess.
It is best to let the Holy Land choose a suitable successor. How could he have become a saint the moment he stepped out of the Hall of Kings? Could it be that the great Emperor's legacy realm was truly that terrifying? Capable of transforming a peak Dao realm cultivator into a saint on the spot? Just a saint. Qin said indifferently as his figure vanished from where he stood and instantly reappeared before Hanli.
Runes coalesced in his palm, and amidst a torrent of golden light, he struck downward, aiming for his opponent's face.
You!
Hanli was horrified and hastily drew his life-bound sacred weapon to shield himself.
Clang! Clang! Crack! Boom!
The golden palm slammed into the sacred weapon. First came the clanging sound of metal, which in the next instant transformed into the cracking sound of shattering. Under his horrified gaze, his life-bound sacred weapon was shattered by a single palm strike. Under the terrifying force, both his arms exploded on the spot, and half his body was torn apart.
But
a gush of sacred blood spurted out, and his entire body seemed to have been struck by a primordial divine mountain, completely smashed into the ground.
Qin gave his opponent no chance, rushing underground as well to kick him while he was down.
A terrifying roar mixed with agonized screams rang out.
Senior brother Qin, how could?
High above in the void, Qin Tianyi and his sister, still reeling from the shock, stared at the terrifying fluctuations emanating from below, their faces etched with horror. If Qin hadn't intentionally shielded them just now, the two of them would likely have been crushed to death by the divine might.
Saint stage. Senior brother Qin is actually at the saint stage. Qin Tianyi muttered to himself, still finding it hard to believe as he looked down.
Before, Qin had been powerful, but at least he'd been on the same major cultivation level as Qin Tianyi. But now, Qin had suddenly transformed into a saint stage cultivator. This massive disparity left him momentarily unable to accept it.
Just then, the rumbling below suddenly ceased, and silence fell.
2.5 minutes later, Qin's figure rose through the air, holding a half-dead, tightly bound human-like creature in his hand.
Senior brother Qin. It's not up to me? Would you like to take a look at what's behind you? Qin offered a friendly reminder.
Although he was bound, there was not a trace of panic on his face.
You don't need to play these petty tricks. What on earth could possibly be behind me?
At first, Yi Xiong's face was still set in a sneer, full of disdain. However, by the end of his sentence, his voice had changed, clearly trembling. Behind him, a hand had already rested on his shoulder.
Who's there? Get lost!
Yi Xiong roared in shock and rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a look-back strike toward the figure behind him.
Boom!
The palm strike was mighty, but in the next instant, it halted of its own accord, suspended mid-air. Then, a middle-aged man in black stepped out from behind him, lifted him up with one hand, and brought him before Qin.
I told you, there's something behind you. Do you believe me now?
Qin's body shuddered as he effortlessly broke free from the restraint, gazing at Yi Xiong with a mocking expression.
You. How is that possible?
Yi Xiong's face turned pale even while restrained, his body couldn't help but tremble. He was at the 5th level of the saint stage, after all. Yet he'd been restrained with a single gesture, without the slightest ability to resist.
What kind of cultivation was this? The Grand Saint stage? Or perhaps a quasi-emperor at the 9th heavenly gate? Now, do you still want to invite me to the Tai Chu Holy Land?
Qin asked with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's expression darkened. Feeling the hand gripping him from behind, it took him a long time to force out a few words.
What do you want?
What do I want, you ask? Qin stroked his chin, then said casually, how about, you come with me to the Azure Sanctuary for a few days? With that, without waiting for Yi Xiong's reply, he tossed him directly into the Hall of the Crown King. With the quasi-emperor puppet South restraints in place, there was no need to fear him causing trouble inside. Having lost Yi Xiong's control, the mountain peak hovering overhead instantly shrank and fell to the ground.
Qin casually tucked it away.
Once that was done, with a mere thought, the near-emperor puppet at his side instantly merged into the surrounding space and vanished. At that moment, Qin Tianyi and his younger sister broke free from their restraints and hurriedly flashed over to Qin's side.
Senior brother Qin. Who is that elder?
They were deeply shocked. They never imagined that such a terrifying being would be accompanying Qin. To effortlessly subdue a powerful Grand Saint stage cultivator, such prowess likely belonged to a Grand Saint stage cultivator himself.
An elder who doesn't like to talk.
Qin waved his hand dismissively, then said, please wait a moment, junior brothers. Once I've taken care of a few matters, we'll return to the Holy Land. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward a certain point in the void. The next moment, he suddenly reached out toward that spot in the void.
Rip!
The void tore open like a piece of ragged cloth, and a figure tumbled out from the depths of space, pulled right before him. The figure wore a red gown and possessed stunning beauty. It was none other than Yi Qingyu.
Fellow Taoist Qin, what are you doing? Yi Qingyu's expression betrayed a hint of panic as she glared at Qin and snapped. He. What? Didn't the holy maiden Yi come here to invite me to the Tai Chu Holy Land? Qin chuckled and asked. You've misunderstood, fellow Taoist. We're on good terms. How could I possibly do such a thing?
Yi Qingyu explained, the panic fading from her face as she adopted a composed expression.
Is that so?
Qin remained non-committal. He had long since sensed that she had arrived with Yi Xiong. However, when Yi Xiong had struck, Yi Qingyu hadn't revealed herself. Instead, she'd chosen to remain hidden in the void. Perhaps she'd genuinely intended to be on good terms with him before, but faced with the temptation of the great emperor's legacy, that so-called friendship could be cast aside at any moment. Without saying another word, Qin bound her and tossed her into the Hall of the Sealed King as well.
Senior brother Qin, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
Standing nearby, Qin Tianyi was startled to realize that had actually bound the Holy Maiden of the Taichu Holy Land as well.
Wouldn't the Taichu Holy Land go berserk over this? Is it not good? Qin cast a glance at him. Is it not good? It's very good.
The other party struck first. He was merely acting in self-defense. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin turned to scan the empty void in the distance.
A calm voice echoed out.
Please convey this to the Taichu Sanctuary on my behalf. Their Holy Maiden and Guardian attacked me, and I have subdued them. Tell them to bring mana stones to the Azure Sanctuary to ransom them.
An earthquake is coming to the eastern wastes.
Something major has happened. This is going to shake the heavens.
What a domineering young man.
As a member of the Azure Sanctuary, he actually kidnapped his own sacred son and a sage elder. He is a ruthless one. It wasn't until Qin had departed that several figures began to emerge one after another from the void. They were all the protectors of the prodigies from Mount Tianzu, exuding powerful auras. A few of them even faintly radiated a sacred aura, clearly revealing them to be sages. Everyone stared in the direction Qin had departed, their eyes filled with both shock and lingering fear. They had arrived here long ago and had been hiding in the void, witnessing Qin's terrifying might firsthand. In just a few moves, he had crushed and captured Hanli, a second-tier saint stage cultivator. And then there was that black-robed powerhouse who appeared later. Just the look in his eyes alone made them feel a boundless sense of pressure.
Thank goodness they hadn't intervened.
Otherwise, they would surely have been among those bound hand and foot.
Fellow cultivators, what do you think? Should we send word to the Taichu Holy Land? Someone suddenly asked.
Hearing this, the others all turned to look at the speaker, strange expressions in their eyes.
Wasn't he that annoying?
He'd also taken the Holy Maiden and the sage elders of the Taichu Holy Land, all of them, and carried them off together. In comparison, they weren't particularly alarmed by the fact that Qin had taken the Taichu Holy Maiden and her guardian captive. The Taichu Holy Land had tried to lay claim to the legacy and ambushed Qin. The fact that they hadn't killed him on the spot was already a mercy. Qin looked at their stunned expressions and nodded faintly.
He had no intention of keeping these matters a secret.
After all, word would spread soon enough.
However, since those two quasi-emperor puppets were one of his current trump cards, there was no need to mention them. Qin the Elder and Qin the Younger were tactful enough not to press the issue. Seeing Qin nod, they actually calmed down.
After a moment, they continued by asking about the two from the Taichu Holy Land.
Nephew Qin, what do you plan to do with those two from the Taichu Holy Land? Do you really intend to let them come and ransom them?
Exactly. Qin nodded. He truly had that in mind.
At his current saint stage cultivation level, advancing to the next minor realm would require hundreds of thousands of mana stones.
This would be the perfect opportunity to squeeze some money out of the Taichu Holy Land.
Otherwise, it would be a waste.
And as for the treasures waiting for me in their inner world, I'll be seizing every last one of them later. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I'll back you up, Junior Uncle. The primordial Holy Land is in the wrong to begin with. If they dare come causing trouble, our Qin clan isn't one to be messed with. Qindi and Qin Air waved their hands, their eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. As it happened, a few days ago, news had arrived from the Forbidden Land that one of their Qin clan's ancient ancestors had overcome the crisis of death and was about to emerge from seclusion.
Meanwhile,
the eastern wastes were in an uproar over a single name. The trials at the King Crowning Hall on Tianzu Mountain had concluded. The great emperor's legacy within had been claimed by someone. The King Crowning Hall had been packed up and taken away. The holy sons, holy daughters, and guardians from two grand saint stage realms had been kidnapped. The Taichu Holy Land was being demanded to pay with mana stones to ransom them. And all of this was connected to one person.
Qin. Do you think the Taichu Holy Land will use mana stones to ransom the Holy Maiden?
I don't think so.
If actually did that, wouldn't it be a complete disgrace for the Holy Land?
I think this time, a major war is likely to break out between the two grand saint stage realms. That beast is a ruthless one. Not only did he kidnap the Taichu Holy Land's Holy Maiden, but I hear he even kidnapped their own holy son as well. In a certain major city, quite a few cultivators were discussing the matter.
Amidst their astonishment, everyone wore expressions of gleeful curiosity, relishing the spectacle as if the bigger the drama, the better. Suddenly, one person said, "They're nothing but bandits. They've kidnapped our sacred land as sacred maiden and guardian, and now they actually expect us to ransom them with mana stones? Banditry! We must capture that beast, whatever his name is, and bring him back to the sacred land to face justice." Exactly. We cannot let this go unpunished.
Below in the grand hall, a group of sanctuary elders shouted angrily in unison. Powerful auras surged through the space, causing the hall itself to seem to tremble. Not long ago, they had also learned of the events that had unfolded at Tianshushan. The great emperoress opportunity had been seized by the Azure Sanctuary. Most importantly, the other side had kidnapped their holy maiden and guardian, demanding that the Taichu Sanctuary pay a ransom of mana stones for their release. It was a blatant humiliation. They clearly held the Taichu Holy Land in utter contempt.
Enough! Silence!
From above, the sovereign of the Taichu Holy Land barked coldly, instantly silencing everyone.
His gaze swept over the numerous elders below as he said in a deep voice. "Regarding the terms set forth by that representative of the Azure Sanctuary, what do you suggest we do?" Well, upon hearing this, the elders fell instantly silent. Though they were furious, the other side did, after all, have the moral high ground. According to the information they uncovered, it was Elder Yixiong who had struck first, only to be captured by the Azure Sanctuary's powerful warrior. The other side's demand for mana stones in exchange for his release seemed entirely reasonable. In fact that they hadn't killed Yixiong on the spot could already be considered a show of respect toward the primordial sanctuary. The problem now was that, regardless of whether they handed over the mana stones for her release, the Taichu Holy Land would suffer a complete loss of face. But if they failed to rescue her, given their holy maiden's beauty, there was a real fear she might return next year with a child. By then, the loss of face would be even greater. Most importantly, the holy maiden Yiqingyu was the Holy Lord's own daughter. After much deliberation, an elder stepped forward and said in a solemn voice, "Holy ruler, for the sake of the sanctuary's honor, I believe we must not compromise with the other party. At the very least, we must not compromise publicly." "Oh? What do you mean by that, sixth elder?"
The holy ruler of Taichu fixed a cold gaze on the elder. Withstanding that gaze, the sixth elder took a deep breath and continued. "According to the intelligence we've gathered, that disciple of the Azure Sanctuary has not only obtained the great emperor's legacy but has also taken possession of the Hall of Enfeft Kings."
The Hall of Enfeft Kings is an opportunity for the entire Tiansun continent. How can it be monopolized by a single person?
The holy ruler could issue a proclamation stating that the Taichu Holy Land will dispatch powerful experts to the Azure Sanctuary to demand the return of the Hall of Enfeft Kings, thereby preserving this opportunity for all cultivation realm cultivators across the continent. At that time, we can say that Elder Yixiong was compelled to act out of necessity to preserve the Hall of the Crown King, forcing that upstart to release Elder Yixiong and the Holy Maiden. After the sixth elder finished speaking, he looked up at the holy ruler with a calm expression. The mist swirling around the Taichu holy ruler churned violently. It took quite a while before a voice emerged. "Very well. The sixth elder's words are entirely to my liking. I entrust this matter to you. In 10 days I shall summon the ancestor of the Holy Land to journey to the Azure Sanctuary." A note of satisfaction permeated the Taichu holy ruler's voice. Aside from the great emperor's legacy, the Hall of the Crown King also contains several legacies left behind by quasi-emperors. No one wanted such a great opportunity to fall into the hands of others. With the Taichu Holy Land taking the lead, the great sects and ancient clans of the Eastern Wasteland would inevitably get involved as well. Perhaps even the powerful figures from the three great realms, the Western Desert, the Southern Barbarians, and the Northern Xian, would to the scene. The 10-day wait was specifically to allow those people time to arrive. If this plan succeeded, not only could they retrieve the two captives, but there might even be a chance to seize the King Sealing Hall, or perhaps, the great emperor's legacy might change hands once more. Soon, a message was sent out from the Taichu Holy Land, spreading throughout the eastern wastes. At the same time, in the other three realms, Amitba Buddha, the Hall of the Crown King is a continental opportunity. It cannot be claimed by a single person. In the western desert, a beam of Buddhist light shot upward, dyeing half the sky golden. Countless Buddhas sat cross-legged within the light, chanting sutras. Wherever they passed, whether mortals or cultivators, all prostrated themselves, bowing in devout reverence. In the southern barbarian lands, demonic energy obscured the sky. A Kuanping soared through the void, sweeping up towering black clouds. The Hall of the Crown King contains the legacy left by our clan as quasi-emperor. It must never fall into the hands of the human race. In the North Shen, a sword aura pierced the void as a young man strode through the void as if taking a leisurely stroll. Wherever he passed, the intangible edge of the sword Dao sliced the void, leaving behind countless pitch-black fissures. I'm actually curious to see just what kind of prodigy could possibly carry off the Hall of the Crown Prince. The young man's gaze was indifferent, as if piercing through space to fix upon a certain spot in the eastern wastes. The Hall of the Crown King across the four realms formed a single entity when Qin seized the main hall in the eastern wastes. The halls in the other three realms flew away at the exact same moment. Some unlucky souls who were still undergoing trials inside didn't even have time to escape before being carried away by the halls. The reason they were now— thunder clapped repeatedly in the void, and the sky and clouds paled in comparison. Such a massive commotion immediately alarmed the entire sacred land. Disciples and elders who had been in seclusion in their cave dwellings emerged one after another, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Qin clan estate. It's coming from the Qin clan's direction. What's happening? What terrifying sacred might? Is that Senior Great Uncle Lu? What is he up to? Some of the elders and disciples who had drawn near turned pale, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion as they gazed at the figures in the void. They recognized them as powerful figures from the Holy Lord's faction. At their head was Senior Great Uncle Lu, a sixth-tier saint. Within the Azure Sanctuary, the Holy Lord's faction and the Qin clan were at odds. One might even say they were enemies. These matters were no longer a secret among the disciples. Now, seeing the Holy Lord faction as powerhouses appear at the Qin clan estate and looking as if they had come to call them to account, they immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Could this mean an internal conflict is about to break out? At that moment, several figures emerged from the estate, bracing against the immense pressure as they looked up at the figures in the sky. Senior Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Qin De and Qin Er looked extremely grim. A fleeting glimpse of anxiety flashed deep in their eyes. Ever since they learned that Qin had kidnapped Lin Zhengtian and Han Li, they knew this day would come. They just hadn't expected that, in less than half a day, things would have already come to a head. That kid Qin, he still doesn't handle things cleanly enough. Now that the ancestor hasn't emerged from seclusion yet, this is going to be a real mess. Humph. Have that upstart come out to face me. As long as he hands over the Holy Sun and the great Emperor's legacy, I'll let the past slide for the sake of the two ancestors. Otherwise, the crime of imprisoning the Holy Sun and the Sage Elder is enough to cast him into the abyss of sin, or he'll suffer the endless torment of soul refining. High above in the void, Lu Dao's expression was cold as he glared at Qin De and Qin Er. Quite right. That upstart harbors wolfish ambitions, imprisoning the Holy Sun in a bid to usurp his place. To suffer the torment of soul refining for all eternity. Behind Lu Dao, Lin Song wore an expression of rage. His son, Lin Yuan, had also been captured by Qin. It wasn't just him. More than half of the disciples or blood relatives of the other powerful figures who had come with him had participated in the King's Sealing Hall trials and had all been abducted by Qin. If this had happened elsewhere, once they realized Qin possessed the power to subdue a saint, they wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. But this was the Azure Sanctuary, under the protection of a quasi-emperor. What kind of trouble could a mere saint like Qin possibly stir up? Cast into the abyss of sin to suffer the torment of soul refining? Below, Qin De and Qin Er wore somber expressions. The so-called abyss of sin was a place within the Holy Land specifically designated to punish powerful cultivators who had committed transgressions. The underworld flames burned there year-round, capable of directly scorching a cultivator's divine soul. Even those at the saint stage would be unable to endure the constant torment of soul refining. Eventually, they would perish from being unable to hold on. 2,000 years ago, a peering heaven realm cultivator from their lineage was cast into the abyss of sin. After enduring 300 years of soul refining torment, he ultimately perished. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, a figure materialized out of thin air.
Qin waved his hand, dispelling the sacred aura that had enveloped the entire estate. His gaze fell upon the figures in the sky, his expression calm. He had already anticipated all possible consequences when he bound Lin Jingtian and the others, and had a plan in mind to deal with them, so he showed no sign of panic. Seeing Qin appear, Qin De and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Above them, Lin Sung, who had been seething with anger just moments ago, now showed a slight change in expression and shifted a few steps back behind Lu Dao. Lu Dao looked at Qin. A flash of surprise crossed his face before he regained his impassive demeanor. He had discerned Qin's current cultivation level. 4th tier of the saint stage. Though shocked, this only strengthened his resolve to seize the legacy. Not only the great emperor's legacy, but also the quasi-emperor's legacy within the Hall of Infeft Kings. Whichever one it was, it would bring immense benefits both to himself and to the Holy Land.
You upstart. Now that you've come out, then hand over the Holy Sun's legacy and the Hall of Infeft King's legacy.
As he spoke, he held out his palm up, in a gesture of demand.
Ha! Qin laughed. What a condescending attitude.
As if he were entitled to have the legacies handed over. Fixing his gaze on Lu Dao, he said calmly.
I don't have the legacies, but I can return the people to you.
With a wave of his hand, several figures plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground.
Qin, I will have you killed. Qin, how dare you imprison this holy son? Qin.
Lin Jingtian and the others were bound hand and foot, with only their mouths still able to move the moment they appeared. They roared in fury. But when they recognized the familiar surroundings and saw Lu Dao and the others standing above them, their expressions changed instantly.
A single thought flashed through their minds: this is the Holy Land? Had they returned to the Holy Land in such a humiliating manner? Han Li, in particular, turned pale in an instant.
He, a venerable sage, was bound like a pig or a dog and paraded before senior brother Lu Dao and these juniors. Instantly, a wave of immense humiliation surged from his heart, threatening to shatter his Dao heart. At that moment, Lu Dao and the others above also looked extremely displeased.
Qin, you. Hurry up and release the Holy Son and senior Uncle Han. Lin Song roared.
Seeing his own son among them, bound hand and foot, his eyes immediately blazed with fury. He wanted to step forward to rescue them, but he feared Qin, afraid the other might strike him. Beside him, the other Holy Land powerhouses who had come with him were in the same predicament. They dared not approach. In their minds, Qin had already been branded a madman. In the end, it was Lu Dao who stepped in, summoning the group before him. Qin made no move to stop him. He had already taken all the valuables from Lin Jingtian, and the others keeping them any longer was pointless and would only waste space in the Hall of the Crown Prince.
Junior brother Han, are you all right? Lu Dao severed the talismanic chains binding Han Li and the others, asking in a calm tone.
There was a hint of concern in his tone, but not much. Han Li merely shook his head and said nothing. His injuries were not severe. With the physique of a sage, he would recover quickly. However, the psychological trauma left him seething with hatred. Seeing this, Lu Dao asked no further questions and turned his gaze back to Qin.
Now, hand over the Hall of the Crown Prince.
I can pardon the crimes you've committed. His voice carried a commanding tone, showing not the slightest regard for Qin. In his view, Qin handing over the saint was an act of submission. Moreover, with his 6th-tier saint stage cultivation, he was confident he could subdue his opponent. However, upon hearing this, Qin merely sneered. You've truly lost all dignity for the sake of a legacy. If I didn't know this was the Azure Sanctuary, I'd think I'd stumbled into a bandit's lair. Humph. Upon hearing this, Lu Dao furrowed his brow, his expression turning displeased. He glared at Qin, took a deep breath, and said coldly. Although the primal physique is powerful, arguably the greatest combat physique among the human race, reaching its pinnacle requires terrifying amounts of resources and rare treasures. Even a Holy Land would struggle to sustain such cultivation. While the Holy Sun's supreme battle physique may not match yours, it is still among the top physiques of the human race. It is closer to the Tao, making Below, after hearing Lu Dao's words and observing the expressions on Lin Song and the others' faces, Qin found the whole situation utterly ridiculous.
He stared at Lu Dao, then raised a finger to point at himself, asking instead of answering, "Do I look like a fool?" "What do you mean?" Lu Dao frowned. "What do I mean? Have you lost your mind? I could crush scum like that with a single finger and you want me to assist him in attaining the Dao?" Qin pointed at Lin Zhengtian with a sneer of contempt, his voice utterly unsparing. He wanted him to hand over the legacy for the other to comprehend, then protect his path and help him attain the Emperor realm? No sane person would ever say such things. Or was he really just a complete fool? "Qin, what did you say?
How dare you insult this holy son?" Lin Jingtian roared furiously.
"So what if I insult you?"
Qin swept his sleeve, unleashing a surge of holy might that crashed directly toward Lin Zhengtian.
A terrifying pressure instantly engulfed him. Lin Zhengtian's eyes widened, a flash of fear crossing his gaze.
Only then did he remember that his opponent was at the saint stage.
"Humph! You dare to try to harm someone in my presence?"
Lu Dao's expression turned as still as water as he raised his hand to block the surge of divine might. Then, he glared coldly at Qin, his voice as icy as ice.
"I'm not here to negotiate with you.
You may choose not to protect the Holy Son, but you must hand over the great Emperor's legacy in the Hall of Infeft Kings." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of sanctity surged from his body. He extended one hand, reaching out through the air to grab Qin. Boundless pressure descended from the heavens like a primordial divine mountain. Space instantly froze, transforming into a cage that trapped the group.
"Trying to take it by force? Then go ahead and try. It just so happens I need some mana stones anyway."
Qin sneered coldly, his body trembling as he shattered the frozen space. He then raised his hand and struck downward, unleashing an even more terrifying divine might that split the grasping hand in two.
Boom!
The divine mights collided, producing a deafening roar. Destructive energy scattered in all directions, yet it was confined to an extremely small area, preventing it from spreading further.
"Trouble! Let us get out of here! Get out of here!"
In the void, the others' face
turned ashen. Lin Song and the others hurriedly teleported away.
Qin the Elder and Qin the Younger retreated to the estate, raising a protective barrier to prevent innocent bystanders from being caught in the crossfire. Further away, the disciples of the Holy Land and the ordinary elders stood frozen at the entrance to their cave dwellings, their faces etched with horror as they stared toward the estate. Although the two Qins had suppressed the aftereffects of their clash, preventing them from spreading, the immense commotion still reverberated throughout the entire Holy Land.
A major upheaval is coming to the Holy Land. They've really started fighting. Are there still any saints alive in the Qin clan? Who is battling Senior Uncle Lu? In an instant, countless disciples retreated into their cave dwellings, too afraid to show their faces.
A battle between saint stage cultivators erupting within the sacred land. This was a first in the Azure Sanctuary. Over there, after Qin split the giant hand with a single palm strike, his figure instantly appeared before Master Lu. His right palm opened wide, his 5 fingers as massive as mountains, and he slammed it directly toward his opponent's face. Tiny Dao characters coalesced in his palm, radiating an astonishing force of suppression.
The sky-shrouding great hand seal.
This divine technique, obtained from Qin, had originally been created by a peak at Heaven Realm cultivator. However, when wielded with the prowess of a sage, its power was incomparably greater.
"Humph! A mere peak at Heaven Realm minor divine technique. Dare you come out here to make a fool of yourself?" Lu Dao's expression was one of contempt.
He formed his index and middle fingers into a sword and pointed it at Qin's palm, a sword light that tore through heaven and, at the same time, within the inner world, the saint weapons, elixirs, and mana stones he had previously looted from Lin Jingtian, Han Li, and the others all vanished.
Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out.
"Ding, host sold 8 saint-grade weapons, 16 major artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs, obtained 1,930,000 taels of mana stones. Consumed 1,800,000 mana stones. Cultivation level elevated to the saint stage." A terrifying aura surged from his body as Qin cast a mocking glance at Lu Dao.
What about now? Whose cultivation is higher? A terrifying divine might raged through the starry sky. Some stars and meteorite fragments that were already in ruins were instantly crushed into powder under this divine might, drifting through the cosmos. The overwhelming pressure caused Lu Dao's expression to change drastically, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Saint stage? How could you possibly be at the saint stage? Lu Dao spoke in disbelief. What exactly was contained within the great emperor's legacy? It had actually propelled someone at the enlightenment realm all the way to the saint stage. He had trained arduously for 7,000 years, yet had only reached the 6th level of the sage realm. Just the saint stage. If I wanted to, I could go even higher. Qin's face was filled with a mocking smile as he walked step by step toward Lu Dao. With every step he took, a deep footprint was left in the void. An unimaginably powerful aura pressed down upon his opponent, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was turning upside down. He had to admit, this feeling of overwhelming someone with sheer might was exhilarating. It brought him immense joy, both physically and mentally. Across from him, Lu Dao watched Qin stroll toward him as if strolling through a garden. After his initial shock, the expression on his face quickly settled into calmness. Finally, a hint of covetous greed flickered in his eyes. The great emperor's legacy could actually allow one to directly advance in cultivation. If he were to obtain it, who knows, he might even have a chance to ascend to the grand saint stage. Extend his lifespan by 20,000 years and become a major power on the Tiansong continent. At this thought, the greed in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he barked coldly. You're nothing but a saint brought into being by the legacy. Even if you're one minor realm higher than me, I will still crush you. With that, he struck first. An ancient-looking mirror, which expanded in the starry sky to the size of a small mountain. A beam of purple light shot out, illuminating Qin. In an instant, endless purple flames materialized out of thin air, engulfing the sky and sweeping forward. At the same time, chains of order extended from the mirror, seeking to seal and subdue Qin. A holy weapon? Valuable. Qin's expression remained unchanged as his vital energy surged. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. Dao patterns coalesced before his palm, vaguely forming an ancient character. A tremendous force tore straight through the sea of purple flames, shattering the chains of order within it. Unfazed, he passed through the inferno, raised his palm once more, and reached for the sacred weapon mirror. Hum! A faint humming sound rang out. The next moment, the purple light of the sacred weapon mirror instantly dimmed, and it began to shake violently. Around it, intense spatial ripples surged, causing it to gradually fade into an ethereal form. How dare you? Do you intend to seize this sovereign's sacred weapon? Lu Dao sensed the change in the sacred weapon and roared in shock and fury. With no time to be astonished by Qin's power, his divine sense surged forth, pouring into the sacred weapon. As his divine sense flowed in, the ethereal sacred weapon solidified once more. Seeing this, a smile spread across Lu Dao's face. Just as he was about to hurl a taunt at Qin, his smile froze on his face the very next second, and his expression quickly turned ashen. In the void above, the original sacred weapon had vanished, replaced by a fragment of a meteorite. Turning his gaze to Qin, he saw him holding a mirror in his hand, examining it closely. At that moment, Qin flashed a friendly smile at Lu Dao. With a tone that cut to the bone, he said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu, for the treasure you've sent. I, Qin, shall accept it without hesitation." As he spoke, he cast several restrictions onto the mirror, then tucked it away into his inner world with a flick of his wrist. You! Lu Dao was so enraged that his body trembled, while a deep sense of horror welled up within him. This heavenly fire realm artifact was a sacred weapon he had refined for thousands of years, imbued with his profound imprint. Now, it had actually been seized right before his very eyes. What's more, even the connection forged by his soul imprint had been severed completely. Across from him, after Qin put away the mirror, his gaze returned to Lu Dao. With a smile on his face, yet his voice sounding extremely cold, he said, "To thank you for the sacred weapon you gifted me, I, Qin, would like to invite you to stay at the Hall of the Crown King for a few days.
With that, he stamped his foot, and his figure instantly appeared before Lu Dao. Forming seals with both hands, a colossal illusory figure of an immortal king rose behind him, bearing down to suppress Lu Dao.
You dare to suppress me?
Lu Dao's expression turned icy, yet he dared not produce another magical treasure, fearing Qin would seize it again. He could only wave his hands to conjure a colossal sword that reached the heavens, striking out with the force of a world-splitting blow in an attempt to shatter the immortal king's phantom.
However, in the very next moment, he regretted it.
As the two collided, a massive surge of energy swept across the starry sky. In the mere instant of contact, the colossal sword shattered into pieces. The immortal king's palm, radiating a terrifying aura, continued to press down.
How is this possible? Lu Dao was horrified.
He didn't even have time to flee before the immortal king's massive hand struck him down. The terrifying force even pierced right through the starry sky, creating a black hole. A chaotic torrent of multicolored light surged forth, churning the starry sky. Qin, determined to kick a man when he was down, pursued Lu Dao, who had been sent flying by the immortal king's manifestation, and landed a punch as big as a sandbag right on him. In an instant, blood energy surged and Dao patterns flickered in the dark expanse of the cosmos.
Wave after wave of thunderous roars, intermingled with agonized screams, echoed out.
Indeed, the immense commotion had already pierced through the starry sky, reaching as far as the eastern wastes. What terrifying battle fluctuations! It must be the sages engaged in a great battle.
What is going on? Could it be that the primordial Holy Land has set its sights on the Azure Sanctuary? Is the primordial Holy Land trying to reclaim the kidnapped Holy Maiden and Elder?
In just half a day, 2 battles between saints had erupted, leaving the powerful figures of the eastern wastes filled with astonishment and suspicion. In the past, it was rare to see even a single saint stage clash in 100 years. Some speculated that perhaps the saints of the primordial sanctuary and the Azure Sanctuary were locked in a fierce battle. After all, the Azure Sanctuary had previously abducted the primordial sanctuary's saintess and a saint elder.
Above the Azure Sanctuary,
a vast number of powerhouses at the Enlightenment realm and above hovered high in the sky, their gazes piercing through the void toward the battlefield in the starry sky. Although they could see nothing, they could still sense the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. The power of a saint is truly terrifying. Even from the distant reaches of space, the fluctuations of the battle can still be clearly felt all the way here in the eastern wasteland. Still, with Senior Uncle Lu Dao's cultivation, he should be able to subdue that brat in no time.
Humph, that presumptuous upstart, does he really think he can ignore a holy land just because he is a saint?
Once Senior Uncle Lu Dao subdues him, I'll see if he is still as arrogant as before.
Lin Song and the others sensed the ripples emanating from the battle, their eyes filled with malice. Among them, Lin Zhengtian's eyes held a hint of anticipation.
He hoped that after Senior Great-Uncle Lu Dao subdued Qin, he himself would be able to obtain that legacy.
Junior nephew Qin, are you all right?
Not far away, Qin Di and Qin Er stood alone on
the sidelines. Hearing Lin Song and the others speak, worry crept onto their faces.
Suddenly, the fluctuations from the battle in the starry sky gradually weakened and dissipated.
Everyone's faces betrayed a look of surprise.
Once Lin Song and the others realized what had happened, joy quickly spread across their faces.
Could it be that Uncle Lu has subdued that kid? Ha ha ha, great. Just great.
In their minds, given Uncle Lu Dao's cultivation level, subduing Qin was only to be expected.
They hadn't even considered any other outcome.
In fact, Lin Song and the other few peering at the heavens realm cultivators couldn't wait to tear open a spatial rift and rush into the starry sky. They wanted to be the first to witness Qin's pitiful state after being subdued. Meanwhile, in the dim starry sky, countless meteorites and fragments of stars were reduced to dust. Amid the ruins, Qin stood with his hands behind his back, a figure bound tightly with ropes lying at his feet.
Young upstart, are you intent on severing all ties with the Azure Sanctuary once and for all? Cough cough, cough. Release me. There is still room to resolve this matter peacefully.
Lu Dao's Sora was weak, his white robes were in tatters as he lay on the ground in a pitiful state. His body was bound by chains of talismanic runes, and through his torn robes, his lacerated flesh was faintly visible.
Blood seeped continuously from the gaping wounds, staining the ground before him red. Reconciliation? Ha! Why should there be reconciliation? Sheen's face betrayed his disdain. Whether it was Hanli earlier or Lu Dao now, these people had adopted a haughty. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the starry sky, and the hand reaching into the alternate space trembled. Crack, crack. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, violently tearing through his inner world. But the moment his inner world was pierced, Lu Dao's body shook violently. Immediately afterward, even terrifying cracks spread across his body, and plumes of blood mist spurted from his form. The terrifying backlash nearly caused him to explode on the spot. Sheen paid no heed to this, curling his fingers into a claw. He snatched a vast expanse of radiant light from within the inner world. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hand. Enough! A cold shout suddenly rang out across the starry sky. Accompanying the voice was a chilling swordlight. The swordlight sliced through the void, slashing down from the distant azure sanctuary. Grand Saint Stage. Sheen's expression darkened. With the three flowers above his head still intact, he unleashed a punch that violently shattered the swordlight. The explosive energy instantly obliterated everything tangible in the vicinity. Even more terrifying wounds erupted across Lu Dao's body. The entire man was nearly blown into a mist of blood by the shockwaves. At the edge of the starry sky, Lin San and the others had just left the Tien Sun continent when they were swept away by an oncoming storm. In the starry sky, Sheen retrieved Lu Dao, who was plummeting into the depths of space, half dead, and restrained him by his side. He then withdrew his hand and stood still, his gaze fixed on the distance. A few breaths later, the space within his gaze was torn apart, and a middle-aged man clad in brocade robes and radiating a heroic aura stepped out of the void. The man's gaze first swept over the half-dead Lu Dao, then settled on Sheen. He said expressionlessly, "Saint Stage, primal physique. A descendant of junior brother Qin, you not bad. Ha? Who are you?" Sheen furrowed his brow. This guy's condescending tone from the start made him feel a bit uneasy. "I am the sovereign of the Azure Sanctuary." The Azure Heaven Sovereign? A flicker of surprise crossed Sheen's eyes. Was this the very person who, 3,000 years ago, had contested the title of sovereign with his own ancestor and emerged victorious? 3,000 years and he has already reached the Grand Saint Stage. Truly extraordinary. Across from him, the Azure Sanctuary Sovereign looked at Sheen, then suddenly beckoned with a wave of his hand, shattering the restraints and summoning Lu Dao before him. He severed the talismanic chains binding him and, with a flick of his wrist, channeled a wisp of Grand Saint Stage essence energy into him. Sheen made no move to stop him. He had already nearly emptied the other man's inner world. After receiving a wisp of Grand Saint Stage essence, Lu Dao awoke from his slumber, having been severely wounded. Upon seeing the holy ruler of the azure sky, his face first lit up with joy, then he turned a cold, menacing gaze toward Sheen. "Holy ruler." The holy ruler of the azure sky waved his hand, cutting Lu Dao off. Turning his gaze to Sheen, he spoke calmly. "I do not know what extraordinary encounter you had in the Hall of Kings, but as far as the great Emperor's legacy is concerned, it is simply impossible to propel someone at the realm of enlightenment to the saint stage. And your foundational cultivation is so solid. However, as for your primal physique, you have not yet reached the minor achievement stage, have you? If you were to hand over all the legacies and share them with the Azure Sanctuary, I can promise to provide you with sufficient resources to help you cultivate your physique to the minor achievement stage. In fact, the Azure Sanctuary could cultivate you, giving you the opportunity to achieve the great perfection of the saint physique and attain enlightenment through an unconventional path." Oh? Sheen sneered inwardly upon hearing this. To be honest, the offer was very tempting. If it had been anyone else or any other faction, he might have agreed. However, he didn't trust the Azure Sanctuary at all. Not to mention that this holy ruler must surely be aware of what Lu Dao and the others had done. Given the scale of the clash between him and Lu Dao within the Holy Land, even the dead buried underground should have sensed it. Yet not a single person came forward to stop it. Only now, seeing Lu Dao captured, did the holy ruler emerge. Sheen wouldn't believe for a moment that they hadn't tacitly approved of it.
What's the matter? You're unwilling? The Qingtian sovereign frowned.
It's not that I'm unwilling, I just don't trust you people, Qin nodded bluntly.
What do you mean by that, you upstart? Lu Dao seized the opportunity and immediately snapped at him.
However, Qin didn't even glance at him as he said indifferently, it's not that I want to accept the legacy. Don't talk about training me, let us get straight to the point. 100 million mana stones, and I'll give you the legacy of a quasi-emperor. 100 million mana stones in exchange for a quasi-emperor's legacy. He thought that was perfectly reasonable.
100 million mana stones? Have you gone mad with greed?
Amidst the starry sky, Lu Dao was the first to bellow, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qin.
100 million mana stones!
Even as a Grand Elder of the Azure Sanctuary and a peerless cultivator at the 6th level of the Saint stage, he had never seen such a vast quantity of mana stones. Beside him, the Holy Lord of the Azure Sky's expression darkened as he glared coldly at Qin.
You're not joking?
Even though the Azure Sanctuary was a vast and powerful organization, controlling numerous top-grade spiritual veins, 100 million mana stones weren't something they could just pull out of thin air. The monthly expenses of the elders within the Holy Land alone amounted to an astronomical figure.
100 million mana stones in exchange for a near-emperor legacy, that's a great deal, isn't it? Qin nodded nonchalantly.
He thought it was a great deal. If the Azure Sanctuary truly produced the mana stones, he wouldn't mind handing over a near-emperor inheritance to them. After all, it was merely a near-emperor inheritance of little use to him, while 100 million mana stones could send his cultivation soaring. He might even break through the Grand Saint stage in one fell swoop, becoming a supreme being at the 9th heavenly realm. The Azure Sanctuary sovereign furrowed his brow. He wanted the legacy, but he didn't want to trade 100 million mana stones for it. However, seemingly holding back for some reason, he did not attack Qin. Instead, he continued to persuade him.
Wouldn't it be better to share the legacy with the sanctuary?
The sanctuary would provide you with resources and celestial treasures to help you perfect your physique. You must understand that some celestial treasures cannot be obtained simply with mana stones. 100 million mana stones may seem like a lot, but it won't allow you to perfect your physique. And it certainly won't enable you to attain the Tao. However, upon hearing this, Qin simply shook his head, a cold sneer forming in his heart.
Ha! Such lofty rhetoric, isn't this just a way of wanting the legacy without spending any mana stones?
Young upstart, don't push your luck. It would take the holy ruler no more than a flick of the wrist to subdue you.
We're giving you a chance, don't be ungrateful.
Standing nearby, Lu Dao saw Qin shake his head and immediately shouted harshly, his gaze toward Qin filled with malice. He now actually hoped Qin wouldn't hand over the legacy, so that the holy ruler might intervene and subdue him. The two ancient elders of the Qin clan had been in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years without the slightest sign of life. Their prospects were likely grim. Even if he subdued this young upstart now, no one would come to his defense. This time, the holy ruler of the blue sky did not stop Lu Dao, allowing him to berate Qin. Faced with Qin's stubborn refusal to budge, he, too, had lost his patience. If Qin truly refused to hand over the great emperor's legacy in the hall of the infeft king, he would have no choice but to intervene and subdue him, taking them by force himself.
What's this? The soft approach isn't working, so you're ready to get rough?
Qin's gaze swept over the two men. His expression remained calm, though the vital energy within him began to rise faintly. Just as he was preparing to clash head-on with the holy ruler of the blue sky, a furious roar filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out.
Lu Dao, you brat, who do you say is ungrateful?
As the voice still echoed through the starry sky, a massive foot 420 yards across had already materialized overhead, stomping directly toward Lu Dao and the holy ruler of the blue sky. In an instant, a boundless, terrifying aura filled the space, and vast swaths of the starry sky collapsed beneath the sole of the foot.
What? Sigma!
The expressions of both men turned ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, the holy ruler of the azure sky vanished into thin air, fleeing 10,000 li away. Lu Dao, however, was trapped in place, forced to watch helplessly as the giant foot descended.
Boom! Thud! Ah!
The giant foot landed squarely on Lu Dao. In an instant, a vast cloud of blood mist erupted. Lu Dao's body, which had just been fully repaired, shattered once more, even more severely than before, leaving him in tatters. Sacred blood spilled across the starry sky, forming crimson rivers, only to be obliterated by a terrifying force. Qin looked at Lu Dao, whose face was being crushed by the giant foot, and a hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. He then shifted his gaze upward, toward the void above. There, two new figures had appeared. Both were gaunt, elderly men clad in black. However, one wore a serene expression, while the other's face was filled with a murderous aura. Ancestor Qin Yu. Qin's gaze fell upon the serene-faced elder, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Ever since the day he returned to the Azure Sanctuary, the other had vanished without. Just then, as he was observing them, Sha and the other elder approached him. Seeing this, Qin bowed his hands toward the two. Greetings, ancestors. Sha sized Qin up, tutaying under his breath. The menacing aura on his face visibly dissipated, and a look of sadness appeared in his eyes. Good lad, not bad, very good indeed. The saint stage, you're far stronger than I was in my youth. As he spoke, he extended his somewhat withered hand and patted Qin on the shoulder. At that moment, Qin Yu, standing nearby, introduced him. Qin, this is Ancestor Sha. Rest assured, with Ancestor Sha here, as long as you're unwilling, no one can force you to hand over the legacy. Qin Yu's expression was grim, and as he spoke, his gaze flickered toward the Qingtian holy ruler in the distance. 3,000 years ago, he had lost to that man, thinking he had merely lost the title of holy ruler. He never expected that after the other became holy ruler, he would, while the two ancestors were in seclusion, not only turn a blind eye to but even instigate members of that branch to suppress his own. This led to the mysterious deaths of many fellow disciples and even elders like his senior uncles. Over there, the Qingtian holy ruler who had been left standing aside looked grim. Clutching Lu Dao, who was on the verge of death, he glared darkly at Qin and his companions. When he caught Qin Yu's gaze, he immediately snorted coldly. This holy ruler's actions were also for the sake of the Holy Land. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Sha. As a disciple of the Holy Land, one must prioritize the Holy Land above all else. The ancestor should know how crucial the great emperor's legacy is to the Holy Land. As the holy ruler, I naturally must consider the future of the Holy Land. Moreover, I have already promised to provide the resources necessary to help him achieve the perfect holy body. The Qingtian holy ruler wore an impassive expression even when facing Sha, who was at the peak of the Grand Saint stage. He showed not the slightest sign of retreat. However, upon hearing his words, Sha's expression turned icy. Fine, what a fine holy ruler. How noble of you to consider the Holy Land as future. Let me ask you this, was suppressing the Qin clan and persecuting its disciples also for the sake of the Holy Land? Sha's voice was icy, and he unleashed the full might of his peak Grand Saint stage cultivation, bearing down on the Lord of the Blue Sky. So what if he is a holy lord? He wouldn't even give him the time of day. Today, even without the Qin clan incident, he had intended to settle the score with this holy lord. The overwhelming might of the peak Grand Saint stage surged through the starry sky, and a terrifying aura engulfed the holy lord of the blue sky from all sides. Sha's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes sharp and piercing. He had already learned of everything that had transpired over the years. He never imagined that while he and his eldest brother were in seclusion, the Holy Land would treat their lineage in such a manner. 3 Saint Stage disciples and clan members had been transferred away from the Holy Land under various pretexts, only to meet mysterious deaths elsewhere. Some young disciples with exceptional talent had even been subjected to oppression at every turn. All of this caused a murderous intent to well up uncontrollably within him. Faced with Sha's oppressive aura, the holy ruler of the blue sky's expression shifted slightly. Bracing against the immense pressure, he explained. The deaths of those Saint Stage senior disciples were merely accidents. This holy ruler did not intentionally target or suppress them. As the ruler of the Holy Land, I would never do anything to undermine its strength. Is that so? Sha snorted coldly. The next moment, he suddenly struck, conjuring a boundless divine mountain with a wave of his hand, which crashed down upon the holy ruler of the blue sky. The terrifying aura directly crushed the void, as waves of turbulent currents swept through and sliced through the air. You dare? The holy ruler of the blue sky's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Shah to attack him. In a hurry, he summoned a massive cauldron, suspending it above his head to ward off the descending divine mountain. However, he was only at the first level of the Grand Saint stage. Facing Shah's suppression, who was also at the Grand Saint stage, even summoning a Grand Saint stage weapon could only provide temporary resistance. The overwhelming pressure turned his face pale, and the gaze he directed at Shah grew icy. Just as the great cauldron above his head began to tremble violently, on the verge of being knocked down. Hum! A humming sound suddenly echoed through the void. A massive fissure ripped open in the starry sky, and a gigantic finger like a pillar reaching to the heavens emerged from the crack, jabbing toward the boundless divine mountain. Boom! Splash! The two collided, yet there was no earth-shattering roar as one might have expected. Amid a series of muffled sounds, the laws devoured one another, were annihilated, and then dissolved into nothingness together. Shah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing grimly at the spatial fissure. The next moment, an aged figure emerged from the fissure. Ancestor Lin. The holy ruler of the azure sky's eyes lit up as he looked at the figure stepping out. Lin merely gave him a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Shah. He said coldly, "Shah, have you truly gone mad, daring to lay a hand on the holy ruler? Could it be that you intend to rebel and stir up internal strife within the Holy Land?" Rebel? Lin, you've pushed things too far. Shah stared at the aged figure emerging from the spatial rift, his gaze turning icy. A voice brimming with murderous intent echoed through the space, "If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, I'll tear the damn Holy Land to pieces." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he struck, raising a hand as withered as a twig. He unleashed a punch. Countless runes floated into the air, coalescing into a massive green fist that surged toward his opponent with an aura capable of crushing all in its path. Shah, you really have lost your mind. Above, Lin's expression darkened instantly as he fired a punch of his own. Two massive, rune-inscribed fist shadows collided in the void. However, facing Shah's furious attack, Lin was sent flying, crashing into the massive spatial rift behind him. Seeing this, Shah decided to kick him while he was down. His figure flickered as he plunged into the spatial rift as well. Soon after, even more terrifying battle vibrations echoed from the depths of the starry sky, interspersed with the two men's furious roars. Amid the starry sky, Qin stood quietly, sensing the terrifying battle fluctuations emanating from the depths, an inexplicable expression in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't have much attachment to the Qin clan of the Azure Sanctuary. The reason he had come here was simply to obtain resources, mana stones. But now, watching the ancestor Shah emerge from seclusion to back him up, he couldn't help but feel a slight stir in his heart. That old man, clearly, he didn't have much lifespan left. It wasn't as Qin De had previously claimed, that he had transcended the barrier of death. This time, he had likely emerged from seclusion with the mindset that he would perish along with his Tao. The battle deep within the starry sky raged on for a long time. 1 hour, 2 hours. It wasn't until half a day had passed that the apocalyptic battle fluctuations finally began to subside. A moment later, two figures appeared, one after the other, tearing through the void. Shah's expression was calm as usual, though his robes were slightly disheveled. As for Lin, although his robes appeared even cleaner than Shah's, Qin could tell that they were not the same ones he had been wearing before. Furthermore, his aura felt somewhat unstable, and a faint pallor was visible on his face. Upon their return, without a word, he swept up the Azure Heaven Sovereign and Lu Dao, then tore open a rift in space and departed. Shah watched the three leave without trying to stop them, though his expression remained somewhat grim. He let out a soft sigh and turned his gaze toward Qin. "Kid, I gave that old ghost a good beating. I let him go on the condition that he compensates the Qin clan with resources worth 30 million mana stones. As for those resources, you can go claim them once we return to the Azure Sanctuary. After all, the Lin clan is the true master of the Azure Sanctuary. They control the Emperor artifact left behind by the Azure Emperor. If it really comes to a showdown, even if we awaken my eldest brother, we wouldn't stand a chance against the Emperor artifact. Besides, the old man doesn't have much time left to live. All I can do is help you secure some resources.
Shah's voice was flat. The Lin clan are descendants of the Azure Emperor and wield the Emperor artifact. For that reason alone, the Qin clan cannot prevail against them. Moreover, he feared that if they were to fall out completely, once he and his eldest brother had perished, Qin and the others would face an even more difficult situation. His earlier tough stance was merely an attempt to secure some resources for Qin. Reaching the pinnacle of the primal physique required an immense amount of resources. 30 million mana stones. Qin looked at the ancient ancestor, feeling a slight stir in his heart. However, he said nothing, merely nodding faintly. At the same time, a thought quietly took root in his mind. The reason the Azure Sanctuary is a sacred site is not only because it is a legacy left by a great emperor, but most importantly, because it is protected by a quasi-emperor and an emperor artifact. And it seemed he possessed both of these things as well. As Qin and his companions departed to return to the sacred site on the Tianshan continent, on a shattered star at the far edge of the cosmos, two figures materialized from the void, their gazes fixed on the direction Qin and his companions had departed, their expressions grave. Of the two, one was shrouded in mist, their features indistinguishable. The other was a stern-faced elder whose faintly radiating sacred might was not much weaker than Shah's. Azure Sanctuary, it really is regressing with each passing day. The primordial holy ruler muttered to himself as the mist enveloping him churned, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Drawn by the great battle in the starry sky, he had torn through space to rush over from the Tianshan continent, witnessing every moment of the conflict from start to finish. He looked down upon the Azure Sanctuary's actions with disdain. Yet at the same time, the cultivation level Qin had displayed left him stunned. He was desperate to know what exactly the great Emperor's legacy had left behind that could propel a cultivator at the realm of enlightenment to the saint stage in such a short time. Holy Lord, that old madman from the Qin clan has awakened. We'd better proceed with caution regarding our plans to confront Azure Sanctuary. At that moment, the stern-looking old man standing nearby spoke slowly, his voice tinged with deep apprehension. Shah. Several eras ago, that name was synonymous with a malevolent specter. Together with his elder brother, Qin Zhan, he was hailed as one of the two great fiends of the cultivation world. It was said he had entered a secluded retreat 3,000 years ago. Who would have thought he'd emerge now? Though it seemed he had little life left, that very fact made him all the more formidable. Given that madman's temperament, once he lost control, he might just drag someone down with him before he died. He still had several thousand years left to live and had no intention of dying young because of this. Upon hearing the old man's words, the primordial sovereign fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Let us return to the Holy Land first. Earlier, he had instructed the sixth elder to send a message to the outside world, stating that he was heading to Azure Sanctuary. He didn't know if the message had been sent yet. At that moment, at the Azure Sanctuary, atop the sovereign's peak. What? Resources worth 30 million mana stones? Ancestor, but. From within a grand hall came the startled cry of the Qingtian sovereign. He stared at Lin, his face filled with bewilderment. Was the ancestor actually demanding that he compensate the Qin clan with resources worth 30 million mana stones? That is 30 million mana stones, not 3,000 stones, nor mere mana stones. Even as a holy lord, he had amassed quite a collection over the years, but a quantity of resources like this would be enough to completely drain his reserves. Across from him, Lin's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Humph. It's merely 30 million mana stones worth of resources. There is no need for the Lin clan to pay for it. Just let them enter the outer treasury of the sacred land and choose whatever they want from there. As for the great Emperor's legacy, we must not rush things. Lin's voice sounded extremely cold. He could tell that Shah, that madman, didn't have much lifespan left. He would pass away through natural causes in 1,000 years at most. As for the other one, Qin Zhan, he was likely in a similar situation. He might even exhaust his lifespan within a few hundred years. By then, everything the great Emperor's legacy, the Hall of Kings, would all belong to the Lin clan. What they needed to do now was to protect Qin and ensure the legacy did not fall into the hands of outsiders. Upon hearing this, the holy ruler of the blue sky's expression brightened considerably. He nodded and then asked, Ancestor, regarding Elder Lu Dao's injuries.
Lu Dao?
Upon hearing those two words, Lin's expression instantly darkened. He 1T die, but ELL needs several hundred years of recuperation to recover.
Moreover, his Dao platform has shattered. Even if his injuries heal, he'll be limited to the 6th level of the Saint stage from now on. He has no hope of attaining the Great Dao. No hope of attaining the Great Dao?
Upon hearing this, the holy ruler of the blue sky's body trembled, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. As soon as they returned to the Holy Land, they immediately sent Elder Lu Dao to the Forbidden Zone.
Lin even took out a spirit treasure to personally treat his injuries.
He had thought that a period of recuperation would be enough for him to recover, but he never expected.
That Sha, what a ruthless move.
The blue sky Holy Lord's face darkened. Who among those who had cultivated to the saint stage wasn't a prodigy of their era? For such a person, losing the chance to ascend the Great Tao was far more agonizing than death itself. This is a tribulation destined in his fate. The competition for the Great Tao is inherently perilous.
Back then, wasn't he Qin Yu also?
Lin waved his hand. But just as he mentioned Qin Yu, his voice suddenly trailed off. He suddenly recalled that when he had seen Qin Yu in the starry sky earlier, the other had been radiating the aura of the saint stage.
But hadn't Qin Yu's Dao platform shattered 3,000 years ago? How could that be?
A look of astonishment and suspicion flashed in Lin's eyes as countless calculations raced through his mind. Beside him, the holy ruler of the blue sky's eyes also flickered. He had clearly thought of something as well. The Grand Hall remained silent for quite a while before Lin snapped out of his reverie. He looked at the holy ruler beside him and waved his hand. Holy ruler, first send someone to the Qin clan manor to deliver a message, telling them they may go to the Holy Land's treasury tomorrow to select treasures. As for the matter concerning Elder Lu Dao, I have my own plans. The holy ruler of the blue sky nodded slightly. I'll have someone deliver the message right away. After the holy ruler of the blue sky left, Lin narrowed his eyes, as if gazing through the void toward the Qin clan manor. He muttered to himself, I must obtain the method to repair the scars on the Dao platform.
The Qin clan manor.
Qin Yu, and Sha were gathered together in a small hall.
Sha's face looked somewhat pale at that moment.
The great battle in the starry sky had taken a heavy toll on him. He had merely been forcing himself to hold on until just now.
Ancestor, are you all right?
Qin Yu stood to one side, his expression a mix of concern and self-reproach. He was well aware of Ancestor Sha's current condition. He was practically at the end of his rope. Had he not known of the Qin clan's predicament, he would never have risked awakening this ancestor.
Ah, old age. But I can still hold on for a few more days. Sha waved his hand dismissively. Though his complexion was slightly pale, his aura remained undiminished. Ancestor Sha, with your current Grand Saint stage cultivation, if we were to entrust you with a quasi-emperor's legacy, would it be possible for you to use it to break through?
Qin looked at Sha with a serious expression.
A quasi-emperor's legacy?
At those words, Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Sha with anticipation.
However, Sha shook his head.
An old man who has lived this long, my physical body has long since withered away.
It's no longer something I can break through with mere insight.
Unless I can restore vitality to my physical body, even the Tao insights of a great emperor would be of no use to me. Sha's voice carried a hint of resignation. During this seclusion, he had refined an entire bottle of life water, yet it had only managed to slightly revive his physical body, preventing it from withering away too quickly. To achieve a complete revival, he would need more life water or a flesh and blood elixir. But a treasure like life water wasn't something one could simply obtain at will. As for the great flesh elixir, it required the slaughter of countless living beings, or at least 3 or more beings of the same tier, to gather the necessary ingredients. Shaking his head and composing himself, he turned his gaze toward Qin and said earnestly, However, rest assured, young man. Before this ancestor dies, I will certainly ensure your safety. As Sha spoke these words, a powerful aura of malevolence once again radiated from his body. In his heart, Qin already represented the future of the Qin clan, one with the potential to attain the Tao. Even if he couldn't attain the Tao, a perfectly cultivated holy body would still allow him to reign supreme over the heavens and the earth.
Therefore, even if he were to die, he would never let anything happen to Qin. Hearing this, Qin looked at Sha but said nothing. However, in his heart, he had already secretly noted one thing. Life water. Just as he was thinking this, his eyebrows suddenly arched, and his gaze pierced through space, fixing on the area outside the estate. At the same moment, a voice rang out from outside. Disciple Lin Song, requesting an audience with Ancestor Sha. The Holy Lord requests that the Ancestor proceed to the Holy Land's treasury. Outside the Qin clan manor, Lin Song stood quietly with his head bowed, his face etched with reverence. However, though he appeared calm on the surface, inwardly he was already cursing under his breath, and his body trembled slightly without his realizing it. Upon learning that Ancestor Sha had emerged from seclusion, the Holy Lord had ordered him to come and deliver this message, a task he was utterly reluctant to undertake. After all, he had often oppressed the Qin clan in the past, and he was terrified that if the Ancestor were displeased, he might be ascended right on the spot. Time slowly passed. A quarter of an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. A full 2 hours had passed, yet not a single figure had emerged. But the longer this went on, the more nervous Lin Song became. As a powerful cultivator at the peak of the peering heaven realm, he now looked just like an ordinary mortal, with beads of sweat beading on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks onto the ground. Yet even so, he remained standing obediently, not even daring to lift his head. Half a time later, Sha and Qin finally strolled out of the estate at a leisurely pace. Sensing someone emerge, Lin Song raised his head slightly to glance in their direction, but upon seeing Sha, his body trembled instantly. His face betrayed an expression of profound reverence as he quickly bowed his head, clasped his hands, and paid his respects. This disciple, Lin Song, pays his respects to the Ancestor. Sha remained expressionless, simply staring at Lin Song. Although he gave off no aura of power, that single gaze alone placed immense pressure on Lin Song. He immediately bowed his head. We pay our respects to Ancestor Sha. Sha nodded slightly, then said directly, I am entering the treasure vault. Yes, Ancestor. The two middle-aged men dared not delay after responding. They turned in unison, produced a jade token from their hands, and waved it toward the valley ahead. Hum. A humming sound rang out, and countless runic patterns appeared in the valley as several chains of order coalesced out of thin air. In the next instant, the chains pierced the void, pulling forth a jade-white portal. Upon seeing the portal appear, Sha said nothing. He simply took a step forward and walked through it. Qin, seeing this, followed suit. Amidst a spatial inversion, the two appeared inside a vast chamber. Instantly, an unimaginably dense surge of spiritual energy washed over them, mingled with the faint, refreshing scent of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Before their eyes lay mountain after mountain of piled-up mana stones. Row upon row of shelves were lined with bottles of elixirs, while countless spiritual herbs and medicines were heaped together like weeds. In addition, various low-tier magical artifacts lay haphazardly scattered on the ground. Floating in the air were a considerable number of sovereign-grade divine weapons and powerful artifacts wielded by great masters. As expected of a sacred land, the resources here truly are beyond count. Qin's gaze swept across the vast space, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Those mountains of mana stones, though the majority were of medium to high quality, also included a portion of lower-grade mana stones. These alone represented a vast fortune. Moreover, as a sacred site, there was surely more than just this one treasure vault. These are all low-grade items. They're of no use to you. Let us go. The Ancestor will take you to the inner vault. Standing nearby, Sha didn't even glance at them and headed straight toward the depths. But just as he lifted his foot to take a step, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sha, there's no need to go to the inner vault, is there? Lin emerged from the doorway behind them, staring coldly at the two of them. He had just learned that Lin Song had been subdued at the estate's entrance, which was why he had rushed to the treasure vault in person. What do you mean? Sha spun around abruptly, glaring coldly at Lin as he approached. He had long suspected that the Lin clan wouldn't let them get what they wanted so easily. Sure enough, this old codger was up to something. The inner vault holds the very foundation of this sacred site. It cannot be entered lightly. Besides, the resources in this outer vault alone are worth 30 million mana stones.
Lin met Shah's gaze and said calmly. Shah glanced at the outer treasury's contents. His expression instantly turned cold as he stared at Lin and said, word by word, "You old ghost, are you trying to fob me off with this junk?" Although the resources in the outer treasury were plentiful, more than enough to amount to 30 million mana stones, and likely even more. These items were all meant for those below the peering heaven realm. They might be suitable for training ordinary disciples, but they were utterly useless to Qin, a saint stage cultivator. Standing nearby, Qin, however, remained remarkably calm. To him, it didn't matter whether the treasures were high grade or low grade as long as they were valuable enough. Seeing that Shah was about to lose his temper, he quickly reached out to restrain him. "Ancestor, let us just settle for this. I need these things, too." Upon hearing this, Shah turned to look at Qin and waved his hand. "Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let you come out at a loss." He assumed Qin was compromising only because he feared a confrontation with Lin. Even Lin, standing across from him, thought the same, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin. With such a timid nature, he'll never amount to anything. However, Qin paid no heed to what they thought. After assuring Shah once more that he needed them, he walked straight to the side, opened his inner world, and began to devour everything. A mountain of mana stones, 210. Spiritual herbs and medicines, magical treasures and divine weapons ore. In the blink of an eye, the entire outer treasure vault was emptied. That's right, completely empty. He had literally cleaned out the entire treasury. Staring at the treasury that had been emptied in the blink of an eye, Shah and Lin were momentarily speechless. A moment later, Lin's gaze suddenly turned icy as he fixed it on Qin. "You upstart, what are you doing? How dare he?" He simply couldn't believe that the other party had actually cleaned out an entire treasury right in front of him. Although it was only the outer vault, it was still worth tens of millions of mana stones, far more than the agreed upon 30 million. Shah, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed at Qin. However, his gaze was filled with deep admiration. This kid has potential. He's got what it takes to be a bandit. Even if he were to perish or retreat into seclusion in the future, with a personality like this kid's, he'd never come out on the losing end. Qin glanced at the now empty treasure vault and closed his inner world with satisfaction. Only then did he turn to Lin and say with an innocent expression, "Weren't you the one who told me to pick out resources and treasures here?" Hearing this, Lin nearly spat blood in anger, and his voice turned icy. "I only agreed to give your Qin clan resources worth 30 million mana stones. I didn't tell you to clean out the entire treasure vault." The resources stored in this outer vault, combined with the mana stones, were definitely worth far more than 30 million mana stones. However, faced with this accusation, Qin showed not the slightest fear. He merely looked at Lin impassively. He knew full well that the resources here were worth far more than 30 million mana stones. Since he was already here, and since the other party had played dirty first, he certainly couldn't just stand idly by. At that moment, Shah, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. "Lin, who knows if the items in this outer vault are even worth 30 million mana stones? But rest assured, once we return and take inventory, if they truly exceed that value, we'll naturally return the excess to the vault." He spoke earnestly, putting on an air of sincerity. After speaking, he shot Qin a glance and walked straight toward the treasury's entrance. Qin caught the hint and immediately followed. In the end, only Lin, his face ashen, remained in the empty treasury. "Humph. So what if I give you the resources? In the end, everything will return to the Lin clan." Lin snorted coldly, his menacing voice echoing through the treasury. The Qin clan manor. Inside a room. Qin sat cross-legged on the bed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at a pale blue system panel before him. "System, calculate how many mana stones the resources I just collected are worth." Ding, system scanning and estimating. 13 billion mana stones. Mid-grade. 19,302,000 mana stones. 50,000 bottles of elixirs, 1 million gene of precious ores. 500 sovereign-grade divine weapons, 200 great power artifacts. Total value, 39,800,000 in 3 mana stones. Nearly 40 million. A look of delight flashed across Qin's eyes. He was very satisfied with this result. These items, combined with what he had borrowed from Lu Dao, amounted to a full 40 million. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to the system panel in front of him. With a slight thought, a line of item information appeared. Tree of Life, Heaven and Earth Spiritual Root, Sapling, 1 billion mana stones per sapling. 10 billion? And it's just a sapling? Qin stared at the description of the Tree of Life, the corner of his mouth twitching. Just a moment ago, he'd been thrilled to have obtained 40 million mana stones, but now that he looked at it, he couldn't even afford a single sapling of the tree. He could barely afford a few leaves. Ding, the Tree of Life is a celestial spirit root. There is only one in all the heavens, and worlds 1 billion is already a bargain. All right. Qin sighed in resignation. He knew this Tree of Life was one of a kind. Possessing even a single one would be equivalent to having an endless supply of life water. If he had enough mana stones, he would definitely buy it. But now that he was short on funds, he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. He shifted his gaze downward to another item. Life water, a spiritual spring born from the life divine tree, containing the most potent essence of life. It can revive the dead and regenerate bones. Even powerful cultivators can benefit from it. 1 million mana stones per bottle. 1 million mana stones per bottle. Qin looked at the price of the life water, a pensive expression crossing his eyes. After a moment, he made up his mind. System, I have resources to trade. Exchange for the cultivation level of the 7th tier of the Grand Saint stage, and convert all remaining mana stones into life water. Ding, host traded resources, obtaining 41,200,090 mana stones. Exchanging for the cultivation level of the 7th tier of the Grand Saint stage consumed 29,700,000 mana stones. Exchanged for 11 bottles of life water, costing 11,500,090 mana stones remaining. Since this is the hostess' first transaction exceeding 10 million, the system grants an additional bottle of life water as a bonus. As the system's voice faded, Qin's body suddenly trembled. Hum. A faint humming resonated in his mind, as if a seal had been broken. Countless insights into the Tao surfaced, and surging spiritual energy welled up from the depths of his body, rushing back into his spirit sea. The golden blood flowing through his body gradually began to change, with the red hue becoming more prominent. Behind him, one extraordinary vision after another emerged, merging into a single form. The Emperor's scripture circulated on its own, condensing into countless runes that swirled around his body. 9 ancient characters radiated waves of terrifying energy. However, all these supernatural phenomena were confined within a tiny chamber, hidden from outsiders. 7th level of the Grand Saint stage. Preliminary achievement of the holy body. Qin exhaled and spoke aloud, his eyes unable to conceal his joy. His voice echoed through the space, accompanied by the rumbling of muffled thunder. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand to dispel all the supernatural phenomena. Then, with a flick of his palm, 12 emerald green jade vials materialized out of thin air, arranged neatly before him. The vials were only 3 fingers wide and a little over half a chi tall. Through them, one could see the crystalline liquid inside. The moment they appeared, a powerful life force filled the entire room. A rich aura of life drifted through the space, faintly taking the shape of a giant tree. Is this life water? The vitality is indeed incredibly rich. Qin picked up a jade vial, sensing the powerful vitality emanating from it, and a hint of awe flashed in his eyes. Even just the vitality seeping through the vial made him feel physically refreshed. Something that costs 1 million mana stones per vial is truly no ordinary item. He put all the life water away, stood up, and walked out. 10 days passed. During those 10 days, the Azure Sanctuary remained relatively peaceful. After news of Sha's emergence from seclusion spread, no one dared to come to the Qin clan manor to cause trouble anymore. Lin Song knelt at the manor gate for several days before finally being taken away by Lin. It's been 10 days. Why haven't we heard anything from the primordial sanctuary? Qin sat alone under a tree, a pot of tea resting on the stone table before him, wisps of Taoist essence rising with the steam. He had sent a message to the Taichu sanctuary earlier, instructing them to bring mana stones to ransom the captive. It had now been 10 days, no, 11 days, and there was still not a single word. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Could it be that this was going to backfire on him? Just as he was considering whether to send another message to the Taichu Holy Land, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he raised his gaze toward the horizon. Meanwhile, at the border of the eastern wastes, several spatial portals ripped open one after another in the void. Buddhist light, demonic energy, and the will of the Sword Tao surged forth. The terrifying might of the saints instantly sent shockwaves through the entire eastern wastes, causing countless powerful figures to furrow their brows. Saints emerged one after another from the ancient clans and great sects, their expressions grave. The Taichu Sanctuary. The Taichu sovereign stood atop the main peak, his gaze fixed on the border, murmuring to himself. They arrived. In the void. The three figures who had traveled from afar did not linger. After exchanging a glance across the distance, they tore through space once more and vanished. There was no communication between them during this exchange. Perhaps they had already discussed their plans before setting out for the eastern wastes. The auras of three Grand Saint stage cultivators. Azure Sanctuary. Sheen stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the horizon. From their auras, he could tell they were likely three Grand Saint stage powerhouses at the 7th or 8th sublevels. At that moment, they were rushing toward him. Is it because of the legacy? Or... Just then, the space before him rippled, and the figures of Sha and Qin Yu materialized out of thin air. Two ancestors. Qin withdrew his gaze and gave the two a slight bow. As he did so, his eyes lingered on Sha, revealing a hint of something unusual. The aura emanating from Sha had grown significantly stronger compared to 10 days ago. His physique no longer resembled withered branches. His vital energy was noticeably more robust. At the very least, that air of twilight and decay had vanished from him. 10 days ago, Qin had kept only one bottle of life water for himself and given the rest to Sha. It seemed the life water had taken effect. But at that moment, Sha's expression grew icy as he looked at Qin and said, "Kid, trouble is coming." Those three auras clearly did not belong to cultivators from the eastern wastes. They had traveled all the way from the distant three realms, and with such a display they were likely here for the legacy. Beside him, Qin Yu wore a grim expression. The great emperoress legacy was simply too dazzling now. It had even attracted powerful figures from beyond the eastern wastes. Given the Qin clan's current situation, it would be fine if the Holy Lordess lineage stood by their side, but if not, it would likely spell real trouble. However, as Qin looked at the two elders' grave expressions, his own face remained remarkably calm. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "You two elders need not worry. If they truly come for the great emperoress legacy, there is someone who will be even more anxious than we are." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward another direction of the sacred land. Over there lay the peak of the holy ruler. Upon hearing this, Sha and the other followed Qin's gaze. Qin Yu's expression flickered, while Sha let out a cold snort. A moment later, Qin suddenly spoke up, "They're here." Sure enough, the moment his words fell, above the Azure Sanctuary, the void split silently, and three figures emerged from it. An elderly monk, bathed in Buddhist light, clad in coarse cloth, with a kind and benevolent expression. A burly middle-aged man dressed in black, his expression impassive. The last was a young man, equally impassive, standing in the air with an air of "keep your distance." At that moment, the three suppressed their auras and stood quietly in the air, without the overwhelming presence they had displayed at the eastern wasteland border. Just then, Lin's figure materialized out of thin air, appearing before the trio. Looking at them, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Dui, Kunpeng, Genjio, why aren't the three of you staying put in your own lairs? What brings you to my Azure Sanctuary?" His expression was somewhat grim. He already had a vague suspicion as to the purpose of their visit. Faced with his question, the elderly monk Dewey pressed his palms together in prayer. Amit Ba. This old monk has come merely to meet the prodigy who seized the opportunity to take the hall of the crowned king. Exactly. The other two spoke in unison at that moment. To meet Qin?
Just as I thought. Lin's expression shifted slightly, and his gaze instantly turned cold. Just as he was about to refuse, Sheen's voice rang out first. You're looking for me? Before the sound had even faded, Sheen and Sha had already appeared in the arena. This young upstart, Lin glared at Sheen, seething inwardly. What on earth is this damnable young upstart doing here?
Meanwhile, the gazes of the three old monks fell directly upon Sha, their eyes suddenly narrowing.
Sha, you old devil? Kuanping, at the Grand Saint stage, exhaled deeply, his Grand Saint stage aura faintly rippling. Du Yi and Jianjiu reacted similarly. They were of the same generation as Sha, though he was slightly older than them.
Even before they had fully matured, Sha was already a renowned figure in the Eastern Wastes.
One might even call him a scourge.
When they later rose to prominence, they suffered no end of abuse at Sha's hands.
Kuanping, in particular, had once nearly been stewed alive. Kuanping, you little bird, why aren't you staying in Nanman? What brings you to my Dongwon? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?
Sha's gaze was icy as he fixed it on Kuanping. Old ghost, your lifespan is running out.
Instead of sealing yourself away to preserve your life, you still have the nerve to come out. Aren't you afraid of perishing completely?
Kuanping, at the Grand Saint stage, wore a cold, fierce expression, still harboring a grudge over events from his youth.
Humph. You don't need to worry about that. I'll definitely outlive you. As for the three of you traveling billions of miles to the Eastern Wastes to find a descendant of my Qin clan, what do you intend to do?
Sha snorted, his gaze sweeping over the three in turn.
Your descendant?
Hearing this, the three turned their gaze to Qin.
Dewey pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amat Ba Buddha. Young lay follower, is it you who received the inheritance and took Hall of the Sealed King? That is correct. Qin nodded calmly.
At these words, the three's expressions instantly hardened as they scrutinized Qin from head to toe. But as they looked, a look of astonishment gradually appeared in their eyes. For, despite their cultivation levels, they were unable to discern Qin's exact cultivation base. They could only vaguely sense a trace of sacred might. After a few breaths of silence, Dewey once again pressed his palms together.
Amat Ba Buddha.
Young devotee, several disciples of our Buddhist order are trapped within the Hall of the Sealed King.
We implore you to release them.
Furthermore, the Hall of the Sealed King is a blessing belonging to the entire Tianxan continent. It must not be monopolized by a single individual. We hope you will return it to its original place, leaving a blessing for future generations. Having said this, a look of compassion appeared on his face as he gazed at Qin. Release the disciples of my demon clan and return the near emperor inheritance within the Hall of the Sealed King that belongs to our clan. I only wish to take the disciples of the North Profound Alliance.
Kuanping, a Grand Saint, and Jianjiu also spoke one after another.
However, while one demanded that Qin hand over the near emperor inheritance, the other merely wished to take his own disciples.
Impossible. Before Qin could answer, Lin barked out coldly. He glared fiercely at Du Yi and his two companions, his tone icy.
The King's Hall and the legacy belong to my Azure Sanctuary.
Anyone who dares lay a hand on them is declaring war on my Azure Sanctuary.
He had long regarded the great emperor's legacy and the King's Hall as the property of the Azure Sanctuary. How could he possibly allow others to lay a hand on them? Upon hearing these words, the three from Dewey all turned their gaze toward Lin. Especially the Grand Saint stage Kuanping, his gaze was particularly icy. As a quasi-emperor of the Demon Clan, he had, for some reason, the legacy in the Hall of the Crown Prince. In the past, the Hall of the Crown Prince was located on Tianzu Mountain, guarded by the great emperor's stone statue, so the Demon Clan was unable to retrieve the legacy. Now that the Hall of the Crown Prince had been separated from Tianzu Mountain and was no longer suppressed by the great emperor's stone statue, he was determined to reclaim the legacy this time. As the three stood facing off against Lin, Qin, standing nearby, was also looking at Lin as if he were a fool. Then, under the other's murderous glare, he slowly spoke.
I'll give you the man back for free. As for the legacy of a quasi-emperor, 100 million mana stones. To the highest bidder. 100 million mana stones, to the highest bidder?
Everyone's gaze turned to Qin, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Sha, standing right beside him, was no exception, his eyes wide as saucers as he stared at Qin.
Is this kid that short on mana stones? Didn't he just acquire the resources from a treasure vault? A quasi-emperor's legacy, can that even be auctioned off?
In an instant, several questions flashed through his mind. Even so, he didn't speak up to stop him, he simply stood quietly to the side. Let him buy it if he wants to, as long as someone actually puts up the mana stones. But if anyone tries to snatch it away, they'll have to go through him first. However, just because he had no objections didn't mean others felt the same way. Lin's face darkened as he glared at Qin and snapped.
Kid, do you even know what you're saying?
The Azure Sanctuary will never agree to let you pass on the legacy to outsiders.
The Azure Sanctuary won't agree?
Qin whipped his head around, looking at Lin with utter disdain.
Old man, when did I ever need your permission to decide what to do with my legacy? Does this old geezer really think the legacy belongs to the Azure Sanctuary? What did you say?
Lin's expression darkened even further as he fixed his gaze on Qin. As a disciple of the Azure Sanctuary, the legacy you've received naturally belongs to the Sanctuary.
Oh? A disciple of the Azure Sanctuary? Since when did I become a disciple of the Azure Sanctuary?
Qin snorted derisively. He could admit to being a disciple of the Qin clan, but as for the Azure Sanctuary, forget it. Of course, if the Azure Sanctuary were to put up 100 million mana stones, he wouldn't mind handing over a legacy to them.
Lin was at a loss for words.
Strictly speaking, Qin wasn't actually a disciple of the Sanctuary. Meanwhile, Dui and the others watched the two men arguing, their expressions strange. Kuanping, a Grand Saint, suddenly stepped forward, looked at Lin, and said in a deep voice. Since this person is not a disciple of the Azure Sanctuary, I shall reclaim my Demon Clan's legacy. I hope the Azure Sanctuary will not interfere.
Amat Ba.
Dewey pressed his palms together, his face taking on a compassionate expression. This old monk merely hopes that the young lay disciple will return the Hall of the Sealed King to its original place, leaving a stroke of good fortune for future generations. Lin looked at the two of them, his expression shifting rapidly. After a moment, he regained his composure, flickered away, and retreated back into the sacred land. Seeing that Lin had actually left without a word, a flicker of surprise crossed Kuanping's Grand Saint stage eyes. He then turned his gaze to Qin and the other, speaking coldly, hand over my Demon Clan's legacy and my disciple, and I will leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for subduing you. As long as the Azure Sanctuary didn't intervene, he was confident he could subdue the two. Although Sha's cultivation was slightly higher than his own, he was old and frail. How much of his true power could he possibly muster?
What a sin, what a sin!
Dewey pressed his palms together, his face radiating compassion, though a faint aura of murderous intent seeped from his body. Of the three, only Jianzhou remained standing in the same spot from start to finish, without so much as a movement or a word. Qin looked at the two men without speaking, his expression utterly calm. He seemed hardly surprised by Lin's departure or the pressure emanating from the other two. Beside him, however, Sha's aura surged with malevolence as his icy gaze fixed on the two Kuanping Grand Saint stage cultivators.
You want to steal it?
A terrifying aura at the peak of the Grand Saint stage descended like a primordial divine mountain, crushing down upon them.
Humph. Old Ghost Sha, you're getting old.
This time, I'm not afraid of you. The Kuanping Grand Saint stage figure snorted coldly, flicked his palm, and a massive golden staff appeared in his hand. In an instant, a heavy aura of pressure transcending even the Grand Saint stage filled the space.
Is that a quasi-emperor artifact?
Sha's expression shifted slightly as his gaze fixed intently on the golden staff in Kuanping's hand.
That's right. Old Ghost Sha, I wonder if you can withstand my near-emperor artifact?
Kuanping, at the Grand Saint stage, glared at him with a piercing gaze. Since he had set out to reclaim the Demon Clan's legacy, he had naturally made his preparations. This near-emperor artifact was the very source of his confidence in venturing into the Azure Sanctuary. Now that the Azure Sanctuary was standing by as an observer, his confidence soared even further. At the same time, a Zen staff appeared in Du's hand. It shone brilliantly with golden light, and a dense Buddhist radiance spread out like a tidal wave.
Upon contact, one could sense countless monks and Buddhists chanting in meditation, seeking to take refuge in the Buddhist faith. Another quasi-emperor artifact.
Inside the Azure Sanctuary, Lin and the Holy Ruler stood atop the main peak, quietly observing the changes unfolding in the void. The Holy Ruler of the Azure Sky wore a somewhat grave expression as he turned to ask Lin, "Ancestor, are you sure we really shouldn't intervene? With the Demon Clan and the Buddhist Order bringing quasi-emperor artifacts, Sha stands no chance against them."
But what if?
No need to worry. Lin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and composed.
It seemed as though everything was under his control. He was waiting
for Sha and Qin to be overwhelmed, so they would turn to him to the Holy Land for help. By then, whatever legacy or the Hall of Enfeth Kings all could be naturally brought under his control.
As for the Kuanping Grand Saint stage and the Crossing of Calamity,
they were merely two Grand Saint stage cultivators wielding quasi-emperor artifacts. And just as Lin had anticipated, high above in the void, Qin's expression grew extremely grave as he gazed at the two quasi-emperor artifacts. He took a step forward, blocking Qin's path, and whispered telepathically,
"Kid, once the ancestor holds them off, you get out of here first. Remember, don't return to the Azure Sanctuary. Find a place to hide.
Once the great ancestor emerges from seclusion, he'll come looking for you." As he spoke, a massive black hammer materialized in his hand, and a surging battle intent rose from his body. He didn't possess a quasi-emperor artifact. The black hammer was his life-bound sacred weapon, a peak Grand Saint stage weapon. With his Grand Saint stage cultivation, facing two powerhouses of roughly the same realm who wielded quasi-emperor artifacts, let alone winning, even staying alive was a question.
But he didn't back down. Right now only he could protect Qin.
However, in response to Sha's warning, Qin shook his head.
The next moment, he took a single stride and instantly appeared before his opponents.
At the same time, a calm voice rang out.
"Ancestor, there's no need to worry. It's just a quasi-emperor artifact. We have one too."
"We have a quasi-emperor artifact too?" Sha was taken aback upon hearing this, but when he saw that Qin hadn't run away instead, he was standing right in front of him. His face instantly darkened.
"Sigma. That damn kid doesn't he have any sense of the situation?"
But before he could say anything, he saw a blade suddenly appear in Qin's hand. I suppose you could call it a blade. A blade that was rusty and speckled with faint cracks along its edge. Looking at this blade, Sha's expression darkened even further. This so-called near-emperor artifact, surely it can't be this scrap of metal, can it? Across from him, Dewey of the Kuanping Grand Saint stage sneered. Even Jinjiu of the Beixian domain, who had long since retreated to a distance and appeared to be an outsider, looked on with utter disdain. A cruel glint flashed in the Kuanping Grand Saint stage's eyes as he spoke with a cold laugh. "Kid, where did you pick up this junk? Do you even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as a quasi-emperor artifact? However, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." With that, he summoned his quasi-emperor artifact and swept out a streak of golden sword light. Whoosh!
Amid a dull thud, space was silently obliterated.
A law capable of annihilating all things transformed everything it touched into nothingness.
Ha!
Qin gazed at the golden sword light, his expression unchanged. The next moment, the ominous blade in his hand vibrated, and endless crimson surged forward like a tidal wave. Carrying an ominous aura, it lunged toward the golden sword light.
In the void,
half golden, half crimson, it split this world in two. As they collided, the entire space crumbled in vast swaths, and streaks of black, destructive lightning materialized out of thin air, darting through the collapsing void.
How is this possible?
That piece of junk actually. Kuanping, a grand saint, gazed at the overwhelming crimson light, his expression one of shock and disbelief.
That piece of junk, could it really be a quasi-emperor artifact? But why hadn't he sensed even the slightest trace of energy from it earlier? A quasi-emperor artifact.
That kid actually has a quasi-emperor artifact? Could it be that he obtained it in the Hall of Enfeoffment? And his cultivation level 7th layer of the Grand Saint stage?
In the Azure Sanctuary, Lin gazed at China's figure, his eyes blazing with astonishment. A hint of horror flashed across his face. A quasi-emperor artifact was one thing that could be explained away as something obtained in the Hall of Enfeoffment. But this, what the hell was going on with his cultivation at the Grand Saint stage? He was clearly still at the Saint stage not long ago. How could he have leaped an entire major realm in the blink of an eye? Would he go from the 7th level of the Grand Saint stage to a quasi-emperor in just a few more days? Even if an immortal descended to the mortal realm, their cultivation wouldn't be this fast. Just as Lin was reeling from shock, another change occurred in the sky. The golden sword light was gradually being devoured, transforming into a crimson hue. How could this be? Kuanping, the Grand Saint, flinched slightly. He sensed an intangible force encroaching upon his quasi-emperor artifact. This aura was filled with foreboding. It seemed that even the slightest contact would bring about misfortune. As the golden sword light was about to be completely devoured, Kuanping, the Grand Saint, transmitted his voice to Monk Dui. "Old monk, this kid is unorthodox. You and I must join forces to subdue him first. At that time, the legacy of the King's Hall shall be shared between the Demon Clan and the Western Desert Buddhist Order." He sensed that he alone would likely be unable to subdue Qin. Moreover, the Buddhist path and its cultivation techniques should be able to suppress that ominous aura to some extent. Besides, with the two of them joining forces, that would mean two quasi-emperor artifacts. Subduing that kid should be a breeze. Amit Ba. Upon hearing this, the old monk Dui nodded slightly. After chanting the Buddha's name, he summoned his Zen staff, and a sky-filling Buddhist radiance illuminated the void. The ethereal forms of bodhisattvas and arhats coalesced within the light. Sacred chants resounded through space, and a will to save all beings spread throughout the void, pressing down upon the overwhelming crimson glow. At that moment, the three quasi-emperor artifacts clashed head-on. A terrifying aura swept across the entire eastern wasteland. Even in the other three realms, billions of li away, powerful figures emerged, gazing distantly toward the Azure Sanctuary. "Kid, can you hold your ground?" Sha stood in the rear, his gaze darting back and forth between Qin and the rusted blade, his eyes gleaming. He hadn't expected Qin to actually possess a quasi-emperor artifact. Moreover, had this kid been hiding his cultivation level all along? The 7th level of the Grand Saint stage had nearly knocked his holy eyes out of their sockets. Rest assured, ancestor. They're merely two quasi-emperor artifacts. Qin's expression remained utterly composed. With the omen blade hovering overhead, he seemed to handle fighting two opponents at once with ease. The omen blade, its great unknown, grew stronger against the strongest foes. The item the leader had given him was, indeed, the real deal. At that moment, Dui's staff was surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light, with countless Buddhas standing behind him as he walked straight into the towering crimson glow. With his hands pressed together in prayer, he spoke with an expression of compassion. "Layman, stop this. As long as I am here, even with a quasi-emperor artifact in your possession, you cannot escape. Hand over the Hall of the Crown King and this quasi-emperor artifact, and follow me back to the Western Desert. Practice in seclusion before the Buddha's throne, gain insight into Mahayana Buddhism that will help you rid yourself of the ominous aura surrounding you." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, conjuring a massive golden palm that reached out toward Qin. To be precise, it was reaching for the omen blade hovering above his head. He actually intended to seize this quasi-emperor artifact directly. Humph. Baldy. Qin's eyes turned icy. With a single thought, the omen blade suspended above his head instantly appeared in his hand. Gripping the ominous blade, he didn't hesitate for a moment and swung it down with a single strike. Boom! A crimson blade of light, as red as blood, cleaved through heaven and earth, effortlessly severing the massive grasping palm. The blade's momentum didn't stop, it continued straight toward Dui behind him. Amit Ba. Dui's expression shifted slightly. The Zen staff above his head vibrated gently, and in an instant, the void shattered. In the next instant, the Zen staff materialized out of thin air in front of the blade's path and crashed down.
Boom!
As the two collided, a terrifying aura erupted. The surrounding space was instantly obliterated, the Zen staff's radiance dimmed by a third as it was slashed away. A streak of crimson light flashed, striking Dewey from behind.
Ah! Dewey let out an agonized scream as half his body exploded on the spot.
His expression twisted into that of a malevolent demon, a far cry from his previous air of compassion. Dragging what remained of his body, he instantly retreated 10,000 li away, staring at Qin in utter horror as he let out a hoarse, choked roar.
Impossible! How could this happen?
He was at the peak of the 8th level of the Grand Saint stage, while his opponent was only at the 7th level. Yet that blade of light not only knocked his demon-subduing Zen staff out of his hands but also nearly cut him down. Now, on his remaining half, threads of crimson were steadily spreading, preventing him from repairing his body while emitting an ominous aura.
Nice work, kid, you're really something.
You're just as impressive as I was in my prime. Far in the distance, Sha summoned his Grand Saint stage weapon, his face slightly pale. It had taken him a tremendous amount of effort to withstand the aftereffects of that attack. Yet despite nearly being injured, his face betrayed a look of surprise and delight. Qin's combat prowess had exceeded his expectations.
He is actually this powerful?
Inside the Azure Sanctuary, Lin's expression darkened. Qin's display of such formidable combat prowess cast doubt on the plans he had been hatching.
Rumble!
A muffled clap of thunder suddenly echoed through the sky. High above, Dewey sensed something amiss and looked up at the sky.
The next moment. Boom!
A pillar of lightning, 100 zhang in diameter, crashed down, engulfing him entirely.
This scene once again stunned everyone. How could he possibly be struck by lightning out of the blue?
Only Qin wore a pensive expression as he looked at the ominous blade in his hand. However, though this pillar of lightning appeared massive, its power was at most equivalent to that of the Saint stage. It posed no threat to Dewey whatsoever. Adhering to the principle of kicking a man when he is down, he flickered forward and instantly charged into the lightning pillar, raising the ominous blade high. But just as he was about to strike down, a Buddhist chant suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth.
Amitabha Buddha.
Please spare him, layman. Before the sound had even faded, the clouds and winds in the sky swirled violently. A colossal Buddha's hand materialized out of thin air and descended with crushing force. The golden Buddha's hand obscured the sky, boundless and vast, like a divine mountain with 5 fingers, suppressing all beneath it. A terrifying aura surpassing the Grand Saint stage permeated every inch of this realm.
Quasi-Emperor. It's a quasi-emperor. Damn it, for the sake of their legacy, the Western Desert actually sent a quasi-emperor? That kid-ass as good as dead.
In the distance, at the Kunping Grand Saint stage, Jianjiao and the others wore expressions of sheer horror. The Kunping Grand Saint stage even summoned the quasi-emperor artifact before him, shielding himself firmly.
Does the Western Desert Buddhist order have any sense of decency left? A near-emperor actually dares to lay a hand on a junior of our clan?
Sha was both shocked and enraged. As he gazed at the golden palm that nearly filled the entire sky, a deep sense of helplessness instantly welled up within him. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the Azure Sanctuary, his eyes betraying immense anxiety.
Big brother, aren't you coming out of seclusion yet? We're being bullied right at our doorstep.
And at that moment, directly beneath the Buddha's hand, Qin stood with his sword in hand, gazing at the descending golden palm with an icy glare.
Quasi-Emperor.
While the opponent had verbally pleaded for him to show mercy, he had simultaneously launched a direct attack to subdue him. Yet Qin remained unflustered. With his right hand gripping his sword and his left hand holding due east in place, he stood quietly in midair. Just as the golden Buddha's hand was about to crash down completely and everyone believed he had no chance of escape, a sudden turn of events occurred. A towering figure materialized out of thin air, blocking Qin's path. The figure tilted its head slightly, then raised its palm, striking directly at the descending Buddha's hand.
The next moment. Boom! A wave of destruction erupted.
Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the massive Buddha's hand which had obscured the sky exploded into nothingness. Terrifying near-emperor-level laws swept through the void, causing vast swaths of space to be obliterated only to be instantly smoothed over by another force. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the Buddha's hand in the sky vanished, and everything returned to calm as if nothing had ever happened. Whoa! In the distance, everyone gasped in shock, their expressions a mix of astonishment and doubt. At the Kunpeng Grand Saint stage, Jianjiao and his companion fixed their gaze on that towering figure, their faces filled with apprehension. The figure was clad in black and emitted no aura whatsoever. Indeed, if one closed their eyes, not even their divine sense could detect the other's presence.
A near emperor, another near emperor. Has the Azure Sanctuary intervened? The two were secretly startled, suspecting this was a quasi-emperor from the Azure Sanctuary. Had the Azure Sanctuary finally been unable to hold back any longer? However, Sha and Lin, who were inside the Holy Land, were both completely baffled. Where did this quasi-emperor come from? They didn't recognize him at all. High above, after the near-emperor puppet crushed the Buddha's hand, it retreated to stand quietly beside Qin. Like the most loyal guard, it stood watch by Qin's side. Very good. Qin nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the west. At the edge of the horizon, a streak of Buddhist light flared, followed by the appearance of a golden path. A young monk in white robes, standing upon a lotus flower, walked step by step toward the eastern wastes. With every step he took, he spanned endless space. In just a few breaths, he appeared right before them. The young monk first cast a casual glance at the near-emperor puppet, then fixed his gaze on Qin. Amit Ba. Layman, do not commit murder. Dewey merely wishes to leave a stroke of fortune for future generations. This is an act of merit, without any ill intent. How about you hand him over to me, so I can take him back to Ling Mountain to reflect on his actions? No ill intent? He attacks me out of the blue, and now he wants to use my stroke of fortune to build up his own merit? Qin almost thought he misheard. This is like a monk holding an umbrella, completely lawless, isn't it? He looked at the white-robed monk, suddenly smiled, and said calmly, "Spare him, it's not out of the question. It just depends on how many mana stones Ling Mountain is willing to offer." As soon as those words were spoken, the air seemed to grow still. Whether it was Kunpeng at the Grand Saint stage, Jianjiao, Sha, or Lin from the Holy Land, everyone wore an expression of bewilderment. Especially Sha. His heart was pounding at 180 beats per second, nearly leaping out of his chest. What a bold young man he even admitted his mistake earlier. This kid was clearly even more formidable than himself. He is even daring enough to rob a quasi-emperor. Sure enough, upon hearing Qin's words, this Buddhist quasi-emperor instantly furrowed his brow, his gaze turning somewhat cold. The Buddha is merciful. I implore you, layman, to let go at once. Otherwise, as for a mere puppet of the first heavenly realm, I am still capable of subduing it. As he spoke, strands of imperial might radiated from his body. A chilling aura instantly spread through the void. Senior Uncle Wuchen, save me! Du Yi, who had been subdued, also cried out for help. At that moment, half of his body remained in tatters. The relatively intact other half was now, at some unknown point, covered in twisted, crimson runes that exuded a thick, ominous aura. Even his eyes, which had once radiated Buddhist light, were now faintly tinged with red. Staring with those slightly reddened eyes, he fixed his gaze intently on Qin. Let this old monk go. Only by following Senior Uncle Wuchen into my Ling Mountain and practicing in seclusion for 10,000 years can you purge the karmic obstacles from your body. Oh? Is that so? Qin turned his gaze toward Dewey, a brilliant smile suddenly breaking across his face. The next moment. Boom! The crimson aura struck down, sending a massive cloud of blood mist billowing into the air. The old monk, who had previously retained half his body, was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterward, the ominous blade suddenly erupted with a suction force, devouring every last trace of the blood mist essence. Faintly, the rust on the blade's surface seemed to deepen slightly. This scene unfolded so suddenly that it caught everyone present completely off guard. Watching Dewey vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye,
everyone except for the quasi-emperor named Wuchen was left speechless with shock. Kuanping, a grand saint, even quietly swallowed hard. This madman had actually killed a Buddhist grand saint right in front of a Buddhist quasi-emperor. It was utterly insane. Thank goodness he himself was still alive. However, the next moment, he seemed to realize something, and his expression shifted slightly. Instantly, his figure vanished into thin air, for his life toward the direction of the southern barbarians. Sure enough, just as Kuanping, the Grand Saint's stage, had barely escaped, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Wicked creature! Wuchen's eyebrows shot upward as a roar filled with boundless fury rang out. The space ahead exploded instantly, and his imperial might, vast and overwhelming, swept across the heavens and earth. He reached out and grasped forward a Zen staff tore through space and appeared in his hand. Then, a sky full of Buddhist light burst forth, and the ethereal forms of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas materialized. These ethereal figures, some chanting sutras, some forming hand seals, some wielding vajra staffs or seven-story pagodas, descended upon Qin to subdue him. Facing the might of a quasi-emperor, Qin's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He simply hurled the ominous blade from his hand, then pointed a finger at the quasi-emperor Wuchen. A calm voice emerged from his lips. "Kill him." Before his words had even finished, the near-emperor puppet at his side caught the ominous blade. He then took a step forward, and a crimson blade light flared across the heavens and earth. 10,000 Buddhas were extinguished, the Buddhist light dissipated, and all the ethereal figures were instantly torn to shreds. The battle between the near emperors had begun. Boom! 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 The two near emperors clashed in the heavens, unleashing a terrifying roar. Even though they deliberately suppressed their power, the leaked aftershocks still caused the void to collapse in a horrific manner. A terrifying aura swept across the entire eastern wasteland. The earth shook violently, cracking open into a massive abyss. My God, what is happening? Is the world coming to an end? Near emperors are battling. Near emperors are actually fighting within the Tien Sun continent. Are they trying to sink the eastern wastes? Countless living beings let out terrified wails. Even those with relatively powerful cultivation were filled with horror. From the forbidden zones of the ancient clans and great sects, saints emerged, gazing at the eastern wastes in turmoil with faces full of concern. However, it was clear that these concerns were unfounded. In the midst of battle, the two near emperors shattered the fabric of space and left the Tien Sun continent in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the starry sky, causing the stars to tremble. However, by the time that aura reached the continent, it had grown extremely faint, so faint that even ordinary mortals would not be harmed by it. And in the eastern wastes, calm returned in an instant. Just then, Sha appeared and approached Qin. "Kid, are you okay?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine," Qin replied, shaking his head indifferently. What could possibly be wrong with him? Hearing this, Sha felt slightly relieved, but then turned his gaze toward the sky, his expression growing worried. Could there be a problem up there? Earlier, the Buddhist sect's near emperor had said that the black-robed near emperor was merely a puppet, and he feared they might not be a match for him. If the puppet near emperor were subdued and the Buddhist sect's near emperor returned, that would spell big trouble. Qin couldn't very well conjure up another near emperor level puppet, could he? Qin shook his head slightly, his expression calm. Rest assured, ancestor, everything will be fine. He had long since realized that the quasi-emperor Wuchen, just like the puppet, was only at the first level of the quasi-emperor realm. Although the puppet lacked self-awareness, it was imbued with various grand formations and techniques left behind by a great emperor, allowing it to fight on its own. Its combat power was on par with any other quasi-emperor of the same realm. Plus, wielding the Omen blade, even if he couldn't subdue Wuchen, he could at least drive him back. Although Sha still harbored some concern, seeing Qin's composed expression, he said nothing more. Meanwhile, deep within the starry sky, two terrifying figures clashed repeatedly. Wave after wave of annihilating energy caused countless great stars to shatter and plummet. The once dazzling starry sky was instantly reduced to ruins, becoming a desolate wasteland. The quasi-emperor puppet held the Omen blade. Its rust-stained blade emitted a heavy, ominous aura. Consequently, the puppet's originally pitch-black pupils were now tinged with crimson.
Across from him, Wuchen clasped his hands together, his body radiating boundless Buddhist light.
Controlling the quasi-emperor artifact, the Zen staff, he clashed furiously with the omen blade.
Terrifying shockwaves swept through the area, shattering space and dimming the starry sky.
However, as the battle raged on, a hint of alarm suddenly flashed across Wuchen's face. He discovered that his quasi-emperor artifact staff had actually developed numerous fine, visible gashes.
The quasi-emperor artifact had been cut.
What's more, a faint, ominous aura was seeping into his body through the connection between him and the quasi-emperor artifact.
What kind of evil artifact is this, to be so bizarre? Wuchen felt utterly frustrated.
He had no idea what kind of divine metal the puppet was forged from. When his divine abilities struck it, they could at best only knock it back, they couldn't even break through its defenses.
On the contrary, after every collision, a mark would appear on his quasi-emperor artifact, and its aura would gradually weaken.
He sensed that if he kept fighting like this, regardless of whether he survived or not, this quasi-emperor artifact would certainly be rendered useless. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to make up his mind.
The quasi-emperor artifact, a Zen staff, suddenly unleashed a terrifying blow, knocking the quasi-emperor puppet back.
Immediately afterward, a golden path of light unfolded beneath his feet, and he prepared to flee toward the Tian-Sun continent.
However, in the very next moment,
a gigantic palm appeared out of thin air in the starry sky, radiating a terrifying quasi-emperor's might, instantly severing the golden path of light.
Immediately afterward, another figure clad in black stepped forward.
Together with the previous quasi-emperor puppet, they flanked Wuchen, trapping him between them.
What?
Wuchen stared at the two identical figures, his mind reeling.
Was there actually another quasi-emperor hiding in the starry sky? What a masterstroke!
The two puppets gave him no time to think, unleashing their full combat power in unison as they charged forward. A golden fist and a crimson blade, two completely different forces, instantly engulfed Wuchen in the center. Meanwhile, the sudden appearance of this additional near-emperor's aura sent shockwaves through the crowd on the eastern wasteland.
What's going on? How could another aura have appeared?
Above the Azure Sanctuary, Sha, Jianjiu, and Lin, who had re-emerged, exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with astonishment.
It's almost over. Qin exhaled quietly. Two first-tier puppets should be able to subdue the enemy, right? Even if they can't, they'll at least leave something behind.
Sure enough, with the addition of the second quasi-emperor puppet, the battle in the starry sky quickly came to an end. As the battle's fluctuations ceased, Sha and the others all wore expressions of tension. Their eyes were fixed intently on the sky beyond, and even their breathing grew heavier. A few breaths later, the sky above suddenly tore open, and a figure clad in black emerged from it. The quasi-emperor puppet was covered in blood. In one hand he held an ominous blade, while the other clutched a severed forearm and a staff that had been nearly severed. The severed forearm was still dripping blood, and dense essence energy seeped into the surrounding space.
Whoa!
Jianjiu, Lin, and the others gasped in shock at the sight. A chill ran down their spines.
Could it really be this brutal?
Even a near-emperor had lost half an arm, and his near-emperor artifact had nearly been severed. Fear unconsciously crept into their eyes as they looked at Qin. Beside Qin, Sha also swallowed hard. Looking at the near-emperor puppet, his eyes betrayed both excitement and a hint of fear. At that moment, the near-emperor puppet flickered and appeared before Qin, holding out the three items in its hand. Qin took the omen blade and stowed it away, then cast a glance at the nearly snapped Zen staff and the severed half-arm. From the information transmitted by the puppet, he already knew that the quasi-emperor Wuchen had managed to escape. At the cost of sacrificing his quasi-emperor artifact and half an arm, he had fled back to the western desert. Without saying a word, he stowed the two items away and swept his gaze toward Jianjiu and Lin in the distance. Lin met Qin's gaze and a look of fear flashed across his face. Jianjiu, however, wore a solemn expression as he bowed his hands toward Qin. "Fellow Daoist, I only wish to rescue the disciples of the Northern Shin Alliance trapped by the Sealed King's Hall. I mean no harm." Qin nodded. This man had indeed never shown any hostility toward him. After a moment's thought, he gave a slight mental command, and 5 figures tumbled out of the void, landing before Jianzhou. The 5 looked utterly bedraggled and were still somewhat dazed when they first appeared. Upon seeing Jianzhou, however, their faces lit up with delight.
Great-great-uncle Jian.
Heaven only knew how they managed to survive these past 10 days. They nearly given up hope of ever seeing the sun again. Jianzhou cast a glance at the 5 of them, then bowed his hands toward Qin once more. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." With that, he swept the disciples up and soared away into the sky. After traveling a short distance, his body seemed to pause for an instant before continuing on. Sha watched Jianzhou depart and suddenly remarked with a hint of regret, "What a pity we let a little bird slip away."
Slipped away?
Ha! Qin chuckled softly upon hearing this. At the same time, on a mountaintop far away at the eastern frontier of the eastern wastes. I never imagined that Kid actually possessed a quasi-emperor level golem. Thank goodness I made the decisive choice to leave. Kuanping, a grand saint, wore an expression of both relief and relief. Thinking back now, he couldn't help but applaud his own wit and decisiveness. With that puppet around, there's no way I can obtain the legacy. I'd better return to Nanman first. Muttering to himself, he turned and raised his hand, preparing to tear open a spatial rift to return to Nanman. But just as he turned, his body suddenly shuddered, and he froze in place. In the void behind him, a figure clad in black had appeared out of nowhere, staring at him expressionlessly. For a moment, their eyes locked. One glance confirmed it was the right person. Above the Azure Sanctuary. With Jianzhou's departure, only Qin, Sha, and Lin remained in the sky. It seemed as though everything had come to an end, and calm had settled over the scene. Yet within this calm lay an indescribable sense of oppression. Lin's gaze shifted nervously. He dared not look directly at Qin and Sha. "Humph." Sha snorted coldly, filled with utter contempt for Lin's actions. How could he not know what Lin had been plotting when he retreated into the sanctuary earlier? He turned his gaze to Qin and asked with some concern, "Kid, what do we do next?" With a Grand Saint stage cultivator dead at the Western Desert Spirit Mountain and their quasi-emperor severely wounded, they certainly wouldn't let this go. It was likely they'd come knocking to settle the score before long. By then, it wouldn't be the quasi-emperor from the first heavenly gate who'd arrive. It would inevitably be some living fossil, an ancient relic like me, and they might even bring an emperor artifact. At that point, how could Qin possibly hold his own with just this one quasi-emperor puppet? As for the Azure Sanctuary, with the Lin clan in control, we'd be lucky if they didn't kick us while we're down. How could we possibly count on them to intervene? Qin knew exactly what the other was thinking and waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. If the West Desert Spirit Mountain really comes, I have a way to handle it." Since he dared to slay Dui and hunt down a quasi-emperor, he had naturally prepared to face the entire Spirit Mountain. He still has a way to deal with it? Shah's expression changed. Could it be? At that moment, he recalled the third quasi-emperor's aura that had suddenly appeared in the starry sky earlier. But the next moment, he dismissed the thought. If that had been a powerful quasi-emperor, there is no way the quasi-emperor from the Western Desert Spirit Mountain would have escaped. Let us head back to the estate first. After much deliberation, Sha decided it was best to return to the estate first and wake up the boss himself. With the boss holding the fort, he'd feel a little more at ease. Given the boss's standing, he might even be able to borrow the Azure Sanctuary's Emperor artifact when the time came. Let us wait a little longer. Qin shook his head. Wait? Sha looked puzzled. Wait for what? Wait for the quasi-emperor from Spirit Mountain to arrive? Faced with Sha's puzzled gaze, Qin simply smiled and said nothing. He turned his gaze toward a patch of empty space in the distance and stood there quietly. Seeing this, Sha felt puzzled but had no choice but to go along with it. Not far away, Lin had not left either. Instead, he watched the two silently, his expression grave. After another moment, a faint ripple suddenly emanated from the space Qin was gazing at. Immediately afterward, the space tore open, and 2 figures stepped out from within. The appearance of these two instantly caused Sha and Lin to furrow their brows. Lin's face betrayed a look of wariness.
Sha's gaze, meanwhile, turned cold. He stared at the two, his voice icy. The Taichu Holy Land? Over the past period, he had also learned of some of the events that had taken place at the Hall of the Sealed King. The Taichu Holy Land had once attacked Qin in an attempt to seize his legacy. Across from them, the Taichu Holy Lord glanced at Sha but said nothing. However, when his gaze shifted to Qin and the quasi-emperor golem beside him, his expression changed. He clasped his hands together and said very politely, "Fellow Daoist, you have been blessed with profound fortune. Not only has your cultivation reached the Grand Saint stage, but you have also obtained such a heaven-defying artifact as a quasi-emperor level golem." As he spoke, a deep sense of apprehension lingered in the depths of his eyes. He had no idea what benefits the young man before him had gained from the great emperor's legacy, but his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. First, he had advanced from the Enlightenment realm to the Saint stage, and now to the Grand Saint stage. It completely overturned his understanding of the cultivation world. Moreover, the other party actually controlled at least two quasi-emperor level puppets. With that level of power, one could already establish a holy land. He. Qin chuckled softly at the Taichu Holy Lord's words, neither confirming nor denying them. He then asked, "Holy Lord, you didn't travel all the way from the Taichu Holy Land just to discuss this, did you?" Ever since he had subdued Lu Dao in the starry sky last time, he had noticed the two of them watching from afar. It was just that they hadn't revealed themselves on that occasion. Upon hearing this, the Taichu Holy Ruler fell silent for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Qin and said, "You once said that for just 100 million mana stones, you would trade a quasi-emperor's legacy. Is that true?" He had heard Qin say those exact words the last time he watched the battle in the starry sky. Counting this instance, it was the second time. This sparked a thought in his mind. Is he here for the quasi-emperor's legacy? Qin looked at the supreme ruler of Taichu, feeling somewhat surprised. He had assumed the other party had come to ransom someone. But this was even better. He nodded and said, 100 million mana stones for a quasi-emperor's legacy. That is, of course, true for others. However, if your Taichu Holy Land wishes to make the exchange, I'm afraid that won't be enough. Upon hearing this, the supreme ruler of Taichu's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Was he looking down on the Taichu Holy Land? Or was he trying to make an exorbitant demand? Upon hearing this, Qin's gaze grew slightly colder. Without another word, he simply waved his hand, flinging two figures out of the king's hall within the inner world. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the Taichu Holy Ruler and say coldly, "Surely you haven't forgotten what your Taichu Holy Land has done, Holy Ruler? Xingyu, Elder Yi?" The sovereign of the primordial Holy Land watched the two figures being flung out, his expression turning grim. Yi Qingyu was fine, she was merely a bit pale. As for Yi Xiong, he was completely battered and bruised, his hair disheveled and his face filthy. Anyone unaware of the situation would have mistaken him for some mundane beggar. Father! Sovereign! The two also spotted the sovereign of the primordial Holy Land, their faces lighting up with surprise and joy. They wanted to rush to his side, but their bodies were completely immobilized, firmly restrained by Qin. "You upstart! In the presence of the Holy Ruler, why don't you release us at once? Aren't you afraid the Holy Ruler will subdue you?" Yi Xiong shouted at Qin, his face flushed with anger. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the Taichu Holy Ruler. It was as if he were saying, "Holy Ruler, please subdue this upstart at once." Upon hearing Yi Xiong's words and seeing the look in his eyes, the Taichu Holy Ruler's expression darkened instantly. Subdue him? He'd love to. But he'd need the power to do so. With his meager cultivation at the first level of the Grand Saint stage, Qin could subdue him in return without even needing that quasi-emperor golem to intervene. Even the stern-faced old man who had been standing quietly beside the primordial Holy Ruler now shot Yi Xiong a fierce glare. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." In a situation like this, unless a quasi-emperor level ancestor from the Holy Land intervened, who could possibly stand a chance? Yi Xiong was taken aback by the expressions on both their faces. What is going on? The Holy Ruler is notorious for his short temper in the Holy Land. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Could it be that he is afraid of a mere Saint Stage Jr.?
Locked away in the Hall of the Sealed King, he was unaware that Qin's cultivation level was no longer at the 4th level of the Saint Stage, as he had seen back on Tiansushan.
Qin watched the three of them exchanging meaningful glances, a mocking expression on his face. He turned his gaze to the Tai Chu Holy Ruler. What? Are you going to suppress me? Humph. The Tai Chu Holy Ruler naturally detected the mockery in Qin's voice and snorted coldly. What do you want?
Upon hearing this, the mockery faded from Qin's face. With a serious expression, he held up 2 fingers.
It's simple. 100 million for the near Emperor legacy, 20 million for the 2 of you.
You give me the mana stones, and I'll let them go.
100,200,000 mana stones. The Supreme Ruler of the Primordial Era's expression shifted.
He exchanged a brief glance with the stern-faced elder beside him, then finally nodded solemnly.
Agreed.
The Primordial Sanctuary is willing to provide those mana stones. However, if you go back on your word and fail to hand over the Near Emperor legacy, don't blame the Primordial Sanctuary for turning against you. As he spoke, his gaze drifted intentionally or not toward Lin in the distance. The legacy is mine. How I choose to handle it is none of the Azure Sanctuary's business.
Qin's expression remained calm.
He had, of course, picked up on the Holy Lord of the Primordial's unspoken implication. It was nothing more than a fear that the Azure Sanctuary might refuse, sparking a dispute. Or perhaps the legacy had already fallen into the Azure Sanctuary's hands, and he simply couldn't produce it himself. In the distance, Lin listened to the exchange between Qin and the Holy Lord of the Primordial, his expression darkening considerably. He desperately wanted to step forward and stop them, but he feared that Qin's murderous intent hadn't subsided and that he might be refined into mana stones. After all, the image of Dui's demise was still vividly etched in his mind.
And then there was that quasi-emperor from the Western Desert.
This madman had even dared to lay a hand on a quasi-emperor from the Western Desert's Spirit Mountain. He had no doubt whatsoever that if he were to step forward at this moment, the other party would not spare him. Upon hearing Qin's words and seeing that Lin remained silent, the Primordial Sovereign's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Then, casting aside all caution, he flipped his palm, and a mountain of mana stones compressed into a small space appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A storm of spiritual energy swept through, releasing an incredibly dense surge of spiritual energy that made even the air feel viscous. Seeing this, Qin didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the restrained Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyu toward the other side. At the same time, the space before him split open, revealing a stone statue over a zhang tall. The statue resembled a middle-aged man and appeared quite ordinary. However, the faint aura of authority emanating from it caused the surrounding space to warp.
The entire transaction went surprisingly smoothly.
For some reason, not a single Near Emperor appeared within the Azure Sanctuary from start to finish. Qin probed the space in his hand which held a small mountain of mana stones with his divine sense. After confirming the quantity was correct, a smile spread across his face. Across from him, the Primordial Holy Ruler swiftly stowed away the legacy statue. Without so much as a word, he swept up Yi Xiong and Yi Qingyu and left immediately.
They just left like that.
Beside Qin, Sha, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Gazing at the departing Primordial Holy Ruler and his group, a hint of reluctance flashed across his face.
A Near Emperor's legacy. It really was sold off just like that. What? Does the ancestor want this legacy?
Qin turned to look at Sha.
It's just a bit of a shame.
Sha waved his hand dismissively. His eldest brother was a Near Emperor himself and often imparted teachings to him that was far more valuable than any Near Emperor legacy. As for the Near Emperor scriptures, he had plenty of those already. Hearing this, Qin smiled and said nothing more, instead tucking the mana stones away into his inner world.
Damn it!
In the distance, Lin's face was so dark it looked as if rain were about to fall. A hint of deeply concealed malice flashed in his gaze as he looked at Qin. For the quasi-emperor's legacy to be sold off like this was an immense loss for the Azure Sanctuary. What was even harder for him to accept was that, despite the massive commotion caused by the quasi-emperor battle outside, not a single quasi-emperor, not even his senior uncles or the ancestors, had appeared from within the Forbidden Realm. If even one had shown up, they wouldn't have had to hand over the quasi-emperor's legacy to another. What he didn't know, however, was that within the sacred land's forbidden zone at that very moment, a game of strategic maneuvering had only just begun. In the dim, shadowy space, 5 massive mounds rose from the ground. On top of one of these mounds, 2 gaunt figures, resembling withered trees, sat cross-legged. Between them lay a chessboard. Strangely, there were no pieces on it. Instead, tiny shadows were locked in fierce combat. The intense laws of the Tao swept through the air, yet they were confined solely to the board. They were like rulers presiding over all sentient beings, watching the pieces battle within the game. At that moment, one of the figures spoke. "Qin Zhan, you should know what a quasi-emperor's legacy means to the sacred land."
Of course I know. But that legacy was obtained by a descendant of my Qin clan. What does it have to do with the sacred land?
The elderly man named Qin Zhan spoke indifferently, his face betraying a look of disdain.
Humph. You of the Qin clan aren't you people of the Holy Land?
The figure across from him spoke again, a hint of anger in his voice. As soon as those words were uttered, the space suddenly fell silent.
The next moment. Boom! An utterly terrifying aura swept through the entire Forbidden Realm. Qin Zhan's expression turned icy cold as his eyes glared menacingly at the person across from him.
Ha, very well. Lin Di, you must remember that we of the Qin clan are also people of the sacred land.
Then shouldn't you offer an explanation for the sacred ones of our Qin clan who were oppressed and perished over these past 3,000 years?
Across from him, Lin Di frowned and waved his hand to suppress the surging, terrifying aura. I will personally investigate this matter thoroughly. But you must take responsibility for the fact that a junior of your Qin clan arbitrarily handed over the near emperor inheritance to others.
Lin Di's expression was utterly indifferent.
If Qin Zhan hadn't intervened just now, he would have already stepped in to stop those two from the Taichu Holy Land.
How could he have stood by and watched the near emperor legacy be taken away? Take responsibility? F you and your mother.
Qin Zhan roared furiously, his near emperor might surging as he slammed a palm directly toward Lin Di across from him.
You dare? Lin Di was both shocked and enraged. How dare Qin Zhan actually strike within the forbidden zone?
Without a moment's hesitation, he moved to intercept his opponent. At the same time, he summoned a small cauldron to suppress and isolate all energy fluctuations, preventing them from disturbing the other slumbering powerhouses. However, he had still underestimated the power of Qin Zhan's strike. The terrifying force sent the small cauldron flying, smashing through the Forbidden Land and hurtling toward the outside world. The massive energy fluctuations caused the entire Forbidden Land to tremble violently. 2 of the 5 great tombs were instantly flattened, while the remaining 3 were riddled with massive cracks. Just as they were about to collapse, a force rising from within repaired them.
Outside, high above the void,
Qin and his companions were startled by the sudden, massive commotion, and their gazes all turned toward the interior of the Azure Sanctuary. The next moment, they saw a small cauldron flying out from the depths of the sanctuary.
A near emperor artifact? Qin's eyes narrowed.
The next moment, the near emperor golem that had been standing beside him suddenly vanished and reappeared in front of the small cauldron.
It raised its palm and reached forward to grab it. Boom!
The void trembled as strands of near emperor laws erupted from the cauldron. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to explode instantly.
But in just an instant, the golem suppressed that aura.
Then, he grabbed the small cauldron, returned to Qin's side, and handed it to him with both hands. Qin took the cauldron and examined it from all angles, a smile spreading across his face.
Wonderful! I've stumbled upon a near emperor artifact. At that very moment, Lin Di's expression shifted slightly within the forbidden zone.
His connection to the near emperor artifact had been severed.
My massive near emperor artifact is gone? The forbidden zone has been breached? High above in the void.
Aside from Qin, both Lin and Sha gazed toward the forbidden zone with expressions of shock and disbelief. The Forbidden Zone held the very foundation of the Holy Land. How could this have happened? Shah's eyes flickered. A vague realization dawned on him, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Sanctuary, whether ordinary disciples or elders, everyone was trembling uncontrollably. They huddled in their cave dwellings or other places they deemed safe, their eyes filled with terror. Although they had been horrified by the terrifying battle that had erupted outside the Holy Land earlier, under the sanctuary's protection, they had merely watched it unfold as if it were a spectacle. But now it was different. The terrifying aura erupting from the Forbidden Zone was suffocating, as if it were about to crush everyone to death. What is happening? Is the sanctuary going to be destroyed? Someone whispered hoarsely. Under the shadow of the quasi-emperor's might, an overwhelming fear rose within their hearts, too intense to dispel. Meanwhile, high above the sanctuary, although Qin was also surprised by the massive commotion erupting inside the Holy Land, he was even more concerned about the found near-emperor artifact in his hand. A near-emperor artifact was valued by the system at over 10 million mana stones. That was a fortune. After examining it for a moment, he flipped his hand and stored the small cauldron in his inner world. With the puppet south restraints in place, he didn't have to worry about the quasi-emperor artifact causing trouble inside. Sigma. Sha and Lin, who were also in the void, noticed his action and were momentarily stunned. Given their cultivation levels and status, they naturally recognized the small cauldron as a quasi-emperor artifact. Wasn't this the personal weapon of a quasi-emperor from the Lin clan? Sha was fine, though his expression was a bit strange. But Lin couldn't sit still. This was the weapon of his lineage's ancestor. Forgetting his fear of the quasi-emperor puppet for the moment, he strode forward and barked coldly at Qin. "You upstart! This is the weapon of the Holy Land's ancestor. How dare you confine it without permission? Release it at once, or the ancestor will not spare you when he emerges from seclusion." Even if. Qin frowned upon hearing the rebuke. The next moment, the near-emperor puppet beside him swept his palm forward, sending an invisible wave surging outward. Boom! Strands of sacred blood flew through the air along with shattered teeth. Lin didn't even let out a groan before he was instantly knocked out. Under the force of this terrifying power, his body shot toward the horizon like a shooting star, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Phew! It's quiet now. Qin exhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the depths of the Azure Sanctuary. And at that very moment, rumble! The entire sanctuary shook, and the winds and clouds swirled violently. Two figures, so powerful they took one's breath away, burst out of the Forbidden Zone. The two stood facing each other in the void, and an even more terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire realm. Boss! The boss has emerged from seclusion. Sha looked at one of them, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. Not long ago, Qin had given him 11 bottles of life water. He had kept only 4 for himself and given the rest to the boss. Now that the boss had emerged from seclusion, it seemed he had successfully refined that life water. Standing nearby, Qin paused slightly upon hearing Sha's words. He knew that, aside from Sha, the Qin clan also had an ancestor named Xinjian. As his gaze fell upon the two withered figures facing off, a stream of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Xinjian, patriarch of the Qin clan. Cultivation level, 4th heavenly realm, near emperor. Age, 47,300 years. Near emperor lifespan, 50,000 years. Cultivation techniques and divine abilities, the Little Qing Emperor Sutra, the secret art of slaying the heavens. Lin Di, 3rd ancestor of the Lin clan, descendant of the Qing emperor. Cultivation level, 2nd heavenly realm, pre-emperor. Age, 43,009 years. Cultivation techniques and divine abilities, ancient scripture of the Qing emperor, great transformation of the azure sky. 4th heavenly realm pre-emperor. Qin looked at the elder Xinjian with some surprise. Since Elder Sha's cultivation level was at the Grand Saint stage, he had surmised that this elder must be a quasi-emperor. However, he had only assumed it to be the 1st level of the quasi-emperor realm. He never expected it to be the 4th. With such a being holding the fort, yet still facing such suppression, it could only mean that the Lin clan had beings of even higher cultivation levels. At that moment, the two figures facing off in the distance also sensed Qin's gaze. Qin Zhan gave a cold snort at Lin Di across from him, and his figure instantly appeared beside Qin and Sha.
Boss! Sha hurried forward. Ancestor, Qin Zhan. Qin also bowed his hands in respect.
Qin Zhan's gaze swept past Sha and landed directly on Qin. With just one glance, he discerned Qin's cultivation level. A faint trace of surprise flashed in his eyes.
HM? 7th level of the Grand Saint stage? So you're the Qin that number 2 told me about?
When he mentioned Qin's name, he paused noticeably, his expression turning peculiar.
Qin beast. What kind of fool would give a child a name like that? Qin also noticed the other's expression and sighed inwardly.
That so-called father of mine, I wonder if he did it on purpose, giving him a name like that.
If I ever attain the Tao in the future, won't this tarnish my reputation?
Just as he was pondering this, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out.
You scoundrel! Where is my battle artifact?
Lin Di's face was dark as storm clouds, and his overwhelming near-emperor aura surged forth. Ever since emerging from the Forbidden Land, he had been constantly sensing the presence of his near-emperor artifact. But no matter how hard he sensed for it or even summoned it using secret techniques, he couldn't find the slightest trace.
Youngster, have you seen a small, bright yellow cauldron fly out of the Forbidden Zone?
Emperor Lin suddenly fixed his gaze on Qin. A near-emperor artifact flying out of the Forbidden Zone would have caused quite a commotion. Qin and Sha, being here, must have seen it. Or perhaps. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze turned menacing. Faced with the question, Qin remained composed.
A small cauldron? What small cauldron? I didn't see it.
As he spoke, he turned to look at Sha beside him. Ancestor, did you see it?
I didn't see it. But the people from the Tai Chu Holy Land just left, they might know.
Sha waved his hand, his face wearing the expression of an honest man. Lin Di watched the two of them playing off each other, his expression growing incredibly cold. Earlier, it had merely been a suspicion, but now he was virtually certain that it was Qin who had suppressed his quasi-emperor artifact.
Lin Di, what do you mean by that? Do you think it was a junior from my Qin clan who hid your sacred weapon? Qin Zhan's expression darkened as he glared icily at Lin Di. He hadn't even settled the score with this old cadre yet, and now he dared to falsely accuse his junior?
Humph. Lin Di snorted coldly, refusing to answer Qin Zhan's question. Instead, his gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Qin, as he said in a cold tone. You killed a Grand Saint stage cultivator from the Ling Mountain Sanctuary and severely wounded one of their quasi-emperors. Ling Mountain 1T let this slide. Hand over my weapon, the great emperor's legacy you carry, and... At this point, his gaze shifted to the quasi-emperor puppet standing nearby. And this quasi-emperor puppet. Hand these items over to the sanctuary for safekeeping. In return, the sanctuary will grant you protection and spare you from Ling Mountain's retribution. Hand over everything in exchange for Azure Sanctuary's protection? Qin nearly laughed in anger upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Di, making no effort to hide the contempt in his voice. Sorry, but I don't need it. This Lin clan branch is truly single-minded. From Han Li and Lu Dao at the very beginning, to Lin. Including Lin Di standing before him now, they've all had their eyes on the legacies he carries, trying to seize them by force. That's not up to you. Lin Di took a step forward into the void, his aura stirring faintly. The Azure Sanctuary could not allow these legacies to fall into the hands of other factions any longer. Especially since Qin still possesses a great emperor's legacy. With that legacy, combined with the insights gained from cross-referencing it with the Tao left behind by the Azure Emperor, the Azure Sanctuary might just break through its limitations and give birth to another mythical great emperor. What? You want to fight? Qin's expression was cold. Beside him, Qin Zhan and Sha also wore grim expressions. Why not? Lin's face remained expressionless. As he spoke, a small yellow cauldron appeared in his hand. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. Its surface looked rough, as if it had been casually molded from yellow clay. Carved onto its body were countless flowers, plants, insects, fish, and ancient ancestors. A terrifying imperial might, heavy enough to crush the ages, instantly engulfed the group.
An emperoress artifact.
Qin, sensing the terrifying imperial might permeating the space, grew slightly somber. The small cauldron in Emperor Lin's hand bore a striking resemblance to the one he had just subdued, yet their auras were worlds apart. This pure imperial might was countless times stronger than that of a quasi-emperor artifact. At the same time, however, his eyes began to gleam. After all, an emperor artifact was far more valuable than a quasi-emperor artifact.
The Xianhuang cauldron?
Beside him, Qin Zhan and Sha were also staring at the small cauldron, their expressions grim. After all, as top-tier powerhouses of the Azure Sanctuary figures of ancestor-level stature, they naturally recognized this small cauldron. The Xianhuang cauldron, an emperor artifact left behind by the Azure Emperor, had once accompanied him in subduing an entire era. Sensing the change in Qin and the others' expressions, Emperor Lin let out a cold smile. Holding the emperor artifact in his hand, his gaze swept over Qin and the others in turn, finally settling on Qin Zhan.
Qin Zhan, even if your cultivation is peerless, far surpassing mine, so what?
I possess the emperor artifact left behind by a great emperor. The position of the supreme Tao is sufficient to subdue all. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to Qin. Out of consideration for the fact that you are also a branch of the sacred land, if you hand over the great emperor's legacy and control of the puppet now, I will let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, the sacred land will treat you equally as long as a prodigy emerges from the Qin clan. They may also cultivate the emperor's scripture. Emperor Lin's voice was cold and sharp as he prepared to give the Qin clan one more chance. He wanted the legacy and that quasi-emperor puppet, but he did not yet wish to completely sever ties with the Qin clan. After all, Qin Zhan was at the 4th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Once relations were completely severed, whether suppressing him or allowing him to defect from the Holy Land, neither outcome would be favorable for the Azure Sanctuary. If the great emperor's legacy weren't so crucial, he wouldn't have wanted to push them this hard.
Humph. Ridiculous. Emperor Lin, once these things fall into the hands of your Lin clan, do you really think they'll ever come back?
The emperor artifact may be powerful, but it won't be so easy to subdue me.
Do you think I wouldn't drag you down with me?
Qin Zhan's face was twisted with ferocity, and an extremely violent aura erupted from his body.
Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was ready to charge forward and take away Emperor Lin at the slightest provocation.
However, Emperor Lin appeared completely unfazed by Qin Zhan's threats. He looked at Qin Zhan with a cold smirk.
Ha! You needn't try to intimidate me.
Even if we both perish, the Azure Sanctuary still has a quasi-emperor, and my Lin clan also has a quasi-emperor. When that time comes, who will protect this young upstart from your Qin clan?
Can't intimidate him?
Qin Zhan felt a bit disappointed. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, this old codger has grown quite bold.
Hand over the legacy yourselves.
Or I'll subdue you all and take it with my own hands.
Emperor Lin spoke again.
This time, he fixed his gaze directly on Qin. Qin met that gaze and suddenly chuckled softly.
Ha ha! Old man, you just said the Lin clan has many near emperors? Emperor Lin furrowed his brow.
Apart from Qin Zhan and this puppet, does your Qin clan really have any other quasi-emperors? A look of disdain crossed his face.
How could he not know the truth of the Qin clan?
Apart from Qin Zhan, the highest-ranked cultivator in the clan was merely at the Grand Saint stage.
Well, there actually is one.
Qin nodded earnestly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space beside him rippled, and a figure stepped out of the void. Tall and burly, clad in black robes, his face expressionless, he was the spitting image of that quasi-emperor puppet. Moreover, this figure was holding another person in his hand. Now it was Lin D's turn to be surprised. He fixed his gaze on the newly appeared golem, his eyes flickering. But a moment later, he burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, excellent. Heaven favors our Azure Sanctuary. 2 quasi-emperor level golems. This will be yet another pillar of our Holy Land's strength.
As his laughter died down, he wasted no more words and immediately summoned the Xianhuang cauldron, unleashing a terrifying emperor's might. It felt as if an entire world were crashing down, and the crushing pressure instantly bore down on Qin and his companions.
Damn it!
Xinjiang roared in anger, taking a step forward and unleashing all the might of the fourth heavenly gate, preparing to withstand the suppression of the Emperor artifact head-on. But just then, a flash of crimson light flared up, and the overwhelming imperial might was instantly dispelled. 2 puppets stood at the very front of the group, with a rusty long sword suspended above their heads. The crimson light shielded them, cutting them off from all imperial might.
Is that an emperor artifact?
Whether it was Qin Zhan, Sha, or Lin Di on the opposite side, they were all stunned by this scene. Staring at the rusty, crimson glowing long sword, they were momentarily speechless.
Wasn't this a quasi-emperor artifact?
Even though Qin Zhan and Lin Di had been in the Forbidden Zone, they were fully aware of the situation outside. During their previous battle against the Saint Stage cultivators from Ling Mountain, this rusty blade had clearly displayed only the might of a quasi-emperor. Although it was slightly stronger, it was absolutely impossible for it to be an emperor artifact.
So how could this be happening now? Impossible. This isn't an emperor artifact.
Lin Di barked coldly as the Xianhuang cauldron above his head poured down countless streams of Xianhuang qi. The overwhelming pressure instantly forced the ominous blade downward, closing in on Qin and his companions inch by inch. Seeing this, Qin furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the 2 puppets were only at the first heavenly gate even working together. It would be a stretch for them to hold their ground.
Ding, host, do you wish to use mana stones to boost your cultivation?
The system's voice echoed in his mind.
Boost his cultivation? No need.
Upon hearing this, Qin immediately rejected the system's suggestion in his mind. 120 million mana stones would, at most, only allow him to reach the 4th heavenly realm. He had an even grander plan, one that could elevate him to a 9th-rank quasi-emperor, or even enable him to attain the status of a mythical great emperor.
Besides, didn't he have a workhorse right by his side?
With that thought, he turned his gaze to Qin Zhan beside him.
Great ancestor, what are you waiting for? Go get him.
Ha!
Oh.
Qin Zhan, hearing the voice, finally snapped out of his shock at the emperor artifact.
Wah, you little Lin scum, you didn't see that coming, did you? We've got an emperor artifact, too. He.
Qin Zhan laughed maniacally, taking a step forward as powerful near-emperor level laws surged toward the omen blade.
Boom!
In an instant, the crimson energy surged, and a blade of light so bright it pierced the heavens sliced through the Xianhuang qi, striking directly at the Xianhuang cauldron. The blade's light, crimson as blood, tore through space and slammed heavily into the Xianhuang
cauldron. Boom! A terrifying roar that shook the entire Tiansong realm echoed out.
The void shattered as the laws of the ultimate Tao collided. Lin Di, along with the Xianhuang cauldron, was violently cleaved away by the blade's light. Shattering space, they plummeted into a deeper dimension.
Ancestor! A cry of alarm rang out from the distant horizon.
A figure had barely appeared when it witnessed this terrifying scene. But in the next instant, a terrifying imperial might swept over it, its entire body shattered once more, exploding into a dance of blood, swept away by the might of the supreme Tao, and vanishing again into the horizon. At the same time, below the battlefield, the entire Azure Sanctuary was shrouded by a massive protective barrier, warding off the onslaught of imperial might. The Azure Heaven Holy Sovereign stood beneath the mountain gate, flanked by several saints, including Han Li. Gazing at the ancestor Lin Di and the Emperor artifact, both sent flying by a single strike, their faces were etched with shock and disbelief. The Emperor artifact, it's been sent flying.
The ancestor he isn't dead, is he?
A Saint Stage cultivator spoke up, his expression tense and worried.
Humph. With the ancestor wielding the Emperor artifact, how could anything possibly happen to him?
The Azure Sanctuary Sovereign snorted coldly. Though he shared their concern, his expression remained calm. As his gaze turned toward Qin and his party in the sky, a hint of regret seemed to flicker in his eyes. He never could have imagined that Qin had concealed his true nature so deeply that rusty-looking blade was, in fact, an emperor artifact. If the Azure Sanctuary had chosen to coexist peacefully with the Qin clan from the very beginning, perhaps so many incidents would never have occurred. And this emperor artifact would have become a cornerstone of the sanctuary's power. Just then, loud laughter suddenly echoed from the void. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Xinjiang's face lit up with excitement as he stared at the shattered space ahead, bursting into laughter looking almost frenzied. It felt as though the pent-up frustration he'd suppressed for countless years had finally been completely released. In all his life, having lived for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he'd ever wielded an emperor artifact. In the past, even though he was a quasi-emperor, in the eyes of the Lin clan, he seemed to be nothing more than a powerful enforcer. He hadn't received the status and respect he deserved, unlike the ancient ancestors of other sacred lands. This was simply because the Lin clan were descendants of a great emperor and possessed an emperor artifact. But now, his Qin clan possessed an emperor artifact as well. Eldest brother, he. Sha sighed softly upon seeing this. It's not over yet. After today, the Qin clan will no longer have to endure this humiliation. Qin's expression remained calm as he gazed at the space that was gradually healing. The moment his words fell, a furious shout rang out from within the rift. Qin Zhan! As the shout echoed, the newly sealed rift shattered once more. Emperor Lin, with the Xianhuang cauldron perched atop his head, stepped out of the rift. His face was icy, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Zhan. However, he merely stared, he did not attack again. It seemed he had already realized he was powerless against his opponent. What's the matter? You little brat, come on, attack. Qin Zhan's face was filled with mockery, and the words that came out of his mouth were incredibly crude, not at all befitting a quasi-emperor. What did you say? Qin Zhan, do you really think that with just one emperor artifact, you can stand up to the Azure Sanctuary, stand up to my Lin clan? Lin D's expression darkened instantly as he glared coldly at Qin Zhan. Bastard? He was tens of thousands of years old, yet this was the first time anyone had ever insulted him so blatantly. Whether I can stand up to the Azure Sanctuary remains to be seen, but to subdue you this is more than enough. Qin Zhan's voice was equally icy. With that, he reached out and seized the Omen blade, unleashing a surging wave of imperial might toward his opponent once more. Even if he couldn't kill him, sending him flying a few more times would be a good way to vent the frustration he'd been holding in for tens of thousands of years. Fine. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Lin Di stared at the crimson blade slashing toward him, his expression turning utterly icy. He formed seals with both hands. A dense blue light rose from his body, and countless sutras coalesced out of thin air, then surged into the emperor artifact before him. The next moment. Hum. A faint hum rang out. Space seemed to freeze, and the crimson blade of light that had been slashing down halted mid-air. Above the Xianhuang cauldron, a vague figure materialized. The moment the figure appeared, it seemed to become the very center of the entire universe. With a raised hand, infinite Tao laws manifested with just a gentle clench, the crimson light capable of obliterating all was crushed to pieces. Whoosh! It was as if a breeze had blown through the void, returned to calm. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on that figure. The Emperor artifact is sentient, the deity has awakened. Ha, they're as good as dead now. With the Emperor artifact fully awakened, it's equivalent to half a great emperor. How can the Qin clan possibly withstand it? Within the sacred land, Xing Tian, Shangzhu and the others looked on with excitement, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the ethereal figure atop the Xianhuang cauldron. At the same time, the instant the deity of the Emperor artifact emerged, a surge of supreme might rose simultaneously from the Taichu sacred land, the Nanman Great Mountains, the Shima Spirit Mountains, and the boundless waters of the Baixian realm. The Emperor artifacts enshrined in the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Lands, sensing the aura of the Xianhuang cauldron, seemed to perceive a challenge and were on the verge of awakening. Yet after a brief moment, they all fell silent once more. An emperor artifact fully awakened. It's been tens of thousands of years since one last appeared on the continent.
The Xianhuang cauldron. Who is it battling? Is an emperor war about to break out? Another emperor artifact. What an unfamiliar aura. In an instant, the Tianshan continent became incredibly lively.
Among the major powers, ancient beings one after another opened their eyes from slumber, gazing toward the azure sanctuary. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, paying homage toward the sacred site. At that moment, high above the azure sanctuary,
the deity of the emperor artifact,
Qin Zhan, clutching the ominous blade, retreated to stand beside Qin and the others, his expression grave. The deities of emperor artifacts usually remain in slumber. They awaken only under two circumstances. The first is when they sense danger themselves, causing them to awaken of their own accord.
The second is when a descendant of a great emperor awakens them using their bloodline, aided by the imperial scriptures.
Lin Di was able to awaken the emperor artifact deity precisely because he was a descendant of the Azure Emperor.
But as for himself,
with that thought, Qin Zhan turned his gaze to Qin standing beside him.
Kid, let us run.
He had no way of fully awakening the emperor artifact.
Qin's mouth twitched.
This ancestor sure is straightforward. Run when you can't win. No wonder he managed to survive and attain the rank of quasi-emperor. Shaking his head, he looked at Qin Zhan and said calmly, "It's just an emperor artifact deity, not a true great emperor."
"Ancestor, there is no need to panic."
"Ha?"
Qin Zhan's eyes widened at those words. What has this kid been eating to talk so big?
"You might not be worried, but this ancestor here can't handle it." Across from them, the deity of the Xianhuang seemed to have heard Qin's words as well. Its gaze slowly shifted to the group.
Such a heavy, ominous aura. Why have I never seen this emperor artifact before?
The deity of the Xianhuang cauldron's gaze swept past the others and landed on the source of the ominous aura. That intense, ominous aura even startled it slightly. "Great Emperor, these people have stolen the inheritance opportunity of my azure sanctuary and now seek to wreak havoc upon the Holy Land. Please, Great Emperor, subdue these bandits and protect our Holy Land." Beside the Emperor artifact deity, Lin Di knelt in the void, pleading with the deity. However, the words he spoke were utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, the Emperor artifact deity furrowed its brow and turned to fix a penetrating gaze on Lin Di. Though it lay dormant, a sliver of its consciousness remained awake, fully aware of everything that had transpired.
Naturally, it knew Lin Di's words were untrue.
But after all, this was a descendant of the Azure Emperor. Sighing, it turned its gaze back to Qin and his party, and a detached voice emerged from its mouth.
"Hand over the legacy and leave the sacred land at once."
As long as these people handed over the legacy, it would not lay a finger on them.
"You're nothing but a mere emperor artifact deity. Do you really think you're a great emperor?"
Qin sneered coldly, glaring at the emperor artifact deity. Although the Omen Blade wasn't a true emperor artifact and might not be able to stand up to a deity, he still had other means at his disposal. System, spend 100 million mana stones to summon a temporary great emperor.
Let me crush this emperor artifact deity.
Ding, the system refuses and feels insulted.
Ha! Qin was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Was the system glitched? The Blade of Ill Omen, stronger against stronger foes. Naturally, it has its own deity.
Host, you'd be better off saving those mana stones to improve your cultivation. The system's voice carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. Before Qin could even react, the Omen Blade had already begun to transform. A surging, crimson aura rose up, and a figure slowly emerged from the void.
It didn't look like an emperor artifact deity.
Rather, it resembled a primordial demon covered head to toe in red fur and exuding a thick, ominous aura.
What is that? An emperor artifact deity? That ominous aura, it's terrifying.
The red-haired deity stood atop the ominous blade, its head and face completely covered in red fur, revealing only a pair of even more crimson pupils. The aura it emitted sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Even Qin Zhan and Sha both instinctively swallowed hard and quietly moved a little closer to Qin.
Where on earth did this kid get such an eerie emperor artifact? Is this the deity of the Omen Blade?
Qin, too, looked on with a mixture of shock and suspicion at the red-haired demon standing atop the Omen Blade. That dense, ominous aura sent a chill down even his spine despite being its master. At the same time, however, he sensed a faint connection between himself and the creature, as if he could control it.
The spirit of an emperor artifact?
Across from him, the deity of the Xianhuan cauldron furrowed its brows, its expression grave. It had followed the great emperor into battle for tens of thousands of years, yet had never encountered such an ominous emperor artifact. You've lain dormant for hundreds of thousands of years without ever striking. Very well, let this emperor see just what you truly are.
The deity of the Xianhuan cauldron growled, clenching his palm.
The Xianhuan cauldron at his feet materialized in his hand and crashed down upon the red-haired demon. At the same time, it was slowly growing more powerful. On the other side, Lin Di had long since retreated to the edge of the sacred land, his gaze equally fixed on that mass of red mist.
His expression was tense, betraying deep concern.
Just then, a voice filled with immense fury pierced through the red mist, echoing through the void.
Damn it! You dare devour this emperor's primordial essence? Accompanying the voice was an even more colossal explosion. Boom!
The red mist twisted wildly as streaks of dark yellow energy erupted, vaporizing more than half of the mist, shrouding the void and revealing the scene within. The deity of the Xianhuan cauldron appeared ethereal, his face contorted with shock and fury. Across from him, the red-haired demon clutched a ball of Xianhuan light in both hands and was devouring it. These scenes flashed by in an instant, only to be obscured once more by the red mist. But even the brief glimpse they caught was enough to turn many faces pale.
It's impossible. That demon is actually devouring the very essence of the Xianhuan cauldron? It's impossible. The demon absolutely cannot be an emperor artifact deity.
Emperor Lin's voice trembled with horror, his face a mask of disbelief.
How could there be such a vast disparity between two emperor artifacts? Did this mean that the Azure Emperor was inferior to the master of that rusty blade?
If Emperor Lin was in this state, the holy ruler and the other saints within the holy sanctuary looked even more ashen-faced. Their bodies were trembling slightly, overcome by extreme fear. They dared not imagine what kind of catastrophic disaster it would be for the Azure Sanctuary if anything were to happen to the Emperor artifact. But no matter how worried they were or how unwilling they were to believe it, the battle between the two Emperor artifact deities raged on. Moreover, the fluctuations from the battle were even more intense and terrifying than before. The sky-obscuring red mist was constantly being scattered by the shockwaves. Even the auras leaking out were enough to shatter vast swaths of the void. This continued for nearly half a day before the fluctuations gradually subsided and, with the Emperor artifact, the Xianhuan cauldron, suppressed, the Azure Sanctuary no longer had any means to resist him. If he truly intended to settle the score, today would mark the end of the Lin clan. And he, too, would become a traitor to the Lin clan. Even in death, he would have no face to meet the great emperor.
What am I going to do? Take a guess.
Qin shot the other a cold glance, then simply picked him up and locked him away in the hall of the Crown King within his inner world. Only after doing this did he set off, stepping through the void toward the sacred land below. There are still 3 Lin clan quasi-emperors in the sacred land, one of whom is at least at the 7th heavenly realm.
You'd better be careful.
Behind him, Xin Zhan caught up to Qin, his expression still somewhat grave. Although that red-haired demonic deity was powerful, it was, after all, merely an emperor artifact deity. It was unclear whether it could revive again in the short term. If they were to encounter that Lin clan quasi-emperor at the 7th heavenly realm gate right now, and the emperor artifact couldn't revive, that would be trouble.
Are you referring to those 3 in the Forbidden Zone, ancestor? They've probably already escaped.
Qin kept walking, his expression calm. While the Xianhuan cauldron was being suppressed, he had sensed through the red-haired deity that 3 auras within the sacred land had twisted space and secretly slipped away.
It was just that the red-haired deity was too busy suppressing the Xianhuan cauldron to pay them any attention.
They escaped? Xin Zhan was skeptical. But with such a massive commotion outside, and those old fossils still nowhere to be seen, it was indeed suspicious. As they spoke, the group of three arrived before the massive gates of the sacred land. At that moment, the entire sacred land was shrouded in a vast formation, radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter. Even a quasi-emperor who rashly barged in would likely be crushed and annihilated, their body destroyed and their Tao extinguished. The Holy Lord of the Blue Sky and his entourage stood within the formation, gazing across at Qin and his companions through the barrier, their faces pale with panic. One of them, standing at the very back of the group, looked particularly terrified. It was Lu Dao, the unlucky fellow who had nearly been crushed to death by Shah's foot. He had only been recuperating in the Forbidden Zone for a few days, and now looked utterly haggard. Seeing Shah again, he could not hide the fear in his eyes.
Qin ancestor Qin Zhan.
Actually, we could talk this out.
The Qin clan is also a branch of the sacred land. Conflict between our two clans will only benefit other factions.
Do you really want the legacy passed down by the great emperor to fall into decline?
If our two clans set aside past grievances and cooperate sincerely with the two emperor artifacts and the great emperor's legacy, we can certainly make the Azure Sanctuary the foremost sacred land on the Tiansong continent. By then, the Lin clan and the Qin clan will also become the foremost imperial clans in this world. The Azure Heaven Holy Lord's voice trembled slightly as he sketched out a grand vision in just a few sentences. Qin listened to his words and almost burst out laughing. At a time like this, he was still trying to sell him a pipe dream? A mocking expression crossed his face as he stared at the holy ruler of the azure sky. All of this can be achieved without your Lin clan. Besides, your Lin clan's emperor artifact is right here in my hands.
Why would I need to cooperate with you?
You, the holy ruler of the azure sky, was at a loss for words.
But the next moment, he let out a cold laugh.
Even without the Emperor artifact, our Lin clan still has our quasi-emperor ancestor holding the line, as well as the emperor-level grand formation left behind by our ancestor, the Azure Emperor. Your attempt to wreak havoc on the Holy Land is nothing but a pipe dream. Yet, though his face was set in a cold, disdainful smile, his voice couldn't help but sound like a tiger with its teeth bared but its heart trembling.
Is that so? Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Qin's face. The formation left behind by the great emperor is indeed powerful.
If it were fully activated, even someone wielding an
artifact wouldn't be able to break through it in the short term. However,
as he spoke, his voice trailed off, and a small cauldron appeared in his hand. The small cauldron was a deep yellowish brown, as if molded from clay. It was none other than the emperor artifact that had just been subdued, the Xianuang cauldron. Upon seeing Qin produce the Xianuang cauldron, the face of the Qingtian holy ruler within the formation instantly turned pale. In the next instant, without any warning, he retreated violently, fleeing deep into the Holy Land. Beside him, Lu Dao and the others were a split second slower to react, but they immediately gave chase. Qin showed no sign of urgency. He simply watched as the other party fled. Then, he took a deep breath, raised the Xianuang cauldron in his hand, and walked slowly toward the grand formation.
With ease, he stepped directly into the formation.
The massive light barrier enveloping the sacred land rippled faintly, spreading out like the surface of water, offering him no resistance whatsoever. Behind him, Qin Zhan and the others hurried to catch up, their faces showing no surprise. They had long been aware of this situation.
Both the Emperor artifact, the Xianuang cauldron, and this sacred land's grand formation were relics left behind by the Azure Emperor.
Although the Emperor artifact had lost its source and its divine essence had dissipated, it still contained the Azure Emperor's Tao. Passing through the formation with it was a breeze. Once the group entered the sacred land, they extended their divine sense and quickly located the position of the holy ruler of the azure sky and the others. Without further ado, Qin left a golem to guard the entrance, and then the group's forms faded as they set off in pursuit. At that moment, before the forbidden zone and the deepest recesses of the sacred land, the holy ruler of the azure sky, Lu Dao, Hanli, and two other saints fought. The holy lord of the blue sky forced himself to suppress his fear, but as he spoke, his gaze fixed on Qin. Of the three, the one he feared most was not Sha or Qin Zhan, but this young man who had recently joined the Qin clan. Qin Zhan and Sha were, after all, ancestors of the Holy Land. Perhaps they wouldn't commit any cruel acts against it. But this young man was different. Having just joined the Qin clan, he harbored no attachment whatsoever to the Holy Land. He had even devoured the source of the Emperor artifact. No one in their right mind would believe he'd spare the Holy Land. It had to be said, his assessment was spot on. Qin didn't waste any words, he simply raised his hand to subdue them all at once, then locked them away in his inner world. Of the three, the strongest was the Qing Tian Holy Lord, at the first level of the Grand Saint stage. For him, subduing them required no effort at all. After doing so, he turned his gaze toward Qin Zhan and Sha. I'll leave the remaining members and disciples of the Lin clan branch to the two of you, ancestors. Anyone and everyone connected to this branch, not a single one must be spared. Qin's voice was icy. Once he started, he had to finish the job completely. He couldn't leave any loose ends. What's this nonsense about fortune turns every 30 years? What's this about a clan being wiped out, biding its time for 1,000 years to exact bloody revenge? All of that must be eradicated. Pulling up the weeds by the roots, this ancestor knows more about that than you do. Qin Zhan's expression was impassive as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Sha. Without a word, Sha vanished, heading off to wipe out the clan. After glancing at Sha's departing figure, Qin turned his gaze back to Qin Zhan. Ancestor Qin Zhan, let us take a look around the treasury. The Azure Sanctuary's treasury was the very opportunity that would allow him to reach the pinnacle of the Near Emperor realm or even the mythical Emperor realm. Chaos had erupted in the Azure Sanctuary. Sha stood high in the sky, holding a Lin clan disciple in his hand, using him as a lure to track down the bloodline. Instantly, screams rang out from all corners of the sanctuary. Countless Lin clan disciples exploded into nothingness, turning into clouds of blood mist, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. From the mana stage of the physical realm all the way up to the realm of enlightenment and peering into heaven, whether direct descendants, collateral relatives, or distant kin, as long as they possessed even a drop of Lin clan blood, not a single one escaped. What's happening? That's ancestor Sha. Is the Qin clan settling scores? The Lin clan is finished, and so is the holy ruler's lineage. The sudden, shocking turn of events left all disciples in the Holy Land trembling with fear, their faces etched with terror. They watched helplessly as Lin clan disciples beside them exploded one after another, turning into wisps of blood mist that drifted away. Some disciples and elders who had been on good terms with the Lin clan turned deathly pale and retreated to their own cave dwellings, desperate to distance themselves from the Lin clan. Sha stood in the void, his expression impassive. Not a single ripple of emotion stirred in his heart over the slaughter he had wrought. The Lin clan had oppressed and harmed his Qin clan first. They should have been prepared for this retaliation long ago. His gaze swept over the entire Holy Land, and his detached voice rang in every disciple's ears. Today, the Lin clan falls. Any disciple of the Holy Land who reports those close to the Lin clan shall receive a reward. Mana stones, elixirs, cultivation manuals, divine weapons, and heavy artifacts, all are acceptable. What? In an instant, the disciples of the Holy Land who had been panicked and terrified fell silent. Their eyes turned toward Sha in the sky, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. But immediately afterward, some disciples' eyes began to sparkle as they glanced at their companions. Inside the Qin clan's estate, Qin De, Qin Er, and the others stared blankly at the sky. They could hardly believe everything that had happened today. The Lin clan had fallen. After enduring thousands of years of oppression and the loss of countless clan members and disciples, the Qin clan had finally avenged themselves. Just as Sha was carrying out his great purge and the Holy Land was in turmoil, Qin had already arrived at the treasure vault. Unlike the outer vault last time, this time he went straight to the inner core vault. Within the vast space, countless mana stones were piled high. With a single breath, dense spiritual energy surged into his body enough to instantly shatter a spirit infant realm cultivator. In addition, countless high-grade spiritual pills were arranged on row upon row of shelves. Numerous orbs of light floated in the air, each containing a piece of battle weaponry. Judging by the aura they emitted, they were all of a caliber surpassing holy weapons. In fact, one of the spears even faintly exuded the aura of a quasi-emperor artifact. The collection in the core treasury truly cannot be compared to that of the outer vaults. Qin took a deep breath, gazing at the treasures and resources piled within the space, his face lit up with delight. Beside him, Qin Zhan's expression remained calm. Though these resources were abundant and extremely precious, they were of no use to him whatsoever. At his level, what he needed were treasures to replenish his chi and blood and restore his vitality. However, he had long since exhausted all such resources. After all, there were no shortage of old fossils within the Azure Sanctuary. Kid, don't get carried away, there are still 2 more treasure vaults like this one.
Hurry up and collect them, let us move on to the next one.
With a prompt, he walked toward the exit of the vault. Qin didn't hesitate either, he immediately activated his inner world and unleashed a whirlwind of suction on the treasures before him. In the blink of an eye, the vast array of treasures had been completely devoured. The entire treasure vault was soon stripped bare, even the floor had been stripped of a layer. After this incident, the Azure Sanctuary's strength had effectively been halved. Now that the resources had been completely stripped away, the fate of the remaining disciples had become a pressing issue.
Why not just disband it?
The thought flashed through his mind.
Central Celestial Realm.
The abyss of the underworld, one of the 3 forbidden zones.
In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened, gazing toward the eastern wastes.
They were cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. After a few breaths, the eyes closed once more.
A moment later, a voice rang out from the darkness.
Qingdi, you really do have remarkable patience.
Even as your lineage faces annihilation, you remain utterly unmoved. 1,000,000 years have passed, the immortal sect is about to return.
I have hidden within this forbidden zone for hundreds of thousands of years, solely to set foot in that place. For this, a mere bloodline legacy. Once the immortal sect returns, I shall emerge from this forbidden zone and settle all accounts myself.
The western desert, the sacred mountain of Ling. An immense golden mountain stood towering over the land, its surface carved with countless giant Buddhas and Bodhisattvas.
Intense Buddhist light illuminated the heavens and earth, with concentric halos emerging behind the statues. At the foot of Ling Mountain, numerous figures could be seen on a pilgrimage, prostrating themselves with every step. Among them were mortals and cultivators, their expressions filled with profound devotion. Meanwhile, within a secret realm deep within the heart of Sacred Mountain, 3 figures sat cross-legged upon lotus platforms, bathed in Buddhist radiance, as rings of light continuously formed and dissipated behind their heads. These 3 figures bore compassionate expressions and bore a striking resemblance to one another, yet one was a youth, one a middle-aged man, and one an elder. Before them stood Wuchen, a quasi-emperor, looking disheveled and pale.
Ahmet Ba.
The imperial clan of the Azure Sanctuary, a lineage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, has fallen. The people of the Qin clan have committed heinous crimes and desecrated our Buddha. They must be brought back to Spirit Mountain to repent before the Buddha's throne.
Quite right. They have desecrated our Buddha, they must be taken back to Spirit Mountain to repent.
The 3 quasi-emperor Buddhas, seated cross-legged on lotus platforms, each spoke in turn, seemingly on the verge of deciding the Qin clan's fate. Fellow senior brothers, the Qin clan possesses an ominous emperor artifact, one that even suppressed the Qing emperor's Shenhuang cauldron.
We must proceed with caution. Wuchen's expression was grave.
He had been hunted down by 2 quasi-emperor puppets and had to sacrifice a quasi-emperor artifact and one of his arms just to escape. However, after escaping, he did not immediately return to the Mana Stones. Instead, he waited until another great battle erupted at the Azure Sanctuary before quietly returning to hide among the stars and observe.
As a result, he witnessed the reawakening of 2 emperor artifacts.
That red-haired demon seemed to have gathered all the evil in the world, yet even the Shenhuang cauldron left behind by the Azure Emperor was no match for it, and it was suppressed. However, upon hearing his words, the 3 figures seated cross-legged ahead of him shook their heads. Junior brother Wuchen, the emperor artifact left by our Buddha can subdue all evil entities, even other emperor artifacts. Moreover, it is difficult for a single emperor artifact to revive a second time within a short period. This time, we of Ling Mountain must eliminate such an evil weapon and bring it back to the Qin clan. To prevent them from falling into the path of evil and wreaking havoc on the Tiansong continent. Our Buddha is merciful. The 3 quasi-emperor Buddhas pressed their palms together, their faces radiating compassion for all sentient beings. As their voices faded, the three figures vanished simultaneously, leaving only Wu Chen standing alone in the secret realm, his expression filled with worry. Although an emperor artifact could not be reactivated in such a short period, he still felt uneasy. After all, that young upstart from the Qin clan was far too sinister. Who knew what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? But looking at the three senior disciples who had already departed, all he could do was hope that they would subdue the Qin clan and bring them back to Spirit Mountain. Azure Sanctuary, Qin Clan Manor. System: inventory all items in the inner world and convert them to mana stones. In his room, Qin sat cross-legged on the bed, silently reciting the command in his mind. Ding, system received, processing. For intact near-emperor artifacts, 1 damaged, 16 Grand Saint stage weapons, 38 holy weapons. Elixirs, spiritual herbs. Ores. 1 billion mana stones, 300,500,000 3,000 high-grade mana stones. All items and resources, converted to mana stones, total 2,076,003,001. Host: do you wish to trade? Whoa, 2,070,000,000? Qin sucked in a sharp breath. Although he knew the haul would be substantial, he was still stunned when he heard the number. After all, he sold a near-emperor legacy plus 2 hostages and had only received 120 million. 2 billion was equivalent to 20 near-emperor legacies. If he were to rely solely on kidnapping, he'd have to kidnap 200 people. Ding, host, do you wish to trade? Due to the large transaction volume, the system can grant the host 2.1 billion mana stones. The system's somewhat urgent voice rang out. Trade. Convert it all into cultivation. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin instantly felt his inner world being completely emptied. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Trade successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 2.1 billion mana stones. 1.967 billion mana stones consumed to exchange for the cultivation level of a 5th-rank great emperor in the mythic realm. Remaining 133 million mana stones. The next realm, the 6th level of the Great Emperor, requires 600 million mana stones. A series of voices echoed through his mind. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted out of nowhere in Qin's mind, giving rise to countless insights into the Tao as if he had cultivated for millions of years, feeling utterly familiar. At the same time, the blood energy within his body boiled like a raging furnace. His pale golden blood slowly lost its golden hue, returning to the purest crimson. The sounds of the great Tao reverberated through space as golden lotuses appeared and vanished, filling the air with an endless aura of auspiciousness. Great Emperor of the 5th tier of the mythical realm. The holy body has reached perfection. Qin's face lit up with excitement as he sensed the terrifying power contained within his body. A feeling of mastery over all things welled up from within his heart. He extended his palm. The light in his palm flickered and vanished, as countless miniature worlds were born and destroyed. Birth and destruction, in an endless cycle. He closed his eyes, and a terrifying thought instantly engulfed the entire continent. Scene after scene appeared in his mind. At the Cloud Guild, that cheap old dad was getting into a fight with the Grand Elder. Deep within the grounds of a certain great sect, a man and a dog were digging up a grave. Within the Azure Sanctuary, disciples of the Qin clan were calming the ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. And then there was the Taichu Holy Land, the southern barbarian celestial demon palace, the northern Xian alliance. How dare you? Who is spying on us? How presumptuous! In the central celestial realm, within the 3 great forbidden zones, pair after pair of cold, merciless eyes opened. Terrifying thoughts surged out of the forbidden zones, stirring up the winds and clouds, causing vast swaths of the void to shatter instantly. Supremes of the forbidden zones. Inside the room, Qin opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He had heard long. Humph. Qin Zhan snorted. Mr. Chen, aren't you alive and well too? Why aren't you staying in the North Xian realm? What are you doing here at my Azure Sanctuary? Could it be you've also come for the legacy? Qin Zhan's voice was somewhat cold. He and the man before him were old acquaintances. Xian Emperor, whose real name was Chen Haiyang, had been a peerless prodigy of the North Xian alliance tens of thousands of years ago. In their youth, the two had clashed many times. They had their share of victories and defeats, and their relationship had been a mix of rivalry and friendship. However, after both attained the rank of quasi-emperor, they mostly remained stationed in their respective territories and had not seen each other since. Now that this fellow had suddenly appeared in the eastern wastes, it was hard for Qinzhan not to think of the legacy. This emperor has indeed come for the legacy. Only, I'm not here to steal it, I'm here to buy it. A faint smile touched Emperor Xian's stern face as he spoke, his gaze turning toward Qin. Buy? Qinzhan furrowed his brow and also looked at Qin. He wasn't surprised that this man surnamed Chen referred to himself as this emperor. Although a quasi-emperor isn't a true great emperor, the title still bears the character emperor. In this era without any who have attained the Tao, calling oneself an emperor isn't out of the question. One quasi-emperor legacy 100 million mana stones. Qin met their gazes and nodded faintly. Earlier, when Jianzhou had left, he sent a mental message to the other party, offering to trade a quasi-emperor's legacy. However, the other party hadn't responded at the time, so he assumed they refused. He never expected. With his current cultivation level, he could easily subdue both of them with a single gesture, but after all, he was the one who initiated this trade. Forcing the issue didn't seem right. Besides, this near-emperor legacy wasn't of much use to him anyway. Upon hearing Qin mention 100 million mana stones, the mystic emperor didn't hesitate. He simply waved his hand, sending a sphere of light flying toward him. Inside was a mountain of mana stones compressed into a small space. Seeing this, Qin said nothing. He took out a quasi-emperor stone statue, tossed it through the air toward the other party, and then casually caught the orb of mana stones. However, when he caught the orb, his expression shifted slightly, and he raised his gaze to give the mystic emperor a meaningful look. 120 million mana stones. That was a full 20 million mana stones more than what had been agreed upon. Just like the Tai Chu Holy Land. Across from him, the Xian Emperor also put away the quasi-emperor's stone statue. However, he did not leave. Instead, he looked at Qin with a hint of regret on his face. Young friend, to have attained the Grand Saint stage at such a young age, such talent is arguably unmatched across the entire Tian-Song continent. Had you been born 10,000 years earlier, you might have had a chance to attain the Tao and enter that place. What a pity sigh. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly and let out a sigh. He had arrived at the eastern wasteland border quite early and had witnessed the cultivation level Qin had displayed earlier, so he knew Qin was at the Grand Saint stage. That place? Which place? Hearing the other S-words, a look of confusion flashed across Qin's face. You don't know yet, young friend? Xian Di was taken aback for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Qinzhan. He had assumed Qin knew that place was about to appear. Seeing this, Qin also turned his gaze toward Qinzhan. Qinzhan's expression was grave. Upon meeting Qin's gaze, he remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It is said that above the Tian-Song continent lies a vast and boundless world. We call it the immortal realm. In ancient times, supreme beings who reached the mythical realm and attained the rank of great emperor could pass through a gate of immortality to enter that world, seeking the great Tao and eternal life. However, at some unknown point, the gateway to the immortal realm closed. Even those who attained the rank of great emperor could no longer enter it. They were forced to remain on the Tian-Song continent until their lifespans ran out, dying in regret. This situation did not change until 1,000,000 years ago. 1,000,000 years ago, a saintly body emerged out of nowhere. Attained the Tao a second time. In his twilight years, he forcibly breached the immortal gate and set foot in the immortal realm. Before entering the immortal realm, he left a single prophecy: 1,000,000 years from now, the immortal gate shall return. Qinzhan's expression grew incredibly somber, and as he finished speaking, he cast a deep, lingering glance at Qin. 1,000,000 years ago? A holy body, attaining the Tao a second time? Upon hearing this, Qin instantly realized something. Back when he had received the great emperor's legacy in the Hall of Enfeoffment, the Hall Spirit had told him that the great emperor had attained the Tao a second time and, in his twilight years, single-handedly breached the gate of immortality to step into the upper realm.
The perfected holy body, the great emperor of the azure sky. 1,000,000 years from now, the gate of immortality will return. The passage to the upper realm is about to open once more. Qin didn't even have to think about it. When the immortal gate truly descended, chaos was bound to ensue. At that time, every old monster on the entire Tiansun continent, whether alive, hiding while feigning death, or barely clinging to life, would emerge. They would all vie for the chance to enter the upper realm in search of eternal life. Kid, your cultivation is still too low. If you had another 10,000 or 8,000 years, you might just have a shot at competing. Sigh. Xinjiang patted Qin on the shoulder, his face full of regret. That was precisely why he hadn't mentioned this to Qin. With Qin's current cultivation at the Grand Saint stage, if he were to get caught up in that kind of struggle, he'd likely be wiped out in an instant. Even with an emperor artifact and 2 quasi-emperor bodyguards, it wouldn't do him any good. My cultivation is low? Qin's lips, Xinjiang, Xiandi, and Zhenjiu all turned their gazes toward the west. Xiandi's expression grew somber as he withdrew his gaze and looked back at Qin and Zhenjiu. It seems the visitors from Spirit Mountain mean business. You two would be wise to lie low for now. Xiandi spoke, his voice carrying a hint of admonishment. Having said that, he immediately led Zhenjiu to a distance to observe the situation. It was true that he held high hopes for Qin, but he had no intention of getting involved in the feud between the two parties. After all, a conflict of this magnitude could easily drag the Northern Domain Alliance into it. Kid, let us head back to the Holy Land first. Xinjiang's expression was grave. From within that Buddhist light, he had sensed 3 auras of quasi-emperors, all of them powerful quasi-emperors whose cultivation levels were no weaker than his own. In fact, one of those auras was far superior to his own. With such strength, they stood virtually no chance against them. Only by returning to the Holy Land, relying on the great formation left behind by the Azure Emperor and supplemented by the Emperor artifact, would they have any hope of holding them off. Qin looked at the ancestor's grave and urgent expression, smiled faintly, and shook his head. No problem, they're just 3 quasi-emperors. When friends come from afar, since they've come, we'll bury them. Since they've come, we'll bury them? Xinjiang's expression froze as he stared at Qin. Do you still have a trump card up your sleeve, kid? Or could it be that sinister Emperor artifact can be reactivated one more time? This time, Qin ignored him, his gaze fixed firmly on the west. The Buddhist light grew ever brighter as 3 terrifying figures strode forward along a golden path. One was a youth, one middle-aged, and one elderly. Hovering above their heads was a golden alms bowl, radiating boundless imperial might. The 3 had actually summoned their emperor artifacts to arrive. Such a terrifying and shocking commotion immediately alarmed the entire eastern wasteland at that very moment, even spreading to the other 3 great realms. What's going on? The Spirit Mountain of the Western Desert, such swift action, such a grand display. 3 near emperors have emerged together, bearing a supreme emperor artifact. Are they about to wage all-out war against the Azure Sanctuary? If this continues, the eastern wasteland will sooner or later be destroyed and sunk. Countless cultivators, filled with fear and dread, stared blankly at the golden path stretching from the west. Powerful figures from some major cultivating clans stepped forward, unleashing great divine abilities to sweep up their entire clans and flee beyond the eastern wasteland. They feared the eastern wastes would be crushed, and they would be buried along with it. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the entire eastern wastes, the 3 figures finally arrived at the Azure Sanctuary, stepping along the golden path of light. In an instant, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire realm. The imperial might of the golden bowl suspended overhead radiated throughout the land. No sin, no evil, no hardship. Xinjiang looked at the 3, his expression incredibly grave as he spoke slowly. As a powerhouse of the same caliber, he naturally recognized these 3. No sin, no evil, no hardship, the 3 ancestors of Ling Mountain. Legend has it they were formed from 3 drops of untouchable Buddha's essence, hailed as the Buddha's 3 incarnations, each with cultivation levels surpassing the 4th tier of quasi-emperor. They were one of Ling Mountain's greatest assets. Untouchable Buddha. Our Buddha is merciful. The 3 quasi-emperors pressed their palms together in prayer,
their indifferent gazes sweeping over Qin and Xinjiang. The Qin clan has committed the sin of murder, slaughtering the imperial clan without cause and desecrating our Buddha. You too, please return with us to Ling Mountain. After spending 10,000 years before the Buddha, listening to the Mahayana Dharma, and washing away your sins, only then may you continue your quest for the great Tao.
Follow them back to Spirit Mountain, listen to the Mahayana Dharma, and wash away their sins?
Upon hearing this, Qin remained silent, instead watching the three with keen interest. Or rather, he was staring at the emperor artifacts above their heads.
Beside him, Xinjiang let out a cold laugh. Ha!
We haven't seen each other in 10,000 years, yet you people of Spirit Mountain are still just as shameless as ever.
The contempt in Xinjiang's eyes was completely unmasked, laid bare for all to see.
It was clearly Ling Mountain that had stolen the legacy first, which had triggered the entire chain of events that followed. Yet these three made no mention of this whatsoever. Instead, they came straight at him with accusations.
Furthermore, what business did Ling Mountain have with the affairs between his Qin clan and the Lin clan? Wasn't he this like a dog trying to catch a mouse meddling in matters that weren't their concern? Amit Ba.
The Qin clan has committed a great slaughter. To spare the continent's living beings from suffering, we ask you two to lead the Qin clan into our Ling Mountain. The three quasi-emperors stepped forward in unison, the might of the emperor artifacts above their heads surging. Just as they were about to act, a voice suddenly rang out from the void.
Well said. The Qin clan deserves to die.
As the voice faded, space split open not far from the three quasi-emperors of Spirit Mountain, and three incredibly aged figures emerged. They were skin and bones, resembling three mummies, their cold, menacing gazes fixed intently on Qin and his companion.
Those old fools from the Lin clan?
Xinjiang looked at the three, his expression turning pale. When he learned earlier that these three had fled, he known they'd be a potential threat.
He never expected them to strike at this very moment. Facing the three from the Ling Mountain Holy Land alone was already difficult enough. Now that three more had arrived, wasn't this a death sentence for him? Humph, Xinjiang, you slaughtered my Lin clan. Didn't expect retribution to come so quickly, did you?
Today, I will make you watch with your own eyes as your Qin clan is slaughtered. Across from him, one of the three withered figures spoke up. His voice was as cold as the ice of the ninth underworld. Your Lin clan brought that upon yourselves. Last time I let you escape, but this time I'll wipe every last one of you out. Xinjiang's face was etched with a murderous glare. Though his heart was heavy, his outward aura remained undiminished. As he spoke, he quietly extended a palm toward Qin. The implication was clear: hurry up and produce the emperor artifact. Without it, this old man can't hold out. Qin noticed his gesture but did not produce the emperor artifact. Instead, he stepped forward to the very front, gazing at the three mummified corpses, or rather, the three withered figures, with a cold stare.
Everyone's here.
These three were precisely the three auras he had sensed earlier, the ones that had fled from the Forbidden Zone. Since ascending to the rank of emperor, he hadn't had time to track them down, but unexpectedly, they had come right to him. Across the void, the three ancestors of the Lin clan saw Qin step forward, and their eyes instantly grew even colder. Although they had been slumbering in the Forbidden Realm at the time, they had still spared a sliver of their consciousness to monitor the outside world, and were fully aware of everything that had transpired. It was precisely because of this that they were able to flee in time when the Emperor artifact was suppressed, saving their own lives. It was only now, as the sacred mountain sanctuary arrived to demand accountability, that they dared to reveal themselves. You little beast, so it's you. It was your evil artifact that devoured the source of the Emperor artifact, causing our Lin clan to suffer this great calamity.
Die before me.
One of them barked coldly, his eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. He struck instantly, unleashing the power of a near emperor, and brought a palm strike crashing down toward Qin.
Watch out, kid. Xinjiang's expression darkened as he took a step forward, intending to block the strike for Qin.
But just then, a radiance of Buddha's light filled the space, halting him. Seeing this, a savage glint flashed in the Lin clan ancestor's eyes, and the aura emanating from his palm grew even more powerful.